Chapter 1. Infidelity. Song Ruolan was reborn. The first thing she did upon her rebirth was to confront her half-sister and her betrothed at the temple. In her previous life, her half-sister, Song Ruoshi, had lived in the temple for over a month under the pretense of praying for her, while engaging in a clandestine romance with her future brother-in-law. Today, Song Ruolan would aid them in revealing their illicit love to the world, ensuring that their secret was brought to light. In this life, she would see them locked together for eternity. The young woman walked with an air of confidence. Who could have imagined that not long ago, at Song Ruolan's comingafage ceremony, she had been pushed into the water by her half-sister, leaving her unconscious for 10 days and nearly costing her life? The absurdity of her sister's motive for the act was laughable. It was merely to create an excuse for her rendezvous with her future brother-in-law. Such a heart-wrenching love story deserved to be known throughout the capital. Song Ruolan transformed from her usual aloof demeanor, actively inviting the noble ladies of the capital to join her in prayer at the temple. Naturally, the young ladies seized the opportunity to get closer to the legitimate daughter of the Chongning Marquis, as her mother's boutique was always in high demand for the latest clothing and jewelry, often with long queues. None wanted to lose face in front of Song Ruolan, and thus the noble ladies eagerly accepted the invitation. Suddenly, Dinghua Temple was abuzz with activity. This royal temple usually hosted only the most esteemed officials. Occasionally, noble women and their daughters would stay for a time to pray for their families. Song Ruoshi, under the guise of praying for her elder sister, shamelessly engaged in an affair within the sacred grounds, unafraid of divine retribution. Every year, the Chongning Marquis donated a substantial sum for incense offerings, and Dinghua Temple had reserved a spacious guest hall for the Song family. Song Ruolan invited the noble ladies to partake in tea, and they all gladly obliged. As they approached the door, a maid named Sweeping, trembling with fear, stammered, "Miss, what are you doing here?" She turned to flee back inside. The maids Hong Xiang and Levayu swiftly moved to drag Sweeping away, covering her mouth in the process. It was then that the noble ladies realized why the usually distant Miss Song was suddenly so enthusiastic. She had orchestrated a grand spectacle for them to witness. Hong Yi and Luoyan forged ahead, and the door to the guest hall remained tightly shut. Inside, the sounds of flirtation between a man and a woman could be heard. Song Ruolan, her expression impassive, commanded, "Break down the door." Maid Hong Yi, possessing incredible strength, seized a long bench and smashed it down. With a resounding crash, the wooden door fell, revealing the scene within. A woman clad only in her undergarment had nestled into the embrace of a man. The man, holding her tightly, barked, "Who dares to intrude?" But upon seeing the throng of people outside, he hastily fell silent. The noble ladies quickly covered their eyes, yet their curiosity got the better of them. Who was this man? Peeking through their fingers, they gasped, "Isn't that young Master Jiang from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence? What's he doing here? And who is that woman?" They cast sympathetic glances at Song Ruolan. Before today, this union had likely stirred envy in many. Young Master Jiang was handsome and accomplished, having earned military accolades at a young age, garnering praise even from the emperor and earning the admiration of all in the Duke of Zhengguo's household, that in the circles of nobility in the capital. His name was synonymous with commendation. Yet here he was, a man with a betrothal, embracing another woman. Anyone could surmise that something untoward had just transpired between them. Some murmured indignantly, "To behave so in a sacred place is truly disgraceful. Who would have thought that the usually virtuous young Master Jiang would stoop to such underhanded deeds? That woman is utterly shameless, remaining in his arms without a care for her dignity." "Miss Song, are you all right?" someone asked with concern. How heartbroken must Song Ruolan feel? Yet, to the astonishment of the noble ladies, her face bore no trace of sorrow or anger, only an expression of cold indifference. "Is my second sister planning to remain in young Master Jiang's arms indefinitely?" To their shock, the woman was indeed her sister. How brazen she must be! Jiang Jingshun attempted to offer an explanation, but faltered under his fiancée's icy gaze. After a decade, encountering her former enemies once more, Song Ruolan yearned to strip the skin from these two shameless individuals. Her face was devoid of expression, yet her heart seethed with fury. In this life, neither of them would escape unscathed. Jiang Jingshun draped his coat over Song Ruoshi, then approached Song Ruolan, saying, This is all my fault. Please do not blame Ruoshi. I assure you, she will not affect your standing as the mistress of the Duke of Jingwa. Song Ruolan scoffed. Should I be grateful for your so-called benevolence, young Master Jiang? Are you truly so deluded as to think that a man from the Qi is entirely without options? I shall not be bound to you. Gasps of surprise filled the air. The Jiang and Song families had long been allied, their union arranged since birth. Was Song Ruolan truly rejecting the engagement? The capital was in for a spectacle. Fuming, Jiang Jingshan stormed away, exclaiming, "You are utterly unreasonable. He believed he had committed no wrongdoing. It was quite normal for a man to have multiple wives, and he merely happened to favor his sister." Many young ladies nearby felt Jiang Jingshan had not erred significantly after all. Could one expect a man to remain devoted to just one woman? Song Ruoshi, amidst the whispers directed at her, wept pitifully. "Sister, I love young Master Jiang, and he loves me too. We are powerless against our feelings. I ask for your understanding." With her head bowed, she concealed a fleeting look of triumph. The commotion now ensured that her sister would have no choice but to accept her entry into the Jiang family. The noble ladies gasped in shock. "What audacity!" Song Ruolan replied, "Very well. I shall grant your wish tomorrow. I will have our mother annul the engagement." Annul the engagement? Why must we do that? What about your reputation? Song Ruoshi panicked. If her sister did not marry, how could she hope to use her dowry? The Duke of Jingwa would never accept a concubine as his son's wife. Now that so many had witnessed her with young Master Jiang, news of this incident would spread swiftly. She had lost her innocence and tarnished her reputation, leaving her with no choice but to be taken as a concubine. However, marrying alongside her legitimate sister would afford her a comfortable life. At least her sister's dowry could be of use to her. Song Ruoshi was convinced that her sister would not dare to assert her authority as the wife of the Duke of Jingwa, fearing it would displease young Master Jiang, and their father would not let her off lightly. Unable to bear her sister's shamelessness, Chao Lingyi, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice, could no longer remain silent. "How can you still speak of reputation when you've ruined your sisters?" Song Ruoshi wiped her tears away. "The affairs of the Song family are none of your business." Chao Lingyi retorted angrily, "You are utterly shameless." Seeing Song Ruoshi show no remorse, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but nothing quite like this. Slap. Song Ruolan raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap. "The affairs of the Song family are indeed my concern." Song Ruoshi clutched her face in disbelief. "How dare she?" Song Ruolan struck again. "As an unmarried woman, you disgracefully consort with men in the temple, bringing shame upon the Song family. Every sister in the Song household has been tarnished because of you. Do you not realize your transgressions?" Song Ruoshi, never having endured such humiliation, retorted, "I will not let you have your way." Hongi seized her by the arm. "Keep your filthy hands off our young lady." Chapter 2. A plea for mercy. A farcical incident has opened the eyes of the noble ladies in the capital, as a scandal involving a half-sister and her future brother-in-law unfolds, leading them to shamelessly seek their elder sister's approval. Song Ruolan, suppressing her emotions, addressed the crowd. "I apologize for today as spectacle. To express my regret, each of you may select a piece of jewelry from the Song family shop as my compensation." The crowd stirred. Having been unwittingly thrust into a dramatic performance, the observant ladies quickly realized they had been played. Song Ruolan's heartfelt apology, backed by her wealth, swiftly dissipated any lingering discomfort among them. News of the heir to the Duke of Jingwa's affair with his future sister-in-law spread rapidly throughout the capital. Upon returning home, Song Ruolan was summoned to the front courtyard, where her father wore a grim expression and her mother appeared flustered. Seated at the lower end was concubine Du and Song Ruoshi. As Song Ruolan gazed at her mother, she fought the impulse to embrace her. After 10 long years, she had finally laid eyes on her mother again. How wonderful it was that her mother was still alive. Her mother, with tears brimming, called out, "Lan'er." After awakening, Song Ruolan had rushed to the temple, and her mother feared she might catch a chill. Suddenly, there was a crash as a teacup fell to the ground. Song Ruolan had narrowly avoided it. This was her father. Whenever there was a conflict between her and Song Ruoshi, it was always she who faced punishment. "Wretched daughter, look at the trouble you've caused." Her father's roar was deafening. Her mother, frightened, quickly held her daughter close. glaring at her husband. Have you lost your mind? The force of her father's anger threatened to ruin Song Ruolan's life if the teacup had struck her. Did he not care at all about his eldest daughter's fate? Even if given another chance at life, the pain in Song Ruolan's heart would remain. Concubine Du lowered her head to mask the smile that tugged at her lips. Song Ruoshi sat demurely at the side. Kneel. Her father barked furiously. It had always been this way. Whenever he was displeased, she was swiftly punished. Standing tall, Song Ruolan replied, May I inquire, father, what wrong I have committed? Her father, seething with rage, retorted, You have brought disgrace upon the Song family. Today at court, many whispered behind your back, and Song de Guang was left bewildered, until the Minister of Justice, Chao Yun, remarked, The daughter of the Song minister is truly remarkable. 2 daughters vying for the heir of the Duke of Jinghua. Unheard of. Chao Yun's tone dripped with schadenfreude, making Song de Guang wish he could sink into the earth. He rushed home immediately, thinking this wretched girl, does she not understand that family shame must remain within? You do not see your error? You have shamed the Song family. The father jested, Is it not my second sister who has brought disgrace upon us? If you had not gone to the temple to confront her, who would have known? So, my second sister's ambiguous rendezvous with her brother-in-law is my fault? Song de Guang was rendered speechless. Witnessing Song Ruolan's unyielding stance, devoid of fear, Concubine Du cast a suspicious glance her way. Had the eldest daughter truly found her courage today? She had never dared to voice dissent before her father. Song de Guang noted the unusual defiance in his daughter today, perhaps a result of being deeply hurt by Jiang Shitzi. Shuer, I have already scolded her. She is at fault this time too. Song de Guang's voice softened. I scolded her? You were just about to smash my head. Her mother attempted to reason, but Song Ruolan pulled her back. Her father was already angered. Her mother defending her would only invite further wrath. This father of hers, though lacking in ability, had a volatile temper, and her mother lived in constant trepidation within the marquisate. In her previous life, after she was wronged in the Duke of Jinghua's residence, her mother fell ill and passed away 2 years later. All her mother's vast estate fell into her father's hands, who used her legacy to climb the ranks, ultimately elevating Concubine due to the status of a legitimate wife, basking in the glory of their newfound status. Please, sister. Song Ruoshi suddenly knelt. Your sister and aunt, Appo's life rests in your hands. My affection for the heir is sincere. Please, sister, grant us your blessing. A wave of nausea surged within Song Ruolan, and she could not suppress the urge to vomit before everyone. In the Song residence, such shamelessness would have led to severe consequences in any other family. Watching her sister's theatrics, Song Ruolan felt a deep desire to tear away her facade. Memories of her past life surged back, etched with profound hatred. Having believed herself the happiest woman in the realm of Deqi for 5 years, adored by her husband Jiang Jingshun and cherished by her mother-in-law, she had only herself to blame for not bearing children. In an attempt to prevent her loneliness, her husband adopted a child, placing him under her name, thus becoming the legitimate heir of the Duke of Jinghua. Her mother-in-law never held her barrenness against her, and even entrusted the household's affairs to her. Yet, after one bout of illness, she found herself with an ailment that lingered, leading to her untimely demise 5 years into her marriage. Song Ruolan was unwilling to accept that happiness could be so fleeting. She could not bear to leave her husband or the Duke of Jinghua's residence, her spirit lingering. In her final moments, she witnessed her husband, who had professed his love for her, immediately push her away as she closed her eyes. To her shock, her long-lost sister, Song Ruoshi, emerged, leading Jiang in, the child registered under her name, to the bedside, where they were embraced by Jiang Jingshun. Rest easy, sister, Song Ruoshi said. From now on, he will be mine alone, and I will care for him. As for my son, who has called you mother for so long, you should be grateful. Jiang Jingshun gazed tenderly at the woman before him. Shuer, you have endured much over the years. Song Ruoshi smiled. Husband, 5 years of waiting has brought us a lifetime of peace. It has been worth it. Song Ruolan felt as though struck by lightning. She had become a mere joke in her own life. The one her husband truly loved was her half-sister. The sister who had gone missing on their wedding night had long been kept by Jiang Jingshun outside. The child she adopted was their biological son. Her heart-wrenching cries went unheard. In a fit of rage, she attempted to confront the pair, yet her ethereal form passed through them, unable to inflict harm. Jiang Jingshin rose, taking the child's hand as they left Jinglan courtyard, not sparing a glance at the lifeless Song Ruolan. Unyielding, she pursued them, witnessing the trio hand in hand entering Shochun Hall. Inside, her mother-in-law, Lady Li, sat regally, and after they paid their respects, she spoke, "You shall live harmoniously from now on. Do not stir trouble again." Song Ruoshi replied respectfully, "Yes, mother. How dare she?" Yet, the familiarity with which Song Ruoshi addressed her mother-in-law suggested this was not their first encounter. Lady Li affectionately beckoned, "Come here, my grandchild. Allow your grandmother to see you well." Jiang In rushed into Lady Li and Appo's embrace. "Grandmother, please do not scold my mother. After being apart for so long, I wish for her to be by my side every day." What a poignant scene of familial affection. Shuer rise. Her father's gentle voice interrupted Song Ruolan's reverie. Song Ruoshi aspired to be Jiang Shizi's concubine, but without Song Ruolan's consent, she would never gain entry into the Duke of Jinggua's home. "You need not kneel before her. I have my own plans," her father stated. As he pulled her up, concubine Du suddenly knelt before Song Ruolan. "Sister, please persuade the eldest lady. Show her kindness. Sierra's reputation is in tatters. Marrying the heir is her only chance at survival." Song Ruolan and Appo's mother stepped back in shock, her eyes wide with fear as she turned to Song Diguan. Chapter 3. Previous life. Madame Du wept, a picture of sorrow, and was embraced by Song Diguan. "Rower, do not fret. Your husband will ensure justice for you and our daughter." The family of three appeared deeply affectionate, making Song Ruolan and her mother feel like outsiders. "Master, Shuer is being ridiculed in the capital. How can I, as her mother, not feel distressed?" Song Diguan glared at Song Ruolan. "This is all your fault. Are you satisfied now?" Song Ruolan was accustomed to her father's partiality. Song Ruoshi committed such a scandalous act, yet the injured party, her sister, was the one being punished. A complete travesty. This mother and daughter were adept at theatrics, and her father doted on them excessively. In this household, anyone who caused his beloved one's grief would face his ruthless reprisal, including Song Ruolan and her mother. Seeing the anxious look in her mother's eyes, Song Ruolan felt a pang of anguish. In this life, she would protect her mother. Song Ruolan declared, "Father, I wish to dissolve the engagement." Her mother immediately interjected, "Lon and Appo's, no, the fault does not lie with you. Why should you break off the engagement?" This marriage was a fortunate match for the Song family. The Duke of Jinggua's residence was highly regarded by the emperor, and its influence was growing. Her daughter would become a titled lady, the wife of the heir apparent. Moreover, the heir, Jiang, was a man of exceptional talent and appearance. Such a match was rare and highly sought after in the capital. The Marquis of Changning's estate, relying on ancestral protection, was nearing the end of its hereditary line. Song Diguan lacked real power and depended on his wife and Appo's wealth to maintain his position in the court. Her mother looked at Song Ruolan with apprehension. Song Ruolan gave her mother a reassuring glance. "Consort, there is no need to plead with my mother, nor does my second sister need to implore me. I have no connection with the Jiang family and cannot make decisions for my second sister." Madame Du panicked. "Eldest miss, are you trying to kill Xia?" Song Ruolan leisurely replied, "Consort, your words are illogical. Does my second sister's life depend on my marriage to the Jiang heir? If the eldest miss breaks off the engagement because of this, why would the Jiang family still want my Shuer? If she causes the Jiang family to become a laughingstock in the capital, won't the Jiang matriarch tear my daughter apart? Master, you must stand up for Shuer." Madame Du and Appo's delicate sobs tugged at Song Diguan and Appo's heart. Song Diguan looked at Madame Du with concern. If she wanted Appo's to marry, she and Appo's will. "Madame Song, master." Song Diguan, silence. "Look at the daughter you've raised." Lingering in this courtyard for even a moment longer would cause Song Ruolan to retch again. "Mother, let us leave." Song Diguan was preoccupied with comforting his beloved, paying no heed to Song Ruolan and Appo's well-being. The mother and daughter returned to Minglan Pavilion. Since falling into the water on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, her daughter had been unconscious until recently, and now this incident had occurred. Madame Song embraced her daughter with love. Song Ruolan clung to her mother, unwilling to let go. In her previous life, she watched her mother suffer from a severe illness. Unable to help, during her mother and Appo's final days, her father never once stepped into Furon courtyard. Meanwhile, Madame Du and Appo's hiding garden was filled with laughter and merriment every day. Until her mother breathed her last, her father did not shed a single tear. He hastily buried her mother and then busied himself with elevating Madame Du, whose son, Song Shiji, became the heir apparent of the Marquis' estate. They lived a life of wealth and extravagance, using the assets her mother had left behind. Song Ruolan buried her head in her mother and Appo's arms, letting her tears flow freely. In this life, she would protect her mother at all costs. Lan and Appo's, do you truly wish to dissolve the engagement? Madame Song asked anxiously. Mother, do you want to marry him? Hearing her daughter's words, Madame Song was at a loss for words. She did not want her daughter to follow the same path as her, living in the shadow of another woman. Du Yuro was skilled in manipulation, and Madame Song had suffered countless silent losses at her hands. To please Song Diguan, Madame Song treated Du Yuro like a younger sister, personally guiding her daughter. She spared no expense in providing for her materially. However, whenever Du Yuro was unhappy, Song Diguan would scowl at her. Madame Song had endured enough in this life. Now, to have her daughter repeat her own path, Madame Song suddenly felt that this marriage was not so desirable after all. Have you truly thought it through? Madame Song asked with concern. She worried that her daughter might act impulsively, throwing away a good match out of spite and regretting it later. Daughter has thought it through. Mother, rest assured, in the future, I will meet a husband who treats me well. Madame Song did not insist. Then let us dissolve the engagement. A man who is entangled with his wife's sister is not a good match anyway. Tomorrow, Mother will go to dissolve the engagement. Seeing that her mother agreed so readily, Song Ruolan felt a pang of emotion. Her mother was, in fact, a person without strong opinions. Even sitting on a mountain of gold, she could be bullied by a concubine without any resistance. But for the sake of her daughter and Appo's future, she quickly made a decision. Song Ruolan sat up straight. Mother, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. Hearing her daughter and Appo's solemn tone, Madame Song also sat up straight. Lan and Appo's, speak plainly. Song Ruolan said, Mother, I had a dream. Everything that happened in the dream felt so real. Did you have it during your coma? Yes. I dreamt that my falling into the water was not an accident at all, but that Song Ruoshi pushed me. Madame Song and Appo's heart skipped a beat. She already knew the truth about the fall. When she learned that her daughter had been pushed into the water by Song Ruoshi and nearly lost her life, she had rarely made a scene. However, her father had only beaten the maidservant beside Song Ruoshi to death and gave Song Ruoshi a perfunctory scolding, ordering her to go to the temple to pray for Song Ruolan. But all of this happened while her daughter was in a coma. She knew in her dream that she had been pushed into the water by Song Ruoshi. It seemed that this dream was very credible. Seeing that her mother already believed most of it, Song Ruolan continued, I dreamt that I died 5 years after marrying the Jiang heir, poisoned to death in the Jiang family. Mother could not accept the blow of my death and passed away 2 years later. After my death, Song Ruoshi, who had been kept outside by the heir apparent, entered the house and became the new heir apparent's wife. The son she bore outside was registered under my name and became the eldest grandson of the Duke of Jinggua's estate. My death was to make way for Song Ruoshi. Father elevated Madame Du and used the money mother left behind to pave the way for his career. Father's official position grew higher and higher, and he even earned a title of nobility from Madame Du. Song Ruolan revealed everything that had happened in her previous life, and tears streamed down her face as she finished speaking. Her soul had wandered for 10 years, and Song Ruolan had seen Jiang Jingshan and Song Ruoshi living in harmony. Song Ruoshi used her dowry to gain face in the circle of noble women in the capital. She thought that after 10 years of being a ghost, her heart had long since turned to ashes. But speaking of these things still caused her heart to ache. Song Ruolan saw her father rise to the position of privy councillor and Du Yuro become a first-rank noblewoman, enjoying unparalleled glory. And Madame Song's family was driven out of the capital by a Song Diguan to erase the fact that he had relied on his ex-wife's wealth to reach a high position and to silence public opinion. Song Ruolan and her mother were never mentioned again. After listening to her daughter, Madame Song's face was devoid of color. She could not accept that her daughter would be killed in the future. Madame Song wept. "Lana, what should we do?" Chapter 4. Punishment. Song Ruolan conveyed the events of her past life to her mother through dreams, hoping to illuminate their precarious situation within the Song household. Her mother, unable to rise again, would inevitably tread the same path as before. Some individuals are insatiable, forever craving more. "Mother, tomorrow, you shall go to the Jiang residence to annul the engagement. Make a grand spectacle of it. The Jiang matriarch is a royal consort, mother to 4 princes. And in the palace, silver is a necessity. In my previous life, I sent a substantial sum to the palace each month. The Jiang consort treated me with utmost courtesy. It was only after my demise that I realized the niece-in-law she mentioned could very well be Song Ruoshi. Song Ruoshi, lavishly generous, gifted one of my hot spring villas to the 4th prince and even cured his chronic ailment. The Jiang consort whispered sweet nothings to the emperor, requesting that he bestow a marriage upon Song Ruoshi, allowing her, a mere illegitimate daughter, to rightfully become the wife of the heir to the duke's estate. Their love story became a celebrated tale in the capital. However, in this life, I have no interest in the Jiang family. Without my dowry, let us see how Song Ruoshi manages to become the heir's consort. How could my mother possibly part with her precious cash cow? Song Ruolan. Matters must be meticulously planned. Although my mother does not comprehend the significance of making a scene, she is willing to heed my words. "Mother, have Uncle Xie bring the account books. We must tally your assets thoroughly. From now on, the expenses of the Chongning Duke's residence shall not be drawn from your dowry. It is better to feed dogs than to nurture a pack of ingrates. Henceforth, I shall manage your dowry. The survival of the Chongning Duke's residence is of no concern to you. For many years, my mother has managed the inner affairs. Those unaware might believe it was a privilege bestowed by my father. Yet, no matter how much he favored his concubines, he never allowed them to overshadow my mother. Song Ruolan understood that it was my father's disdain for my mother's meekness that allowed him to exploit her. As long as my mother held the reins of the household, she would continue to use her dowry to cater to the entire family in Haitang Garden. My maternal family, merchants, belonged to the lowest strata of society. When my mother was still in the boudoir, my grandfather, eager to see his cherished daughter marry into a noble family, promised to provide a substantial dowry to the Xie family. The Chongning Duke's residence, despite its superficial grandeur, had long been living beyond its means. To alleviate their plight, they sought to marry off to the legitimate daughter, Xie Fong. When my father married my mother, my grandfather kept his word, providing a dowry of over 1,000,000 taels of silver, along with fertile lands and shops. My mother's wedding procession was so lavish that it even stirred the royal family. Noble families in the capital regretted their decisions in droves. It was said that with such a dowry, the Chongning Duke and Appo's residence could withstand a century without faltering. Yet, my father, feasting on the fruits of my mother and Appo's labor, still looked down upon her merchant lineage, and by extension, upon Song Ruolan as well. Concubine Du, my father and Appo's cousin, had shared glances with him since their youth. However, her family could not support my father's ambitions, leading her to become his concubine in a state of compromise. My father comfortably utilized my mother's dowry while showering all his affections upon concubine Du. Even the servants of the Duke's residence were aware that the true authority lay with concubine Du after a meal in Furon Garden. Song Ruolan nestled in her mother's embrace, truly feeling the essence of her rebirth. Tears streamed down her face like scattered pearls. Alarmed, her mother exclaimed, "Has Lana suffered some injustice? Speak to me. I shall advocate for you." Song Ruolan shook her head. "It is nothing. I am merely overwhelmed with joy that you are well." Although Mrs. Xie did not grasp the meaning behind her daughter and Appo's words, she felt relieved to know that Song Ruolan had not endured any hardship. Song Ruolan silently vowed that in this life, both she and her mother would flourish. After a refreshing nap in Furon Garden, Song Ruolan felt revitalized. On her way back to Minglan Pavilion, she overheard the servants gossiping in clusters. Both the eldest and second young ladies had set their sights on the Jiang heir of the Duke of Zhen. The second young lady had caused a scandal, yet the eldest bore the brunt of the punishment. In her father's eyes, the second young lady was the favored daughter. Rumor had it that the heir had a fondness for the second young lady. With her father's backing, the eldest would likely find herself neglected in her husband's household. What use is the mistress? She can't even secure a man for her daughter. Song Ruolan coldly commanded, "Come forth." The servants scattered like startled birds. Hongi of Lion, bring them here. Upon hearing their mistress's command, Hongi and Lion swiftly seized 2 of the servants. Slapped them. The 4 servants received a barrage of slaps, their faces swelling immediately. The corridor echoed with their wails. Hongi and Lion, brought in by her grandfather, were strong and agile. One could overpower, while the other could swiftly escape. Lion could carry Song Ruolan for 10 miles without breaking a sweat. Her grandfather had always emphasized, the safety of a girl is paramount. When faced with danger, run as far as you can. Hongxiang and Leviu were eager to join in, having long harbored disdain for those who feasted on their mistress and damp. Oppos, S. Goodwill, yet sent offerings to Haitang Garden. Take them to your mother and amp. Oppos, S. Courtyard. Upon returning, Mrs. Song understood the situation when she saw the 4 servants bound. These 4 had been adept at currying favor in Haitang Garden. Over the years, Mrs. Song had never expressed anger nor mistreated her servants. Yet, these individuals had grown increasingly audacious, disregarding the lady of the house while treating concubine Du with utmost reverence. Granny Xie brought over a chair, and Mrs. Song calmly seated herself. "Lanner, you may punish them as you see fit. I shall merely observe." The servants cried out, "Madam, spare us. We shall never dare again." Song Ruolan smirked, "It is too late. Now, confess who you were gossiping with earlier." Those who spoke ill of the mistress would have no recourse for justice. The servants trembled in fear as they were pressed against the bench. They had never imagined that the usually pliable eldest young lady could unleash such terrifying wrath. The 4 servants hastily named their companions. Soon, Furong Garden was filled with kneeling figures. Song Ruolan summoned all the servants from the back courtyard, declaring, "For those who disrespect the mistress, this will be your fate. Strike!" The sound of sticks cracking and the cries for mercy mixed together, and the enforcers dared not cease at her command. After several servants were left barely conscious, she declared, "Sell them all." Upon hearing the undeniable tone of their young lady, the faces of the servants across the estate paled. Where would they find such favorable positions again? Only now did they realize how benevolent the mistress truly was. Wages were generous and never delayed, with extra payments during festivals, and even reward for family illnesses. The servants being sold wept more bitterly than when they were beaten. Who would wish to leave the Duke's residence? It was not too late to speak up now. If they did, the young lady would gladly release them. Should they remain, they must understand who the true master of the Duke's residence is. Do not pay homage to the wrong deity or worship the wrong bodhisattva. For anyone showing disrespect to the mistress, their fate would be that of these individuals. The servants replied in unison, "Yes." Song Ruolan's decisive action indeed served as a warning. The servants of the Duke's residence no longer dared to offend their mistress. In her previous life, when her mother was gravely ill, only Granny Xie remained by her side, while all the servants busied themselves trying to curry favor with concubine Du. In this life, let us see whether they would follow her mother towards a promising future or be led by concubine Du into a bleak one. Chapter 5. The commotion at Furong Courtyard. The uproar at Furong Courtyard stirred the tranquility of Haitang Garden. Upon hearing that several servants had been sold off, Aunt Du arranged for their retrieval and planned to dispose of them discreetly in a secluded location. When the mama received Aunt Du and Damp, Oppos, S orders, a pang of unease struck her heart, for among those servants were acquaintances she held dear. However, any flicker of sympathy was swiftly suppressed. It was unfortunate for them to possess knowledge of the sordid affairs of certain concubines. Such matters were tolerable within the confines of the Ho residence. But should they leak outside, the repercussions would be dire. Aunt Du harbored no intention of remaining a mere concubine for life, a fact that Mama understood all too well. Her ability to become a trusted confidant of Du Yuru should not be underestimated. Within a day, Aunt Du's orders were executed without a trace of suspicion. Du Yiru remarked. I never anticipated that the young lady would change her demeanor after falling ill. Yet, it seems she is merely toying with a few servants, thinking herself capable of great feats. Meanwhile, Song Ruoshi was burdened with thoughts. Mother, is it true that Song Ruolan will indeed break off her engagement? In private, Song Ruoshi never referred to her as sister, opting instead for her name directly. She had ensnared the attention of the heir, who was now quite invested in her. Her plan had been to have the heir procure a residence for her, where she could bear a son. Once Song Ruolan married into the Jiang family, she intended to bribe a maidservant there to administer a concoction that would ensure Song Ruolan would never have children of her own. Jiang Mu, upon realizing Song Ruolan and Appo's inability to conceive, would have no qualms about welcoming her son into the Jiang household, believing she could easily win favor. The heir proposed recording the son under Song Ruolan and Appo's name as a collateral branch, and after years of barrenness, she would be filled with gratitude towards him, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. Once the son became the legitimate firstborn, Song Ruolan would no longer have a reason to linger, and her dowry would rightfully revert to Song Ruoshi. With the affair between Song Ruoshi and the heir causing a stir throughout the capital, she was compelled to devise new plans. If Song Ruolan broke off her engagement, what would become of her daughter? Song Ruoshi was acutely aware of her status as a daughter of lesser birth. Aspiring to ascend to the duke's household was akin to grasping at shadows. If Song Ruolan did indeed break the engagement, the heir would assuredly take another bride. Given the current stature of the duke's family, the new heir's wife would undoubtedly possess a lineage superior to that of the Chongning Marquis. Song Ruoshi lacked the confidence to navigate life under another mistress. How could it be more favorable than being under Song Ruolan, who commanded such a magnificent dowry? Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury in the Song household, she could hardly bear the thought of living modestly in the duke's residence. Mother, we must ensure that Song Ruolan marries into the Jiang family, urged Du Yiru, observing her daughter's distress. Just wait and see. The Jiang family will not easily break off the engagement. What if the lady herself were to go and withdraw? Fear not. Your father will not stand idly by. That man, after all, has worked hard to connect with the duke. How could he let it slip away? Mother, I can wait, but my own condition cannot. Song Ruoshi, in her urgency, disclosed her pregnancy, believing it would prompt Aunt Du to advocate fervently before her father. You foolish girl, Aunt Du exclaimed, alarmed upon learning of her daughter's condition. Song Ruolan must marry quickly, so as to secure a place before her pregnancy became evident. Other mistresses would never tolerate a concubine bearing a legitimate son, but Song Ruolan would have no choice but to accept. As for life within the Jiang household, Aunt Du was untroubled. Her daughter and Appo's cleverness would ensure that Song Ruolan, much like her mother, would find herself vying for her husband and Appo's affection while contending with her daughter and Appo's whims. Aunt Du felt no anxiety regarding her daughter and Appo's ability to charm men. In this respect, her daughter was akin to her. However, it was indeed a slight to have her daughter relegated to the status of a concubine. Yet, the future stretched long ahead. It would be a matter of who could endure longer, her daughter or Song Ruolan. Unbeknownst to Song Ruolan, Aunt Du had been whispering in her father's ear the previous evening, and early the next day, he rummaged through Furong courtyard, demanding her mother produce the engagement decree from the Jiang heir. Her mother feigned ignorance of its whereabouts. You think you can fool me? Such an important document cannot simply be misplaced, he declared, proceeding to thoroughly search her quarters. Witnessing her husband's wrathful demeanor, Song's mother felt a wave of revulsion. What madness is this? If you dare to withdraw this match, I will not spare you, he warned. Should Song and Appo's mother venture to the Jiang family to retrieve the decree, it would effectively mean the engagement was nullified. Her mother retorted, Am I not entitled to make decisions about my daughter's marriage? Have you considered her well-being? Will you care for her future? In a rare display of defiance, Song's mother chastised her husband. Have you had your fill of this ruckus? A stern voice interjected. It was the elder matriarch, standing at the door with a dark expression. Look at you both, as if you were already buried in the ground, yet causing such a commotion. Do you not fear being the subject of ridicule? Realizing they had disturbed the elder matriarch, Song's father shifted awkwardly. Mother, The engagement of Lanner cannot be withdrawn. Foolishness. Who said anything about breaking off Lanner's engagement? You should be on your way to court. With that, he stormed off in anger. Song's mother respectfully bowed to the elder matriarch. Mother, you have become quite assertive, daring to confront your husband. Today, I make it clear, Lon and Amp, oppose, and Amp, oppose, engagement cannot be withdrawn. The Duke and Amp, oppose, family wields immense power and provides invaluable support to our household. How could the elder matriarch relinquish such a connection? If she were to agree, your father might just rise from the dead in fury. Song's mother gazed at her mother-in-law. The heir is not a suitable match for Lanner. Do you wish to see her leap into a pit of fire? Such nonsense. How can a match with the Duke's family be considered a pit of fire? What man does not have multiple wives? If Lanner were to break off this engagement, who would dare take her afterward? The elder matriarch's face darkened. Song's mother felt a mix of anger and despair. The elder matriarch's refusal to allow the engagement to be broken rendered her helpless. It was futile for Lanner to have taken the engagement decree to Minglan Pavilion the previous day, specifically to prevent her father from seizing it. Now, with the elder matriarch's stubbornness, Song's mother found herself at a loss. In the grand scheme of familial duty, defying the elder matriarch would be seen as an act of filial impiety, and she could easily bring the matter to court. Mother, as Song Ruolan stepped in a Furong courtyard, her mother's tears could no longer be contained. It was her failure that left her daughter unprotected. Song Ruolan produced the engagement decree. Grandmother, here is the decree. If it is not surrendered today, the elder matriarch will not relent. You, a girl in boudoir, how dare you be so choosy about your marriage? Marriage is a matter dictated by parents and matchmakers. Do you think you can simply withdraw from it? The elder matriarch immediately began to berate her granddaughter upon seeing her. Song Ruolan regarded her grandmother, this woman who preached piety yet was fundamentally selfish. She remained cloistered in her small Buddhist alcove, yet was acutely aware of all matters concerning the household. The tragic fate of her mother was intricately linked to the elder matriarch and Appo's negligence. The elder matriarch indulged her son, allowing him to favor concubines over his wife, as long as the CF family's wealth remained within the Ho residence. After all, Du Yuru was her own niece. As for the circumstances surrounding Song's mother's demise, what family does not harbor its share of scandal? Regardless of the elder matriarch's opposition, her granddaughter would not yield to marriage. Having lived a second life, Song Ruolan found her existence stifling. It was better to have never returned. The elder matriarch, exasperated, pointed at Song Ruolan. You have rebelled. I am not dead yet, and this household does not belong to you. With that, she stormed off, leaving Song Ruolan in a tumult of emotions. This family was fundamentally flawed, and she needed to devise a plan to extricate herself and her mother from the Ho residence. Chapter 6. An apology delivered. Miss, pray, indulge in slumber a while longer. Hong Xiang uttered with heartfelt solicitude as she assisted Song Ruolan to a seated position. Whenever the master lent his ear to consort Du's whispers in the Haitang garden, he invariably stirred up a commotion in the Furong courtyard the following day. The young lady, concerned for her mother's well-being, hastened to return the marriage contract. Hong Xiang's visage flushed crimson with indignation. The master is exceedingly unreasonable. Hold your tongue. Nurse Yin admonished Hong Xiang. Dare you question a master? Father's actions are indeed lacking in propriety, Song Ruolan remarked with a serene tone. His conduct is devoid of the decorum befitting the head of a household. Hong Xiang and Levayu, both born into servitude within the Marquis and Appo's residence, had attended to Song Ruolan since their tender years. They had witnessed firsthand the tribulations inflicted upon Song Ruolan and her mother by the denizens of the Haitang garden. In her past life, Song Ruolan had exercised forbearance to spare her mother any distress. Her mother, anxious to avoid displeasing her father, invariably ensured that Song Ruoshi received an equal share of everything Song Ruolan possessed. Yet, Song Ruoshi remained insatiable, borrowing countless adornments and garments from her. Song Ruolan and Appo's indulgence and folly ultimately led to the undoing of those closest to her. Hong Xiang, falsely accused of dalliance with the heir apparent, was beaten to death. Levayu, upon discovering the heir apparent's clandestine affair, was sold off under a fabricated pretext by Madame Jiang. Hong Yi suffered an even more grievous fate. Her tendons severed by hired thugs dispatched by Song Ruoshi. Green Lotus vanished inexplicably. Fortunately, Song Ruolan had arranged for Nurse Yin and Appo's retirement to her hometown before her own marriage, thus sparing her from Song Ruoshi and Appo's malevolence. However, she later learned that the nurse and Appo's eyes had been rendered blind by incessant weeping following her demise. Gazing upon these devoted servants, Song Ruolan and Appo's eyes welled with tears. In her previous existence, her and her mother and Appo's unwavering tolerance had failed to elicit even a modicum of compassion from her father. This time, things would be different. Since Diu Ro and her daughter reveled in her mother's generosity without a hint of gratitude, she would ensure they experienced the pangs of deprivation. "Miss," Green Lotus exclaimed, breathless from her haste. "Someone from the Jiang residence has arrived. Hong Xiang, prepare my toilette." The Jiang family was finally making their move. Under Hong Xiang's deft ministrations, Song Ruolan's visage, a harmonious blend of gentle grace and captivating allure, was unveiled. Green Lotus, ever eager to please, gushed, "Miss, you're truly exquisite." Levayu lamented the injustice inflicted upon her mistress. "The Jiang heir apparent is utterly blind. How could he fancy someone else when Miss is so beautiful?" Realizing her indiscretion, Levayu promptly fell silent. The young lady had not uttered a single word about the Jiang heir apparent in recent days, but her heart must undoubtedly be heavy with sorrow. Song Ruolan chuckled softly. Some individuals are simply incorrigible, finding even excrement from elsewhere more appealing. Levayu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the young lady was not overly affected. This visage, renowned as the most beautiful in the capital, possessed a delicate brow, eyes like limpid autumn waters, and skin as smooth as congealed jade. Her countenance was as enchanting as a lotus in full bloom, a sight to behold. In the past, she had paid it scant attention. Beauty, after all, could attract unwanted attention, and with a betrothal in place, she had striven to avoid public display. Yet, she had remained chaste and virtuous for him, while he had indulged in licentious escapades at the temple. It was all so preposterous. Hong Xiang retrieved several dresses of subdued hues from the wardrobe. "Select a more vibrant color." Jiang Jingshun had professed a fondness for her attired in simple, elegant garments. In retrospect, it was likely out of fear that her excessive beauty would draw the gaze of others. Hong Xiang swiftly produced a scarlet gown, its hem adorned with embroidered peonies. The gold and silver threads at the cuffs bespoke opulence and grandeur, while a flawless piece of white jade at the waist accentuated her lithe figure. This is precisely how Miss should dress. Hong Xiang had often lamented the waste of her mistress's beauty, forced to don drab attire despite the abundance of exquisite garments in the wardrobe. Beholding the admiration in the eyes of her maids, Song Ruolan chuckled softly. "Henceforth, I shall heed your counsel. There is no death in the Jiang household. So why should the Jiang heir apparent compel her to dress so plainly?" "Splendid," Hong Xiang exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. To her, concealing her mistress in Appo's beauty was an utter travesty. "Let us depart," Song Ruolan declared, rising gracefully to her feet, ready to confront her former mother-in-law. Choosing a day when Song de Guang was on leave, Madame Jiang arrived at the Song residence, accompanied by Jiang Jingshun, to offer their apologies. Song Ruoshi had already conveyed the news that Madame Song harbored thoughts of dissolving the engagement, while the head of the Song family remained steadfastly opposed. This was precisely what Madame Jiang had anticipated. Lord Song had ascended to his position of fourth-rank official through lavish expenditures. Severing ties with the Duke of Zhangguo's family would likely impede his future advancement. Fortunately, the Jiang family possessed influence. The Duke of Zhangguo and Appo's family had rendered outstanding service and held sway over a significant portion of the court. Consort Jiang held a position of power within the palace. However, that too was a bottomless pit. With the fourth prince growing up, the Jiang family needed funds to ensure their continued prosperity, and Song Ruolan was the ideal candidate. Madame Song's dowry had caused a sensation in the capital, with Madame Song's only daughter becoming the Jiang family's eldest daughter-in-law. The Song family's wealth would effectively become the Jiang family's. Song Ruolan glided into the room, her every movement exuding the grace and refinement befitting a young lady of a noble house. Madame Jiang observed her with a discerning eye. Monetary considerations aside, the future mistress of the Duke of Zhenghua and Apos, as household should indeed possess such an heir. The Jiang heir apparent gazed intently at Song Ruolan, his eyes filled with admiration. He surreptitiously compared her to Song Ruoshi, who possessed a seductive charm, while Song Ruolan's dignified and composed demeanor made her the ideal candidate for the future duchess. Song Ruolan maintained a composed gaze, not even sparing Jiang Jing shed a fleeting glance as she greeted her elders. Even the grandmother, who was known for her piety and devotion to Buddhism, had made an appearance, indicating that the Song family had no intention of relinquishing this marriage. Her father cast a warning glance at Song Ruolan. Madame Jiang, a shrewd and perceptive individual, knew that her mission was likely to succeed. With a benevolent expression, she clasped Song Ruolan and Apos' hand. There is no need for such formalities. We have brought Shun and Apos, here to offer his apologies. Come hither at once. Madame Jiang chided her son. Jiang Jing Shun bowed deeply. The incident at the temple was my fault. I implore Miss Song to forgive me. Madame Jiang interjected. What Miss Song? She is your betrothed. You should address her as Lan and Amp. Apos, Song Ruolan observed Madame Jiang with a calm demeanor. To secure the Song family and Amp, Apos' wealth, she was feigning such cordiality. In her previous life, she had subjected Song Ruolan to no small amount of torment, regardless of the weather or her state of health. Song Ruolan was never excused from the morning and evening greetings, as Madame Jiang claimed that Song Ruolan's presence improved her appetite. Thus, Song Ruolan would rise early each day, perform her ablutions, and proceed to the Shotren Hall to assist her mother-in-law with her toilette and meals, before returning to her own quarters, often faint with hunger. In her previous life, she had failed to discern Madame Jiang's feigned benevolence, the contempt she harbored for her. Jiang Jingshun hastily corrected himself. Lanner, I beg your forgiveness. Song Ruolan's eyes flashed with derision. The heir apparent, disregarding moral principles, has been embroiled in such a scandalous affair with my second sister. A mere apology, and I am expected to act as if nothing has transpired? Surely, there is no such justice in the world. Madame Jiang's countenance instantly darkened. Insolent wretch, the grandmother intervened. Lanner, restrain yourself. These were her family members. She was denied even the right to vent her anger. Madame Song cast a worried glance at her daughter, fearing that her relentless pursuit would incur the wrath of her mother-in-law and her father. Jiang Jingshun's face flushed crimson, but Madame Jiang swiftly regained her composure, replacing it with a gentle demeanor. It is my unruly son who has caused Lanner to suffer. She must undoubtedly feel uneasy. Madame Jiang was well aware that Song Ruolan, always proper, had never been disrespectful in front of her elders. Her intention today was clearly to embarrass her, and it seemed it would not be easily dismissed. Madame Jiang gritted her teeth. We have also come today to reassure everyone that, upon Lanner's marriage into the Jiang family, she will be entrusted with the management of the household affairs, while this old woman retires to enjoy her twilight years. With that, she bestowed a magnanimous gaze upon Song Ruolan. Song Ruolan thought, playing a role, is there anyone who doesn't know how to do it? Chapter 7. The matriarch, upon hearing the news of controlling the household, a glimmer of excitement sparked in her mother's eyes. It was evident that Madame Jiang placed considerable importance on this match. Securing the power of the household within the Duke of Zhenghua's residence would ensure that her daughter could live without bowing to others' whims, free from the threat of being bullied. Observing the light in her mother's gaze, Song Ruolan let out a gentle sigh. In the presence of the cunning Madame Jiang, her mother appeared somewhat naive. What Madame Jiang truly coveted was the wealth of the Song family. Appointing Song Ruolan as the head of the household would allow her to legitimately bestow the dowry upon the Duke's residence. Her mother believed that it was merely a financial shortfall at the Earl of Changning's household, unaware that noble families often resorted to robbing Peter to pay Paul to maintain their facade. The Duke of Zhenghua boasted a prestigious military record and received continuous rewards from the emperor, just barely managing to uphold their dignity. However, The two individuals within the palace were like bottomless pits, and how could the Duke of Zhengguo relinquish a lucrative asset like Song Ruolan? Seeing that Song Ruolan remained unfazed, her grandmother interjected. Enough, Madame Jiang has already shown sincerity. Lanner, do not cause any more trouble. In her grandmother's eyes, Song Ruolan's behavior was simply a display of youthful petulance. After all, men often had multiple wives and concubines. Allowing Song Ruoshi to marry into the family would solidify the Earl's wealth and status even further. With a smile, Song Ruolan graciously responded, I'm grateful for Madame Jiang's kindness, but I'm still quite young and have never managed a household before. I wonder if I am capable of handling the myriad affairs of the Duke of Zhengguo. Seeing his daughter soften her stance, her father remarked, let her mother guide you. Before the marriage, the management of the Earl and Amp, Oppo's household will be entrusted to you. Before her grandmother could protest, Song Ruolan quickly declared, very well. Her grandmother could only suppress her objections. In front of Madame Jiang, the elder matriarch had to feign warmth, saying, as your father suggested, learn well from your mother. And remember not to tarnish the Earl's reputation once you marry into the Duke's household. Understood, grandmother, Song Ruolan replied obediently. Yet, Song's matriarch felt a nagging sensation that she was being outmaneuvered by her granddaughter, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Madame Jiang smirked inwardly, thinking how pretentious she had been, yet here she was, eager to hand over the household management, all while proclaiming, Lan and Amp, Oppo's, is quite capable. It is a blessing for Shun to marry her. Jiang Jingshen was equally stirred. The two Song sisters were each remarkable in their own right, one exuding grace and the other captivating allure. The thought of embracing both in a harmonious union was a delightful fantasy. With Song Ruolan no longer causing a fuss, both families were particularly pleased. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing a few trivial anecdotes, Madame Jiang and her son took their leave, satisfied after a couple of cups of tea. Returning to the small Buddhist hall, the elder matriarch realized they could not sever ties with the Jiang family today. Though she intended to offer solace to the Buddha, she found herself inevitably embroiled in the matter. Song Deguang rushed to the Haitang garden to share the joyous news. The main hall fell into silence. As Shuer grasped her daughter's hand, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Unlike her husband, the elder matriarch opposed the engagement annulment. Mrs. Song felt powerless. At least her daughter would manage the household affairs once married into the Jiang family, making her less susceptible to mistreatment. Yet, the thought of her daughter serving alongside that vixen Jiang Ruoshi weighed heavily on her heart. Noticing her mother's conflict, Song Ruolan decided not to conceal her intentions, saying, I will not marry into the Duke of Zhengguo. Whoever wishes to be the Duke's wife can do so. Mother, all I need is for you to delay the wedding date. Mrs. Song stared blankly at her daughter, recalling how she had behaved differently before Madame Jiang. That was merely a temporary measure. You need not dwell on it, Song Ruolan reassured her mother. She refrained from disclosing her forthcoming plans, aware that her mother's thoughts were easily readable on her face. As long as her mother believed she had no ties to the Jiang family, that was sufficient. In her past life, the Duke of Zhengguo had operated in secrecy, avoiding exposure. This time, however, they would not enjoy such fortune. Haidang Garden, Song Deguang quickly relayed the news to concubine Du Song Ruoshi beamed with delight. Puzzled, Song Deguang questioned, why must you and your sister enter the Jiang household together? Song Ruoshi was taken aback. How could she explain? Should she admit that she was drawn to her sister's dowry? Or suggest that her father's eldest daughter was unlikely to live long? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Father, my sister has always looked after me. Serving alongside her for the Duke of Zhengguo brings me comfort. Song Deguang gazed at his daughter with concern. Given her status as a concubine and Oppo's child, becoming the matriarch would only be feasible within a lowly household. Yet, Ruoshi had higher aspirations. She would never settle for a lowly position. Being a concubine in a prominent family was still 100 times better than being the primary wife in a humble abode. Now that Ruoshi and Oppo's reputation was tarnished with Lan and Oppo's, as the leading lady, she could hardly dare to mistreat her own sister. Otherwise, their father would not tolerate her misbehavior. Ruoshi was a woman of conviction, unlike Lanner, who seemed utterly foolish. As her future husband mingled with her sister, she remained oblivious, flaunting their connection throughout the capital, leading to embarrassment for the Earl of Chongning. Concubine Du, anxious that Song de Guang might suspect their intentions, sent Song Ruoshi back to her own quarters. She intended to acquire Shuer and Appo's dowry for her daughter, as well as Song Ruolan's Minglan Pavilion. Song Ruolan scribbled on paper, striving to recall the events of the previous year that were about to unfold. She was determined to bring down the Duke of Zhenghua in one decisive blow. Otherwise, should they retaliate, she would find herself in dire straits. Seeing her mistress write and tear up page after page, she inquired, "Miss, is something troubling you?" "Nothing at all. Do not overthink it. Focus on your tasks," Song Ruolan replied. As she exited, she gently closed the door behind her. Her mistress had changed significantly in recent days. While Shi perceived it as a positive transformation, previously, Song Ruolan had always been led by the nose by the second young lady. Now it was even more audacious, with the second young lady attempting to snatch away her husband. The second young lady had long coveted Jiang Jingxin. Every time he visited the Song residence, she would undoubtedly make an appearance. The four maidservants had all subtly raised concerns. Yet every time they did, Song Ruolan would dismiss them with a casual, "She is my sister." The elder young lady's kindness towards her younger sister did not go unnoticed. However, the second young lady was clearly not one to be underestimated. Now that her mistress had finally seen through her true nature, she no longer foolishly acquiesced to her every demand. Yi entered the room, followed closely by Mama Xie, who held 2 boxes in her hands. "Miss, these are sent by the madam," she announced. As Song Ruolan opened the boxes, she marveled at her mother's astuteness. The stack of property deeds and land contracts was remarkable, a fortune difficult to find even in Qi. In her previous life, her mother had gifted her a substantial portion as a dowry, retaining a portion for her own security. Yet, whether it was her mother's bequeathed wealth or her own dowry, ultimately, it had all fallen into the hands of concubine Du and her daughter, enriching them and making them the wealthiest women in the capital. Upon opening the other box, she discovered the keys to the storeroom. Contemplating the key in her hand, Song Ruolan resolved that if she were to manage the household, it would be unwise for her father to retain the other key to the storeroom. Chapter 8. Inventory of the dowry. As Song Ruolan rose, Hongxiang hastily draped a cloak over her shoulders. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and the young lady's recently recovered health could not afford to be exposed to the chill again. Yi and Lian quickly followed suit, leaving Liu behind to watch the house. The servants of the Song household tactfully made way, none daring to disturb the young lady, as they certainly did not wish to vanish like the servants sold off in the Furong Garden. Upon arriving at the storeroom, the matron at the door had already received word that the young lady was now the head of the household. The storerooms of the Song family were distinctly organized. The father had his own small storeroom, filled with treasures he had gathered from various places, intended to please the mother and daughter of Haiting Garden. Song Ruolan first opened her mother's storeroom, where it was meticulously organized with an array of gold, silver, and jewels. Items were categorized and arranged neatly, with boxes of bracelets lined up side by side, and equal-sized pearls stored in tendo increments. There were countless bolts of silk and brocade. As she stepped into the inner chamber, she was dazzled by the array of rare paintings and calligraphy. Song Ruolan walked straight to the innermost corner and selected a medical book, one that had been lost to time. In her previous life, this very book had saved the 4th prince, granting him the opportunity to ascend to power. In that past life, Song Ruoshi had claimed the medical book for herself and, following its instructions, cured the 4th prince of his malady. The emperor, in his delight, granted Jiang Fei and Appo's request for a marriage, allowing Song Ruoshi to become the legitimate wife of the heir, silencing any dissent. Would the emperor still bestow a marriage upon her in this lifetime, now that Song Ruoshi no longer possessed this invaluable book? After the 4th prince ascended the throne, he had held the maternal family, the Duke of Zhenghua, in high esteem, ensuring their continued wealth and prosperity. With an abundance of treasures to inventory, time was of the essence. Song Ruolan took out a copper lock and instructed the matron at the door to hang it. The matron hesitated, saying this. Song Ruolan replied, "What is it? My mother entrusted me with the management. Do I need your permission to change a lock?" The matron quickly knelt, declaring, "This servant would not dare," and promptly took the lock to hang it. She cast a furtive glance at the young lady, lowering her head, for the intensity of Song Ruolan's gaze had become quite intimidating. Yet, she wondered if the master would be angered upon discovering the lock had been changed when he came to retrieve items from the storeroom. The household servants were well aware that the master held another key to the lady's storeroom. He would periodically take jewels from his wife's storeroom, sometimes a headpiece, sometimes a bolt of fine silk, or perhaps a pair of earrings. Whenever the lady from Haidang Garden was displeased, the master would always choose some gold or silver trinket to appease her. Over the years, who could say how many treasures the master had pilfered from the storeroom? Duchess Du's courtyard was brimming with the lady's dowry. Song Ruolan was painfully aware that her father shamelessly used her mother's dowry to placate his concubine. For many years her mother had been indifferent, and every time the concubine threw a fit, her father would invariably take away many fine items. In her past life, Song Ruolan had thought that harmony at home was paramount, believing her mother had more than enough silver. However, she would no longer allow this. Even beggars on the street knew the value of gratitude, yet that mother and daughter were ungrateful. It was imperative to devise a plan to make that pair of wolves regurgitate what they had swallowed. The account books documented the whereabouts of the jewels, and as Song Ruolan perused them, her understanding of the concubine's insatiable greed deepened. Just counting the valuable headpieces, the concubine had taken no less than 20 sets. Her greed was astonishing. The concubine's audacity surpassed even the thickness of city walls. Song Ruolan proceeded directly to her father's study. Song Diguang regarded his daughter with a displeased tone, saying, "If you do not understand, go ask your mother. This study is not a place for you." Song Ruolan, disinterested in debating with him, thought to herself that his precious second daughter had visited countless times without ever inciting his wrath. "Father, since I have taken charge of the household, I should also manage the keys to your storeroom. Furthermore, your salary should also be submitted to the public account." "What did you say?" Song Diguang could scarcely believe his ears. His wife had never questioned his salary during her management, so why should his daughter, now in charge, feel entitled to scrutinize even this small amount of money? "You're new to managing, and your mother's storeroom holds much cash." Before he could finish, Song Ruolan interjected, "Are you saying that all these years, the Duke and Appo's household has depended on my mother and Appo's as dowry for sustenance?" Song Diguang and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment at his daughter and Appo's words, "Not entirely. My salary is also sufficient." Song Ruolan replied, "If that is your assertion, then I had underestimated you." "Father." Song Diguang remained silent, though he felt a tinge of shame. Although his marriage to the lady was a transaction, he certainly did not wish to be looked down upon by his daughter. "Here is the key to my storeroom. You may take it," he said, feigning generosity, as if to suggest that he were fabulously wealthy. "Just now, I noticed that many jewels and paintings from my mother's storeroom are missing. I cannot ascertain whether it's due to the servants pilfering or if we have been robbed. I intend to invite the authorities to investigate." "What?" Song Diguang exclaimed. "You must not. If word spreads, it will only invite gossip about the Duke's household." "Why not? If my mother's dowry has been stolen, is it not justified to report to the authorities? The gold and silver jewelry bear the Shuer family's seal, and it would be easily traceable." Song Diguang and Appo's face turned red with embarrassment. "I took some." Song Ruolan innocently asked, "Father, what would a man need with jewelry? Have you pawned them?" Song Diguang felt exasperated by his daughter's naivete, realizing why young Master Jiang favored Ruoshi. With a mind like Ruolan's, no man would remain steadfast. Alas, his Ruoshi was but a concubine. Song Diguang lamented silently for his second daughter. "What would you pawn jewelry for? I will return it eventually. It would be best to restore it to its rightful place. If rumors spread that you covet your wife's dowry, you may face impeachment from the officials." Having recently been reprimanded by the officials, Song Diguang was now reluctant to face his peers, who met him with knowing smiles. He dared not invite them for drinks. If they learned that he was using his wife's dowry to please a concubine, he feared the emperor might send him back home. Do not worry. I'll misplace some items. In a few days, I will retrieve them and send them back. This was precisely the statement she sought, a way to ensnare him in his own pride. Then I shall take my leave for now. If the discrepancies remain unresolved, I shall report to the authorities. Father, do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply do not trust the servants of the Duke's household. Song Diguang suppressed his rising anger. Was he now to be likened to a thief? A dignified duke, reduced to comparison with the servants? This rebellious daughter aimed to drive him to despair. Very well, do as you wish. Despite his outward composure, he seethed internally, regretting allowing her to take charge of the household. When had his daughter become so calculative? She was well aware that he had been taking jewelry from the storeroom during her mother's management. Was this a deliberate attempt to humiliate him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, yet he could not voice his grievances to his daughter. He would seek out her mother. After all, it was she who raised such a daughter, and it was only fitting that she deal with the consequences. Chapter 9. Blood Swallow Song Diguang visited the Furong garden. Mrs. Song observed his aggressive demeanor and grew impatient, asking, "What do you want now? Your well-taught daughter is meddling with my stipend." Mrs. Song chuckled. "Did you not appoint Lon and Oppos, to manage the household? To raise such a ruckus over a mere stipend is quite a spectacle. Your storeroom's jewelry is mismatched. Loner intends to report it to the authorities." Mrs. Song was astonished. Now that Lon and Oppos is in charge, she can report it if she wishes. What is there for you to fear? I took dowry from your storeroom before, and you never complained. Now she wants to report it. What will become of my reputation? Truly absurd. Do you still have any shame? Have you not taken enough jewelry from my storeroom? If you do not wish for our daughter to look down on you, then return the items. Song Diguang, furious, pointed at Mrs. Song. Go, and tell her to quiet down. Your dowry was originally from the Ho residence. What of it if I use some? Am I to bow to her whims? Mrs. Song could barely contain her laughter. If you have the ability, go tell the emperor that my dowry ever belonged to you. Song Diguang, looking at his always gentle and virtuous wife, Song Diguang felt as if he was staring at a stranger. You shrew. No wonder Loner has changed so drastically. It is you who incites her. He scoffed. If you wish to maintain your dignity and do not want to expose your avarice before our daughter, then return the trinkets you used to please your concubine. The Furong garden was in disarray. Since their daughter had spoken of her dreams, Mrs. Song felt no fear. That shameless mother-daughter pair, driven by the wealth of the CF family, had caused their daughter's demise. She could never coexist with them. If they desired her dowry, they could forget it. Song Ruolan had just acquired the key to her father's storeroom and decided to have a look. Upon entering, she found it woefully sparse compared to her mother's storeroom. There were only a few scattered paintings, some ginseng and bird's nest, and the rest were worthless trinkets. Her mother's storeroom could not be accounted for in just 3 days and nights, while her father's could be sorted in mere hours. Her father always appeared superior before her mother, spending money lavishly, even matching the standards of concubines. What audacity! Song Ruolan lost interest in the meager offerings and thought they could be given to anyone who desired them. Exiting the storeroom, she hurried to the kitchen. She recalled her grandfather saying that her mother had a good constitution and needed to consume bird and amp, Oppos, nest daily. Her nourishing meals had never ceased since childhood. However, in her previous life, her mother had always been frail and passed away early, which now seemed to indicate foul play. Upon her arrival in the kitchen, the steward, Lu Posey, approached her. "Miss, your meal will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment." Lu Posey wore a sycophantic smile. Everyone knew that the young lady had recently dealt with disrespectful servants, and Lu Posey did not wish to incur her wrath. "Let me see my mother and Oppos. Meal," Song Ruolan stated tersely. Lu Posey quickly led the way. "Madam and Amp. Amp, Oppos, bird and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Nest will take about the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, and the meal is almost ready." At that moment, Aunt Du's head maid, Cho Shuang, arrived with a young maid, heading straight for the 2-packed meals. There were at least 7 or 8 dishes in the stacked food boxes. Seeing the young lady in the kitchen, Cho Shuang slightly bowed and proceeded to take the meal away. "Stop," Song Ruolan commanded. Cho Shuang was taken aback. Previously, the young lady had always been amiable and never raised her voice. This made Xiao believe that as the head maid of Haitang Garden, she had some standing. Song Ruolan turned to Lu Posey. Why is my mother and Oppos? S meal not ready while Haitang Garden and Oppos. S is already served? Observing Xiao and Oppos. S presumptuous demeanor. It seemed the kitchen always prioritized Haitang Garden and Oppos. S meals over Furong Garden and Oppos. S. A concubine, taking precedence over the main wife. Who granted her such audacity? Lu Posey replied, trembling. Aunt Du said she is weak and cannot eat too late, so the master instructed that all kitchen matters prioritize Aunt Du. It appeared the rules of the Ho residence had been devoured by dogs. Song Ruolan and Oppos. S tone darkened. Lu Posey, frightened, dared not speak further. Song Ruolan glared at Xiao. Open it. Reluctantly, Xiao lifted the lid. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing the deep brown bird's nest, glistening and translucent. On the top layer, this was the blood swallow sent by her uncle for her mother and Amp. Oppos. S nourishment. Why was it an Aunt Du and Amp? Oppos. S meal? Song Ruolan glared at Lu Posey. These servants dared to prepare the main wife's meal late, while prioritizing the concubines, and even had the audacity to swap her mother's blood swallow. Lu Posey knelt, pleading, Miss, this was specially instructed by the master for Aunt Du's nourishment. Is this something you can casually prepare for someone unrelated? Or do you think your mother is unworthy of the good blood swallow and only deserve these inferior products? Hongxiang brought over the lady's bird and Oppos' nest. A few lonely pieces floating in a murky broth that was clearly of poor quality. Song Ruolan pointed at the food box. Is this what my mother deserves to eat? Lu Posey repeatedly bowed her head. The servant deserves death. Henceforth, all of my mother chapter 10, Discord Autumn Frost, weeping copiously, embellished the tale of how the young mistress had seized the bird's nest, recounting it to Duyin Yang. Duyin Yang, gazing at the clump bird's nest, smashed a teacup in anger. Go to the study and fetch master over here. I refuse to believe that no one can control her. Autumn Frost sobbed. This servant will apply some medicine first, then go find master. Autumn Frost was unwilling for master to see her in such a disheveled state, as she still harbored hopes that he might one day take her as a concubine. Only by going in this state would master realize how tyrannical his daughter was. Autumn Frost, bearing her swollen face, sought out master. Upon hearing of Duyin Yang and Oppos' grievances and seeing Autumn Frost and Oppos' inflamed visage, Song de Guang was incensed. He would see to it that the rebellious daughter was disciplined. Song de Guang arrived at the begonia courtyard with utmost haste. Duyin Yang and Amp. Oppos' eyelashes were adorned with tears, rendering her all the more poignant. Duyin Yang began plaintively, Master, and threw herself into Song de Guang's embrace. Song de Guang's heart was shattered by her tears. Rower, what grievance has befallen you? Why do you weep so grievously? Duyin Yang dabbed at her eyes. This concubine is merely lamenting her pitiable fate. I was once a lady of noble birth, but after my family fell into decline, I was fortunate enough to marry into the Marquis' mansion. Thanks to my cousin's unwavering affection. It is this concubine's blessing. However, now that the eldest young mistress is in charge, even a bowl of fine bird's nest is beyond my reach, and I am relegated to these unpalatable dishes. She wept softly, breaking Song de Guang's heart. Autumn Frost opportunely revealed the 4 dishes, which, save for a pigeon, were mere vegetables bereft of any meat. The bird and Oppos' nest appeared to be of inferior quality. Song de Guang's fury intensified. How could his beloved concubine be subjected to such meager fare? He rose abruptly. Outrageous! Summon that rebellious daughter here at once. The servant had already ascertained that the eldest young mistress was at the hibiscus courtyard. The young mistress and madam are currently dining. Upon hearing that they were still dining at the hibiscus courtyard, Duyin Yang's countenance changed. She had deliberately protracted the situation, waiting for the one at the hibiscus courtyard to finish her meal before lodging a complaint with master. If master were to see those dishes, would they not be accused of wrongdoing instead? Duyin Yang hastily stopped Song de Guang. Master, this concubine. However, Song de Guang, like a gust of wind, was eager to avenge his beloved. He did not pause. Upon entering the hibiscus courtyard, he beheld ham simmered with pork knuckles, coral chicken with snowy flakes, braised salted duck, goose liver and sauce, dompa pork, as well as steamed dumplings and tender bamboo shoots. Song de Guang and Apos. Eyes blazed with anger. Madame certainly has a hearty appetite. Madame Song ignored him, continuing to eat at her leisure. Song de Guang turned to his daughter. You are truly filial, aren't you? Song Ruolan feigned surprise. Is father blaming daughter for accompanying mother for a meal? Song de Guang was at a loss for words. Was this about accompanying her mother for a meal? It was that Duyin Yang was being mistreated. Song de Guang swallowed. The dishes were too tempting, surpassing the fare at the begonia courtyard. He suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit to the hibiscus courtyard. You are indeed a good daughter. Your mother and Apos. Meals are far superior to those of your grandmother. She directly accused Duyin Yang of stirring up trouble, showing her to be a worthy adversary. It was truly contemptible for a grown man to be so circuitous. Song Ruolan countered. Has father forgotten that grandmother is devoted to Buddhism and consumes only vegetarian fare daily? Whether she truly observed a vegetarian diet was another matter. Your father only consumes 4 dishes daily, yet your mother has consumed twice as much as your father. Does my husband believe that this concubine is eating too well? Madame Song interjected. Am I wrong? This is wasteful. Look at this bloodbird's nest, this pork knuckle, and all of these. Song de Guang grew increasingly agitated. Shuer was eating so well, while his rower only had 1 meat dish, and the bird's nest was of inferior quality. It is not as father imagines. Today, Lanner wished to dine with mother, and when she went to the kitchen, the dishes were already prepared, so daughter brought them over first. This is Duyin Yang's meal, and the kitchen prepared her meal first, while mother's meal was not yet ready. Knowing it was Duyin Yang's meal, you still seized it? Where are your manners? Does master mean to imply that a concubine should eat before me, and that is proper etiquette? Or that Duyin Yang eats far better than I do, and that is proper etiquette? Madame Song retorted, incensed that her daughter was being reprimanded. Song de Guang was speechless, his face flushed. Do not be deliberately obtuse. What harm would it have done to wait a while? Why did you seize Rower's meal? What if this concubine did not wish to wait? Furthermore, I only learned today that master's influence extends to the kitchen, and that everything is to be prioritized for Duyin Yang. Master, there is no need to feign ignorance. You are merely here to interrogate me because the dishes at the begonia courtyard were inferior today. Should you not advocate for this concubine's sake? As the mistress of the Marquis' mansion, you went to the kitchen and declared that everything should be prioritized for Duyin Yang. Where does that leave my dignity? Is her health so poor that master instructs the kitchen to prepare better fare for her? Is her health poor? If her health is poor, how can she consume 8 dishes? Lanner and I cannot even finish them between us. You seek to avenge your beloved, but should you not first ascertain the cause? I only learned today that the bloodbird's nest that my elder brother specially purchased from the southern kingdom tastes like this. Why is she consuming the bloodbird and Apos' nest that my elder brother bought for me? Is that also your decree? She is served with delicacies daily. Yet she complains after only 1 meal of mine. I consume the same dishes every day, and I have never seen you advocate for me. Henceforth, her meals shall be your responsibility, master. Lanner and I will prepare our own meals. Whether I eat meager fare or delicacies is none of your concern. Having been rebuked by Madame, Song de Guang and Apos' face alternated between green and white. Very well, you are nothing but a shrew. I have not even done anything to you, yet you are quick to sever ties. Henceforth, do not expect me to set foot in your courtyard. Madame Song scoffed. You had best keep your word and not retract your statement. Seeing that her father was truly enraged, Song Ruolan added fuel to the fire. Father believes that daughter mistreats your concubine. Henceforth, daughter dares not interfere. Let the concubine manage the household affairs. Lanner is merely a maiden and cannot tarnish her reputation by mistreating father's concubine. Song Ruolan deliberately spoke in a plaintive tone, and her mother chimed in at the opportune moment. Her father, when provoked, would act rashly without considering the consequences. Song de Guan declared, very well, henceforth, Ro and Apos shall manage the household affairs, and no one shall mistreat her. Madame Song turned to her daughter. Lan and Apos, return the keys to Master and Apos' treasury to him, so that Master and Apos' beloved concubines may eat whatever they desire. My poor daughter, You have toiled for this family, yet you are reprimanded for mistreating others. Mother will stand up for you. We do not want this authority over the household affairs. Madame Song, without hesitation, severed all ties, embracing the reputation of a shrew. She had been unaware of the lavish treatment afforded to that hussy in the Marquis's mansion, which was simply outrageous. Chapter 11. Aunt Du takes charge. Lanner. Your foresight is truly remarkable. Previously, when I stated my reluctance to take charge, your father never acquiesced. Today, you were indeed correct. He has retracted his authority with a mere provocation. Mrs. Song praised her daughter profusely. The father's pretense in allowing his daughter to manage the household was merely for the sake of appearances before the Duke's residence. The daughter meticulously accounted for her mother's dowry, while also inquiring about his salary. The father, concerned that his daughter might deplete the family resources, seized this opportunity to reclaim his authority. Song Ruolan smiled, devoid of the grievances she had just felt. You never intended to take charge from the beginning, did you? Indeed, today, the synergy between mother and daughter was flawless. Even if the father wished to renege, he would find himself too embarrassed to do so. At that moment, Mama Xie brought forth the reheated dishes. To execute this performance, they had endured hunger, gazing at the cold feast laid before them without tasting a single bite. However, Song Ruolan felt genuine sympathy for her mother. Mother, you have witnessed that the money you provide sustains a pack of ingrates. Why did you not check the blood swallow sent by your uncle, which you have never even tasted? It has all been consumed by Aunt Du, squandering your uncle's thoughtful gesture. Receiving her daughter's reproach, Mrs. Song bore no resentment. Rest assured, Lanner, I shall not allow anyone to bully me henceforth. In the past, Mrs. Song had always sought to please Song Deguang, extending her goodwill even to Aunt Du if she desires to indulge in meat dishes. So be it. Mrs. Song could very well afford it. If she wishes for blood swallows, let her have them. At least if she is satisfied. Song Deguang will show her some favor in Furong Garden. In retrospect, it appears she has merely nurtured a pack of ingrates whose appetites have grown, and whose hearts have become distorted. Henceforth, mother shall be justified in utilizing her own small kitchen. While performing this charade with her father, Song Ruolan harbored concerns about the kitchen staff potentially poisoning her mother's meals. Since it has been declared that her father will no longer oversee the meals, employing her small kitchen is entirely reasonable. Song Ruolan could not shake the feeling that her mother's early demise in her past life was not simply due to illness. In Haitang Garden, Song Deguang eagerly presented the treasury keys to his beloved Ro and Oppos. From now on, you shall manage the Duke's household. Du Yiru gazed at the keys in her hand. Does this only pertain to your treasury? What about the keys to the lady's treasury? Song Deguang's expression darkened. That shrew would never part with her keys. Fear not, Ro and Oppos. I shall entrust my salary to you henceforth. Du Yiru inwardly lamented. Your meager salary could scarcely support this entire family. Will there be enough for us to enjoy good food? Yet her face wore a mask of delight. You are so kind to me, my lord. Thank you. She planted a kiss on him, igniting a yearning within Song Deguang. Du Yiru possessed this unique ability to keep Song Deguang utterly enraptured. From now on, you may indulge in whatever you desire without regard for that shrew's whims. Song Deguang spoke with exuberance, while Du Yiru secretly regretted the scene she had orchestrated today. She pondered how to retrieve the keys. In Shuer and Oppos, and Hall, upon hearing that her granddaughter had relinquished her authority, leaving the keys in Aunt Du's possession, the old matriarch seethed. Foolish child. The prosperity of the Chongming Duke's residence over the years has relied on the dowry of the Xie family. Now they have grown accustomed to extravagance, with even the servants enjoying better provisions than others. It is easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but difficult to revert to modesty from opulence. Henceforth, the Chongming Duke's residence is destined for turmoil. To have her granddaughter lose authority after just a day is a source of ridicule. What will the Duke's residents think of the family and of Lanner? Song Ruolan began to renovate her mother's small kitchen, intending to recruit skilled cooks, particularly those knowledgeable in medicinal cuisine. Observing her daughter's industriousness, Xie did not hinder her enthusiasm. If her daughter wished to express her affection in her own way, she should accept it with peace, without stifling her daughter's intentions. As Song Ruolan noticed her mother's quiet gaze upon her, the tranquil passage of time provided a rare sense of reassurance. Upon returning to Minglan Pavilion, Song Ruolan instructed Levayu, "Go and spread the news that Aunt Du has seized my authority." Levayu, a master of eloquence, could easily disseminate any tale with her vivid mimicry. Song Ruolan aimed to ensure that all of Kyoto would know the truth of the Chongning Duke's household being governed by a favored concubine, thereby solidifying her father's favoritism over his wife. After years of searching, her father had found an excuse to elevate Aunt Du to the status of a primary wife. This time, Song Ruolan provided the means for Aunt Du to ascend. Would she be able to grasp it? With her mistress's directive, Levayu swiftly made her way to a tea house. In a bustling environment filled with chatter, rumors proliferated, particularly regarding the inner workings of noble households. As soon as Levayu began her tale, others chimed in. The signs of the Chongning Duke's favoritism towards his concubine had long been apparent. Which commoner dares to usurp a legitimate daughter's man unless they have powerful backing? Mrs. Song's dowry once caused quite a stir in the capital, envied by countless others. It was a pity that Mrs. Song, burdened with a large household, was bullied by a husband who thrived on her generosity, losing even her authority to a concubine. Surely, this concubine must be attempting to pilfer Mrs. Song's dowry. Levayu lamented her own impotence. The common folk, it seemed, could conceive of anything. Gossip at the tea house had become increasingly outrageous, even suggesting that Song Ruoshi was pregnant. Levayu animatedly recounted the hearsay. "Miss, you should have seen how those people spoke as if they had lived in the Duke's residence themselves. How could they know that Aunt Du intended to seize the lady's dowry?" Song Ruolan was unperturbed. Such is human nature. When one is destitute, they merely seek shelter. When one is provided for, they yearn for more wealth, larger homes, and luxurious silks and delicacies. If one is capable of obtaining these things, then so be it. To scheme against others for them is shameless. The common folk can surmise these truths simply because they have witnessed such behavior before. In Song Ruolan's view, her mother's unbounded indulgence had only served to inflate her father and Aunt Du's appetites. Suddenly, she recalled something. "Levayu, have you heard the rumors that the second sister is pregnant?" Levayu quickly affirmed. "Yes, many are saying that the second young lady might indeed be with child, especially after spending nearly a month in seclusion with the heir. Perhaps the eldest miss remains oblivious." Song Ruolan was taken aback, counting on her fingers. Indeed, in her past life, they would have conceived a child at this time. "Song Ruoshi, you are truly courting disaster. And what a father! Will he unconditionally protect her this time?" Reflecting on her father, she recognized him as a man who would not act unless there was something to gain. He had shamelessly pursued her mother for her wealth, all while pretending to be of high moral standing, believing her to be the one who had elevated him. In public, he was obsequious and flattering. Yet in the inner quarters, he acted with impunity, bullying her mother and issuing commands to the less favored concubines. What a man indeed! Chapter 12. The old lady's fury. The rumors from outside had reached the ears of the old lady, who erupted with indignation. "I am still very much alive. Yet chaos reigns in my household. At my advanced age, I am subjected to the slander of others. It infuriates me. Summon that restless one at once." The old lady, Song, asserted that she was devoted to her spiritual practices, but in truth, she merely sought to avoid exertion, preferring to indulge in the fruits of others' labor. In her youth, she had intended to entrust the management of the household to the Shuer family, but it was unclear whether this was due to the influence of her own family or a deliberate act of ignorance. The Shuer family had proven incapable of managing the household affairs. Whenever the old lady proposed handing over the responsibilities, Shuer would weep and wail, claiming she could assist, but could not manage alone. The old lady ground her teeth in frustration, thinking that a merchant's daughter would always be just that, lacking any refinement. Despite claiming to assist in household management, Shuer never took the initiative to contribute financially, leaving the old lady reluctant to directly request that Shuer open the treasury. Consequently, Song devised a plan, declaring her intention to fully devote herself to spiritual pursuits and relinquishing household matters, thus successfully transferring the burdensome responsibilities to Shuer. For many years, the financial support provided by Shuer was known only to the old lady, who was acutely aware of the reliance of the Ho family on Shuer's contributions. Aunt Du Yuro timidly called out to the old lady. The old lady had once held a deep affection for this niece, as her own family had dwindled to nothing over generations. In Du Yuro and Appo's time, the family had fallen into disarray. The old lady wished to assist her kin. However, her relatives were only skilled in indulgence and debauchery, leaving none capable of being a support. Despite significant financial investments, her family had ultimately collapsed. This was also the reason the Longning Ho family sought to marry a daughter from the Shuer family. Song Daguang was of mediocre talent, and the Longning Ho family was in decline. Without Shuer's financial backing, their wealth and prestige would cease with this generation. Having witnessed her family's downfall, the old lady could not bear to see the Ho family suffer a similar fate. Looking at her niece, the old lady was aware that she was not as weak as she appeared. Rather, she harbored great ambition. If she had such ambition, so be it. After all, she was family. As long as the dowry of Shuer could be preserved and Du Yuro could become the matriarch of the Ho family, the old lady would be pleased. However, now her well-taught daughter was causing a ruckus throughout the city, almost drowning the Ho family in scandal. Observing the old lady and Appo's dark expression and silence, Du Yuro softly called out again. She was a concubine and did not have the privilege to address her as mother. Yet she was reluctant to call her old lady, as that would align her with the other concubines. Nevertheless, Du Yuro's call did not elicit the usual comfort from the old lady. Instead, she reprimanded sharply. Look at the daughter you raised. Have you imparted all your seductive skills to her? A young lady brazenly coveting her elder sister's suitor, engaging in illicit relations in a place meant for purity, and then shamelessly flaunting it. Du Yuro was too frightened to respond. Her daughter not only resembled her in appearance, but also shared her cunning thoughts. Du Inyang had managed to become Song Daguang's concubine through meticulous scheming. The old lady had kept her close, fully aware of her restless nature, and had never allowed her son to take her as a wife. Taking advantage of the old lady's absence for devotion, Du Yuro successfully climbed into Song Daguang's bed. In their intimate encounters, Du Yuro won his favor more than the reserved Shuer, coupled with their childhood bond, leaving Song Daguang utterly captivated. By the time the old lady returned home, Du Yuro was already with child. Shuer, being of a gentle disposition, made no fuss or display. With the impending arrival of the child, the old lady took charge and decided to formally recognize Du Yuro as a wife, emboldening Song Daguang to spend each night in her quarters. The old lady issued a strict order of silence. Any gossip would be met with dire consequences. The servants of the Ho family dared not utter a word, and Du Yuro's affairs remained a secret within the household. The old lady's decision to formally recognize Du Yuro was a matter of pride for her, and she was favored by the home master even more than Shuer, allowing her to enjoy a life of greater freedom and happiness than even the official wives of other families. This lifestyle gave Du Yuro a false impression that she was the true mistress of the Ho family. From then on, she could not correct her position, fixating on Shuer's dowry and hoping for a day when she could take her place. The old lady suppressed her irritation. Is there any truth to the rumors circulating? Du Yuro appeared somewhat flustered as the old lady comprehended everything. What a calamity! A woman of the inner chamber becomes pregnant. This could lead to dire consequences. Du Yuro knelt, pleading, "Aunt, please save my daughter, Shuer." The old lady's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. Now you realize the urgency? Your foolishness is leading the Ho family to ruin. Infuriated, the old lady nearly choked on her anger, prompting Hong Mama to gently pat her back to ease her. Send Shuer away to the countryside for a time. Once the scandal has subsided, the Duke of Jinggua's family can send a sedan chair to bring her back. Du Yule, like her mother, had a shallow disposition, unwilling to part with her elder sister's dowry. A daughter from the Longning Ho family marrying someone of lower status as a legitimate wife would surely be better than the disgrace of being with the young Master Jiang. Du Inyang remained silent. This was the only way to save her daughter. The Song family's elders were not in a position to retrieve her from the countryside. If the matter remained concealed, The Duke of Jingwa's family would consider the child's future and accept Song Ruoshi into their household, especially since the young master's wife was Song Ruolan. The fortunes of the Longning Ho family rose and fell together for the sake of the Song sisters' future. Song Ruolan would never allow matters to spiral out of control. Should this scandal escalate, the head of the Song family would not let it go easily. If Song Ruoshi were caught secretly meeting with a young Master Jiang at the temple, they could claim that the two families had already arranged for her to be taken as a concubine, which could quell the situation. Currently, with Song Ruoshi still in the inner chamber and already with child, it would not suffice to merely dismiss her as a concubine. Only if Song Ruoshi were to perish could all blame be shifted onto her supposed promiscuity, exonerating the Ho family from raising an unchaste daughter. "Summon Xie here," commanded the old lady, her anger directed at Xie as well. Neither of their daughters had proven to be a source of peace, placing the reputation of the Song family at risk for a man. Now was not the time for anger. If Xie were to come forth and speak, there might still be room for resolution. Hong Mama hurried to the Furong courtyard. Upon seeing her, Song Madam was not surprised, though she remained in shock at the scandalous behavior that had tarnished her daughter Lan's reputation. Arriving at Shuan Hall, she found Du Yinyang kneeling on the ground, sobbing. Song Madam suppressed the urge to strike her. The old lady softened her tone. "Xie, you must devise a method to quell this disgraceful affair." Chapter 13. Visitors from the Jiang residence. Madame Song simmered with indignation, feeling the shame of her family. The daughter of concubine Du had an illicit affair with her son-in-law and now expected her, the matriarch, to shield her from scandal. What injustice! The old matriarch of the Song family calculated meticulously. Only the mother of the Jiang heir could quell the whispers of the masses. But why should she, who would soothe her daughter's wounds? Madame Song gazed at her mother-in-law. "Do you not feel any pity for my daughter? She is your own granddaughter." The old matriarch replied. "Of course I care for Lanner. I am thinking of her well-being." Madame Song scoffed in disbelief for her sake. "You would have your daughter-in-law assist the second miss in fabricating lies?" The old matriarch's expression darkened. "You are the mistress of the Marquis residence. If the household becomes a subject of ridicule, do you think it will not affect Lan and Appo's as prospect for marriage?" Madame Song thought bitterly. My Lanner would never marry that scoundrel Jiang heir, but she knew it was not the time to voice such sentiments. Lan and Appo's would find a way to extricate herself from the engagement. "What do you want me to do, mother?" Currently, these rumors are merely hearsay. If you declare them fabrications, as Lan and Appo's mother, no one would suspect you of deceit. People would trust your words, and even the Song family would hesitate to act rashly. We could then discreetly send Shuer away to evade the storm, and soon no one would recall the incident. "Are you not concerned that your sister-in-law will cause a ruckus?" "They wouldn't dare," the old matriarch asserted with vigor. Even if Song Ruoshi's pregnancy were confirmed, its impact on the collateral branches of the Song family would be minimal. They had long severed ties with Song Deguang's line, which comprised only a few minor officials. The old matriarch held them in contempt. The ones most affected would be the eldest uncle's family and the daughters of the third and fourth branches. Under the old matriarch's oppressive authority, they dared not voice their grievances, while the eldest son, Song Diqing, was not so easily manipulated. The Marquis of Changning had 4 branches. The first branch was born of the late Marquis's legitimate wife, Fong. After her passing, he took concubine Du as a wife, who became the current old matriarch of the Song family. Concubine Du bore Song Deguang, while the Marquis had 2 other sons from concubines, all firmly under the thumb of the old matriarch. The title of the Marquis should have passed to Song Diqing, the eldest son. However, concubine Du was determined not to let the title fall to outsiders, but rather to her own son. Thus, she repeatedly instigated conflict between Song de Furin and Song Diqing, who cherished his wife and could not bear to see her mistreated. Finally, he could no longer endure it and stood up for her. In the ensuing argument, the old matriarch feigned a fall, allowing Song Diqing to be branded as unfilial. In the Great Qi dynasty, filial piety was paramount. Although concubine Du was not Song Diqing's biological mother, failing to respect one's stepmother would also incur punishment. The emperor stripped Song Diqing of his right to inherit the title, allowing Song Diguang to succeed instead. The old matriarch's schemes had finally borne fruit, with her biological son inheriting the title. Realizing he had been duped by his stepmother, Song Diqing, consumed with rage, moved out to live independently. Although he lost his title, he and his wife finally enjoyed a peaceful life, free from concubine Du's scorn. One could say that misfortune can sometimes lead to unexpected blessings. Now, with such disgraceful rumors circulating about the family, the eldest branch, already burdened with the stigma of unfilial conduct, faced even greater humiliation. Since Song Diqing had been branded as unfilial and stripped of his inheritance, Song Diforan could no longer tolerate concubine Du's behavior. The lady declared, "If you have the ability, then go ahead and file another complaint to the emperor to drive us out of the capital." Concubine Du fell silent. Her son had inherited the title, and she did not wish to be remembered as a wicked stepmother. From that moment, the first and second branches maintained a distance from each other, while Song Diguang of the Chongning Marquisate, with the support of his wife, Xia, climbed the ranks, leaving the first branch far behind. At this juncture, concubine Du spoke up, "Madam, please save she and Oppos, After all, she is the master's daughter. I implore you, consider the master and help Shuer." Madame Song looked at concubine Du's tearful appeal and retorted, "If crying were effective, you should go weep before the master." The old matriarch turned to Xia. "Stop with the empty rhetoric, Xia. Go spread the word that Shuer is not with child." Though reluctant, Xia had no choice. She could neither oppose the old matriarch and Oppos' wishes nor ignore the fact that this matter could harm the Song family, including her own daughter, Lan and Oppos', with she and Oppos' reputation tarnished. The repercussions for the Song family would be entirely detrimental. Xia agreed and turned to return to Furong Courtyard. Just then, a servant announced Old Madam. "A visitor from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence has arrived." The old matriarch's heart sank. What could they want at this hour? "Please show them in." The scandal involving the Jiang heir and Song Ruoshi had primarily tarnished the Song household. In this era, society was exceedingly lenient towards men. Jiang Jingshen would only be teased about his flirtatious nature. However, with the Jiang family taking the initiative to visit, the old matriarch felt an ominous premonition. The visitor was Zhao Mama, a trusted maid of Madame Jiang. Upon her arrival at Shuan Hall, the old matriarch hurried to greet her. "Mama, please take a seat." Though a servant, Zhao Mama was a competent aide to Madame Jiang and represented her authority. The old matriarch dared not treat her with disdain. Zhao Mama wasted no time. Casting a dismissive glance at the alluring woman beside the old matriarch, quickly averting her gaze. Xia, aware that her daughter would not marry into the Jiang family, was less inclined to show deference to this arrogant servant. "Might I ask what brings Mama to the Song residence?" Detecting the hostility in Xia and Oppos' tone, Zhao Mama was taken aback. Did she not realize her standing as a favored servant? Offending her could make life difficult for her daughter in the Jiang household. Zhao Mama glanced at Xia, deeming her another fool, which explained why she had been so easily subjugated by a concubine. Zhao Mama, while contemplating her own thoughts, did not forget her purpose. Madam said that this child cannot remain. The legitimate wife has not yet entered the door, and the illegitimate son has already arrived. The Jiang family cannot afford such disgrace. Concubine Du trembled. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Mama ignored her and continued, "Regardless of any agreements you may have reached, our Jiang family will not allow a concubine to bear a child before the legitimate wife. Our family's rules cannot be breached. The heir must be born of the legitimate wife." Concubine Du collapsed to the ground, realizing this meant forcing Shuer to terminate her pregnancy. She looked up at the old matriarch with pleading eyes, hoping for intervention to persuade the Jiang family to reconsider, allowing she and Oppos, to deliver the child. With a child, she and Oppos, would hold power in the Jiang household. The old matriarch gritted her teeth. Those outside rumors are nothing but fabrications. She and Oppos is merely an innocent young lady. How could she possibly have a child? Rest assured, our Song family will not partake in any disgraceful acts. Xia, witnessing this brazen falsehood, marveled at the old matriarch's unparalleled ability to fabricate lies so effortlessly. Chapter 14. Token of affection. Old Madame Song gazed at Madame Shuer, remarking that the family ethos of the Duke of Zhengguo's household was commendable, and that the legitimate heir of the Duke would certainly be Lanner's own child. Receiving her mother-in-law and oppose, SQ, Madame Shuer quickly adopted a gentler tone. This is Lan and oppose, S fortune. As a mother, I can rest easy. She reassured the matron, expressing that the second young lady harbored affections for young Master Jiang and would never commit the disgrace of bearing a child out of wedlock. From her words, it was clear that the child would be disposed of. Madame Zhao rose, saying, "Then my lady can be at ease. I shall return to report this." The old matron smiled graciously, rewarding her with a pouch of silver coins. Madame Zhao weighed it discreetly, realizing that the house of Chongning was indeed affluent. No wonder the lady, despite her disdain for the Song family, was reluctant to dissolve this engagement. Observing her mother-in-law's generosity, Madame Shuer, Kuden and oppose, T helped but feel a twinge of regret. The previous indifference towards the Duke and oppose, expenditures seemed misplaced, especially after her daughter's ominous dream revealed the true nature of those around her. By the old lady's side, Granny Hong escorted Madame Zhao to the carriage, and she left contentedly. Inside the Shuer hall, concubine Du continued to weep, pleading for the old lady's mercy. The old lady retorted, "This is the best course of action. Shuer will have children in the future, and it is better to terminate this pregnancy now, freeing her from future concerns. But Shuer is still young. Terminating the pregnancy could harm her health. What if she cannot conceive later? What nonsense! This matter is settled." Madame Shuer remained silent. Considering it a family affair, she preferred not to meddle in. "Mother, the daughter-in-law takes her leave." The old lady waved her hand, and Madame Shuer hastily exited the Shuer hall. Left with her niece, the old lady no longer concealed her thoughts. "Shuer is my granddaughter, and I am naturally closer to her than to Lan and Amp. Oppose. I wish for her to bear a son to overshadow Lan and Amp. Oppose. The news of her condition has already spread. Even if we deny it, the noble families in the capital are astute. The Duke of Zhengguo will come knocking. And do you think they seek your lies? Shuer cannot keep this child. While the clan head has not intervened, once the child is lost, we can deny it, regardless of whether Song Ruoshi consents. She cannot resist a potion to induce miscarriage." The news of Song Ruoshi's miscarriage reached Minglan Pavilion, startling Song Ruolan. She had not anticipated that the child would not be born. By her calculations, this child would have been Jiang In from her previous life. It seemed that her rebirth had altered the course of events, much to the delight of the four maids in Minglan Pavilion. Green Jade chattered incessantly, "Miss, did you not hear the wailing from Sia Pavilion? It was akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig." Granny Yin admonished, "You little imp, there should be limits to your glee. After all, it is a human life." Song Ruolan remained silent, and Green Jade, sticking out her tongue, slipped away. Red Fragrance noticed her mistress's lack of enthusiasm and the absence of joy in avenging old grievances. In her past life, Jiang had been adopted by Song Ruolan at the tender age of 2, bringing her much joy during the days when Jiang Jingshen neglected her. Although she learned posthumously that he was Jiang Jingshen's biological son, the innocence of childhood was undeniable. And Jiang had evidently been misguided by Song Ruoshi and Jiang Jingshen. At that moment, Green Lotus came to report, "Miss, young Master Jiang requests an audience." Song Ruolan replied instinctively, "I shall not see him." Granny Yin shook her head at Green Lotus, who turned to decline young Master Jiang's request. The servants of Minglan Pavilion understood their mistress's sentiments, yet they could not deny that the Jiang family was the most suitable match for her. Previously, when young Master Jiang visited the Song residence, the miss would adorn herself in the pale blue gown he favored, eagerly accompanying him. Now, with him coming to her, she refused to even show her face, indicating her firm resolve to sever ties with him. Green Lotus soon returned, holding a brocade box. "Miss, this is what young Master Jiang sent with me." She opened the box to reveal a hairpin. "Where is he?" Song Ruolan inquired. "He has left." "Left? Did he not go to see the second young lady?" "No, miss. Why would you expect him to visit the second young lady?" Green Lotus pouted. "Do you think young Master Jiang suddenly came to see me for no reason?" Red Fragrance interjected, "I know. It is because the second young lady is with child, and he feels guilty towards you, hence the hairpin as an apology." After the second young lady's miscarriage, young Master Jiang should have been the first to visit her. Instead, he comes to send me a hairpin. The second young lady suffered for him, and he is more concerned about whether I am angry. In truth, he does not genuinely care about my feelings, but rather about whether my dowry will be smoothly brought into the Jiang family. How could I ever have taken a man so irresponsible to heart? I must have been blind. Red fragrance and amp. Amp, oppos. eyes sparkle, miss. I think you see through him quite clearly. You are so harsh that you even scold yourself. Laughter erupted in the room. Put the hairpin in storage. We shall find an opportunity to return it. Green Lotus agreed and departed. The gift of a hairpin is a token of love for a wife. While Song Ruoshi was undergoing a miscarriage, he was busy reaffirming his bond with Song Ruolan, indicating that in his heart, Song Ruoshi was not of great significance. Red fragrance, curious, asked Miss, "We not take a look? In the future, anything he sends need not be given to me. Just return it directly. I do not wish to see it even once, for it brings me bad luck." Jiang Jingshun returned to the Jiang residence with a darkened expression and was promptly summoned by his mother. News of his embarrassment had reached Madame Jiang. "Did you not even see her?" she inquired, hoping that the messenger had made a mistake. Her son, being more than worthy of Song Ruolan, was merely delivering a hairpin as a gesture of esteem. Jiang Jingshun replied, "Indeed, I did not see her. The hairpin was forcibly thrust upon her maid. Mother wishes my son to endure such humiliation. Is that something to be pleased about?" Madame Jiang insisted that Song Ruoshi should terminate her pregnancy, which filled Jiang Jingshun with resentment, yet he dared not oppose her. He wished to visit Song Ruoshi in the back courtyard, but his mother warned that it would further displease Song Ruolan and insisted he deliver the hairpin, which seemed to declare his intentions. His wife could only be Song Ruolan. Recalling Song Ruolan's elegance, his reluctance diminished. However, he was taken aback that she would audaciously reject him. Jiang Jingshun felt a deep sense of humiliation. Not waiting for his mother to speak, he excused himself. Madame Jiang, taken aback by her son's boldness, felt even angrier. A merchant's daughter is just that. Her upbringing reflects her small-mindedness. She derided Madame Song, concerned that a jealous woman like Song Ruolan would disrupt the peace of the Jiang household. Madame Jiang reevaluated the advantages and disadvantages of the alliance between the Jiang and Song families. Yet she could not deny that the current wealth of the Duke of Zhenghua could not support the expenses of the favored concubine and the fourth prince in the palace. Very well. Once she enters my Jiang household, I shall ensure that even the most jealous woman remains tranquil. Madame Zhao quickly interjected, "My lady, as long as Miss Song marries in, can she possibly rival you?" Hearing Madame Zhao's seemingly flattering words, Madame Jiang finally relaxed her furrowed brow. Chapter 15. Returned to the CF family, Song Ruoshi wept profusely, her tears cascading like rain upon a pear blossom. "Grandmother is truly heartless. With my son gone, will young Master Jiang still harbor feelings for me?" Aunt Du harbored her own bitterness, yet she understood that defying the matriarch this time could cost her daughter's life. Aunt Du had witnessed the old lady's ruthless methods and knew that if Ruoshi was allowed to live after causing such a scandal, it was a rare act of mercy. "Ruoshi, heed your mother's advice. Cease your tears. It is not good for your eyes during this confinement period. If it weren't for that wretched Song Ruolan, who brought others to the temple, how could our affair with young Master Jiang have been exposed? My son would not have perished unjustly. She could not have known you were with child. Do not dwell on it. Once you recover, there will be ample opportunities to deal with her." Only then did Song Ruoshi quiet down. Her mother was right. There would be another child, and the heir of the Jiang family would surely come from her womb. That wretched Song Ruolan would not escape unscathed. Seeing her daughter finally at peace, Aunt Du returned to Haitang Garden. She knew there would be another storm brewing with the master, and she needed to calm it, so her Ruoshi would not suffer. Song Ruolan could not help but admire her grandmother's cunning. Aside from a select few, no one knew of Ruoshi's miscarriage, and the news did not escape the estate. "Miss, this adornment truly suits you." Hong Xiang, ever enthusiastic about beautifying her mistress, had previously found little opportunity for her talents, but now that her mistress had come to her senses, it was only fitting to enhance her beauty further. "Then let be this one." Song Ruolan acquiesced to her whims. Green Jade, brimming with excitement, clapped her hands. "Miss, where are we going today?" to visit my maternal grandparents. The thought of her grandfather and grandmother brought a smile to Song Ruolan and Appo's lips. Since her rebirth, she had yet to meet them. Is the lady going as well? Green Jade asked cheerfully, only to have her expression fall. The old lady and the master would never permit it. Oh, you worry too much. Song Ruolan playfully tapped Green Jade's forehead. Cool me. Let us go to Furon Garden and fetch my mother. Her mother was already ready and waiting in Furon Garden. Upon seeing her daughter adorned in vibrant yet elegant attire, a smile graced Song Madam and Appo's eyes. Song Ruolan affectionately linked arms with her mother, saying, Mother, let us be off. Once they settled into the carriage, Song Madam and Appo's demeanor lightened, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lon and Appo's, today we need not return home. Song Ruolan was taken aback. In all her years of marriage to a marquis, her mother had rarely visited her own family. Today, her mother was as joyous as a child. The prospect of returning to her maternal home with her daughter filled Song Madam with excitement. She had not anticipated that the old matriarch would agree so readily, even permitting them to stay for several days. Your grandmother is rarely this understanding, her mother remarked, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. The Shuer family must have heard of the recent events in the Song household. The old lady was clearly reluctant to offend her maternal kin. To quell any doubts from the Shuer family, it was imperative for her mother to return home, ensuring her family that the rumors were merely fabrications. The Shuer family was a valuable asset that the old lady could ill afford to alienate. This is the advantage of not being the head of the household. Song Madam chuckled, her smile reaching her eyes, and Song Ruolan found herself equally uplifted. There was another significant reason why her father consented to her mother's visit to the Shuer family. Her mother would not interfere with Aunt Du's management of the household. Though reluctant to dwell on it, the reality was impossible to ignore. Your father has grown increasingly muddled. Allowing a concubine to run the household only solidifies his infamy as one who favors his mistress over his wife. Detrimental to his career, she mused. Disappointment only grew for Song de Guang as he wrested control of the household from his daughter. Would her mother feel discontent if she still held affection for her father? Witnessing his indulgence toward Aunt Du would inevitably cause her distress. The greatest fear is harboring unexpressed feelings. Over time, such burdens can harm one's health. Song Madam scoffed. Your father has been oblivious for quite some time, Lanner. Fear not. In my heart, he is simply your father, nothing more. A sense of relief washed over Song Ruolan. This implied that her mother viewed him as if he were deceased. In her previous life, her father had merely exploited her mother, showering her with affection and luxury while disregarding her and her brother. Today, I wonder if my brother will recognize me, she mused, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Her brother, Song Ruolan, had been frail from birth, and the soothsayer had advised keeping him away from the marquis to ensure his survival. With the old matriarch's consent, they planned to send Song Ruolan to be raised by relatives in the countryside, but the Shuer family was reluctant to part with him, vehemently opposing the decision. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. He would be sent to his maternal grandparents, where a distant uncle would care for him. In her past life, after her mother's death, her father had brought her brother back, raising him under Aunt Du's roof. Once he was sent away, her mother seldom visited. They barely saw each other over the course of a year, resulting in a distant relationship. It was no wonder, as the mistress of the Song household, her mother had little time to visit her son, and she feared any inadvertent offense toward him, refraining from visiting. Affection is cultivated through interaction, and with so little time together, it was understandable that her brother struggled to feel close to her. Later, when Song Ruolan was brought back to the Song household, Aunt Du, skilled in theatrics, managed to convince him that she cared for him as if he were her own. He grew fond of Aunt Du, believing her to be a loving mother, despite the fact that her status as a concubine was now legitimized, transforming her son, Song Shiji, into the acknowledged heir of the Song family. Yet ultimately, the marquisate wealth and titles would be inherited by Song Shiji, who was barely younger than her brother. Because Aunt Du was elevated to the position of the primary wife, her son was recognized as the legitimate heir of the Song household. Today, Song Ruolan's purpose in visiting her maternal home was to reclaim her brother. He was indeed the rightful heir to the marquisate, destined to inherit all titles and wealth. The mother and daughter shared laughter and joy in the carriage when suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently. The sound of a horse's frantic whinny pierced the air as it bolted forward in a frenzy. Song Madam shrieked in alarm. Mother grasped the carriage frame. Song Ruolan shouted, attempting to lift the curtain. The coachman, gripped by fear, desperately tightened the reins, yet the horse galloped wildly toward the crowd. It's over. A trembling voice echoed from outside, and Song Ruolan's face drained of color. Is my life truly to end so soon in this second chance? There are so many things yet to accomplish. Miss, it was Green Lotus and Amp, Oppo's voice. With her impressive agility, she managed to catch up to the carriage. However, as a young girl, she was unable to rein in the terrified horse, which was barreling toward the throng of people. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens. Chapter 16. A life-saving grace. The carriage finally came to a halt, barely 10 paces from the crowd. The mother, already pale with fright, could not help but vomit as she stepped out of the carriage. Song Ruolan supported her mother, and the servant's carriage soon caught up. Granny Xia hurriedly helped Madame Song straighten her back, allowing Song Ruolan to turn her gaze to the man standing before the carriage. The man was clad in a moon-white brocade robe, nonchalantly gazing at Song Ruolan, a fleeting glimmer of admiration passing through his eyes. With elegantly arched brows and sparkling eyes, she possessed a beauty that was both enchanting and dignified, exuding the noble grace of a peony and the aloofness of a cold plum blossom, rendering her utterly captivating. Meeting his gaze, Song Ruolan meticulously appraised him in turn. His aura radiated an unmistakable wealth, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. He appeared deceptively simple, yet embodied the elegance of jade. His seemingly frivolous gaze did not evoke disdain, perhaps due to the sheer beauty of his visage. This man was none other than the fifth son of the current emperor, Prince Ruolan Yunzhou. Lin Yunzhou was taken aback, having just survived an unexpected ordeal. She appeared remarkably composed, though her slightly disheveled hairpin hinted at her recent brush with danger. This calmness and poise made her stand out. There was an inexplicable familiarity about her. Had he seen her before? Song Ruolan curtsied, her disheveled hair revealing a plum blossom birthmark behind her ear. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I am profoundly grateful. Lin Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's mind exploded with realization. He had finally found her. No wonder she seemed familiar, the unique fragrance surrounding her and the birthmark behind her ear. This was the girl he had searched for over a decade, his savior. Lin Yunzhou gazed intently at Song Ruolan, his heart pounding. At this moment, her mother finally caught her breath. Young master, your noble deed today has saved my life. Should you ever require assistance, we shall repay this kindness tenfold. Lin Yunzhou snapped back to reality, resuming his carefree demeanor. May I ask where this junior might repay such a favor? Madame Song was astonished. This young man was rather forthright. However, his candor was not off-putting. I am Xie Fong, the youngest daughter of the Xie family from West Street. If you require anything in the future, just mention my name, and my father will certainly lend his full support. Lin Yunzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. The youngest daughter of the Xie family from West Street, the daughter of the wealthy merchant Xie Huayan and the wife of Marquis Chongning. So, this is the eldest daughter of the Song family who recently made headlines for her public declaration to break off her engagement. How intriguing that she chose to forego her husband's surname in favor of her maiden name when expressing gratitude. Lin Yunzhou found the mother and daughter pair amusing. However, breaking off the engagement was indeed a good thing. Seeing Lin Yunzhou's unabashed gaze, Honey discreetly positioned herself in front of her mistress. One cannot be so rude to a savior. Lin Yunzhou appraised the maid from head to toe, a promising fighter. Had she not strenuously pulled the carriage, they would not have been able to halt it before reaching the crowd, with dire consequences. Honey's cheeks flushed crimson. This man was far too unrestrained. Song Ruolan pulled Honey closer and bowed again to Lin Yunzhou. This life-saving grace shall be remembered always. I must take my leave now, but I shall repay this kindness in the future. With that, she helped her mother turn to leave. Miss Song, Lin Yunzhou called out. What if I wish to be repaid today? Madame Song was taken aback. This was rather crude. The four maidservants glared at him in unison. The nearby servant, Shuer, covered his face. "Your Highness, is your reputation not already tarnished enough to demand repayment in public after saving someone?" Indeed, Prince Ruolan Yunzhou was the fifth son of the current emperor, known for his reckless behavior and debauchery, often found in brothels or gambling dens, indulged by the emperor to the point of lawlessness. In a previous life, 9 princes had perished in the battle for the throne, yet he had survived until the end. Those who belonged to the royal family and managed to endure possessed extraordinary qualities. This man was one who would seek revenge for even the slightest grievance. It seemed he was equally generous with his favors. However, the gratitude for saving a life could never be repaid excessively. Ruolan squeezed her mother's hand, signaling her to board the carriage. "What kind of repayment does the young master seek?" Lin Yunzhou cleared his throat and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. "Where's Miss Song headed? Allow me to escort you." Shuer nearly dropped his eyes in shock. What on earth was the prince aiming to achieve? How could he engage in such unbecoming behavior? Shuer attempted to intervene, fearing that the prince might be humiliated by Ruolan. Indeed, they heard Madame Song and Appo's voice from within the carriage. "This is inappropriate. My daughter is betrothed, soon to be the future wife of the Jiang family. If word spreads that a stranger is escorting her home, what will become of her reputation?" Ruolan was equally astonished. Was it customary for someone who had been saved to then be escorted home? Nevertheless, she quickly reconsidered. The Duke of Zhun Kingdom wielded immense power. It was uncertain whether she could extricate herself from this arrangement. Lin Yunzhou was not someone to be trifled with, so perhaps it would be prudent to leverage this connection to dissolve her engagement. This might seem somewhat ungrateful to her savior, but Ruolan swiftly dismissed that concern. Many sought to associate with Lin Yunzhou. What harm would it cause her to join their ranks? As for reputation, Ruolan had resolved never to consider it again. If she had cared about her reputation, she would not have gone to the temple to catch her fiancé in the act. In comparison to her life, reputation was trivial. "Your Highness, please do," Ruolan declared. Shuer's mouth formed an A shape, astonished that their prince was not the only one with a reckless disposition. The maidservants wore anxious expressions, fearing their mistress's decision. Lin Yunzhou was taken aback. "Do you know me?" His heart soared with joy. Had she recognized him too? Ruolan replied, "Prince Ruolan, you are as graceful as a blossoming orchid, transcending the ordinary. Your reputation in the capital is illustrious. It would be impossible for someone like me to remain unaware." Lin Yunzhou glanced at Shuer. "Is that a compliment or a criticism?" Shuer hung his head, recognizing it as a clear insult. No respectable young master would insist on escorting a young lady. Yet Lin Yunzhou thought otherwise. He was convinced that Miss Song found him appealing, which was why she did not refuse his offer. As Ruolan boarded the carriage, Lin Yunzhou mounted his horse and rode alongside it. Dressed in fine clothes and riding with youthful exuberance, they drew the attention of passers-by as they made their way toward the Shuer family on West Street. Inside the carriage, Madame Song gazed anxiously at her daughter. Who knew what scandalous rumors would emerge in the capital tomorrow? Noticing her mother and Appo's troubled expression, Ruolan reassured her. "With you by my side, my reputation shall remain intact. What could the prince possibly want? Perhaps he was concerned about our frightened horse, wishing to ensure our safety once more. He is not related to us. Why would he go to such lengths?" Madame Song found it perplexing. This young man did not appear to be one who meddled in others and Appo's affairs. Ruolan herself pondered the same question, but since he was extending a helping hand, it would be ungracious to refuse his goodwill. Today, she would remember the life-saving grace bestowed upon her by Prince Ruolan. Lin Yunzhou overheard the conversation within the carriage and marveled at Ruolan's perceptiveness. She was indeed a woman of remarkable intelligence. The horse had already been startled, and any further fright would likely send it into a frenzy again. He hesitated to switch their carriage. After all, a mere carriage was no burden for the daughter of the Shuer family, and a carriage bearing the royal seal would invite unnecessary gossip. Since he had saved them, it was only right to help them further, and his casual request to escort them home would not burden them at all. However, Ruolan and Appo's straightforward acceptance genuinely surprised him. She was refreshingly candid, devoid of any pretense. Lin Yunzhou reflected. He was not a man with the heart of a saint, but having finally found Song Ruolan after so many years, he could not easily let her go. The Shuer residence on West Street is not particularly close to the bustling downtown. Yet today, Lin Yunzhou found this path remarkably brief. Chapter 17. A harmonious reunion. Xie Fong had just alighted from the carriage when she spotted her two nephews waiting eagerly at the entrance. As the carriage came to a halt, they rushed forward to greet her. Lin Yunzhou, quick on his feet, jumped down from his horse and positioned himself before the carriage. The Ruolan? The two exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why he was the one escorting their aunt home. Despite the Xie family's status as merchants, they were not to be underestimated in the circles of the capital's elite. With their numerous shops and silver establishments flourishing, it was nearly impossible for the likes of a frivolous prince such as Ruolan, who frequented the markets, to remain unacquainted with the Xie clan. The two promptly paid their respects, and Lin Yunzhou, with a discreet glance, noted their impressive stature, one robust and towering, the other refined and scholarly, both remarkable individuals that would stand out in any crowd. A wave of inexplicable annoyance washed over Lin Yunzhou. Merchants ought to embody the essence of commerce, replete with the scent of copper coins. Why adorn oneself so for the eyes of others? Ignoring the two entirely, he addressed the Song mother and daughter, saying, "Until we meet again." Without waiting for their thanks, he mounted his horse and galloped away. Madame Song was left somewhat speechless. To claim he sought nothing in return was beyond belief. Yet, upon arriving at the Xie residence, even a cordial expression seemed too much to expect from him. What a peculiar man. Song Ruolan maintained an impassive demeanor. Such was the temperament of a frivolous noble, fickle in mood and guided solely by whim. Xie Yanqing and Xie Yinjia exchanged perplexed looks, watching Lin Yunzhou disappear into the distance. They stepped forward to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to our aunt." Xie Fong and Appo's eyes glistened with tears. "How wonderful! You've both grown so much." Song Ruolan greeted her two cousins in turn. The cousins beamed with delight, astonished at their cousin's striking beauty, certain their grandmother would be overjoyed. "Come in, please." The doorkeeper had already dashed off to inform Song He Tang of the arrival. "The young lady has returned. The young lady has returned," he shouted as he ran. Upon hearing the commotion, the voice of the matriarch, Xie Laotai, was filled with unmistakable excitement. "Please do come in. Sit still," the old man urged, pressing down on the matriarch. Xie Laotai had no choice but to settle back down. Upon receiving word of her daughter's return, Xie Laotai could hardly believe it. Her daughter had scarcely visited since marrying into the Marquis' household. Today, she was permitted to stay for a few days, and Xie Laotai had long since prepared her daughter's former boudoir, untouched since her departure. A roomful of family awaited in Song He Tang. From afar, they spotted Xie Fong and her granddaughter entering. Upon seeing her daughter, Xie Laotai and Appo's tears began to flow. Xie Fong knelt, bowing her head. "I pay my respects to father and mother." Song Ruolan followed suit. "Grandfather, peace be with you." "Grandmother, peace be with you." "Rise, rise," the grandmother exclaimed, pulling them both up. "My dear children, you have finally returned." Her tears flowed like a river unleashed. The mother also wept freely. Song Ruolan felt a pang in her heart. This was her mother's childhood home. Yet after marriage, she had not even the liberty to return. The Du family upheld the traditions of the noble class. Whenever her mother visited her family, they would admonish her, citing that no daughter of a prominent family should frequently return to her parental home. The grandmother, wishing to spare her daughter the discomfort, would occasionally send money, seeking updates on her mother's well-being. Her mother was gentle-natured, and under her grandmother's repeated indoctrination, she had come to accept the notion that a married daughter was akin to spilled water, gradually ceasing to mention her visits home. In recent years, whenever the grandmother missed her daughter dearly, she would dispatch the old maid to deliver some food, feeling reassured only upon hearing news of her mother. The grandfather interjected, "Enough. It is a joyous occasion for our daughter's return. What is all this weeping about?" His voice carried a heavy nasal tone. At this, the grandmother chuckled. "Look at me, becoming forgetful in my old age." Come, Lana, let me have a good look at you. My Lana has grown so beautiful. The entire room surrounded Song Ruolan and her mother. Though her face remained impassive, her heart was a tempest of emotions. In her past life, Song Ruolan had never returned to her maternal home after her marriage. The Jiang family relished the wealth of the CF family, but scorned their merchant status. Her grandmother had often sent for her, but out of fear of displeasing Jiang Jingchun, she had always declined, gradually severing ties with her maternal family. The Marquis of Chongning showed little concern for Song Ruolan and Amp, Appo's well-being, and her mother, struggling within the Marquis and Amp, Appo's household, could scarcely look after herself. With no family support, and Jiang Jingchun returning home late each night, her mother, Lady Li, resembled a smiling tiger, while Song Ruolan remained oblivious to the machinations against her. In this lifetime, she silently vowed to honor her grandfather and foster a closer bond between her mother and her maternal family. Although her grandfather was a businessman, having risen to become the wealthiest in the Qi dynasty, his formidable methods were not to be underestimated. With such a formidable family, she would not have faced an untimely demise. It could only be said that she had acted foolishly. Her mother, the youngest daughter of the CF family, had been doted upon since childhood. The inner quarters of the Xie household were devoid of intrigue, and her marriage into the Marquis of Chongning's household felt akin to a sheep entering a wolf's den. Today, with her second uncle away on business, the entire family had been summoned back by her grandfather. Song Ruolan obediently greeted her eldest uncle and aunt, while her second aunt, who had no daughters of her own, clung to Song Ruolan, unwilling to let her go. Song Ruolan allowed her aunt to scrutinize her. This child is so radiant. You must come to your grandparents' home more often. I shall prepare delicious food for you. The eldest aunt chimed in, stay longer this time. The Marquis of Chongning's household is a dilapidated place, yet they have so many rules. The eldest uncle quickly interjected, you should speak less. After all, it is your sister and Amp, Appo's in-laws. Xiefeng knew her brother was merely trying to spare her embarrassment. After all, the sordid affairs of the Chongning Marquis's household were well known in the capital. Her brothers, Xie Tian and Xiefeng, regarded their younger sister as their most treasured possession. Though they were aware of the Marquis and Appo's penchant for favoring concubines over wives, they felt powerless and could only throw money at the problem, relying on the goodwill of Song Diguang. Xie Tian, typically reserved, extended his hand as if to pat his sister's head as he had in their youth, but suddenly felt it inappropriate and withdrew his hand, saying, it's good to have you back. Spend more time with father and mother. Having watched his sister grow up like a precious gem, he felt helpless watching her endure hardships in the Chongning Marquis and Appo's household. Regret gnawed at Xie Tian. He should have stopped their father from marrying his sister into that family. What good was a union between unequal social standings? He lamented that had his sister married a merchant, she would have been cherished as if she were a goddess. In the Qi dynasty, social classes were starkly defined. Merchants were no match for officials, and victory was an impossibility. The cousins could hardly contain their excitement, surrounding Song Ruolan. Sister, you are so beautiful. Standing off to the side, Xie Yinja spoke up, stop bothering your sister. His cousin, Xie Yuan, pouted, brother, you are biased. We haven't even spoken to sister yet, and you let us play with her. Xie Yinja looked at his younger sister with fondness. You do talk too much. The grandmother observed her grandchildren. Go on and play. Don't cluster here. Go enjoy yourselves. The younger girls took Song Ruolan by the hand and led her toward the garden. The CF family and Amp, Appo's garden was filled with rare and exotic plants. Even after living 2 lifetimes, Song Ruolan remained deeply captivated by the flora. However, it was the vibrant energy of her cousins that truly enlivened her spirit. In her past life, her second uncle's youngest son, Xie Yinyu, had diligently pursued the imperial examinations alongside his peers, only to be manipulated by the Marquis of Chongning, who sent him to a remote region as a minor official. As long as Song Diguang held sway in the court, Xie Yinyu had no hope of returning to the capital to reclaim his fortunes. In frustration, he resigned from his post and returned to the capital to become a merchant. Eventually, the officials of the Qi dynasty learned that the current chief of the Privy Council was unwilling to allow the CF family to prosper. under immense pressure. Their business suffered tremendously, forcing them to distance themselves from the capital until Song Diguang finally relented. Xie Yinyu felt embarrassed under the gaze of his cousin. His face flushed. Song Ruolan smiled softly. Thankfully, it was not too late, and change was still possible. Chapter 18 Heart-to-Heart Conversation. Cousin Xie Yin had a peculiar illusion. Sister, why do I feel like you look at me the same way my mother does? Song Ruolan felt a bit embarrassed. How was she to respond, considering she had lived 2 lifetimes and was even older than Xie Yan's mother? Without a care in the world, Xie Yin said something and pulled Song Ruolan towards the lakeside. Xie Yinyu, concerned about the wind, advised it's cold by the lake, put on a few more layers. The Xie family garden was unlike any ordinary garden, filled with rare flowers and exotic plants collected from various places. As a man, Xie Yinyu could not always accompany the female family members, yet he worried about their safety near the lake. Fourth brother, go back to your studies. Xie Yin exclaimed. You needn't worry about us. Her elder brother was like an old scholar, constantly reminding them to avoid catching a chill and to eat enough. Although Xie Yin spoke with a tone of disdain, it was evident to anyone that she was boasting. Oh, brother is just concerned for you, Song Ruolan mused, thinking that had she possessed a protective brother in her previous life, she might not have been bullied to death by Jiang Jingshan. Xie Yin, raised without a care in the world, had married a prosperous merchant in her past life and was cherished like a treasure in her in-laws and oppos' home, living a life filled with joy and surrounded by children and grandchildren. After her mother married into her grandfather had never mentioned any intentions of marrying off the younger generation to someone of official status. Song Diguang, who sought wealth yet looked down upon others, was truly shameless. The 3 sisters chatted at the lakeside pavilion for quite some time. Xie Yuan, just as lively as Xie Yan, asked, Is it true that you intend to break off your engagement, sister? Indeed, Song Ruolan replied. Young Master Jiang is quite handsome. Are you really willing to let him go? It appeared that Jiang Jingshan was a favored choice among many young ladies in the capital. With his noble lineage, good looks, and military accomplishments, he seemed an exceptional match. As for the various distractions in his life, they were merely embellishments, not unforgivable transgressions. In her previous life, Song Ruolan had shared this sentiment, believing that regardless of the many admirers surrounding Jiang Jingshan, the lady of the Jiang household would be herself. No one could surpass her in that regard. However, such a man could outwardly treat one with reverence, while secretly plotting one's downfall. He would desire one's wealth and covet his beloved, ultimately believing that everything one enjoyed was taken from his cherished one. Thus, one might find oneself in peril. Observing the starry-eyed Xie Yuan, Song Ruolan sighed. Tell me, aside from his good looks and noble background, do you know what kind of person young Master Jiang truly is? Xie Yuan turned crimson. How would I know what kind of person he is? Then do not hastily assume he is a good man. When selecting a husband, appearance is the least significant factor. Character is of utmost importance. The quality of a person's character is the key to future happiness in life. As Song Ruolan spoke slowly, Xie Yuan and Xie Yin listened attentively for once. Their mother had claimed the Jiang family was an excellent match, suggesting that her sister was too lofty in her aspirations. Xie Yuan's single remark betrayed their mother's ambitions. The maternal family of their aunt was also involved in trade, and the marriages of their children mirrored the social status of their maternal grandfather's family. Financial stability was assured, yet the family lacked the power and influence of noble status. Their aunt, with aspirations as high as the heavens, sought a lifestyle different from that of their ancestors. Humans are forever unsatisfied with their circumstances. How many people envy families like their maternal grandfathers, who have no financial worries, and whose husbands do not indulge in vices like gambling or drinking? With only 2 concubines in a household, the ability to live peacefully as a family is the greatest happiness of all. Song Ruolan observed Xie Yuan and realized that their aunt truly desired a different life for her children. In her previous life, Xie Yuan had married a county magistrate, and her uncle's objections had proven futile. Xie Yuan passed away within a few years, leaving no offspring. Subsequently, the entire dowry of Xie Yuan was consumed by the magistrate, who, leveraging his connection with Jiang Jingshan, secured a position in the capital. Wealth attracts attention. Men of official status are willing to lower themselves to marry merchant daughters, lured by the riches behind them. No daughter of the Shuer family marrying into the official has met a good end. Is this lesson not enough? Song Ruolan looked at Xie Yuan, such an innocent girl, ruined by their aunt's choices. Cousin, remember to take charge when considering a match. Seek someone who genuinely loves you, rather than someone who desires your wealth or your status as an official's wife. Marriage is not a transaction. Relationships born out of ulterior motives are bound to involve schemes. Do you wish to live a life where you must be wary even of your own partner? The magistrate chosen by their aunt was indeed charming and, as she had claimed, quite astute, destined for a bright future beyond the county magistrate's position. He ultimately ascended to a fourth-rank official, but the one enjoying the wealth and glory alongside him was not Xie Yuan, but rather his childhood sweetheart. Xie Yuan seemed to grasp this notion vaguely. No one had ever told her that daughters could assert their own choices in marriage. Their mother had insisted that daughters should follow their parents' wishes and the guidance of matchmakers. She knew her mother was currently seeking a suitable husband, and her aunt would undoubtedly discuss this with her. Sister, will our aunt assist us? Their mother had claimed that the connections of the Long-Ning Marquis and Oppos, as family, were extensive. She would certainly seize this opportunity to speak with their aunt. Song Ruolan felt a stir in her heart. Would it be feasible for me to oversee your marriage? Dear cousin, since our aunt has asked our mother to find a match, I may take it upon myself to prevent the tragic fate you faced in your previous life. This, Xie Yuan hesitated to agree, for the decision was not hers to make. You only need to express your willingness for me to assist you. The rest I will discuss with our aunt. I'm waiting. Xie Yuan and Xie Yin responded in unison. You still have time. No need to rush. If Xie Yin could be as fortunate as in her past life, then Song Ruolan would not have to hinder this beautiful union. Xie Yin, upon hearing her cousin's words, instantly blushed deeply. She turned her gaze elsewhere, only to find her second brother, Xie Yin Che, peering at the pavilion. Second brother, what are you sneaking around for? Xie Yin Che, caught off guard, was grateful for the cover of flowers and foliage that concealed his embarrassment from Song Ruolan. What are you all discussing? He inquired as he stepped into the pavilion. Second brother, are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Xie Yin exclaimed playfully. Sure enough, Xie Yin Che and Oppos, as previously composed demeanor, faltered once more. Grandmother is worried about my cousin catching a chill, so she sent me to fetch you. He glanced at Song Ruolan, inexplicably drawn to the elegance that surrounded her. Then let us return. We must not disregard grandmother's kindness. The cool autumn breeze brushed against their skin, while the rich fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, uplifting one and Oppos as spirits. The lake sparkled as schools of koi, imported from the east, swam leisurely. Song Ruolan was enchanted by the beauty of the garden. If only she could remain unmarried for a lifetime, wealthy and free, why endure the grievances of a marital home? With a soft sigh, Song Ruolan murmured, "Let's go back." The sigh was barely audible, yet Xie Yin Che caught it. Cousin, are you troubled about the engagement? Chapter 19. Bringing my brother home, Song Ruolan arrived at her mother's courtyard, where her mother appeared to have wept once more. Mother, Song Ruolan said, embracing her with deep affection. Lanner, I have been unfilial, her mother lamented, her voice heavy with sorrow. For all these years, I have neglected the gratitude I owe to my maternal grandparents. I have failed to show filial piety to my own parents, focusing solely on pleasing your grandmother and father, giving them all my affection, yet receiving not a shred of sincerity in return. Tears streamed down her mother's face once again, expressing her profound discontent. In the Ho residence, her mother rarely shed tears before others, and it was a rare sight for Song Ruolan to witness her mother in such a vulnerable state. The inner chamber of her mother was immaculate, every arrangement reminiscent of her youthful days. What a deep love it must have taken for her maternal grandfather to maintain her mother and Oppos, this boudoir in such pristine condition over the decades, as they awaited their daughter and Oppos' return. Song Ruolan held her mother's hand gently, thinking to let her mother indulge in a moment of childishness. Her maternal grandmother could hardly bear to part from her daughter, and as soon as her mother left Songha Hall, she hurried to see if her daughter needed anything. Her mother's heavy nasal voice did not escape her grandmother's notice. As long as you stand tall, No one can bully you. Your father and brother will always support you. Her grandmother reassured her, understanding her daughter and Appo's emotional turmoil. Her grandmother was aware of the concubine favored by the Marquis of Chongning, yet the Sief family could not reach the Ho residence, leaving the family in a state of anxious frustration. Upon her daughter and Appo's and granddaughter and Appo's return, Lady Xie discerned that this granddaughter possessed even greater resolve than her mother. Lan und Appo's Do you truly wish to call off the engagement? The commotion at the temple had reached the ears of the entire Xie family. Yes, grandmother, Song Ruolan affirmed. Have you thought this through? It will be difficult for you to find another suitor of such high status as the Jiang family. Will you regret it? Grandmother, the rank of a family does not define happiness. Young Master Jiang is not my destined partner. Very well, I support you. After you call off the engagement, you may marry Che and Appo's. That boy knows how to care for others. Song Ruolan was taken aback by the swift change in tone. Her mother, now seriously considering the matter, added, Lanner, your grandmother has a point. Che is a good boy. I believe you two are well matched. The key factor was that her daughter would not endure the same torment from her mother-in-law as she had. The worth of a family lies in the reliability of its men. Song Ruolan felt a surge of emotion. Her grandmother's words stemmed from concern about her reputation post-engagement. This was a form of support for her. Grandmother, you need not worry. I will handle this matter well. As for my future marriage, I shall leave it to fate. Unspoken was her resolve not to marry again, choosing instead to cherish every moment with her mother. However, this bold decision was too daring to voice, as Song Ruolan feared it might startle her grandmother. She understood better than anyone the hardships women faced in this world. Yet, she yearned for change. If the wealth her mother left her became a burden, she would manage it wisely to grow stronger. Her grandmother sighed, contemplating the wolves and tigers her daughter and granddaughter had encountered. Tomorrow, I shall have Qing and Appo's, take you to fetch your brother. Song Ruolan expressed her gratitude. Her grandmother gazed at her granddaughter, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if she had endured countless storms herself. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Her grandmother had prepared a spacious courtyard for Song Ruolan, who nestled herself in her mother's chamber, unwilling to leave. In this lifetime, she was determined not to miss a single opportunity to be with her mother. The following day, Song Ruolan and her mother set off to retrieve her brother. Their distant cousin, who had taken in her brother, lived not far from the capital. As they rode in the carriage, a protective older cousin accompanied them. This cousin, strong and capable, often traveled to various places for trade, and their grandfather had ensured he was well-versed in martial arts for self-defense. Song Ruolan observed her older cousin thoughtfully. In a martial-centric era, his skills could be of great advantage. In her past life, the Xie family had been powerless against her father's oppression due to a lack of capable allies in court. If her cousin could participate in the martial examinations, he might have the chance to become a military official, rather than leaving their fate in the hands of others. It was far better to seize control of their own destinies. Her cousin sensed her gaze and wondered why his younger cousin looked at him, as if she were a mother observing her son. Surely, he must be imagining things. She was still so young. Meanwhile, Song Ruolan's heart swelled with excitement. If she could help her cousin find a patron, with his skills, he would surely excel. This was a matter to be organized promptly. Song Ruolan smiled brightly at her cousin, who felt a weight lift from his heart, thinking that this was indeed how a girl of her age should behave. After a carriage ride of nearly an hour, they arrived at the village where her younger brother resided. The villagers were astonished to see a resplendent carriage parked in front of Ding Dezhuang and Appo's house, wondering who this affluent relative of the Ding family might be. At that moment, a grubby child peered out, curiously observing the elegantly dressed woman before him. Upon seeing him, tears welled in Madame Song's eyes. Despite the dirt that covered him, his features bore a striking resemblance to her own. This was her son, whom she had not seen in years. Overcome with emotion, Madame Song opened her arms and said, Ruolan and Appo's, and come here. Ruolan and Appo's, and Appo's. As eyes darted around as he replied, My name is Tai Dan. You must be mistaken. Tai Dan. Song Ruolan nearly burst out laughing, amused by the name her distant uncle had given her brother. Seeing her brother's spirited demeanor, Song Ruolan felt relieved. "Ruolan, I am your sister, Ruolan," she said, extending her hand. Ruolan eyed the young lady's fair hand and said, "Mother has taught me that boys and girls should not touch each other casually." Hearing her son mention his mother, Madame Song almost shed a tear. Suddenly, Ruolan darted towards the door, exclaiming, "Mother!" The dirt-streaked Ruolan embraced a plain-looking woman. "Mother," he whispered, gesturing towards the visitors. The woman's expression clouded over. "Diadun, begin go inside," she said. Ruolan obediently replied, "Okay," and scampered off. Song Ruolan observed that, despite the dirt, her brother's face was round and his hands were plump. Most importantly, he possessed the innocence of a 7-year-old child. He displayed affection for the woman, as if she were his biological mother. It seemed the Ding family had not mistreated him, raising him as their own. Sister Ding welcomed them into the house with a curt "Please sit." She glanced at them, knowing without asking that these were Taidan and Apos, as relatives. The resemblance was undeniable. Madame Song nodded and said, "My daughter and I have come to take Ruolan back with us." Sister Ding ignored Madame Song and called out, "Taidan, come here." Taidan reappeared and followed his mother into the side room. Madame Song's face flushed with embarrassment at Sister Ding's coldness. Song Ruolan took in the surroundings, noting that the house, though only a small courtyard, was considered substantial in this area. Surprisingly, the house was spotless and well-organized. Soon, Sister Ding emerged with Ruolan, now dressed in clean clothes and with a freshly washed face. His round face beamed shyly at the guests, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He had been scolded by his mother for being dirty and embarrassing her in front of the guests. Madame Song gazed at her son, hesitant to speak for fear of upsetting him. Sister Ding remained impassive as she led Ruolan forward. "Taidan, pay your respects to the madam," she instructed. Ruolan respectfully bowed to Madame Song and greeted, "Greetings, madam." He then bowed to Xie Yanqing and Song Ruolan, saying, "Greetings, brother." "Greetings, sister." The child's polite and well-mannered demeanor suggested he had been well brought up. Madame Song could no longer resist and pulled Ruolan into her arms, exclaiming, "Ruolan." Ruolan cautiously glanced at his mother's expression, and when she did not object, he tentatively reached out and returned her embrace. "You smell so nice, madam," he exclaimed. This embrace bridged the years of separation between mother and son. Sister Ding's heart ached as she witnessed the scene, tears welling in her eyes. Ruolan had been raised by the Ding family since birth, and they loved him as their own. She felt both joy and resentment. She was overjoyed that such a clever and lively child had been raised by her, a blessing from heaven. Yet, she resented that Taidan, who was born into wealth and privilege, had been abandoned in this remote place by his biological parents. Seeing Ruolan and Apos, as affection for Madame Song, she felt happy for her son, even though she was upset. Her son was no longer a child rejected by the wealthy. Outside, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, whispering that Taidan was not Sister Ding and Apos' biological son after all, and that no one had suspected it for so many years. A dark-skinned man hurried into the house, and Ruolan rushed to him, clinging to his leg and exclaiming, "Father!" He was thrilled that his father had returned so early, and he could play horsey with him again. Ding Dazhuang said, "You're dirty." Ruolan obediently released his father. Ding Dazhuang, who had been working in the fields, had heard about the 2 fancy carriages that had arrived in the village, and his heart had sunk. As he had suspected, his son's relatives had come. Just then, a young couple entered the house, calling out, "Taidan, Taidan, brother, sister-in-law." Ruolan cried, throwing himself into the man's arms. The couple embraced Ruolan protectively, as if afraid he would be snatched away. Song Ruolan and her mother exchanged awkward glances, noticing the undisguised animosity on everyone's faces. Sister Ding said with a weary expression, "This is Tiedan's mother and sister." The couple eyed them warily. Ruolan became flustered and asked, "Mother, aren't you my mother?" Sister Ding remained silent, as did Ding Dazhuang. Ruolan tugged at Sister Ding's sleeve and pleaded, "Mother." Tears streamed down Sister Ding's face as she said, "Taidan, this madam is your biological mother." The brother quickly dispersed the onlookers. Ruolan looked at Madame Song, then at Sister Ding, and cried, "No, you are my mother. I don't know her. She's not my mother." He tried to push Madame Song away, saying, "Leave, you and Amp, Oppos. Re not welcome here. Ruolan and Amp, Oppos, and Tiadan." Song Ruolan and Ding Dazhuang exclaimed simultaneously, reminding him that a child should not be rude to his mother. Ruolan released Madame Song and ran into Sister Ding's arms, sobbing. Sister Ding held Ruolan and lifted his face, saying, "Tidan, listen to me. Madame Song is your biological mother, and you are the eldest son of the Marquis of Chongning in the capital." Ruolan and Oppos, and sobbed, "Don and Oppos. Do you want to be the eldest son? I want to be your son." Sister Ding knelt down and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to go to the capital? Your mother lives there." "I don't want to go. There's no mother in the capital." "Tietue, take your brother inside." Tietue stepped forward, carried Ruolan into the side room, and the young woman followed them. Only then did Ding Dazhuang and Sister Ding sit down. Song Ruolan and Xia Yanqing greeted them respectfully. It was clear that Ruolan and Oppos and had been raised with love here. Madame Song was overcome with gratitude and was about to kneel down to kowtow, but the Ding couple quickly stopped her, knowing that a matriarch of the Marquis of Chongning kneeling before them would be a disaster. Chapter 21. Parting. Madame Song choked back her tears, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for raising Ruolan so well." Sister Ding responded with a hint of sarcasm. "It's commendable that you still remember you have a son." Ding Dazhuang finally calmed his emotions and rushed home, anxious about leaving his wife alone after Tidan was forcibly taken away. After washing his face and changing into clean clothes, he sat down, asking, "Is your intention today to take Tidan away? Aren't you afraid he won't be able to survive? You haven't visited him in years, and now you claim to be his mother. Don't you feel guilty?" Madame Song remained silent. Even if she were to be scolded today, she could never repay the kindness of those who raised her son. Sister Ding was unapologetic, stating, "You saw for yourself, Tidan is very fond of us. He wouldn't willingly leave with you. Has cousin sent Ruolan and Amp, Oppos, and to school? Just now, Ruolan and Amp, Oppos, and was quite polite, unlike a wild child kept at home. He is the young master of the Ho family. How could he be illiterate? If you never come to see him, could I raise him like a hammer? If you abandon him, he will still take the imperial examination and carve out a path for himself." Sister Ding grew louder, expressing her resentment that her beloved son was overlooked by the Ho family. Yet, Madame Song's gaze towards Tidan did not seem that of a heartless mother. "What had you been doing all these years?" Today, she cautiously inquired, "I wish to take Ruolan back. Do you agree, cousin and cousin-in-law?" Sister Ding retorted, "He is your son. How could I possibly stop you?" Ding Dazhuang insisted, "We raised him. You can't just take him away as you please. Do you think raising a son is like raising a dog?" He was baffled by Madame Song's apparent nobility, questioning her lack of awareness regarding Tidan, such a fine son, whom she hadn't seen in 7 years. Ding Dazhuang was filled with indignation, reflecting on their attire, which revealed their pampered lives. Imagining Tidan dressed in luxurious silks only deepened his anger, making him feel that his son deserved a life of privilege. It seemed the only way for Tidan to lead a better life was to accompany Madame Song back. Ding Dazhuang's expression fell. The couple ceased their aggressive stance, understanding that for their son's future, they could not confine him to this remote place. Sister Ding resolutely declared, "You may take him." This decision was anticipated. Their immense love for their child would lead them to choose a better path for him. Madame Song carefully proposed, "What if your family moves to the capital?" Ding Dazhuang's face lit up at the prospect of frequently seeing his son, but Sister Ding shot him a glare no. Her refusal surprised the three of them. Madame Song reassured, "Cousin, you need not worry about expenses in the capital. I will ensure your family is well provided for. If Tidan goes back with you, what will we be to him? He is still young. If you raise him, he will grow attached to you. If we are nearby, he will always run to us, unable to focus on his studies, and you will find it hard to discipline him. If he inherits the whole family, having us as foster parents will only bring ridicule." Song Ruolan interjected urgently, "Cousin can come to the Ho residence with us, claiming to be Ruolan and Oppos, and Oppos, as wet nurse, Ruolan and Oppos, and would be delighted." This family was selflessly considering Ruolan as future. Having witnessed countless schemes and betrayals, Song Ruolan felt deeply moved. "Madam and Miss need not say more. I only request that the Ho family treats the child kindly. allowing him to achieve his aspirations. Ruolan has declared that he wishes to serve the people in the future. Sister Ding no longer called for Taidan. Her son was exceptional and deserved a name befitting his stature. Ruolan, come out. Sister Ding called out again. This time, Song Ruolan did not resist. His elder brother and sister-in-law had just revealed his origins. His mother did not abandon him. She was simply concerned about the potential harm of seeing him. Yet, he truly did not wish to part from her. Step by step, Song Ruolan moved closer to Sister Ding, asking, Mother, are you sending your son away? Sister Ding's tone softened. Son, do you wish to continue your studies? Yes, he replied eagerly. The teacher says he is too old to teach anymore. After this year, we must find other paths. If I cannot find a teacher in the future, I cannot continue my studies. There are many learned teachers in the capital, and the whole family has its own school. If you go, you can continue your education. Would you like to go? Song Ruolan looked at Madame Song and then at Sister Ding. He wanted to study, but did not want to leave his mother. Mother, would you come with us? He pleaded. When I grow up and achieve success, I will surely come and find you. You must be obedient and go with your mother. You will be a young master of the whole family. You cannot climb trees and get dirty like before. You should be close to your father and mother and get along well with your siblings. You are a man. Do not cry easily, understand? At home, Taidan loved to cling to them. His father and brother were like sturdy trees he could climb whenever he pleased, often getting dirt all over them. Song Ruolan and oppose, and nodded obediently. Mother, I understand. Sister Ding fought back tears, wishing she could be selfish just once, even if it meant fighting Madame Song to keep her son. But what about her son's future? You should go. Sister Ding pushed the child into Madame Song's arms and pulled Ding Dazhuang into the inner room. There was nothing to pack. The whole family would provide for their son. Taidan wanted to rush out and stop his brother. Why should his beloved brother follow their biological mother? Sister Ding scolded her son. Do you want him to spend his life in this remote corner? Taidan halted, unable to suppress his sobs. He blamed himself for not being able to provide a better future for his brother. Song Ruolan turned back repeatedly as he followed his mother to the carriage, uncertain why she would not accompany him to the capital. In the future, once he achieved success, he would definitely come to bring his mother, father, an elder brother, and sister-in-law to live a good life. Xie Yanqing placed a brocade box on the table, containing 1,000 taels of silver notes. Previously, when they sent silver notes, Sister Ding had returned them, stating, if you do not want this child, I do not want it either. Do not use money to lighten your debt to him. At that time, Xie Yanqing had not understood why his sister refused to visit the child, while everyone in the whole family ignored him. Their grandmother opposed bringing the child to live with them, and gradually they lost contact with him. Xie Yanqing had never anticipated that bringing the child back today would go so smoothly. The family's kindness towards the child exceeded his imagination. The Ding family watched from the window as their son climbed into the carriage, growing distant, and then rushed outside, their cries echoing behind the carriage. Taidan spotted the silver notes first, and Sister Ding said, Keep it. Save it for Taidan when he marries. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Could she ever witness Tiedan's wedding? Chapter 22. Return to the Marquis's residence. Song Ruolan sat quietly in Madame Song's embrace, as the carriage moved further away from Ding family village, suppressing her tears. Song Ruolan said, Brother, if you wish to cry, then do so. No one will blame you. In a family, there is no need for pretense. Feel free to cry or laugh and live comfortably. Unable to contain her emotions, Song Ruolan damp, oppose, and buried her face in her mother and Amp, oppose, his arms and wept. Madame Song and Amp, oppose, as heart shattered with regret, she lamented her past folly. Having listened to the nonsensical words of a sorcerer, squandering 7 precious years with her son. Watching her mother's guilt, Song Ruolan felt a pang of sorrow. Had it not been for her rebirth, her brother would have continued to be raised by their cousin's wife, surrounded by kind-hearted individuals who left him defenseless against the world. Ultimately, everything that rightfully belonged to her brother would have gone to the son of concubine Du in her previous life. Her brother would have undoubtedly faced great hardship in his later years. Ruolan and oppose. If you would like to visit your cousin and oppose, wife in the future, I shall take you. Song Ruolan offered. Song Ruolan and Amp, oppose, and lifted her head from her mother's embrace, her eyes wide with hope. Is that really possible? Of course. She was the one who raised you. Do not forget them, Song Ruolan replied. We cannot sever your ties with the Ding family out of fear that you might grow distant from the Song family. That would make you ungrateful. Wiping her tears, Song Ruolan and oppose, and declared, then I shall come often. Good. They lightly bumped fists in agreement. Upon arriving at their maternal grandparents in Oppo's home, Song Ruolan and oppose, and found Song He Tang filled with visitors. Xie Yin curiously pinched Song Ruolan and Amp, oppose, and end Amp, oppose, cheek, exclaiming, wasn't it Amp, oppose, tea raised in the countryside? How is his face so tender? Quickly, Song Ruolan and Amp, oppose, and turned her head away. How can you just pinch my face like that, sister? Madame Song chuckled. Yin, dear, you've grown accustomed to your antics. But remember, my son is a gentleman. As a lady, you must be careful, or you might end up unmarried. Xie Yin blushed deeply. Song Ruolan and oppose, and round and adorable in her new white silk attire, appeared anything but a rustic child. She was polite and composed, possessing all the necessary etiquette. Come here, my darling, called her grandmother. The sister-in-law of the Ding family had indeed taken great care. Chinga, look after them. Song Ruolan's quarters were arranged in the front courtyard, with Xie Yin personally escorting her. She quickly won the affection of all the Xie family members. However, upon returning to the Song residence, she was met with coldness. Song Deguang blamed Madame Song for unilaterally bringing their son home without his consent. Had you sought my approval, would I have allowed it? He is your son. The sorcerer claimed he could not thrive in our midst. Go find that sorcerer and see what he has to say. The uproar in Furong courtyard was deafening, and Song Ruolan felt like a frightened rabbit, reluctant to face her father. Sister, does father not like me? Mother and I love you. You are the son of this family, and no one dares to mistreat you. Song Ruolan gazed at her brother with heartache, astonished at her father and Amp, Oppo's cruelty towards his own flesh and blood. Ruolan and Amp, Oppo's, and remember, not everyone in this world is kind. You must learn to protect yourself. Though it was harsh for her brother to witness the family's turmoil at such a tender age, Song Ruolan had just entered an unfamiliar environment and had not yet adapted when that man, referred to as father, issued a stern warning. From now on, do not allow him to appear before me. During these days, concubine Du took charge, leaving Song Deguang in a state of utter turmoil. He intended to present an exquisite Duan inkstone to his superior, only to be quoted a price of 1,000 taels of silver, which concubine Du claimed was unfeasible. What is the meaning of this, madam? Intentionally relinquishing control of the household? Is this a plot against me? Previously, their meals consisted of ginseng and bird and oppos, nest, but now, meat was a rarity. The elderly matriarch of Tang was also seething with anger. Accustomed to lavish feasts, how could she swallow the meager fare of rice with only a few bits of mincemeat? The Song matriarch publicly claimed to be practicing vegetarianism, yet she had never genuinely consumed a vegetarian meal. Who would want to live in such conditions? It was all due to that mother-daughter duo, who had deliberately set a trap to relinquish their control, causing the entire Marquis' residence to suffer. Even the cherished grandson in Haitang Garden was clamoring for meat. Old Madame Hong grumbled beside the irate matriarch. The eldest young lady is here, and she has brought the eldest young master. When Madame Song came to pay her respects, the matriarch made an excuse to remain in the Buddhist hall, thus avoiding even a glimpse of her. Without giving the Xie family a taste of rebuke, they mistakenly believed they were in a position of power. Upon returning to Furong courtyard, Madame Song found her son uneasy, causing her heart to ache. She was relieved she hadn't taken him to Tang to pay respects, where he would have faced disdain from that scoundrel father of his, and then to contend with the matriarch's displeasure. How could a child endure such treatment? Yet failing to pay respects was also unthinkable, as it would leave them open to criticism, which would not bode well for the child. Song Ruolan advised, let us take brother to pay respects to grandmother. She could not believe that this entire family lacked compassion. Upon hearing that the young master had come, the matriarch, initially planning to deny entry to Song Ruolan, changed her mind. She was curious to see what capabilities her grandson, raised away from home, possessed that could persuade the timid Xie family to defy the Marquis' wishes and bring him back. Song Ruolan performed the proper courtesies, having been taught the etiquette in Furong courtyard. Observing her well-mannered grandson, the matriarch's anger dissipated entirely. "Come here, my dear," she said warmly. Song Ruolan glanced at her sister, who nodded, and she gradually approached her grandmother. This child is truly delightful, the matriarch thought, perhaps due to the bond of blood. She instantly took a liking to this grandson. Song Ruolan breathed a sigh of relief, although Song Ruolan had her mother and sister to care for him, preventing him from living independence. If both their father and grandmother disfavored him, the harm would be significant. Now that the matriarch showed concern for her grandson, their father would not dare to vent his anger on the child due to concubine instigation. The matriarch inquired about her grandson and Appo's life in the countryside, and Song Ruolan answered all her questions. The matriarch, feeling pity, embraced her grandson and said, "You have suffered." Song Ruolan maintained composure, displaying none of the awkwardness of a sheltered child, as if the grandeur of the Marquis's residence had never been beyond his reach. The younger generation of the Longning Marquis and Appo's residence ought to be this way. The matriarch and Appo's anger towards Xie and Appo's unilateral return of the child vanished entirely. After speaking with her grandson for quite some time, she took out a longevity gold lock and placed it around Song Ruolan's neck. Little did she know, this would lead to a series of troubles. Chapter 23. Financial strain. Grandmother grew increasingly fond of her legitimate grandson, casually gifting the gold lock intended for Song Shiji to Song Ruolan. Word reached Haitang Garden, where Aunt Du, who had just reveled in the reprimand of Lady Chongning, erupted with fury. "That gold lock belongs to my son. Why should it go to that illegitimate child? What gave her the right? Was Aunt Gu becoming senile?" Li Mama quickly interjected, "My lady, be cautious of your words, for they may bring calamity." Aunt Du reluctantly fell silent. Offending the master could be smoothed over with a few sweet words, but crossing the matriarch of the Song family was a risk she dared not take. "Are you saying that this wild child has returned and will claim everything that belongs to my Shiji?" She fumed. Why did that woman bring him back? Is she not afraid for her son's life? Li Mama sighed inwardly, disapproving of the bribe that had led to this nonsense. Having nurtured Du Yuru since childhood, she was aware of the Du family and Appo's scholarly legacy. Yet, it seemed that Du Yuru now saw only gold and silver. Li Mama knew Aunt Du had grand ambitions, but obsessively coveting the mistress's dowry was unwise. The Marquis had already offered a substantial amount. After several fruitless attempts to reason with her, Aunt Du lamented, "Did my parents provide me with any dowry? Must my children also worry about wealth like I do?" Tears of grievance streamed down her face, softening Li Mama's heart. "Enough," she thought. "I have committed many misdeeds. One more will not make a difference." After a tumultuous scene, Aunt Du dared not confront the matriarch directly, yet the bitterness within her remained unresolved. During dinner in Haitang Garden, Aunt Du recounted the gold lock incident once more. "Well, Mother surely has her reasons. Shiji's birthday is still far off. She can prepare another gift in due time." Aunt Du felt stifled. Was this truly about the gold lock? It seemed Aunt Gu valued that wild child more than Shiji. Observing the bland dishes laid before him, Song Dagwang's appetite waned further, exacerbated by Aunt Du's incessant complaints. "Eat without me. I am leaving," he declared, rising abruptly. Aunt Du, feigning annoyance, called after him, "Master." But there was no expected response. He departed as if he had never heard her. Tears of frustration fell from her eyes. As Song Dagwang hurried away, he caught a whiff of delectable meat from Furong Garden, urging him to hasten his arrival, perhaps to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Upon entering, he surprised Song Madam, who initially assumed he sought trouble. Before she could react, he seated himself and ordered, "Bring another set of bowls and chopsticks." Xie Mama exchanged glances with a maid, Pinger, who quickly set the table for him. Noticing Song Madam's displeasure, everyone remained silent, save for the sounds of Song Dagwang's feasting. Song Madam, repulsed by his gluttony, reflected on her past compliance with such behavior. Lanner dreamt he was appointed as a privy councillor. Does he truly possess the capability? With a belch of satisfaction, Song Dagwang remarked, "The chef at Furong Garden possesses remarkable skills." Impatient, Song Madam retorted, "Have you finished eating?" If so, you may leave, recognizing her intent to expel him. He chose not to engage in conflict today, grateful for the delightful meal. The lack of respect shown by Song Madam surprised the servants of Garden. Siamama, sensing her displeasure, suggested, "Madam, the master is already softened. Perhaps it is best to let it go? Did you not notice his attitude toward her? Has he even inquired about her? In his eyes, that illegitimate child is likely the only one he considers his true son." Anger surged in Song Madam as she thought of her neglected son. "Let's go see the siblings." Having just returned, Song Ruolan found the front courtyard in disarray, while Song Ruolan prepared a room in Minglan Pavilion for her brother and Appos as temporary stay. Their mother believed it more appropriate for him to reside in Garden, given that he was already 7 years old and boys and girls should not share the same quarters. "Are you certain you are comfortable with him staying in Garden?" Song Ruolan inquired. Song Madam hesitated. With Song Dagwang indifferent to their son, she could not bar him from entering Garden. She worried that her heir would become a target for his frustrations. Heir, residing in Minglan Pavilion, would be shielded from their father's visits, and no one dared approach her. For all in the Song household knew that Song Ruolan would retaliate fiercely against anyone who angered her. Thus, Song Ruolan could enjoy a few days of peace in Minglan Pavilion. "You know, the eldest young lady has been profoundly affected by the incident involving young Master Jiang and the second young lady. She has become a different person entirely. Now, she disregards everyone, even speaking to the matriarch in a sarcastic tone," remarked Shuer to son Shuer as they chatted. Song Madam had little regard for the third and fourth branches of the family, having usurped the marquisate from the late marquis. The third and fourth branches relied on the second branch for their livelihood and seldom approached the matriarch, who held them in low esteem. As their circumstances worsened, they lamented the change. Under Song Madam and Appos' stewardship, they had never been deprived of sustenance. Now, they subsisted on meager portions, primarily vegetables with scant meat. "We have several growing children to feed," son Shuer exclaimed. "Third sister, should we not pay a visit to second sister and seek some insight? Rumor has it that second sister's temperament has also undergone a significant shift. Even second brother struggles to find favor with her." Their faces clouded with worry as they contemplated their husbands' meager salaries. The properties left by the late marquis suffered from poor management, leading to losses. None of the Song brothers possessed the skills to manage these estates. Ultimately, the blame fell on Song Madam. If only she would relinquish control and allow second sister to oversee the marquisate and Appos' assets, surely the CF family and Appos' stewards could generate some revenue. With determination, Shuer and son Shuer ventured to Garden. Son Shuer wore a bright smile. "I hear your nephew has returned. I believe he is of similar age to my little rascal." Song Madam, reflecting on her daughter and Appos' dreams, thought, "When I pass, none of you will come to pay your respects. You have taken so much from me, yet in the end, you still seek favor from Aunt Du." With that thought, Song Madam lost all interest in engaging with them further. Chapter 24. Madam Song as a hands-off manager. Madam Song remarked, "Look at what my fourth sister-in-law has said. How can my heir be compared to your son? He was raised in the countryside on simple fare. So do not attempt to draw close through the children. If you truly care for my son, you would come to visit him directly. And do not use the child to elicit sympathy. My son has endured hardship for 7 years, while your child has been living in luxury at the Marquis and Appos' residence. No one is a fool." Confronted with Madam Song and Appos' words, son's retorted words lodged in her throat. The second sister-in-law was essentially telling them that her son had suffered, so why couldn't he theirs? And son exchanged awkward pleasantries before leaving in a huff, their faces tinged with anger. They believed it all stemmed from Du Euro's fault, a concubine who dared to manage the household, leaving it in disarray. Now, they felt compelled to approach the old lady to voice their grievances. Life had become unbearable. It was not merely the third and fourth households that were in discord. Even the servants of the Marquis' residence were expressing their dissatisfaction. Having a concubine manage the household had only led to a few days of mismanagement, resulting in the reduction of their treats. During Madam Song's management, she would distribute snacks such as melon seeds and pastries to the servants in the afternoon, believing that a full stomach would give them strength to work. The pastries made by the Marquis' kitchen were far more delectable than those from outside establishments. The maidservants would save them for their grandchildren. But now, those treats had vanished, along with the occasional monetary rewards. The servants were unaware of the Marquis' financial troubles. They only knew that Madame Song was benevolent. Unlike concubine Du, who seemed to pocket all the savings for herself. Consequently, the flowers and plants in Haitang Garden went untrimmed, and the kitchen was slow to deliver food there. As Green Jade animatedly recounted the happenings in the Marquis' residence, Song Ruolan felt no surprise. Anyone could play the role of a good person, but when their own interests were at stake, they would not consider the situation from another's perspective. The servants previously flattered concubine Du because she had not encroached upon their interests. For concubine Du to restore normalcy to the Marquis and Apos' household, she needed to cut costs. Without a profitable business, the only option left was to reduce expenses. Though she exerted every effort to manage the household effectively, it was a futile endeavor. Those accustomed to a life of comfort would not willingly accept their current plight. Concubine Du was destined to become the target of collective resentment. In truth, everyone in the Marquis and Apos' household had their private savings, so they were not truly struggling. The generosity of their mother was exceptional. Whether anyone had a headache or would simply visit Furon Garden to say a few kind words, they would return home with 100 taels of silver in hand. Just like their father, his private savings, aside from his salary, consisted of substantial amounts of cash he occasionally retrieved from their mother's treasury, sufficient to purchase 10 exquisite inkstones without hesitation. However, their father felt a pang of regret when spending his own money. Silver felt more tangible when held close. This sentiment was shared by many in the Marquis' household. Spending their own money was painful, while spending their mother's was only natural, given her wealth. Returning to the present, Song Ruolan realized that the relatives of the Marquis and Apos' household could not be equated with those from Dingjia village. Some were merely kin by blood, lacking the care and affection typical among family. For instance, her father. In the initial days of her arrival, his indifference had caused her distress. But soon she recognized that he treated not only her poorly, but also her mother and sister. Song Ruolan came to understand that not all fathers deserve the title, and not all were like her father from Dingjia village, who cherished his children dearly. She observed that her sister seemed to care only for their mother and herself, ignoring the rest. Her sister would say, "Those who treat you well should be reciprocated in kind. As for those who are indifferent, simply disregard their existence and do not waste your thoughts on them." Her sister whispered, "Consider it as if there were no father in the house. You will not feel sorrow then." Song Ruolan wondered if her sister had suffered some hurt, leading her to adopt such a perspective. She silently vowed to protect her mother and sister from then on. Sun and Wei rarely visited Shuer Hall. Madame Song was aware of their intentions, yet she felt powerless. In recent days, her meals had improved, a kindness from Minglan Pavilion. She had witnessed the genuine care shown by the girl towards Song Ruolan and had instructed the servants to share the meals from Furon Garden with Shuer Hall. Was this not a blatant manipulation of her? Although she could afford to eat, the considerable sums given to her by Xie over the years were her private savings, which she could not squander. While Madame Song felt a surge of resentment, she dared not offend this granddaughter further. She had come to realize that this girl was far shrewder than her mother, a true master at manipulation. "Mother, the children cannot endure this hardship. They are still growing." After all, they were the legitimate grandchildren of the old Marquis. Madame Song could not simply ignore them. "Hong Xiao, bring me 100 taels in silver notes." In front of the third and fourth households, she needed to maintain appearances. Shortly after, Granny Hong presented 2 50-tael notes, causing Sun and Wei to beam with delight. With this money, they could sustain themselves for a while. This household could not remain under concubine Du's management for long. The power to manage would eventually return to the madam, and they would no longer need to beg pitifully. Song Ruolan's 7th birthday was fast approaching. Lon and Apos, let us celebrate Unner's birthday grandly, so that the noble families in the capital know that the legitimate heir of the Marquis' house has returned. In the past, Song Deguang enjoyed taking Song Shiji around to broaden his horizons. Now, with the return of the legitimate heir, would he still dare to brazenly groom Song Shiji as the successor. Madame Song also supported organizing her grandson's birthday celebration, especially since Xie had stated that the Marquis's residents would not spend a single penny. With the old lady's approval, even Song Diguang, who had to consider concubine Du's feelings, dared not object. Madame Song entrusted all arrangements to Song Ruolan, who was surprisingly efficient in organizing everything from inviting guests to planning the menu, as though she had hosted numerous banquets before. For the Marquis and Appo's household, this birthday celebration was merely a small gathering orchestrated by Song Ruolan, who had previously managed various events at the Duke of Jin Country and Appo's residence, covering all expenses herself. The guests were primarily high-ranking officials and ladies from the palace. However, upon seeing the extensive guest list, Madame Song nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. The Marquis of Chongning, a fourth-rank official, typically invited only families of third-rank officials, and inviting anyone higher was uncertain. Yet, within Song Ruolan's list were many families of first and second-rank officials. Lanner, do you think this guest list is appropriate? Madame Song worried that guests might not attend, which would reflect poorly on the Marquis of Chongning's residence. Do not fret, mother. I have it all under control. Song Ruolan reassured her. The noble families would not arrive too early. They would make their rounds but would not miss the opportunity to forge connections with Xie and Appo's daughter. The Xie family had businesses throughout Daki, and the noble families would inevitably have dealings with them. In the past, the Xie family rarely interacted with noble women, but now that they were actively inviting, they could not afford to miss this opportunity. Although the Marquis of Chongning held a fourth-rank position, they had a legitimate first-rank relative in the Duke of Jin's residence, making attendance at the banquet appear less mercenary. Observing her granddaughter's meticulously drafted guest list, Madame Song mused, "You truly have the audacity to invite these individuals." However, if they attended, the Marquis of Chongning's residence would rise in status within the capital. Watching Song Ruolan handle matters with such poise, Madame Song reflected on her own age, realizing that she might not be able to think as thoroughly as her granddaughter. Thus, she regarded her with even greater admiration. With a month remaining until the birthday banquet, Song Ruolan arranged for a diverse array of chrysanthemums to be transported from distant regions. Aside from her wealth, Mrs. Song had little to offer, so she intended to showcase the advantages of affluence to the esteemed society of the capital. Chapter 25. An unexpected guest on the eve of the birthday banquet. Song Ruolan moved into Ping'an residence. The scenery of Ping'an residence was enchanting, with verdant pines and cypresses surrounding the elegant pavilions and water terraces, unique rock formations adding character. Exquisite flower pots and bonsais collected from various regions complemented the surroundings beautifully. The intricately carved beams and painted phoenixes of the pavilions, along with the delicately adorned rooftops, created an ethereal atmosphere, reminiscent of a fairyland amidst the lush greenery and artificial hills. Upon entering the inner chamber, one could see a treasured sword belonging to a renowned general from a previous dynasty hanging on the wall, adorned with a golden swallowtail and a 5-foot-tall music box, alongside coral bonsais, all depicting a scene of opulence. While Song Ruolan showed little interest in the precious calligraphy and paintings, she was captivated by the sword on the wall and began to dance in the courtyard. Song Ruolan was somewhat taken aback. The Marquis of Chongning's family was originally established through military merit, yet only her grandfather had pursued a scholarly path. Her father's generation, lacking in both literary and martial achievements, resorted to less respectable means of advancement. The lavish decorations of Ping and Appo's and residence left concubine Du feeling envious for quite some time. She subtly criticized in front of Song Diguang, remarking that the eldest daughter was frivolously spending her mother and Appo's wealth, which would eventually become the property of the Marquisate. However, on this occasion, the Marquis of Chongning refrained from causing trouble at Furong Garden, as he discovered his study had been enriched with fine writing supplies, including an exquisite Duan inkstone and a priceless lacquered screen. This was a gesture from his daughter to enhance his standing when he received guests in his study on the day of the birthday banquet. Not only was this for him, but his grandmother and Appo's courtyard had also been adorned with many precious furnishings. The sisters from the third and fourth branches of the family wished to make an appearance as well, and valuable headpieces were to be taken away from Song Ruolan. Such banquets had an additional layer of meaning. The ladies would discreetly scout potential daughters-in-law. The noble women would strive to dress most appropriately. In a pavilion, Song Ruoshi wept as she implored her father, "Why can't I go out tomorrow?" She had planned to shamelessly borrow a set of headpiece from her elder sister, convinced she could not miss such a prominent occasion. The Marquis of Chongning patiently replied, "Tomorrow, all who come are esteemed guests. It would not reflect well if you were to embarrass yourselves." The aristocracy placed great importance on decorum, and should the marquisate present concubines and illegitimate children publicly, the legitimate matron might find it distasteful. If the birthday banquet for Song Ruolan were to be spoiled, it would be a minor issue compared to offending the nobles. Hearing the news, concubine Du rushed in. "My lord, you are being too biased. If Ruoshi cannot go out, then what of Shiji? Why can't he go out as well? Since Song Ruo and Amp oppose, and has returned, even his son has no place in the marquisate. Tomorrow, you shall stay in the courtyard and not venture out. I will assign someone to keep watch over all concubines and their children. Should you offend the nobles, do not blame me for being unkind. Shiji is no exception." As Song Ruoshi looked at her father's fierce countenance, she forgot her tears. In her memory, her father had never raised his voice before her. Now, for that illegitimate child, he not only confined them, but also glared at them. Was this the father who had once doted on her? Feeling wronged, Song Ruoshi dared not continue crying. She glanced up, and the annoyance in her father and Amp oppose eyes made her heart race. Concubine Du understood that her lord and Amp oppose decision was unchangeable, and any outcry would be futile. In Song Diguang and Amp oppose heart, he himself was paramount. He would unhesitatingly cast aside anyone who obstructed his ambitions. In the marquisate, they relied solely on the marquis and oppose favor. The mother and daughter ceased their protests. The next day, as Song Ruolan anticipated, the noble families began to arrive in succession after the arrival of the Marchioness of Zhonghua. The grandmother personally came out to welcome the guests. This was a golden opportunity for the marquisate to re-enter the upper echelons of society. The two uncles and cousins from the Xie family had arrived early, bringing with them extravagant birthday gifts. Madame Jiang also arrived promptly to offer congratulations, bestowing ample prestige upon the marquisate. Upon learning that it was the eldest daughter of the Song family who was organizing the birthday banquet, the noble women expressed their amazement. The future Marchioness of Zhonghua was indeed capable. When Madame Song brought her daughter and son to greet the guests, they were once again captivated by Song Ruolan's beauty. Rarely did Song Ruolan attend banquets, as the Marquis of Chongning and Appo's family had previously avoided interaction with the aristocracy, and the legitimate daughter had seldom ventured beyond the threshold. Rumors circulated that the Song family's legitimate daughter was as plain as could be. Jiang Jingchen's association with her half-sister was attributed to her own lack of attractiveness. However, Song Ruolan paid little heed to the gossip. Only Jiang Jingchen understood that Song Ruolan was exceptionally beautiful. He worried that her beauty might attract unwanted attention, hence advising her to stay indoors and deliberately having her wear plain garments. Today, Song Ruolan outshone all, much to Jiang Jingchen's displeasure. As his fiancé, he was being admired by others. Yet, Song Ruolan still did not cast him a glance, merely bowing to Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang warmly grasped Song Ruolan's hand. "It has been a while since we last met. This child has grown even more radiant." The jealousy in the eyes of the young women behind Madame Jiang was palpable. The noble women marveled at Song Ruolan, realizing that a daughter of such beauty would not be considered a mere match for the Marchionate of Zhonghua. Not to mention her capabilities, just the rare flowers and exquisite plants of the Song family, gathered from various regions, were astonishing. The coral tree in the main hall must be worth a fortune. Which family in the capital could boast of having two such treasures on display? The Marchionate of Zhonghua had struck gold. As Song Diguang observed the admiration directed towards his daughter, he mused, "In the past, I underestimated her." At that moment, a stir arose at the entrance, as two tall and handsome youths drew everyone into Appo's attention. The one in front, clad in a white brocade robe with a jade belt around his waist, possessed strikingly chiseled features and a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to laugh. The one following closely wore a similar white brocade robe, yet the golden and silver threads at his cuffs and the jade pendant at his waist were distinctly different. His fair complexion exuded a cold elegance. His deep, dark eyes made others hesitate to approach. Every detail of their attire spoke of wealth. Their synchronized steps revealed their identities as the notorious rakes of the capital, the current emperor's fifth son, Prince Rue, and the second young master of the Grand Tutor's household, Qin Shaoxian. Upon seeing them, the Marquis of Chongning nearly toppled from his seat. This, Lan and Oppos, has actually invited members of the royal family. The fifth prince was known for his flamboyance and unconventional behavior, and he was inseparable from Qin Shaoxian. The noble women were astounded. A prince had personally come to celebrate the birthday of the legitimate son of the Marquis of Chongning. Was this a decree from the emperor or the prince's own volition? They were undeniably handsome, and noble women discreetly sized them up. The old matriarch of the Song family hurriedly greeted, "Your Highness, please come in. Young master, please enter." It was then that they noticed a young man in blue behind them, with brows like ink paintings, exuding warmth and elegance, holding a folding fan, embodying the demeanor of a scholarly youth. Song Ruolan quickly greeted elder brother. This was Song Ku, the eldest son of her uncle. The old matriarch suppressed her displeasure and forced a smile. Song Ku, being the eldest son of the main branch, had been invited, which felt like a slap in her face. He leaned closer to Song Ruolan and whispered, "They are so persistent in coming." Just then, a chilling wind swept past Song Ku's neck as Prince Rue shot him a sharp glance. Song Ruolan slightly bowed, acknowledging the greeting. Wherever Prince Rue wished to go, he could easily gain access. Little did they expect that he had connections with her elder brother. In her past life, her elder brother had single-handedly restored the main branch's prominence in the capital, standing resilient under their father's suppression. He possessed a certain intelligence and resourcefulness. Chapter 26. Into the water, the Prince of Rue swaggered into the Song residence, casually tossing a jade pendant to Song Ruolan. "Happy birthday," he declared. Song Ruolan quickly interjected, "Your Highness, that is not appropriate." The significance of a royal jade pendant was extraordinary. With it, Song Ruolan could gain access to numerous places, including the imperial palace. What use could a 7-year-old boy have for such a pendant? It would only invite unwarranted speculation. The Prince of Rue, with an air of nonchalance, regarded Song Ruolan. "Today, I am in good spirits, and this pendant is a token of my goodwill. How could one retract such a gift? You and your brother should accept it. Not merely a brother, but rather a sibling duo." This pendant was intended for Song Ruolan. The Prince of Rue was clearly supporting her. Guests were taken aback. When had the eldest daughter of the Song family developed such a rapport with the Prince of Rue? With this pendant, even when seeking assistance from the Empress Dowager, Song Ruolan would be afforded some respect, and no one from the noble families would dare to underestimate them. Song Ruolan never anticipated that the legendary Prince of Rue would act so whimsically. He was exceedingly unreliable. She resolved to find an opportunity to return it. This hot potato was best left untouched. Yet, the Prince of Rue's antics today made it clear to the world that the House of Chongning was not aligned with the fourth prince, and the Duke of Zhenghua was merely deluding himself. Jiang Jingshen clenched his fists in anger, while Madame Jiang ground her teeth in frustration. This little minx had connections with the Prince of Rue. Was she not humiliating the Duke of Zhenghua's household today, who was unaware that the Duke was backing the fourth prince? The Prince of Rue, being the Emperor and Amp, Oppo's favored son, despite his lowly maternal lineage and wayward disposition, was still a prince. Who could assure that he harbored no ambitions for the throne? Madame Jiang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. This banquet was orchestrated entirely by Song Ruolan, and all the guests had been invited by her. Judging by the way the Prince of Rue looked at Song Ruolan just now, it was evident they were already acquainted. Those who reveled in gossip were aware of the entanglement between Jiang Shixi and the Song family and Amp, Oppo's illegitimate daughter. In light of today and Amp, Oppo's spectacle, where could Madame Jiang hide her face? The banquet was divided into areas for male and female guests, with Song Ruolan hosting them in the front and back courtyards respectively. Today, besides Jiang Shixi, the illustrious heir of Pingnan, Xiao Hong, was also present. The Xiao family had a daughter in the palace, who was at odds with Jiang Fei. The Duke of Pingnan and the Duke of Zhengguo were pawns in the emperor's game of mutual checks and balances. Xiao Shixi had come today to probe the veracity of the marriage between the Duke of Zhengguo and Song Ruolan, especially since she had recently hinted at an intention to withdraw from the engagement, while the Duke clung to the union desperately. Xiao Shixi held no interest in Jiang Jingshan. It was well known that his affections lay with the Xie family, which was intimately connected to Song Ruolan, and he had dubious ties with the Song family's illegitimate daughter. Upon seeing Song Ruolan today, he was unexpectedly taken by her beauty, thinking it a pity for Jiang Jingshan. Chao Lingyi entered and immediately abandoned her mother and brother to stand beside Song Ruolan, greeting the guests. Song Ruolan felt compelled. She had few close friends, and Chao Lingyi was one of them. The Minister of Justice, Chao Yun, was at odds with the Duke of Chongning due to his disdain for the latter's treatment of his wife, yet his daughter shared a sisterly bond with Song Ruolan. In the open-minded culture of the Qi, there were fewer constraints on women, making Chao Lingyi's position at the entrance to welcome guests seem entirely appropriate. The Vice Minister of Justice, Wu Bingzheng, arrived with his wife and daughter, causing a sheen of cold sweat to surface on the Duke of Chongning and Appo's brow. Esteemed guest, please come in. Today, you honor us by celebrating your son's birthday, for which I am exceedingly grateful. Song Ruolan observed her father's obsequious grin, her heart a tumult of emotions. In her previous life, her father had ascended to the position of chief counselor, thanks not only to the Xie family and Appo's financial backing, but also his aptitude for flattery. The Vice Minister of Justice held a rank just a step above her father. Yet her father and Appo's demeanor suggested he worshipped him like a deity. This and Appo's, deity and Appo's, had not hesitated to criticize Song Deguang in front of the emperor. Nonetheless, vanity was a universal trait. In the presence of so many noble families, Song Deguang afforded the Vice Minister of Justice ample respect, indicating that Wu Bingzheng's sharp tongue might offer Song Deguang some consideration in the future. Madame Song ushered the Vice Minister's wife inside, while Wu Bingzheng's daughter, Wu Yuchu, was overly familiar, incessantly calling Song Ruolan and Chao Lingyi's sister. The banquet unfolded with merriment for both hosts and guests. Song Ruolan personally oversaw every detail from the procurement to the serving of the dishes, and the guests were vocal in their praise. The front courtyard was designated for male entertainment, while the women admired the flowers in the back, separated only by an artificial lake where they could see one another clearly. Young hearts, aflame with budding affection, discreetly assessed one another. Should a mutual attraction arise, they would discreetly signal their intentions to their elders, potentially leading to a favorable union. Yet, as Song Ruolan gazed at these blossoming young ladies and the vibrant young men across the way, her heart remained untouched by any ripple of romance. Having lived two lives, love held no allure for her. Nevertheless, the innocent laughter of Wu Yuchu lifted her spirits. The girl chattered on, "Sister, your headdress is truly splendid, matching your attire and exuding the essence of a natural noblewoman. Sister, your bonsai is exquisite. Was it transported from the southern lands? Sister, is it true that your screen is worth a fortune, as mother claims?" Song Ruolan responded to each inquiry, but the mounting questions from Wu Yuchu became overwhelming. The child was so naive, it was no wonder she had faced such a significant setback in her previous life. "Sister Song, might I have a word with you?" A soft voice interrupted. Upon turning, Song Ruolan recognized the inevitable visitor, Li Huanyu, the niece of Madame Jiang, whose lifelong ambition was to become Jiang Jingshan's wife. However, her affections were unrequited, as Jiang Jingshan regarded her merely as a sister. "Miss Li, do you seek something from me?" Song Ruolan inquired. "May I have a word with you?" Surveying the surroundings, she noted that everyone was engrossed in admiring the flowers, leaving her without a plausible excuse to refuse. Chao Lingyi, sensing Song Ruolan's disinclination for the young lady's company, attempted to intervene, but Song Ruolan subtly shook her head. She could not create a scene at the Duke's residence. Rising, Song Ruolan replied, "I shall return shortly." Li Huanyu led the way, having noticed the picturesque scenery by the lake. She had observed the opulence of the Chongning Duke's residence. realizing why her aunt insisted on a Song family daughter entering their household. The grandeur had indeed opened her eyes. Yet, what would become of her if her cousin wed Song Ruolan? Understanding Li Huanyu's thoughts, Song Ruolan noticed her deliberately moving toward the lakeside. A cold smile crept across her face. How audacious. Jiang Jingshan's gaze wandered toward her, yet she remained oblivious. The angle Li Huanyu had chosen allowed the two to see each other clearly. The Jiang family was determined to secure this marriage and would not permit Li Huanyu to disrupt their plans. As expected, upon noticing Li Huanyu and Song Ruolan together, Jiang Jingshan hastened towards them. However, just a short distance away, Li Huanyu suddenly exclaimed, "I will not sabotage your relationship with my cousin. Why do you push me into the water?" In a moment of misfortune, Song Ruolan found herself falling into the water as well. Chapter 27. The broken engagement. Li Huanyu thrashed in the lake, crying out for help, "Cousin, save me." Upon hearing his cousin's desperate pleas, Jiang Jingshan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Song Ruolan still held affections for him. If she did not care for him, why would she feel envious enough to push her cousin into the water? It seemed that for all these days she had been playing hard to get. However, upon reaching the lakeside, he was taken aback to find both women in the water. With little time to ponder, Jiang Jingshan dove in to rescue them. He swam towards Song Ruolan, but was hindered by his flailing cousin. "Let go of me," he shouted in disgust. "Cousin, save me. Please, save me." Li Huanyu, genuinely terrified, clung to Jiang Jingshan, unwilling to accept her impending fate. She never anticipated that Song Ruolan would leap into the water, nor that her cousin would choose to abandon her in favor of rescuing Song. As they struggled in the water, Song Ruolan seized the opportunity to swim towards the center of the lake. Just then, a figure clad in white swooped down, pulling Song into an embrace. "Let go of me, I can swim," she protested, wanting to avoid further complications. "Stop struggling and hold on tight," Lin Yunzhou urged. How could that scoundrel Jiang Jingshan be so noble, risking his life? "Release me, I assure you, I am fine." Song Ruolan fought to escape, but Lin Yunzhou held on resolutely. The commotion in the lake captured the attention of all the guests present. To those on shore, it appeared that Song Ruolan was on the verge of drowning, while Lin Yunzhou did his utmost to save her. The strength of a man easily overpowered that of a woman, and Song eventually ceased her struggles. Fate had dealt an unexpected hand, ever since her previous near-drowning. Song Ruolan had trained herself to swim under Hong Yi and Appo's as guidance. Hong Yi had blamed herself for the incident, feeling responsible for nearly costing her mistress her life. Thus, when Song expressed her desire to learn, Hong Yi had secretly supported her. Fortunately, it hadn't taken long for Song to master crossing from one side of the lake to the other. Yet today, all plans were disrupted by Lin Yunzhou and Appo's intervention. Li Huanyu aspired to become Jiang Jingshan's wife, a goal she would pursue at any cost. Had it merely been her falling into the water, and had she accused Song of pushing her, Song would have previously been indifferent to the malicious rumors. However, circumstances had changed. She could not let her brother's future be tainted. Having a venomous sister would only lead to his ostracism among his peers. When Li Huanyu was finally rescued, all eyes were on her as she clung tightly to Jiang Jingshan. Mrs. Song, frantic with worry, watched her daughter thrashing in the water, tears streaming down her face. How could her daughter be so unfortunate, having fallen into the lake twice in such a short span? Surely, this time it wouldn't cost her life? Song Ruolan resigned herself to fate as Lin Yunzhou pulled her ashore, where a crowd quickly gathered. The men stepped back to avoid misunderstandings. Yet, it was not Jiang Jingshan who had saved her, but rather the esteemed Prince Rui. This was bound to stir some excitement. Mrs. Song, distraught, called out, "Lana, are you all right?" "I am fine. Mother, please do not worry," Song reassured her, while Hong Yi hurriedly draped a cloak over her mistress. This was not at all how things were supposed to unfold. Earlier, when the two young women approached the lakeside, Li Huanyu had deliberately dismissed her maid, insisting on a private conversation with Song. Song had instructed her to wait at a distance, claiming she would swim over shortly. Although unaware of Song's true intentions, Hong Yi complied without hesitation. Now, how had it come to pass that the prince had rescued her? Mrs. Zhang's face turned a deep shade of anger as she realized her niece's intentions. Yet, She had never imagined Li Huanyu would dare to scheme against her son. What would be the outcome now? Mrs. Song then remembered the guest who had fallen into the water, but upon seeing her future son-in-law embrace another young woman, she was at a loss for what to do. Quickly, take this young lady to her room to change, commanded Mama Xie. As Song Ruolan slowly rose, feigning injury, she lamented, "Your Highness, how could you only save my cousin and not me?" Her expression of grievance evoked sympathy from all present. What a performance! Just moments ago, she had done everything in her power to avoid him in the water. "I shall take responsibility for you." Prince Rue's voice rang out unexpectedly. Watching his beloved save another while disregarding her own safety must have been heartbreaking for Song. "Allow me to grant her some dignity," he mused. Jiang Jingxin and Song Ruolan turned to him in surprise. "Be quiet. If you hadn't and amp, oppose, T meddled, things wouldn't and amp, oppose, T be so complicated," Song retorted. "I am deeply grateful to the prince for rescuing my fiancée," Jiang Jingxin stated, his meaning unmistakable. "I am unconcerned about your embrace with her. You have no chance with her." Lin Yunzhou interjected, "Perhaps we should inquire about Miss Song and Appo's feelings. Does she still wish to marry you?" At that moment, Lin Yunzhou realized that Song Ruolan had not lied. She had indeed learned to swim and had not swallowed a drop of water. The thought of her drowning was unbearable, prompting him to jump in without a second thought, never considering the potential damage to her reputation. It was no secret that Song Ruolan had nearly drowned before in the capital. She believed that Jiang Jingxin should be more concerned about how to explain this to Miss Li's family. Song Ruolan held no regard for Prince Rui, nor did she for Jiang Jingxin. Li Huanyu's father was not to be trifled with. The Duke of the State had grand designs, being related to the Li family. They were essentially one. Thus, despite knowing Li Huanyu's feelings for Jiang Jingxin, Mrs. Jiang had never relented. Bringing her to the banquet was merely to provide her with exposure to the world where eligible young men were plentiful. The son of the Minister of Justice was quite commendable. In such a precarious situation, Mrs. Jiang dared not offend her brother. To allow her precious daughter to lose her reputation while embracing Jiang Jingxin in public, without expecting her son to take responsibility, was something she would never dare to do. This time, Mrs. Song did not hinder her daughter. "Mrs. Jiang, the engagement between our families should be reconsidered." Gasps of shock filled the air. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The just-arrived Marquis of Chongning scolded Mrs. Jiang in frustration. How could she not see the gravity of the situation, comparing a debauched prince with the Duke of the State? Mrs. Song would rather offend Prince Rui than the Duke of the State. "Huh, Prince Rui, even if you attach yourself, she won into Oppos. T want you." Qin Shaoxian sneered, reveling in the chaos. Lin Yunzhou rolled his eyes at Qin, casually brushing the water off his clothes. "Miss Song, would you consider being my princess?" At this moment, Prince Rui's audacity was astounding. Was this truly the right time for such a declaration? Song Ruolan shot him a glare. Those watching understood that as long as Jiang Jingxin and Song Ruolan remained unconcerned, there was still room for negotiation. None should look down on the other. As for Prince Rui, his reputation in the capital was already tarnished. An additional scandal would hardly matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong regretted not seizing the opportunity. Song Ruolan and Appo's impressive dowry would significantly bolster any future claim to power. Mrs. Jiang did not voice her stance, hastily departing with Li Huanyu. Song Ruolan sighed in relief. The dissolution of the engagement was now a certainty. Mrs. Jiang would not dare offend her maternal family. To break off the engagement on her son's birthday would ensure that the Chongning Marquis' estate became a topic of gossip throughout the capital. Yet, it was evident that Song Ruolan was quite pleased to have escaped this union. It seemed the affair between Jiang Jingxin and her half-sister had deeply saddened her. In a show in Appo's hall, the matriarch, upon hearing of her granddaughter and Appo's plight, shattered a teacup in fury. After a brief respite in the hall, such chaos had erupted. It was clearly a trap set by the two women. Do not be angry. Was it not Prince Rui who saved the young lady? Prince Rui? Indeed, he even boldly claimed he would take responsibility for her. Is that true? Yes, many heard it. Jiang Jingxin's face turned dark. Only then did the matriarch's anger dissipate. The Duke of Zhenghua dared not easily offend Prince Rui. Should the Marquis of Chongning become the son-in-law of Prince Rue? The Duke would not dare to overtly suppress the Marquis. However, why are you hesitating? Speak plainly. The elderly Madame Song, anxious that something irreparable might have occurred, felt a surge of agitation and reproached her ever-loyal maid, Hong. Chapter 28. Companionship. The Marquis has offended the Prince Rue. But why? Everything seemed fine in the front hall. What grievances could have arisen in between? The lady of the house stated that the engagement was off, which sent the Marquis into a furious rage. The Prince Rue had asserted his responsibility, yet the Marquis offered him no respect. The heir of the Duke pinged and mocked the Prince Rue, claiming no one wanted him. The Marquis truly was foolish. After all, the prince was a royal, and no matter how powerful the Duke of the State might be, he could hardly overshadow a prince. After bidding farewell to the last guest, Madame Song felt utterly exhausted. Today, the noble women of the capital had shown respect to the Longning Marquis's residence by attending the birthday banquet only to witness a farce. Nevertheless, they departed in high spirits. Madame Song had been generous. Each guest left with a potted plant. These exotic flowers and plants delighted the noble ladies, and even a single pot was worth a considerable sum. Xie Yuan and Xie Yin remained in Minglan Pavilion, while Chao Lingyi stayed to accompany Song Ruolan. Having caught a chill, Song Ruolan was given ginger soup by Lu Yu, who also scolded Hong Yi. The maidservants kept a watchful eye on the banquet, fearing any mistakes. Leaving her with the young lady could lead to trouble. The others observed Song Ruolan with concern, fearing she might be disheartened, but to their surprise, she appeared unaffected. Noticing everyone's cautious demeanor, Song Ruolan decided to confide in them, recounting the events as they transpired. "Sister, you have everything under control, right?" Xie Yin gazed at her with admiration. "You mentioned wanting to break off the engagement, and look, the opportunity has presented itself so soon. The Jiang family must retreat this time. ISN and Oppos. This a twist of fate? The Prince Rue meddles in affairs that do not concern him, and now I am entangled with him. Then marry the Prince Rue. Being a princess should be more advantageous than being the heiress wife. You." Song Ruolan pointed at her forehead. Chao Lingyi was even more astonished, having thought that her desire to break off the engagement was mere talk, as being the Duke's heir's wife was the dream of many noble ladies. Little did she know, Song Ruolan was willing to plunge into the depths of trouble to assist Li Huanyu in executing the plan, thus putting the Jiang family in a precarious position. "Are you not worried the Duke of the State will refuse to annul the engagement? They will agree. The Duke cannot afford to lose face. Nor can he offend Minister Li, who is a highly regarded official appointed by the Emperor. Li Huanyu was once a favored candidate for the Emperor and Amp, Oppos, as daughter-in-law. The third prince sought to win over the Li family, but Li Huanyu declined, citing her disinterest in being a concubine. Now that she has come of age, no proposal has been made. Song Ruolan understood that Li Huanyu had deep feelings for Jiang Jing, and in her past life, she had often set traps for her. In this lifetime, Song Ruolan had lent her a helping hand, and it remained to be seen if fortune would favor her. However, what troubled Song Ruolan was how to distance herself from Prince Rue. He was unpredictable, and she could only take it one step at a time. Chao Lingyi smiled mysteriously. "I can't end Oppos. Shake the feeling that Prince Rue harbors feelings for you. You little minx, which eye of yours saw affection from him? Do you not think my life is chaotic enough?" Song Ruolan playfully punched Chao Lingyi. Song Ruolan was grateful for Chao Lingyi and Oppos' loyalty, especially at such a critical juncture. The Prince Rue was not one to meddle in trivial matters. His visit today was unusual. He came without an invitation. What could be the reason? There was only one explanation. He likes you. Chao Lingyi and Amp, Oppos' analysis was astute, and her enthusiasm grew. Prince Rue is more handsome than Jiang Jing and is of royal blood. In the future, he will at least have a fief to live comfortably. If Song Ruolan truly breaks off her engagement and marries Prince Rue, it would be a wise decision. What do you think? What do you mean by what? Do not presume to be clever. What kind of woman does Prince Rue lack? Why would he want to marry me? My family background is insufficient, and my reputation is hardly pristine. You have wealth. Ah, wealth again. But Prince Rue is not interested in your money. It must be you that he desires. Since you understand Prince Rue so well, why not marry him yourself? Surely he would not look my way. The four shared a hearty laugh. Madame Song finally exhaled, realizing her daughter and Appo's spirits were unaffected. The loaning Marquis was chastised severely by the elderly Madame Song, who called him foolish as he had offended two powerful figures. The loaning Marquis, enlightened by his mother's words, began to see the truth. It was not about whether the Marquis's house could retain the engagement, but rather that the Duke of the State dared not refuse to withdraw. Thinking of Minister Li, Song de Guang shuddered. If his daughter were to become a concubine, he would bring down the Duke's residence. Does my mother truly believe that Prince Ruolan would take a liking to Lana? I have inquired thoroughly. While Prince Ruolan has a poor reputation, he has never harmed a woman. His act of saving Lan and Appo's shows at least that he possesses a good heart. As a prince, it would be easy to ignore someone drowning in front of him, yet he chose to save her and publicly declared his intention to take responsibility. He would not easily deny that. Lana's reputation is tarnished. Even if someone wishes to marry her, the Marquis's house would be at fault, and they could not offer any assistance in the future. Prince Ruolan is different. He saved Lan and Appo's, and they have shared intimacy. It is only natural for him to marry her, and we would have no grounds to complain. Challenge him? Our son would not dare. Madame Song gazed at her inept son with a sense of indignation. If the late Marquis were here, the Marquis and Appo's residence would not have to rely on the CF family and Appo's dowry for support. Reflecting on the merchants, Madame Song noted that many young members of the CF family had come today, yet not a single one had come to the Shuer Hall to pay their respects. Did they no longer regard the Marquis and Appo's house with any respect? The commotion in Minglan Pavilion was lively, surrounded by good friends and cared for by them. Song Ruolan felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Chao Lingyi lay beside Song Ruolan, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Are you not used to the bed? No. Your words have frightened me. Do not worry about such matters. You have a protective father and a decisive mother. Just be a good girl, and your family will arrange an excellent match for you. Last time was just like this. Chao Lingyi and her husband were in perfect harmony and bliss. Meanwhile, I was merely a tool for my father's profit, and my mother's gentleness was of no use. Society does not accept women who remain unmarried. Gao Lingdi em that song Zulan Tendoli. Let's take it one step at a time. Song Ruolan acknowledged the arduous path ahead, yet she reasoned that no matter how difficult, it could not lead to her demise. Their voices gradually quieted, and that night, Song Ruolan slept soundly. Early the next morning, a carriage from the Chao residence awaited at the door. Song Ruolan felt immense gratitude towards Madame Chao. Despite the previous day's turmoil, she still permitted her daughter to accompany her at the Marquis's residence, unafraid of damaging Chao Lingyi's reputation. Madame Chao signaled to the world that the incident was not Song Ruolan's fault. She had merely fallen into the water and happened to be rescued. Song Ruolan sent her family's coral tree and a fine screen from Minglan Pavilion to the Chao residence. While money cannot buy genuine affection, it can express one's heartfelt intentions. Chapter 29. The return of the engagement token not long after bidding farewell to Lady Chao. Visitors from a Jiang residence arrived at the Jiang Manor. Mama Zhao, a confidant of Madame Jiang, strode in with several servants, demanding an audience with Madame Song. Song Ruolan held her mother back, suggesting they should not rush and allow the visitors to wait. They had come to return the engagement token, a development that Song Ruolan had anticipated. The Duke of Jinghua's household was adept at seeking advantages and avoiding harm. Since they dared not offend the Minister Li, it was only prudent to rescind the engagement as early as possible, thus demonstrating the sincerity of the Duke and Appo's family. As for the Song household, Madame Jiang was unwilling to even pretend to uphold decorum. The withdrawal of the engagement was executed with mere servants, revealing the true nature of the Duke and Appo's household, a most contemptible approach. At that moment, Mama Hong, who served the matriarch, arrived carrying Jiang Jingshan's engagement token and token of affection. Song Ruolan admired her grandmother for her keen sense of timing, far superior to her own short-sighted father. The matriarch declared that since the Jiang family wished to terminate the engagement, the Song family had no reason to cling to it. A union should not turn into enmity, lest they lose face as a noble house. Madame Song acknowledged this, and Mama Hong promptly returned to report to the matriarch. Mama Xie took the engagement token. Hong Xiang, you shall accompany Mama Xie, instructed Song Ruolan. Yes. Mama Xie, along with several servants, proceeded to the front hall to meet Mama Zhao. Mama Zhao immediately recognized the lead servant as the stewardess by the side of the Song matriarch, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. Madame Song had evidently learned to retaliate. Every previous visit from Mama Zhao had been met with warm hospitality from Madame Song, who would ensure they left with generous gifts. Today, however, she sent mere servants, and they had not even been offered a cup of warm tea. Mama Xie stood firm, wasting no breath. This is the engagement token and jade pendant from the young Master Jiang. We expect Our Lady's token in return. Anyone could display arrogance. With her nose in the air, Mama Xie didn't spare Mama Zhao a glance. Mama Zhao, nearly grinding her teeth, had expected the Song family to be reluctant to sever ties, anticipating some flattering words. Yet here they were, casting disdain so quickly, as if they were eager to break the engagement. She handed over the token. See them out. Mama Xie bellowed. The doorman immediately swung open the doors, glaring at Mama Zhao and her entourage. Off you go. Be quick about it. Mama Zhao and her group exited in disgrace. The Duke of Chongning's household, from master to servant, was truly lacking in dignity. Anger boiled within Mama Zhao as she glanced back. Mama Xie returned with the token to Furong Courtyard, where Hongxiang recounted every detail of the encounter. Miss, what a relief. She thought we would beg them not to break the engagement. Where does her confidence come from? Our Lady publicly declared her intent to withdraw. Song Ruolan sighed with relief. Finally free from that family. It is indeed a significant step forward. Observing her daughter and Appo's evident ease, Madame Song felt a surge of happiness. Since her daughter harbored no affection for young Master Jiang, the wealth of the Duke of Jinghua was of no concern to her. Lanner, go pay your respects to your grandmother, Madame Song suggested. After bidding farewell to her mother, Song Ruolan made her way to Shuer Hall. With the engagement called off, her grandmother must surely feel regretful. Today, the Duke's household had shown a lack of respect toward the Marquis, and her grandmother had not insisted on retaining the engagement token, sparing both herself and the family from humiliation. Such magnanimity was far superior to the self-serving old folk who only saw immediate gain. This kindness from her grandmother, Song Ruolan deeply appreciated. Upon arriving, Mama Hong greeted her with a warm smile. Miss, please wait a moment. The old lady will be ready shortly. Before long, the matriarch emerged, assisted by her attendants. At my age, sitting for more than an hour becomes uncomfortable, she remarked, as if concerned her granddaughter might misinterpret her words as a boast. Song Ruolan respectfully greeted. Granddaughter pays her respects. Come, sit beside me, the matriarch beckoned. Confused, Song Ruolan took her place beside her grandmother, who observed her quietly. Since the last time at the temple when she had boldly declared her intention to break the engagement, less than half a year had passed, and she had indeed acted upon her words. Now, with ties to the crown prince, this granddaughter was not to be underestimated. Without a word from the matriarch, Song Ruolan remained quietly seated. Today, she had handled matters admirably. The Marquis could no longer be bullied by others. It was indeed a burden on her grandmother's mind, and she felt gratitude for her grandmother's concern. Had the matriarch not been willing to end the engagement, there would have been further complications. Alas, I am getting old and cannot manage everything. You are capable. In the future, choose a suitor of higher standing, the matriarch advised. Song Ruolan understood. Her grandmother had heard about her connection to the crown prince. Indeed, the crown prince was of noble birth, and other distinguished families would likely avoid her at this juncture. After all, who would dare become a thorn in the side of the Duke of Jinghua? People naturally seek fortune and evade misfortune. Her grandmother's reasoning was sound. The Marquis needed someone who could stand against the Duke of Jinghua. Upon leaving Shuer and Appo's hall, Song Ruolan distinctly sensed a shift in her grandmother and Appo's attitude. The matriarch was placing her hopes on the crown prince. After all, should the Marquis produce a princess, it would be a matter of great pride for the family. Song Ruolan could not help but smile. Her grandmother was truly mistaken in her calculations. In Xie Pavilion, Song Ruoshi wept for an extended period. With the dissolution of ties between the Duke of Jinghua and the Marquis, What would become of her future? That wretched Minlon. Had she not gone to the temple with her entourage and sullied my reputation, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Who in the capital would still want me? Song Ruashi's face contorted with rage. The fa-ade of gentility she had once maintained now shattered. Chui Feng quickly cautioned, Miss. Be mindful of eavesdroppers. Are you truly so fearful of that wretch? Am I not in this dire strait because of her? Chui Feng dared not speak further. The second miss had become increasingly erratic since her miscarriage, often venting her frustrations on the servants. Have you gone mute? Do you not agree? She exclaimed, gripping Chui Feng's arm tightly. Yes. Chui Feng winced, tears welling in her eyes. Concubine Du had gone to Shuan Hall, kneeling before the matriarch. I beg you. Say my daughter. The old lady's expression soured. How can I help? Shall I go to the Jiang family on bended knee, bringing that wretched girl into their household? Wretched girl. Concubine Du was taken aback. Did her aunt just insult her daughter? Had she not once held affection for this granddaughter? The disdain in her gaze was bewildering. Panic set in for Concubine Du. Was her aunt abandoning Ruashi? The matriarch continued. Tell her to remain in Xie Pavilion and not venture elsewhere. If young Master Jiang still possesses a shred of conscience and takes her into his home, I will provide her with a proper bridal adornment to ensure she departs in splendor. However, if she brings shame to the Marquis with her foolishness, I will not be lenient. Yes, Concubine Du dared not complain further. In recent days, she had taken charge of household matters, cutting many expenses. Aside from the servants in Haitang Garden, she struggled to command the others. The Marquis rarely visited Haitang Garden, opting instead to dine in Furong Courtyard, where he shamelessly stayed overnight. Concubine Du regretted taking on this burden. She had poured a significant portion of her private savings into maintaining the household. Surely, she needed to keep some funds for herself. This role of household manager had alienated her from the servants, and now even the Marquis seemed hesitant to approach her. Why had she, the de facto head of the household, found herself in such a predicament? Chapter 30. Constriction. The ledger delivered by Master Xie had sat unopened for many days until Song Ruolan finally found the time to peruse it. It detailed various establishments, jewelry shops, grain stores, taverns, garment pavilions, and fabric shops, encompassing all facets of life. Rising from her seat, Song Ruolan commanded, Hongyi, prepare the carriage. Today we shall visit the various shops. The four maidservants promptly stood up. Only Hongyi is sufficient to accompany me, Song Ruolan declared. That will not do. Green Jade was the first to object. Miss, you are unaware that Hongyi is a calamity. Whenever she accompanies you, something unfortunate occurs. Hongyi lowered her head, feeling as though her presence was a precursor to trouble. When will you ever cease with your endless complaints? Hongxiang scoffed. Did Hongyi not save the miss on one occasion? Green Lotus, ever protective of Hongyi, chimed in. You cannot bear to see her wronged. Enough. You may all go. Now you can rest assured. Amidst their playful quarrels, Song Ruolan cherished the moments spent with them. Their happiness in this lifetime was her greatest wish. With a synchronized readiness, the four prepared to embark. Let others gossip if they must. A few extra maidservants were easily manageable. Go fetch Ruhan. Let him experience the splendor of the capital. The shopkeepers were all from the Xie family, and she wanted her brother to make their acquaintance. In the days since Song Ruolan and Appo's return, he had encountered numerous events. Concern for his sister and Appo's well-being after the broken engagement. He had long wished to accompany her. Today, he could witness the capital and Appo's vibrancy while spending time alone with her, prompting him to rush over. Behind him, two young servants called out, Young master, wait for us. These two servants were gifts from Yanqing, presented on his birthday. You may command them as you wish. Should they disobey, inform your sister. She will guide you on what to do. With that, he handed over their contracts. Both young servants were born into the Xie family, and, although of similar age to Song Ruolan, were sprightly and clever, which led to their being sent over. Yet, this young master was unlike others. He bore no airs of nobility and insisted on doing everything for himself. The servants were diligent, rising early each day, fearing that the young master might usurp their tasks. Another source of their distress was that the young master was adept at running, climbing trees, and exploring bird nests. leaving them unable to keep pace. Slow down. Song Ruolan observed her brother's light-footedness with affectionate amusement. Sister, what is our purpose today? We are taking Ruolan to see what life will be like in the future. Song Ruolan grinned innocently. I have long desired to go out. There is little amusement at the Marquis residence. In the countryside, I ran freely, but the Marquis estate is rife with rules. The two elderly caretakers mother assigned are even more nagging than the village matrons, constantly reminding me of what I cannot do. It's utterly vexing. Yesterday, when I climbed a tree to explore a bird's nest, everyone at the residence turned pale with fright. How dull, seeing the sulky expression on his face. Song Ruolan understood he had yet to adapt to the pampered life of a young master. Take your time. Their first stop was the jewelry shop. The shopkeeper had already been informed that the young lady had taken over her mother's establishment. From now on, without my or my mother's seal, no one may take jewelry from the shop. Even the Marquis? Certainly not. Remember, this is the CF family's shop, not that of the Song family. The shopkeeper held disdain for the Marquis, who, despite his contempt for merchants, would occasionally come to the shop to claim jewels. It was quite a discomforting situation. Recently, jewels he had taken were quickly found at the neighboring pawnshop. How embarrassing! The jewelry taken by the Marquis was of significant value, and without the lady's directive, they dare not speak out. They simply acquiesced, albeit with a heavy heart. As Song Ruolan examined various pieces of jewelry, a sharp voice pierced the air. Oh, is that not the recently jilted Miss Song? Shouldn't you be at home, hidden under your covers, weeping? How dare you show your face in public? Without needing to look up, she recognized the voice of Jiang Jingxin, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. What a persistent specter she was. It was said that barking dogs seldom bite, but Jiang Jingxin was an exception. She barked fiercely and bit harder. This woman was insidious and cruel. Song Ruolan wished to sever any ties with the Jiang family, and feigned ignorance as she attempted to walk away. What an amp, Oppos, is this? You think I would let you off easily after you pushed my sister Huanyu into the lake? Today, if you kneel and bow 3 times, I might spare you. Customers in the jewelry shop gathered to watch the spectacle. Jiang Jingxin's vendetta was well known, and she had never been bested before. How could she resist the opportunity to humiliate Miss Song? How brazen! Song Ruolan scoffed, her disdain palpable. What did you say? Seeking death? Jiang Jingxin lunged at her with clawed hands, a tactic she often employed against women more beautiful than herself, showing no mercy. The daughter of the Minister of Personnel bore a scar on her face as testament to Jiang Jingxin's cruelty. If not for the backing of the Duke of the State, this malicious woman would have faced dire consequences long ago. She had always held a grudge against Song Ruolan, feeling wronged for losing her suitor to her. Now that Song Ruolan had been cast aside, was it not her turn to gloat? Ah, it hurts! Jiang Jingxin shrieked like a wounded animal as Hongyi twisted her wrist. This woman was too malicious, aiming to mar the Mrs. Beauty. Break her hand, and let us see if she dares harm anyone else. Let go of me! Jiang Jingxin screamed, but Hongyi remained resolute. Are you all deaf? Jiang Jingxin raged at her surrounding attendants, who finally sprang into action. In the past, it was always others who suffered. Never had they seen their mistress in such a disheveled state. Despite the flurry of Jiang family and Oppos, as maidservants and matrons, Hongyi did not relent. The commotion grew, attracting a crowd at the entrance. Many were astonished by the small maidservant and amp, Oppos, as strength, while OT Chapter 31, discounts witnessing the laughter of those around her. Jiang Jingxin felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Shopkeeper Wu, I and Oppos am here, she exclaimed. From now on, Jinfeng Pavilion shall not welcome Miss Jiang. Yes, miss, I shall remember, came a reply. Jiang Jingxin stared in shock at Song Ruolan, realizing that this renowned jewelry store was also under the ownership of Madame Song. The most prestigious jewelry shop, Jade Pavilion, was located in the East Market and was widely acknowledged as Madame Song and Oppos' enterprise. The thought of purchasing jewelry from Madame Song's store made Jiang Jingxin unwilling to enrich her pockets with even a single tael of silver. She never anticipated that Jinfeng Pavilion was also theirs. Where shall I buy jewelry now? Jiang Jingxin silently regretted provoking Song Ruolan today. You wait. I will not let you off easily. She spat at Hong Yi before leaving in a huff. This daughter of the Jiang family lacked the grace typically expected of noble ladies. How could the Duke of Town's residence raise such a daughter? Who would dare to marry her in the future? There are plenty of men eager to marry her. If one could become a son-in-law of the Duke's residence, they would wake up smiling without needing to sleep. Only after Jiang Jingxin departed did the crowd dare to discuss. A somewhat lewd man remarked, and laughter erupted around him. Song Ruolan sneered. Such was the nature of the world. Jiang Jingxin, a fool and a cripple, would still attract numerous suitors. Noticing the dampness in her younger brother's palm, it was evident that Jiang Jingxin had frightened him. Song Ruolan grasped his hand and gently said, Ruolan, remember, there will always be some wicked individuals in this world. As long as you grow strong, they will dare not provoke you easily. Is that why she dares to bully my sister? Because my sister is not strong enough? Yes, her sister had yet to become stronger than Jiang Jingxin. Jiang Jingxin relied on the power of the Duke's residence, and the Longning Marquis' residence was no match for it. However, if Song Ruolan were sufficiently strong, Jiang Jingxin would undoubtedly think twice before crossing her. I will protect my sister from now on. Song Ruolan pondered, determined to grow stronger. Witnessing such injustices was not entirely a bad thing. He had been overly sheltered in Dingjia village, thinking everyone in this world was kind. Jiang Jingxin had left, yet the onlookers were unwilling to disperse. Compared to Jiang Jingxin, they were more curious about Song Ruolan. A temple scandal, public engagement withdrawal, and rumors about the Prince of Ruolan. She was indeed a woman unafraid of trouble. Song Ruolan feigned ignorance to the scrutinizing gazes directed at her. The eldest son of the Song family made his first appearance at Jinfeng Pavilion, announcing that all jewelry would be offered at a 20% discount. As soon as Song Ruolan finished speaking, the crowd surged forward. This was a rare opportunity. The jewelry from Jinfeng Pavilion was exquisite, and the new styles were nearly impossible to obtain even with money. Today's discount was truly fortuitous. The news spread rapidly, prompting the young ladies at home to flock to the pavilion, which soon formed a long queue. Song Ruolan personally attended to the cash register, selling jewelry with remarkable efficiency. No one anticipated she should not be so publicly visible. Song Ruolan gazed curiously at the people around him. Were these glittering items truly so desirable? So many young ladies were buying them with fervor. Unbeknownst to them, the day passed in a flurry of activity, and the jewelry in the shop was nearly sold out. Song Ruolan was astonished by the purchasing power of the noble ladies. It was astonishingly vigorous. Song Ruolan and Oppos. gaze lingered on a remaining jade bracelet for quite some time. This boy had a good eye. Do you like it? Mother would definitely adore it. He then hesitated, wondering if it might not be appropriate. Would his sister think poorly of him for thinking of their mother first? Song Ruolan understood he was referring to their aunt. If you like it, take it to give to mother. The jade bracelet was soon placed in a decorative box. Song Ruolan Anne's eyes sparkled. Their mother had long wanted a bracelet, but had always been reluctant to buy one. Let us pick a few more. I'll get something for my sister and sister-in-law as well. Last time, when Ruolan was taken away, his sister was not at home, and he later heard she went to the Sief family, crying and begging to have her brother returned. Clearly, she cared for Ruolan a great deal. The jewelry from Jinfeng Pavilion, even the remaining pieces, was far superior to what was found elsewhere. Song Ruolan obediently selected earrings and a hairpin, all favored by his sister and sister-in-law. Song Ruolan looked at her brother with satisfaction. Gratitude and thoughtfulness were the qualities a proper gentleman should possess. Although the day had been exhausting, it bore fruit. The reputation of Song Ruolan and the legitimate heir of the Longning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residence, quickly spread, surpassing even that of the birthday banquet. The incident of Song Ruolan falling into the water at the banquet became less significant than Song Ruolan and Amp, Oppo's first public appearance. Today, due to the benefits reaped by the noble ladies, whenever someone inquired, they would attribute the discounts to the heir of the Marquis and Oppo's residence. Upon returning to the residence, Shuer had already heard of Jiang Jingxin's provocations. Concern etched on her face, she looked at her daughter. Lan'er, you should keep her distance from the Jiang family in the future. Mother, avoiding it is not the solution. I do not seek trouble, but am not afraid of it either. Please do not worry. Shuer felt slightly reassured. Ruolan, how did you find the scenery in the capital? She turned to ask her son. Ruolan was at a loss for words, apart from witnessing a farce. He had only seen those noble ladies scrambling to buy jewelry. As for the capital and Appos, as splendor, he had yet to observe it before darkness fell. Not to worry. Next time your sister will take you out. Ruolan patted her brother's head. They returned to their respective courtyards. And Ruolan rewarded the two young servants beside him for their hard work in protecting him today. Their eyes had not dared to leave him for a moment. When the news reached Minglan Pavilion, Ruolan wore a knowing smile. Her brother was finally learning to take charge and demonstrate consideration for those beneath him. To rise above, won't he not be heartless? Witnessing a flicker of joy on her mistress and Appos' face, finally relaxed after a day of tension. From now on, you shall remain in Minglan Pavilion and not venture outside. He immediately knelt. Did I do something wrong, my lady? Rise. He stubbornly remained on her knees. Ruolan sighed. You have done nothing wrong. It is others who harbor ill intentions. Lu quickly guessed her mistress's thoughts. Mistress, is Miss Jiang likely to seek revenge on Sister Hong? Indeed, for now, she lacks the power to protect those around her. After suffering such a significant loss, she will not let it go easily. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence, Ruolan was not to be trifled with. However, being merely a maid, could easily be disposed of under a pretext. Miss, I am not afraid. As long as I can protect you, what is my life worth? Thank you for your help today. He had single-handedly repelled those around Jiang Jingxin. Everyone in Minglan Pavilion received rewards for their efforts today, with receiving double. Thank you, miss. The maids chimed joyfully. After freshening up, Ruolan lay on her couch, her mind racing. After today, she had undoubtedly forged a grudge with the Jiang family. The Jiang family indulged Jiang Jingxin, and she would certainly retaliate whenever her pride was wounded. Though the engagement was initiated by the Jiang family, it was Ruolan who most desired to dissolve it. The Jiang family would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their lost face. Chapter 32. Seeking help, Ruolan found herself restless and sleepless, contemplating the futility of opposing the Jiang family, realizing that the Ho residence was no match for them. The Shuer family, despite their wealth, would ultimately falter in the struggle between the populace and the officials, potentially at the cost of lives. As her thoughts spiraled into a headache, she finally dozed off in a daze just before the fourth watch of the night. Hongxiang stood guard at the door, ensuring no one approached, having heard every subtle sound from her young mistress the previous day. It was only when the sun had risen high that Ruolan opened her eyes, feeling a strange sense of dislocation. Within the confines of the Ho residence, there were no stringent regulations of morning and evening rituals, nor did she have to endure the disapproving gaze of her mother-in-law. If it weren't for certain bothersome matters, life could be quite pleasant. Hongxiang, assist me with my attire. Hongxiang promptly entered to attend her. After completing her grooming, Lavayo had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast: spring snow cake, glutinous rice pastries, jujube porridge, celestial peaches, lotus roots, lotus seed porridge, and black-bone chicken soup, all delightful and balanced in flavor and nutrition. Ruolan indulged in a couple more bites than usual, prompting Lavayo to beam with delight. Once her meal was finished, the remaining pastries quickly vanished at the hands of the waiting maidservants. Miss, the second miss requests an audience. A wave of confusion washed over Ruolan. She had nearly forgotten about such a person. Let her in. Indeed, Ruoshi entered, her complexion pale and her demeanor fragile. How pitiful she seemed, yet the thick layer of makeup on her face could have fortified a city wall. Sister, Ruolan, exasperated, retorted, grandmother has confined the second miss. Truly bold of you to abandon your courtyard and come here, pretending to be a specter for whom? Ruoshi replied, Sister, please take me out of the residence. Ruolan regarded her as if she were a fool. Why should I? The younger sister wishes to meet young Master Jiang. Grandmother has never restricted you, sister. If you say you're taking me out for fresh air, surely she would not object. It was the same as before, with her sister assuming that her requests were a given. What makes you so certain that I would acquiesce? Song Ruoshi was momentarily speechless. Had she not always granted her sister's wishes in the past? Sister despises young Master Jiang, yet I have shared intimacy with him. You would not care, would you? You have no reason to resent me. I cannot live without young Master Jiang. I must see him at least once, or he may forget me. Song Ruolan scrutinized Song Ruoshi, pondering how she had once been ensnared by such a foolish individual in her past life. Why should I assist you? Thank you for stabbing me in the back. Yet, Song Ruolan found it curious. In her previous life, they had been so affectionate. So why now did Jiang Jingshin remain indifferent to her? Was it because she no longer held any value to him? Or their love? They had once conspired against themselves for the sake of eternal union. Go plead with grandmother. If she has confined you, you could still seek me here. It seems she is not genuinely irate. Grandmother would not allow you to suffer. She would facilitate your desires. Song Ruoshi laughed through her tears. Grandmother is not the same as she once was, nor his father. At some point, their gazes turned to disdain. What wrong have I done? Is it a crime to be unable to resist my feelings for young Master Jiang? Is having a child my fault? Could I conceive alone? Had that child remained, young Master Jiang would not neglect me. Her stepmother implored father and young Master Jiang to take her into the Jiang residence, only to be scolded for bringing shame. When she sought grandmother, she was threatened with becoming a spinster if she did not conduct herself properly. Confined within the Ho residence, she believed that if she could just see young Master Jiang once, she would have a way to rekindle his feelings. When they embraced, he had likened her to a little fox, irresistible to him. How could he bear to part with her? Song Ruolan rose. Hongxiang quickly moved forward. Second miss, please. Song Ruoshi stared in shock at Song Ruolan. She had knelt before her in supplication, yet her sister still refused to concede. Sister, do you still harbor hatred toward me? You resent me for ruining your engagement, but young Master Jiang loves me. What use is your animosity? Song Ruoshi laughed and cried, her sanity wavering. If I remain in Minglan Pavilion for another moment, I shall taint the very air here. Leave. Levayu seized her, and she vanished in the blink of an eye. They could not allow the young mistress to be sullied by such discord. The cheerful mood soured by the commotion. Song Ruolan felt as though she had swallowed a fly. You two should remain entwined with Jiang Jingshin. Do not bring misfortune upon others. A plan began to form in her mind. Levayu, let me know that the second miss was abandoned by Jiang Jingshin, and that grandmother has forced her to become a spinster. If she makes a scene at home, it will spread. Hongxiang questioned, would that tarnish the young mistress's reputation? Not at all. As the illegitimate child of a concubine, the noble women of the capital will view her as inherently seductive. I shall merely be the unfortunate legitimate daughter of the Ho family, wronged by Vixen. They will only pity me. Furthermore, her reputation is already in tatters. If Ruoshi is a mere illegitimate daughter, she cannot tarnish the legitimacy of the Ho heir. The news of Song Ruoshi and Appo's pregnancy had been tightly guarded. Had it been revealed, the patriarch of the Song family would have intervened. At most, it would bring disgrace upon the Song family for producing a brazen offspring. Since she sought her own ruin, there was no need to dirty her own hands. If Ruoshi returned to the Ho residence, given her malicious nature, it was likely she would meddle in the affairs of Pingan Courtyard. Rather than allowing her to remain at home, it would be wiser to send her away. Once she entered the Jiang residence, Jiang Foreign would manage her. Not only would she sully Jiang Jingshin's name, but Song Ruolan was determined to end the engagement, and Ruoshi could not escape the consequences. The carefully orchestrated dowry would be in vain, and Jiang Foreign would not allow Song Ruoshi to escape unscathed. As for the future young mistress, Song Ruoshi and Appo's presence was akin to a loathsome fly. How could the young mistress secure favor with the master, while a favored concubine of the young master was already in the picture? Could Song Ruoshi possibly gain any favor under the mistress's scrutiny? And Jiang Jingshin? As long as Jiang Foreign continued to introduce more concubines into his chambers. How could he remember Song Ruoshi? In the grand scheme of the noble household, the lives of concubines mattered little. Abandoned by her mother-esque care, Song Ruoshi would be at the mercy of the Duke of Jinghua and Appo's household. Levayu patted her chest in assurance. Mistress, leave this matter to me. Let's go. Today we shall visit the taverns and bring Runan along. Tomorrow we must visit the scholar at the academy. Henceforth, Ruolan must focus on his studies and not venture out too often. Seeing her brother undeterred by the previous day's scare and excited at the prospect of going out, Song Ruolan felt a swell of happiness. Hongyi insisted on accompanying them, and Song Ruolan allowed it. Hiding was not a solution. Would the Jiang family dare to act under the broad daylight? Today, they would show Ruolan the sights of the capital. Instead of rushing straight to the tavern as they had the day before, they strolled leisurely along the streets. Candied hawthorns, osmanthus cakes, and small pinwheels were among the various treats and toys that brought immense joy to Song Ruolan. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child. Finding wonder in all he saw, Song Ruolan, curious, asked, "Ruolan, why are you picking out these childish trinkets? Rattles, small bells." And bows were not typically favored by a boy of Song Ruolan's age. Embarrassed, he replied with a shy smile, "Mother said that sister-in-law is expecting a baby. By the time I return home, they will surely have grown. These could be for him to play with." Song Ruolan replied, "No need to wait for him to grow. In a few days, sister will take you to visit." "Really?" "Indeed, sister wouldn't deceive you." Ruolan was always preoccupied with thoughts of family, which made it difficult for him to concentrate on his studies. Once the academy was settled, they would venture to Dingjia village in a few days. Ruolan's excitement grew even more palpable. "Sister, the capital is wonderful." Chapter 33. The siblings strolled along, conversing amiably. Song Ruolan's radiant smile nearly bedazzled Lin Yunzhou, who was observing from the wine shop above. What are you gawking at?" Grinning like a simpleton, Qin Shaoxian quipped, following his gaze. "What has captured your attention? An ethereal being descended from the heavens? Ah, isn't it the young lady you're supposed to be responsible for? There's bound to be a spectacle today." In the bustling Octagon Street, Song Ruolan possessed an almost celestial allure, immediately discernible amidst the crowd. From afar, she exuded both refinement and playfulness, a harmonious blend of gentleness and subtle defiance. Qin Shaoxian mused that it was no wonder she had captivated Lin Yunzhou's heart with such a fusion of qualities. To the world, Prince Rue was an idle hedonist, indulging in revelry and carnal pursuits. However, Qin Shaoxian knew the prince was a paragon of innocence, never truly engaging in licentious behavior with women. Any who brazenly offered themselves were promptly dismissed. Qin Shaoxian waved his fingers in front of Lin Yunzhou and Appos as face. But Lin Yunzhou swatted his hand away, turning his head in the process. "She and Amp, Appos, S walking toward us, Isen and Amp, Appos, Tishi? Could it be that she and Amp, Appos, S drawn to our striking appearances?" Lin Yunzhou retorted coolly, "Don't flatter yourself. This wine shop belongs to her. It's mealtime, so where else would she dine if not here? This wine shop? The wealthy are beyond compare. His dilapidated establishment could never rival Hanyun Restaurant." Even the brazen Qin Shaoxian was aware of his limitations. "Let in Amp, Appos, let's go and greet her," Lin Yunzhou declared, rising to his feet. Qin Shaoxian interjected, "I doubt she has any intention of becoming your princess consort." Upon entering Hanyun Restaurant, they were intercepted by Lin Yunzhou, clad in white. "Grant me the pleasure of your company?" Lin Yunzhou asked with a knowing smile. "Very well. Who and Appos? S afraid." Lin Yunzhou nearly tumbled down the stairs in astonishment. She agreed so readily? "Shuden and Amp, Appos, do you feign some politeness or exchange a few witty retorts?" "What in Amp, Appos, that's the matter, your highness? Startled by my boldness? Perhaps you regret inviting me, your subject?" Song Ruolan inquired innocently. Song Ruolan recognized him as the benefactor who had saved her sister. He dropped to his knees, offering a profound bow towards Lin Yunzhou on the stairs. "I am eternally grateful, your highness, for saving my sister's life." Lin Yunzhou chuckled. "Arise. It is commendable to be grateful." Lin Yunzhou glanced triumphantly at Song Ruolan. "See, although you possess formidable martial prowess, even your brother acknowledges me as your savior." Song Ruolan chuckled. "Indeed, you have rescued me twice. Let's proceed. I shall treat you today as recompense for your life-saving deeds." Song Ruolan ascended the stairs, with Lin Yunzhou hastily following. "Waiter, bring forth an abundance of dishes for his highness." "Certainly. The Song family's wine shop is inexhaustible." Qin Shaoxian was incredulous, marveling at Lin Yunzhou's sudden subservience. He gestured toward Song Ruolan, mouthing, "You have excellent taste." Their silent exchange did not escape Song Ruolan's notice. How juvenile. Unbeknownst to them, the oblivious duo reveled in their self-satisfaction. The manager, hearing of the young lady's arrival, personally served Longjing tea. "Uncle Xie, please escort Ruolan to explore the premises. Some matters are best discussed in private." Song Ruolan opposed, and respectfully bowed to Lin Yunzhou and Qin Shaoxian before departing with the manager. Qin Shaoxian remarked, "That child is perceptive." He raised an eyebrow at Song Ruolan, adding, "You should emulate him." Qin Shaoxian assumed the Song family and opposed. Heir was merely being courteous due to his status. But Song Ruolan knew her brother was genuinely grateful for the prince's assistance to his sister. Song Ruolan feigned ignorance. "Has your highness been waiting here specifically to speak with me? How did you know I was waiting?" He abruptly cut himself off, realizing he had been led into a trap. Qin Shaoxian was bewildered by their cryptic exchange. "Have you truly been dragging me here these past few days just to wait for her?" This hopeless fellow could have simply visited the Song residence. They wouldn't have turned you away, would they? Lin Yunzhou retorted, silence. Caught off guard, the usually fearless Lin Yunzhou glanced sheepishly at Song Ruolan, unnerved by his sudden timidity in her presence. "Indeed, I sought Miss Song's counsel on a matter. Does your highness still intend to take responsibility for me? Are you amenable?" Their discussion of matters of the heart was as mundane as commenting on the weather. "Lin Yunzhou, is that really you?" Qin Shaoxian scoffed. Lin Yunzhou shoved him aside. "Don't frighten Song Ruolan away." Lin Yunzhou spoke casually. "I intend to formally propose marriage to the Song residents tomorrow. Would Madame Song be overwhelmed with joy? After all, her daughter was recently jilted, and then I promptly arrived to propose marriage. Madame Song is sure to be overjoyed." Liu, clasping her hands in excitement, gazed expectantly. "Miss, please accept. By accepting, you will become the Princess Ruolan." Hong Xiang, well aware of Liu's thoughts, glared at her. "Miss will make her own decisions." Song Ruolan readily agreed. "My mother and I eagerly await your arrival." Lin Yunzhou was momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" He glanced at Chu San. "Am I dreaming?" Chu San grinned obsequiously. "Your Highness, this is reality." Song Ruolan did not appear to be jesting. "I have a condition. Would Your Highness be willing to hear it?" Song Ruolan signaled to Hong Yi, and Hong Yi and Liu promptly stationed themselves at the door. "Of course, Miss Song, please speak freely. If it involves conditions, there is room for negotiation. Was Your Highness compelled by the Emperor to seek me out?" She was not a naive young woman and would not believe Lin Yunzhou was genuinely smitten with her at first sight. "Have you investigated me? That shouldn't be possible. How could a young lady in her chamber be so astute?" Lin Yunzhou, in Song Ruolan's past life, Prince Rui never married a primary consort. The Emperor searched high and low for a suitable bride, even to the point of agreeing to any woman as long as she was willing to be Prince Rui's consort. But Prince Rui still remained unmarried. Song Ruolan knew that if Prince Rui informed the Emperor today that he had found a woman he desired, the Emperor would undoubtedly consent. Prince Rui did not need to bear the burden of the empire, and the absence of demands on the maternal family was advantageous for Prince Rui. As a family like the Chongning Marquis household, with no presence in the palace, would not arouse the jealousy of other princes. The Emperor was happy to fulfill Prince Rui's desire to marry a woman he liked. "I will personally visit to seek your hand in marriage." "Allow me to finish," Song Ruolan interjected. "Your Highness, will you not regret it?" "The word regret is not in my vocabulary. Is Your Highness truly enamored with me? Or am I merely a pawn? How should I say this? To claim I fell in love with you at first sight and cannot live without you doesn't quite ring true. Perhaps a bit of both. In that case, let us mutually benefit from this. I am not prepared to become a princess consort, so let us first become contractually bound as husband and wife. What do you say? What is a contractual marriage? Your Highness and I have only met a few times. To claim that we cannot live without each other is not believable, even to ourselves. Since Your Highness wishes to use me to silence the Emperor's urging for marriage, I also need to cling to Your Highness as a formidable patron to prevent the Duke of Zhenghua from arbitrarily causing me trouble. We can each get what we need. What do you say?" Lin Yunzhou nearly fell off his chair, finally understanding that this meant becoming a sham couple. A hint of disappointment welled up within him. Does my appearance not appeal to her? He scrutinized himself. Impossible. I am still dashing and irresistible. How could she not be captivated? He concealed his disappointment. I agree to your terms. Your Highness and I can draft a contract stipulating that we will be husband and wife in name only. Should either party wish to terminate this arrangement in the future, the other must consent without hesitation. Is your Highness willing? Chapter 34. The gift of jade. There seemed to be nothing unacceptable about it, as long as he thought of the bond forming so swiftly between her and himself. Lin Yunzhou felt a subtle anticipation. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Chu Yi persistently gestured. No, this is a deception. Both parties risk their lives. Yet, the two feigned ignorance. The emperor would not personally oversee their nuptials, so what was there to fear? As for the contract, it was better left aside. Song Ruolan reconsidered. If discovered by those with ulterior motives, it could indeed serve as damning evidence against her family. Do you trust me so completely? Lin Yunzhou asked. The prince wields immense power. If you were to have a change of heart, what could this piece of paper do to me? Rest assured, once I have given my word, I shall not use my authority to coerce anyone. Agreed. Song Ruolan acquiesced, flowing with the current. Lin Yunzhou clapped his hands, and Qin Shaoxian appeared at the door, furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yunzhou. You prioritize romance over friendship. He had just been detained by his guards in the eastern chamber, completely oblivious to the happenings on this side. Missing the excitement had left him feeling stifled. What were you two discussing? Tell me, Lin Yunzhou, what good deeds have you done? Indeed, the rumors about Qin Shaoxian's penchant for gossip were true. His expression was one of pure rage, even uttering the prince's name. Sit down. Today you may indulge freely, Lin Yunzhou replied with a sidelong glance. Upon hearing the word food, Qin Shaoxian quickly added, as it is the lady's treat, I must show my respect. Song Ruolan. Qin Shaoxian's talent for nonsense was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Miss Song had become a sister-in-law. Lin Yunzhou's lips curled into a smile. This lad truly knew how to please him. Song Ruolan was also returned by manager Xie. Song Ruolan held Lin Yunzhou in high esteem, always maintaining a demeanor of decorum in his presence, which compelled the usually carefree Lin Yunzhou to adopt a serious posture. Yet, it lasted no longer than a quarter of an hour before Lin Yunzhou reverted to his true self. Come, young Ruolan, for now on we are family. How about calling me brother-in-law? Lin Yunzhou placed his hand on Song Ruolan's shoulder. Song Ruolan, caught between the mention of the esteemed prince, found it unappealing. His face bore a look of astonishment. Although still young, he understood that a brother-in-law was someone destined to share a life with his sister. However, it seemed his sister was not well acquainted with him, and no matchmaker had appeared recently. Song Ruolan gazed at his sister, who gave a slight nod. This revelation startled manager Xie, who had been waiting nearby. No wonder the prince had spent entire days at the tavern. It was to await the young lady. Manager Xie trembled with excitement, bringing forth more dishes. With the prospect of the young lady becoming a princess, a prosperous future awaited the Xie family. Song Ruolan obediently called out brother-in-law. Lin Yunzhou, elated, was about to bestow a gold nugget, but upon reflection, they were not lacking in wealth, and it would not elicit the desired joy. Speak, what reward do you wish for? Lin Yunzhou declared grandly. Thank you, brother-in-law, but I lack nothing, Song Ruolan replied. In comparison to Dingjia village, he mused, the life of immortals might be no more splendid. Do I not know that you lack nothing? Lin Yunzhou thought quickly. Shall I send you to the Guozijuan to study? Song Ruolan's eyes lit up, darting a glance at his sister. Song Ruolan, about to refuse, swallowed her words as she saw the longing in her brother's eyes. This was no small feat. The Guozijuan was a prestigious institution reserved for royal offspring and distinguished families, and Ruolan's current level was insufficient for entry. My brother-in-law should be able to go anywhere. Lin Yunzhou finally discovered a way to please both siblings. Qin Shaoxian, unusually silent, merely consumed his meal, unable to bear Lin Yunzhou and Oppo's sycophantic behavior. It was truly a rare sight to witness the resolute prince so diligently courting a woman. The meal concluded with merriment for all. On the first and second days of the new year, as Lin Yunzhou's words fell, two figures swiftly entered. From today forth, you two are responsible for the safety of Chapter 35. Memories. The prince swiftly dispatched two shadow guards, leaving Chu San feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. As only Chu Si remained by the prince's side, Lin Yunzhou, however, remained unconcerned. He could easily summon a few more from the southern frontier. After returning to the Song residence, Song Ruolan felt an unsettling awareness of someone watching her from the shadows. The wise king assured her that should she call out, Chu Yi would always be there, no matter the time. Leaning out of the window, she called, Chu Yi, at your service. Came the immediate response from the elusive Chu Yi, who appeared before her without a sound. Even though she anticipated his presence, she was still startled. Chu Yi was not tall, but appeared stout and honest. Why are you called Chu Yi? There is also a guard named Chu San by the prince's side. Your Highness, it is because my skills are the highest among my peers. Intrigued, Song Ruolan asked, are your names ranked by skill? Indeed, should Chu Heir surpass me in skill one day, he would then be called Chu Yi. It seemed like something Lin Yunzhou might devise. Yet, it was puzzling that they would frequently change their names without a hint of inconvenience. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall always be Chu Yi. They cannot surpass me. If the prince has sent you, does that not imply that those around him are less capable than you? Is he not in grave danger? As a sheltered young lady, Song Ruolan felt she was unlikely to encounter significant peril. The prince has stated that your safety is of utmost importance. Should there be any lapse, I shall present my head. The presence of a protector indeed provided her with a sense of security. Reflecting on Ruolan's situation, she found comfort in the fact that there was also a shadow guard by her side. The young servant accompanying Ruolan was of similar age, and apart from a few matrons, they were the only ones around. It was commendable that Lin Yunzhou had thought of such matters. As she pondered the carefree and unruly man, he appeared quite different from the rumors she had heard. Meanwhile, Lin Yunzhou was in high spirits. Upon returning from the tavern, he did not head back to the Duke of Rue's residence, but instead made his way to the palace. The girl who had once saved him his childhood was finally to become his princess. At the age of 5, the fifth prince had once managed to sneak out of the palace, only to be ensnared in a plot. At that tender age, he had been oblivious to the unusual circumstances unfolding around him. A trusted eunuch had assured him that he could take him out to play, dressing him in the garments of a young attendant and leading him out stealthily. The situation grew increasingly precarious when the young prince went missing, and the palace remained eerily silent. Neither the emperor nor the empress noticed the absence of their son. This was evidently a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Though the fifth prince's mother held a lowly status, he was deeply favored by the emperor. Throughout history, many sons of favored concubines with no solid foundation eventually ascended the throne. Should the fifth prince perish outside, it would eliminate a formidable contender for the crown. Curiosity consumed the fifth prince as he ventured further from the palace, until the eunuch began to lead him into more secluded areas. With a lifetime of witnessing the palace's treachery, the fifth prince finally recognized the looming danger. Seizing a moment of distraction from the eunuch, he dashed into a dilapidated temple. The eunuch, reluctant to create a commotion, could only search methodically. After a day and night of fruitless searching, the eunuch, feeling the weight of failure, took a leap from a cliff, ending his own life. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, exhausted, hungry, and frightened, cautiously emerged from his hiding place in search of food, only to be met by a pair of curious eyes, a small, white puppy. Compelled by curiosity, he scooped the puppy into his arms. Just then, a little girl's voice called out, "Alila, where are you?" Their eyes met, and Song Ruolan was nearly startled into a scream. Though the fifth prince was covered in grime, his fair and plump skin revealed he was not a child of poverty. Striving to maintain her composure, Song Ruolan pressed close to the boy as footsteps approached the altar. With their hands clasped tightly, both felt the sweat of anxiety. Suddenly, the puppy darted out, racing toward the open. The chaotic footsteps pursued, gradually fading into the distance, allowing the two to exhale in relief. When Song Ruolan turned her head, the little plum blossom birthmark behind her ear caught the fifth prince's attention. Miss! The anxious voice of Granny Yen reached them, and Song Ruolan quickly retrieved her food, placing it beside the boy. "I must go now. Wait here for your mother," she whispered close to him. The unique fragrance radiating from her lingered in the prince's heart, taking root from that moment onward. When Granny Yin finally found her, she sighed in relief. "My little ancestor, you nearly frightened me to death. I came with your grandmother to offer incense, but the journey was bumpy and she needed a rest." Alu dashed off before I could catch up. Unbeknownst to them, Song Ruolan had inadvertently saved the fifth princess' life. Granny Yin was not one to meddle, and Song Ruolan dared not reveal the prince's identity. With this single act of kindness, the fifth prince managed to hold on until his guards arrived to rescue him. In the years that followed, the grown fifth prince sought after the girl who had saved him, yet found no trace. Until one day, he saved her. The gentle fragrance that wafted from her and the sight of her hair revealing the plum blossom mark behind her ear filled him with ecstatic certainty. She was the one he had searched for over a decade. Hearing of her betrothal to the young master of Jiang, he felt a profound sense of loss. Yet, when he learned she intended to break the engagement, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Upon discovering she had indeed withdrawn from the engagement, he feared he might tarnish her. Thus, he waited daily at Hanyan Tower, convinced that she would no longer be confined to the inner quarters. After all, Hanyan Tower was her domain. Surely she would come. At last, she arrived. He cautiously proposed that she become his princess, and to his astonishment, she did not refuse. She suggested they play the role of a false couple. "That is of no consequence. As long as you are willing, I shall grant you every desire." In the Yushio Palace, the beloved consort you stared in astonishment. Her mouth agape. "You have a favored lady? Whose daughter has captured your heart so swiftly?" Observing her son seated earnestly, consort, you could scarcely believe it. "Does mother disapprove?" "Of course I agree. My son has someone he adores." Consort, you beamed with delight. The Duke of Ruolan, however, was resigned. His mother had always been blissfully unaware. If not for the Emperor's favor, she might have perished countless times. She did not even inquire about the girl's family background, insisting only on her agreement. "Why does mother not ask which young lady it is? You can't expect me to just marry anyone you approve of, can you? You are my son. I know you well. Not just anyone would catch your eye. You are a man of discernment. Since you left the palace at 13, your reputation has been tarnished. Yet, I know you are not as the world perceives you. My son is merely protecting himself. A prince who indulges in frivolities is far less concerning than a diligent prince who toils daily. No wonder it is said that no one knows a child better than their mother. Consort, you had her own calculations. Speak. Which young lady captures your fancy?" "Song Ruolan, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chongning," he replied. "Who?" Consort, you thought she misheard. News had spread throughout the capital that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chongning had just broken off her engagement and was at odds with the Duke of Jinghua's residence. The word had long reached the palace. For the Duke of Ruolan to become engaged to the daughter of the Duke of Chongning at such a critical moment would be tantamount to slapping the Duke of Jinghua in the face. The Duke of Ruolan had unwittingly gained a new enemy. Would the Emperor approve? "Mother need not worry. I will handle this matter." Offending the Duke of Jinghua was of little concern, for what mattered most was whether Miss Song would agree to become the Duke of Ruolan as consort. Chapter 36. The imperial marriage. The Emperor gazed at his kneeling son and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" The son affirmed, declaring that Miss Song would henceforth be the princess consort of the Ruolan Wang manor. Noticing the resolute glint in Ruolan Wang's eyes, the Emperor pondered for a moment. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards his son. It was due to his own negligence that the boy had nearly lost his life at the tender age of 5. The intrigues of the harem were such that even the Emperor could not help but admire them. Ultimately, all evidence pointed to the eunuch who had tragically leapt to his death. The eunuch had merely intended to introduce the fifth prince to the world, but, in a moment of misfortune, lost the prince and, burdened by guilt, took his own life. The Emperor chose not to delve deeper into the matter, tacitly accepting the conclusions of the investigation. From that point on, the fifth prince transformed into a different person. He lost interest in literature and martial arts, preferring instead to engage in playful contests with young eunuchs or tease the palace maidens. The Emperor, not wishing to impose strict constraints, allowed this behavior. And even the favored consort, Yu Fei, indulged him. As the fifth prince's reputation deteriorated, the emperor felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. At the tender age of 13, he arranged for him to reside separately, bestowing the title of Ruolan upon him. Freed from the constraints of his father and mother, Ruolan gallivanted through the streets, reveling in the pleasures of life, much to the relief of the palace's other residents. Born of a humble mother and lacking the support of a powerful maternal clan, the fifth prince posed no threat to his royal siblings, losing any value as a target for scheming. The addition of a wayward prince was of little consequence. The Qi was hardly incapable of sustaining him. "I shall grant your wish," the emperor declared, not wishing to impose undue hardship. After speaking, he began drafting the imperial decree. "By the mandate of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "it has come to my attention that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Chongning, Ruolan, is gracious and charming, possessing exceptional grace and demeanor, knowledgeable yet humble, and endowed with extraordinary talents. I am greatly pleased to hear of her virtues. Now that Ruolan has reached an appropriate age for marriage, it is time to select a worthy bride. As it happens, Miss Song is currently of marriageable age, and she and Ruolan are a match made in heaven. To honor this union, I hereby decree their marriage, to be celebrated on an auspicious date. Thus it is decreed." As Lin Yunzhou beheld the emperor's vigorous calligraphy, he finally grasped the reality that Miss Song would soon become his princess consort. Ruolan was taken aback by his father's swift approval, showing no disdain for the Duke of Chongning's modest status. Nor did he inquire whether Miss Song was suitable for his son. The emperor, secretly relieved, was grateful that Ruolan had chosen a daughter of nobility rather than a common woman from the streets to tarnish the imperial family's dignity. It appeared that previous candidates from distinguished families had been dismissed not out of reluctance to associate with unsavory women, but rather because Ruolan had already found someone who captured his heart. Both father and son harbored their own thoughts. Lin Yunzhou suppressed his excitement and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, father." At the Duke of Chongning and Appo's residence, upon the completion of the decree, Duke Songdeguang was so astonished that he momentarily forgot to accept the edict. "Duke, why do you not quickly express your gratitude?" urged the eunuch. Bowing deeply, Songdeguang exclaimed, "Long live the emperor." He then extended his hands to receive the decree with reverence. The eunuch discreetly glanced at Song Ruolan, noting that the descriptions of her grace and beauty were in no way exaggerated. Ruolan truly possessed an eye for exceptional talent. Madame Song personally approached, presenting the eunuch with a generous token of gratitude. The eunuch waited in his hands, satisfied, and withdrew. The elderly matriarch of the Song family, trembling, was assisted to her feet by the maid Hong. This was an utterly unexpected turn of events. The Duke of Chongning's fortunes had changed so swiftly. Meanwhile, Songdeguang looked upon his daughter with an unprecedented warmth. Just days prior, he had been furious with her for rejecting a proposal to the Duke of Jinghua, asserting that not everyone could aspire to such a match. Yet now, he believed his daughter was indeed fortunate. Although Ruolan and Appo's reputation was far from stellar, he remained the emperor's son. The thought of becoming related to the emperor through marriage invigorated Songdeguang. The matriarch of the Song family took the decree from her son and Appo's hands, eager to examine it. Upon confirming that it was indeed a marriage edict, declaring her granddaughter as a future princess, she repeatedly exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." The Duke of Chongning's fortunes were on the rise, and she wondered who in the capital would dare look down upon them now. Losing the match with the Duke of Jinghua seemed inconsequential. Could the young heir Jiang truly surpass Ruolan? "Ruolan, come here," the grandmother beckoned with affection. "You are wise. Henceforth, you must serve Ruolan well, for the future of our family rests upon you." "Yes, grandmother," Song Ruolan replied dutifully. Throughout this exchange, neither the grandmother nor the father inquired about the quality of life that lay ahead for her. Ruolan and Appo's reputation in the capital was notoriously poor. Apart from his mother, who remained a favored consort, there seemed to be little to commend him. A cold smile flickered within Song Ruolan as she observed her grandmother and father, both exhibiting a selfishness that was all too familiar. Upon arriving at Furong Courtyard, only her mother wore a face of concern as she gazed at her daughter. "Ruolan, Are you truly going to marry Ruolan? He is known for his unpredictable temperament. Will you not suffer as a result? Unpredictable? Ruolan momentarily faltered, recalling the last incident involving a runaway carriage. Was that not the epitome of unpredictability? She chuckled lightly. Mother, the decree has already been issued. There is no turning back. I must marry. She herself felt a twinge of regret, having never anticipated Ruolan's decisiveness in securing the edict so swiftly. Though they were to be presented as a couple of convenience, the emperor's decree left no room for reconsideration. All that remained was to hope Ruolan would honor his word. Yet, Ruolan could not fathom why she felt so confident that Ruolan would prove to be a man of integrity. As she returned to Minglan Pavilion, her maidservants could no longer contain their excitement. Miss, we are to move to Ruolan Manor soon. Just wait and see who'll dare to bully you then. Green Jade exclaimed. Ruolan is so handsome and charming, like a refined jade tree. Hong Xiang gushed, having exhausted her vocabulary in praise. Ruolan scoffed. Have you learned a few words only to heap them upon Ruolan? Surely he cannot be that remarkable. He truly is, and compared to young Master Jiang, Ruolan is 100 times more handsome. Green Lotus countered. Must you bring up that ill-fated soul? Hong Xiang scolded, prompting Green Lotus to quickly retract her words. How could she have compared that unfortunate man to Ruolan? Ruolan watched her maidservants chatter away, choosing not to interrupt their lively banter. Such mundane yet vibrant days were indeed delightful. Perched in a tree, Chu listened to the praises of his mistress, his grins stretching from ear to ear. The princess consort truly has an eye for talent. The rumors surrounding Ruolan are nothing but fabrications. Soon, the young lady's days of happiness will commence. Nanny Yin dispersed the chattering maidservants, admonishing, Miss, you cannot indulge them. You are not a mere plaything for their amusement. It matters not. They're like my sisters. Ruolan replied. That may be true, but once you enter the Wang Manor, people will say we lack decorum. Yes, I will heed your advice, Nanny. You are the best, Ruolan cooed, bringing comfort to Nanny Yin, who finally felt at ease, recognizing the tender girl she had raised with great care. Since the incident by the water, Nanny Yin had sensed that her young mistress had endured many hardships. Today, however, she was reassured to see the same charming girl who could still express her affection. Chapter 37. Regret news of the imperial marriage decree spread through the capital within a day, causing Madame Jiang to shatter a white jade teacup in a fit of rage. She had never anticipated that the audacious wench would dare to consort with the Prince Rui. It was clear that she had little regard for the Duke of the state's residence. In her fury, she attempted to hurl another teacup, but Mama Zhao swiftly intervened, saying, Madam, this is the last one. The mention of the final teacup struck Madame Jiang into Appo's heart like a dagger. If Ruolan were to marry into the Duke and Appo's household, she wouldn't end Appo's. Dare to discard even a single teacup so recklessly. The pain of losing her financial support made her heart bleed. Just then, a maid announced the arrival of Li Huanyu. With a subtle glance, Mama Zhao signaled for the maids to tidy up the room. Upon entering, Li Huanyu was greeted by Madame Jiang's affectionate gaze. Huaner, you have arrived. Come, sit beside your aunt. Li Huanyu obediently moved closer, inquiring, Has cousin not returned from duty yet? It was unbecoming for a young woman to incessantly inquire about a man and Appo's whereabouts. Madame Jiang suppressed her disdain, but did not wish to reveal her discontent to her niece. The heir has yet to return. Huan and Appo's, you should return home for now. When he is available, I will arrange for you to visit the Li residence. Feeling displeased at being dismissed so soon, Li Huanyu replied, Cousin has not visited the Li residence in days, and grandmother has expressed her longing for him, ever since her cousin saved her from drowning. Her aunt had insisted she return home, claiming that residing in the Duke and Appo's household would attract gossip. Li Huanyu was not naive. She understood that her cousin simply did not wish to take responsibility. However, circumstances had changed. Madame Jiang was well aware of her son's intentions. Since the incident, her sister-in-law had been subtly pressuring the Jiang family to arrange a marriage proposal. Jiang Jingshen claimed he was waiting for his father, the Duke, to return, but in truth, he would delay as long as possible. What troubled Madame Jiang further was how to explain the loss of the marriage alliance with the Song family to the Duke. Before the Duke departed for the northern border, he had instructed Madame Jiang to treat Miss Song kindly. The Duke's household was responsible for supporting the Jiang family military, which was a significant financial burden. Relying solely on the Duke's residence could not sustain them for long. In contrast, the Song family was prosperous. Madame Song's enterprises thrived across the Qi, and the capable servants trained by the CF family managed her affairs with great success. The Duke and Appo's household could ill afford to lose this marriage alliance, and all blame fell upon Li Huanyu. Casting a glance at her niece, Madame Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Yet, many secrets of the Jiang family were known to her elder brother and sister-in-law. The thought of her brother's favoritism towards Li Huanyu made Madame Jiang uneasy, as she feared that if her son rejected Li Huanyu, her brother might expose the Duke's household scandals. She was uncertain whether the Duke's household could withstand the Emperor's wrath. Madame Jiang rubbed her temples and said, "Huaner, return home for now. I will prepare the betrothal gifts in the coming days and arrange for your cousin to deliver them. You should wait patiently at home." Li Huanyu's face lit up with joy. "I will listen to my aunt." As long as she became the heir's wife, Li Huanyu was confident she could win her cousin's heart back. Having sent Li Huanyu away, Madame Jiang sighed. "Let us prepare the list of betrothal gifts." "And what about the Duke?" Mama Zhao hesitated. "The Song family has aligned themselves with the Prince Rui. When the Duke returns, we can portray Miss Song as a fickle woman. Only through this could the Duke direct his ire towards the Marquis of Chongning." Meanwhile, Jiang Jingxin was utterly shocked to hear the Emperor's marriage decree. How could the Emperor bestow upon the fifth prince a woman he deemed unworthy? A sudden pang of pain surged within him as he recalled Song Ruolan and Appo's unparalleled beauty, leaving him in a state of extreme agitation. Just then, a servant announced, "Young master, there is a maid named Chui Feng outside, seeking an audience." Jiang Jingxun pondered for a moment, trying to recall who Chui Feng was. She was the harbinger of misfortune. How dare she come here? Had it not been for her, he would not have lost the Song family's marriage proposal. With a tone of disdain, Jiang Jingxun replied, "Do not let her in." The servant presented a jade pendant, saying, "Young master, Miss Song sent this." Jiang Jingxun snatched it immediately. At least she knows her place. It was his personal jade pendant, and he had foolishly given it to her before. When the servant returned, Chui Feng hurriedly approached, only to be met with the servant's brusque dismissal. "You should leave. The young master has no words for Miss Song." Kui Fing anxiously inquired, "What about the pendant?" Miss Song said that upon seeing it, the young master would surely remember his affection for her. The servant, growing impatient, replied, "The young master has reclaimed the pendant. From now on, Miss Song should consider that she never knew him." "What?" Kui Fing gasped in shock. This was not what Miss Song had conveyed. She had said the pendant was a cherished item, and that upon seeing it, the young master would recall her virtues. Now that it was reclaimed, and with the young master refusing to show himself, what was to become of Miss Song? She held the pendant every night as she slept. Chui Feng tugged at the servant and Appo's sleeve, pleading, "Please, speak to the young master again. Miss Song cannot be without him." She dared not voice that the young master would forget her upon donning his trousers. It could lead to Miss Song's demise. The servant, exasperated, shook her off. "Do not return. The young master will not have any further dealings with Miss Song. Each time you come, you will be thrown out." The servant was familiar with Chui Feng due to frequent encounters between Jiang Jingxin and Miss Song. Today's warning was merely a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Jingxin was not one to spare the tender-hearted. Provoking him would only lead to suffering. As he turned to enter the residence, the servant loudly instructed the doorman. "The young master has decreed that she is not to come within 10 paces of the Duke's residence." Chui Feng tearfully recounted her failed attempt to see Jiang Jingxin to Miss Song. "It is impossible. The young master cares for me. He would never change his heart. Go again and retrieve the pendant." After which, she produced a sachet she had crafted herself. "Deliver this to him. The young master has always favored my sachets, and the one he possesses has grown old. Hurry." Chui Feng was pushed out the door by Miss Song. Reluctantly, she made another attempt, but this time she was not even allowed near the Duke's residence and was promptly turned away. Seeing that Shui Feng had failed to deliver the sachet, Miss Song slapped her face, exclaiming, "Useless! You cannot even deliver a simple sachet." Shui Feng covered her face, suppressing her tears, knowing that further crying would only lead to more punishment. Ever since Jiang Jingxin ceased his visits to Miss Song, she had been acting irrationally, taking her frustration out on anyone nearby, leaving Shui Ping and Shui Feng with no respite from injuries. Miss Song approached her mother, weeping, "Mother, what should I do?" Aunt Du was equally distressed. Lately, the Marquis had also grown distant from her. "It is all that wretched Xie family's fault, leaving me with this mess to handle. Without money, how could she win a Marquis's favor?" Now, the Marquis would not even step foot in Haiding Garden. Each day, he surrounded himself with the family of Furong Garden, and even Song Shiji's standing in the Marquis and Appo's residence had plummeted. She could not afford to sit idly by. Aunt Du made her way to Shou and Appo's and hall, knowing that the only person who could save them now was the matriarch. Observing Aunt Du kneeling at her feet, the old matriarch could no longer contain her fury. "How dare you come to me with your grievances? You have nearly brought about my demise." Chapter 38. The arrival of the foster parents. The cane of the old lady's song struck the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing the almost breathless fury of concubine Du, she exclaimed, "What a lack of discernment! Do you think the whole residence is within your control?" Concubine Du wept. "It was my fault. I have returned the authority of the household to the Ho Yi." "Fool! What use is it to hand over to the Ho Yi?" The old lady's song, infuriated, closed her eyes, wishing to avoid the sight of her. The Ho Yi presented the keys to Madame Xie, who, in turn, feigned concern about neglecting the old lady and the Ho Yi and Appo's concubine, claiming she could no longer manage the household. Reluctantly, the Ho Yi returned the keys to the old lady. After years of being a hands-off manager, the old lady now found herself burdened with household affairs at her advanced age. Without the financial support from Madame Xie, every expense in the Ho residence had to be meticulously calculated. What enraged the old lady further was that Madame Xie's influence had grown. With a daughter aspiring to become a princess, she dared to disregard the old lady and Appo's words. Indeed, the old lady felt powerless to act against her. Concubine Du sobbed, "Aunt, please save Shuer. The young master Jiang no longer pays her any heed. What will become of Shuer? Without her purity, the girl faced a dire fate, either to become a concubine or meet a tragic end. This was her own doing from now on. The Longning Ho residents would treat her as if she did not exist. Leave. Do not trouble me again." The old lady could no longer contain her anger. "Old lady, you cannot abandon Shuer. She is your own granddaughter." Concubine Du, in desperation, knew well that without any value left, the old lady would surely forsake her daughter. The old lady rose, and with a glance from Mama Li, the servants dragged Concubine Du away. The news reached Minglan Pavilion, where Lu Yu recounted Concubine Du's desperate plea to the old lady. Everyone at Minglan Pavilion was taken aback. No matter how much mischief Concubine Du and Song Ruoshi caused before, the old lady had always shown some leniency. The Jiang family was now distancing themselves from the second sister, and their grandmother would not protect them. She would not plead with the Jiang family for an inconsequential concubine, nor would she risk offending me and my mother at this juncture. After years of navigating the complexities of the capital, the grandmother would undoubtedly make the choice most advantageous for the Ho residents. "Miss, the madam has summoned you." Mama Xie personally came to invite Song Ruolan to Minglan Pavilion. "What has happened?" Song Ruolan asked, puzzled. "Good news. Mama Xie Gengit. The foster parents of the eldest son have arrived." Song Ruolan was extraordinarily delighted. She had planned to take her brother to Dingjia village in the coming days, which now saved her that trip. The atmosphere at Furong Courtyard was lively. Song Ruhan clung to the sister-in-law of the Ding family, unwilling to let go. Upon seeing Song Ruolan approach, Sister Ding quickly set down Song Ruhan, and the family prepared to bow in greeting. No need for formalities, Song Ruolan quickly interjected, feeling cautious around her brother's foster parents. Song Ruhan's excitement was palpable. "Sister, mother, and father are staying. They have come to the capital." It was only then that Song Ruolan realized the entire family had arrived, her elder brother, sister-in-law, and sister, all present. After Ruhan's return to the capital, their mother had not slept well, hence, Ding Dazhuang hesitated to continue. His wife had become listless and ill after Ruhan returned to the capital. "We are not here to take Ruhan away." "What nonsense! With such loving foster parents, we are only delighted," interrupted Madame Song. Seeing that Madame Song and Miss Song were not displeased, the Ding family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Ding playfully punched Song Ruhan's shoulder. "We missed you terribly." Song Ruhan nearly dove into Sister Ding's embrace, but reconsidered, opting instead to hold her hand. "Ruhan misses you, mother and father, and also my elder brother and sister-in-law." Ding Dazhuang and his wife beamed at their younger brother, their faces lit with joy. Observing the happiness radiating from her brother, Song Ruolan finally felt at ease. Although Song Ruhan had not voiced his feelings, the occasional glimmers of loneliness were heart-wrenching. After all, he was raised by his own family. It would be unnatural for him not to feel a twinge of longing. There was a residence in Zhaoxiang Alley, a property belonging to their mother. You should reside there. For those who treat Ruhan well will not be neglected. We are already looking for a place. There is no need to trouble the young lady. They did not want others to think they had come to take advantage of Madame Song's hospitality. Listen to Lanner. That residence is quite spacious, perfectly suited for your family. To quell Sister Ding and Appo's as potential objections, Madame Song instructed Mama Xie, "Send a few people to tidy up. Let them move in today." Mama Xie complied and hurried away without giving Sister Ding a chance to respond. Hongyun Tower still requires a manager. Tomorrow, my cousin will go to Hongyun Tower to find manager Xie. You and Ding Dazhuang will assist him moving forward. Song Ruolan was troubled by the need for more hands. To expand Madame Song's enterprise, capable individuals were essential. Since Ding's cousin and Ding Dazhuang thrived in Dingjia village, their diligence indicated they were undoubtedly sharp-witted as well. "This cannot be. How can my husband manage?" Sister Ding quickly declined, regretting coming to the capital. Now that Madame Song had prepared a residence and arranged work for her husband and son, it felt as if they had come to beg for favors. "There is no need for modesty. Your husband and Ding Dazhuang helping at the tavern solves a significant dilemma for me." With Sister Ding no longer declining, Madame Song seized the opportunity to say, "Sister-in-law, you should come to the Song residence daily to keep Ruhan company. He is fond of listening to you." Women from common families also work. Rather than have Sister Ding seek employment elsewhere, it would be better for her to work in the Ho residence. Sister Ding was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Having a foster mother nearby. Will not the biological mother worry about losing her son's affection? The more love Ruhan receives, the happier I am. Do not overthink it. Madame Song understood Sister Ding's concerns. Suddenly, Sister Ding knelt and bowed her head. "Thank you, madam." Madame Song accepted the gratitude graciously, not shying away, but helping her to her feet. "Ruhan, you must no longer call me mother. You shall refer to me as your wet nurse, understand?" Sister Ding knew that in affluent families of the capital, children are often raised by wet nurses. If Ruhan continued to call her mother, it would not only embarrass Madame Song, but could also hinder Ruhan and Appo's as future. Looking at her mother and then her sister, Ruhan finally nodded. "All right, wet nurse." Sister Ding could not contain her joy as she embraced Ruhan tightly. The son she had longed for was finally able to live openly by her side. The family went to Shuer Hall to pay their respects to the old lady, who surprisingly did not voice any objections. With the Ding family settled, Song Ruolan finally felt a sense of relief. Her brother would now be able to focus on his studies. Chapter 39. Entering the palace. Miss Green Jade rushed in, her movements somewhat clumsy. "Could you not be so hasty? You are to enter the royal residence soon," Hong Xiang admonished her with a glare. The excitement was evident on Green Jade and Appo's face. "Miss, a notice from the palace has arrived." Song Ruolan extended her hand to receive it, taken aback to discover it was an invitation from the Empress herself. In her previous life, Song Ruolan had only been granted the opportunity to attend a banquet in the palace after marrying into the Duke of Zhengguo's household, while the women of the Longning Marquise family, including her mother, had never set foot in the palace. The Empress had sent a personal invitation for the flower-viewing banquet tomorrow, indicating her intention to gauge whether she might assist the Crown Prince. Currently, The crown prince is the legitimate son of the late empress, yet due to his mediocre talents, several adult princes are eyeing the throne with ambition, most notably the third prince Lin Yunyu and the fourth prince Lin Yunqi. The fourth prince's mother, consort Jiang, has the solid backing of the Duke of Zhangguo's household, while the third prince's maternal grandfather is the esteemed Chancellor Qin. The Emperor Wensong holds great respect for his teacher, equating Chancellor Qin and Amp Oppo's influence to that of a deposed emperor in his heart. The military power of the Duke of Zhangguo and Oppo's household cannot be underestimated, which has made the ambitions of both the third and fourth princes glaringly apparent. The crown prince, Lin Yunxiao, was born to the late empress, who had been a youthful couple with Emperor Wenkong. Tragically, she perished due to complications during childbirth. In her final moments, she grasped the emperor's hand, pleading with him not to neglect their child. The emperor promptly decreed the appointment of their son as crown prince, allowing the late empress to pass away with a smile. Over the years, Emperor Wensong has indeed placed great hopes on the crown prince. However, in the company of his brothers, the crown prince and Oppo's incompetence is starkly highlighted. The current empress, a cousin of the late empress, was selected by the Pei family to care for the crown prince and preserve their family's influence. Empress Pei has devoted herself to the crown prince, showing him kindness even after giving birth to the eighth prince. In the eyes of the emperor and the public, she is a competent stepmother, providing the crown prince with the affection he deserves and personally educating him throughout his childhood. To outsiders, she appears magnanimous, treating her sister's son with the same regard as her own. However, her efforts have only resulted in the crown prince becoming increasingly inept. In her previous life, the emperor resolved to depose the crown prince, a decision influenced by Empress Pei. The emperor viewed all his sons as potential rivals, yet he disregarded the crown prince. Given Empress Pei and Amp Oppo's understanding of the emperor, it was only a matter of time before the dim-witted crown prince was cast aside. The emperor would never entrust the empire to someone incapable of managing the Lin family's affairs. However, Empress Pei's aspiration for the throne to fall to her biological son was shattered by the Duke of Zhangguo's household. In her past life, the fourth prince ascended the throne smoothly. Ruolan shook her head with a bitter smile, reflecting on how foolishly she had aided him. The impending palace visit was a significant event, prompting the Minglan pavilion to bustle with activity. Even the matriarch sent a precious headdress. Granny Li presented the ornate box at Minglan pavilion, her face brimming with smiles. The matriarch insists that you dress splendidly for tomorrow and Oppo's event. The daughters of the marquis should not pale in comparison to others. Rest assured, grandmother, I shall uphold the dignity of the marquis's house, Hong Xiang quickly replied. Granny Li bowed and retreated, standing straight only after Ruolan was out of sight. Granny Yin turned back, remarking, "It seems the matriarch has placed all her hopes on you." Today's respect from Granny Li reflected the matriarch's attitude, shedding her previous indifference, each gesture imbued with utmost reverence. Hong Xiang opened the ornate box, her eyes filled with concern. "Miss, this is far too old-fashioned." She had already meticulously prepared attire and accessories for the banquet, and the matriarch's gift did not complement the Mrs. style. "We shall wear what you have prepared. Put grandmother's gift away in storage." Ruolan recognized the headdress as part of her grandmother's dowry, underscoring the matriarch's earnest regard for the upcoming palace banquet. Wearing it might draw unwanted attention the moment she stepped through the palace gates, and while it could bring her fame, it would likely infuriate her grandmother, who intended for her granddaughter to be seen as youthful, not aged. Tomorrow, she aimed to bring honor to the marquis and Oppo's household at the palace banquet, and whatever headpiece she chose, her grandmother would not perceive it as disrespectful. Her mother personally visited Minglan Pavilion, cautioning, "Lan'er, the palace is unlike anywhere else. You must tread carefully and avoid offending noble personages." Observing her mother's worried demeanor, Ruolan reassured her, "Mother, you must remember, I am to be the future princess consort. No one would dare to bully me easily." This eased the concerns of Madame Xia, who expressed her confidence in Lan and Oppo's ability to handle matters. The invitation from the empress was not to be ignored, yet a sense of unease lingered, for her daughter had never entered the palace before. The following day, a carriage awaited outside the Marquis's residence. A eunuch sent by the Empress personally came to welcome her, granting the future princess consort due respect. While hidden guards could not enter the palace, Song Ruolan was allowed to bring a maid, and the strong Hong he was duty-bound to accompany her into the palace. On the first day of the month, 3 maidservants awaited at the palace gates. Just as the carriage came to a halt, Green Jade exclaimed with delight, "The prince has arrived." While many spoke of the prince as a libertine, those from Minglan Pavilion could discern that he genuinely cared for the miss. Lin Yunzhou stepped forward, reaching for Song Ruolan's hand before the maidservants could react. With many noble ladies in attendance, his striking appearance drew a multitude of envious and jealous glances. Song Ruolan gracefully took his hand. "What brings you to the palace today, Your Highness?" The prince had already been betrothed, rendering his attendance at this gathering unnecessary, as such events were primarily for matchmaking purposes. His sole intention was to accompany her as her protector. Song Ruolan playfully inquired, and Lin Yunzhou replied candidly, "It is your first time in the palace. I have come to keep you company." Song Ruolan regarded him, no longer swayed by the sweet nothings of men. In her past life, Jiang Jingshun had charmed her with honeyed words, leading her to her demise. Lin Yunzhou deliberately slowed his pace, walking alongside Song Ruolan down the palace path, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Those familiar with the prince knew he typically entered the palace alone, avoiding close company. Yet, his immediate attentiveness to Song Ruolan suggested that the Longning Marquis and Appo's household was destined for ascendance. Facing the probing gazes of the crowd, Song Ruolan maintained her composure, walking steadily alongside the prince. As word spread through the palace before the banquet even commenced, it became evident that Song Ruolan's demeanor was poised and mature, unlike that of a novice entering for the first time. Observers noted the prince and Appo's obsequious behavior, hinting that the wealth of the Longning Marquis's household held significant allure for him. A libertine, unburdened by financial woes, would not seek such wealth without ulterior motives. Only the pursuit of power necessitated such wealth. Chapter 40. Embarrassment before the Emperor and Empress arrived. The noble ladies and daughters from prominent families patiently awaited their entrance. The Ruolan swaggered in, accompanied by Song Ruolan, causing a stir among the attendees. As the betrothed of a prince, her position was prominent, attracting numerous scrutinizing gazes. Lin Yunzhou wore a constant smile, proud of his fiancée, who deserved to be the center of attention. Song Ruolan maintained a composed smile, making it difficult for anyone to associate her with the woman rumored to have caught a lover in a temple. Amidst the multitude of gazes, she sensed a hostile stare from behind, sending shivers down her spine. She discreetly glanced towards the source and found a stranger, dressed in a vivid red satin pomegranate skirt, glaring at her with a stormy expression that distorted her otherwise attractive features. Song Ruolan racked her brain to recall any offense she might have committed against this woman, but to no avail. When their eyes met, the anger on the woman's face vanished, replaced by an expression of soft affection directed towards Lin Yunzhou. So this was merely another of Ruolan's troublesome admirers, Song Ruolan thought with a smirk. She turned her gaze to Lin Yunzhou, who, oblivious to the woman's attention, offered her no acknowledgement whatsoever. It seemed that the feelings were unreciprocated. Just then, the Emperor and Empress made their entrance, prompting everyone to kneel in respect. After which the Ruolan took the opportunity to exit the ladies' section, leaving behind excited glances from the noble women. Lin Yunzhou turned back with a smile, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This was indeed the epitome of a dandy, a fa of deep affection that almost deceived Song Ruolan. Regaining her composure, she reminded herself that their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. She could not allow herself to be distracted. The Empress's previously tense demeanor began to ease, though she still maintained an air of shamelessness in the presence of women, despite her fiancé's presence. Yu Fei gazed at Song Ruolan, noting her calmness, seemingly unaffected by her betrothed and Appo's actions. In her heart, Yu Fei silently acknowledged Song Ruolan and Appo's impressive composure. The Empress and Apos. S gaze shifted back to the woman in red, whose eyes betrayed an undeniable infatuation. The Empress and Apos. S expression darkened once more. How foolish, she thought, to openly fixate on the Ruolan in front of so many witnesses. The ladies present were sharp and perceptive. One glance at the woman's eyes revealed her thoughts. Yet, the Ruolan was already betrothed. Did this woman not care for her own reputation? Which noble family would be willing to accept a woman who harbored feelings for another as the matriarch? Suppressing her displeasure, the Empress addressed Ning. The princess, what talents do you plan to showcase today? Do not disappoint me. Ruolan was taken aback. This was indeed Princess Ning, the Empress's niece. In her previous life, Ning had met a tragic end after a riding accident in the marketplace, leading to a royal decree banning such activities. Ruolan could not help but look over, only to find Princess Ning craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the Ruolan. The Empress's frustration was palpable. When the Ruolan attempted to seat himself far from her, the Emperor called out, "Little Five, sit here." He pointed to a prominent spot, making the Empress's expression shift dramatically. This position was traditionally reserved for the crown prince, who was absent due to illness. It was also not meant for the Ruolan. The Emperor's gesture seemed to imply he had no qualms about granting the seat to the Ruolan, raising questions about the Ruolan's ambitions. The Empress, feigning affection, cautioned, "Little Five, you are already betrothed. Mind your behavior and avoid any scandal that could bring shame to your father." Yu Fei interjected, "Sister, you must care for the crown prince and the eighth prince. Leave the Ruolan's education to us." The banquet had yet to commence, and the Empress's attempt to undermine Yu Fei only made her appear petty. Feeling cornered, the Empress refrained from further confrontation, aware of Yu Fei's esteemed position in the Emperor's eyes. A flicker of hope crossed the Empress's mind that the Emperor might restore her dignity, but he seemed oblivious to her plight, focusing solely on whether the Ruolan was well-fed and warm. The Empress's nails dug into her palms, drawing blood from her frustration. The noble ladies were astonished. The Ruolan, who had appeared so notorious, did not seem to lack the Emperor and Apos, as favor is rumored. They took note of the silent battle between the Empress and Yu Fei, understanding that the latter was the one to curry favor with. The Emperor appeared indifferent to the power struggle, allowing Yu Fei to challenge the Empress's authority. No longer engaging Yu Fei, the Empress turned her attention to Ruolan. "Miss Song, I have heard you excel in all arts. Might we be fortunate enough to witness your talents today?" Ruolan thought. How brazen of the Empress to target her after failing with Yu Fei, but she was undaunted. The Emperor, her uncle, and Lin Yunzhou, her brother, were present. She would not shy away. The Empress was eager to see her stumble. "Ready, prepare the ink and brush." To everyone's surprise, Ruolan displayed no trepidation. Spreading out the rice paper, she swiftly began to paint, and soon a vivid depiction of galloping horses came to life. The Emperor, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Ruolan, noting that such bold artistry was unexpected from a lady of the inner chambers. Within moments, Ruolan's skill became evident, compelling the Emperor to reassess her potential as the Ruolan's wife. In her previous life, she had honed her painting skills, particularly in equine art, which had won the admiration of Jiang Jingxin. Princess Ning and Apos' face turned a deep shade of crimson, shocked that the Empress had inadvertently made her the center of attention rather than the object of ridicule. Chapter 41. A harmonious scene. Princess Anning. "Your Majesty, Uncle, I too can create a magnificent painting of a steed." Princess Anning's words were a direct challenge to Ruolan. Today, she persistently provoked Ruolan, while Lin Yunzhou appeared oblivious to the tension, remaining composed and seated. Anning cast a glance at Lin Yunzhou, who treated her as if she were invisible, her hand twisting the handkerchief in distress. "What does Brother Yunzhou mean? Is it truly the case that I am inferior to Ruolan? Aside from her wealth, what makes the daughter of the Pei family superior to the daughter of the Marquis of Chongning? If Brother Yunzhou were to marry me, surely, when the Empress Dowager ascends to her position, she would ensure that the crown prince treats me well, and a prosperous fief would be inevitable. Should Brother Yunzhou choose me, he would secure a lifetime of wealth and honor. Could Song Ruolan offer him the same? With this thought, Princess Anning lifted her chin, resembling a proud rooster. Why should Song Ruolan have the privilege of Brother Yunzhou? It was I who had taken a liking to him first. What is going on with Uncle the Emperor? Allowing Brother Yunzhou to act recklessly? A wife should indeed be a woman of noble lineage who can assist him. Does Song Ruolan truly deserve such a position? In the future, I shall only be relegated to the status of a side consort to the Prince Rue. Yet, that is of little concern. Once I enter the Prince Rue's residence, with my beauty and intellect, it will only be a matter of time before I surpass Song Ruolan. Princess Anning was lost in her daydreams while the others awaited the Emperor's decree, eagerly anticipating Anning's display of talent. The spectacle of two women vying for one man was always a source of entertainment. Emperor Wenzong. Miss Song's painting of the steed is flawless, Princess Anning. There is no need for you to embarrass yourself further. Embarrass myself? Princess Anning nearly fainted. The Emperor clearly wished to prevent her from overshadowing Song Ruolan, which felt excessively biased. Your Majesty, Princess Anning still sought to contest this. Enough. This matter shall not be mentioned again. The Emperor was no fool. He had not even cast a glance in Princess Anning's direction. She was the one pursuing him, yet even he would not entertain her advances. Moreover, how could he allow his beloved son to marry such a foolish girl? A princess without a fief is of no consequence, if I so desire. I can bestow titles upon the Pei family as I see fit. Is it not merely to maintain the illusion that the Pei family still enjoys the Emperor and Amp, Oppos, as favor? Princess Anning, from now on, address me as your Majesty. A fool dares to provoke the decree of the future Princess Rue? Does she question my judgment? That I do not punish you today is merely an act of mercy. Upon hearing these words, not only did Princess Anning's countenance pale, but even the Empress showed signs of distress. The Emperor was clearly distancing himself from the Pei family. At that moment, the Empress harbored murderous intentions towards Anning. How could such a fool emerge from the Pei family? Challenging the future Princess Rue openly before the Emperor was a slap in the face. The Emperor cared little whether the Marquis of Chongning could aid Prince Rue. As long as he favored Consort Yu, the prince could act as he pleased, and others would naturally yield to him. Princess Anning glared fiercely at Song Ruolan. In the past, the Emperor had never publicly reprimanded her. With her aunt and the Pei family present, he had always treated her kindly. It was all the fault of this merchant's daughter, who had stolen Brother Yunzhou away and caused her to lose face. This debt must be repaid. Seeing the Emperor and Amp, Oppos, disinterest, the Empress regained her composure. Today, I have organized this flower-viewing banquet primarily for everyone to relax. As for talents, Miss Song has already provided ample entertainment for all. Let us now enjoy the blossoms. The Emperor and Empress rose, and the crowd bowed. The Emperor glanced at Lin Yunzhou. You have good taste. He was satisfied with his daughter-in-law. Father and son shared a silent understanding, and Lin Yunzhou raised an eyebrow. The onlookers were unaware of the unspoken exchange between the Emperor and his son. Only once the Emperor departed could they truly relax. A palace maid approached Song Ruolan. Miss Song, please follow me. Consort Yu requests your presence. Song Ruolan looked towards Consort Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Following the maid, Song Ruolan walked towards Consort Yu. Today, Consort Yu had boldly confronted the Empress in public, a rare display, relieving her pent-up frustrations. It was indeed exhilarating to confront others. No wonder her son carried himself with such nonchalance, disregarding everyone around him, living a life of utmost comfort. As Song Ruolan bowed to Consort Yu, the latter smiled warmly. She was indeed a savior to her son. Had it not been for her, who knows if Shuer would survive? Consort Yu affectionately took Song Ruolan's hand. Do visit the palace often to keep me company. Shuer has never been so attentive towards any woman. Song Ruolan silently scoffed, though her face beamed with warmth. Of course. The two walked side by side through the palace corridors. In the distance, Princess Anning caught up with Lin Yunzhou. Brother Yunzhou, wait for me. Lin Yunzhou frowned. Chusan quickly positioned herself in front of Princess Anning. Step aside, you insolent servant. How dare you block my path? Anning scolded. Lin Yunzhou coldly replied, he is my servant. When did it become your place to reprimand him? Chusan looked at her master with gratitude. If reprimands were to be dished out, she preferred it to be from her master rather than from Princess Anning. Princess Anning's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Yunzhou, you were never like this before. You have changed. Lin Yunzhou felt a surge of irritation. Then how should I treat you? Do you have the audacity to confront the future Princess Rue in my presence? Princess Anning's mouth opened slightly. She had merely spoken a few words about his fiancée, and now he was defending her. If you treat her so well, why can't you speak kindly to me? He was the man she had cherished since childhood. People spoke of Prince Rue's romantic entanglements, of debts of passion incurred. Yet, Princess Anning knew these were mere rumors. Brother Yunzhou was the most decent man. He had never genuinely cared for any woman. But since Song Ruolan appeared, despite his usual carefree demeanor, his gaze betrayed his true feelings. Seeing his mother and Song Ruolan walking together, Lin Yunzhou's smile was impossible to conceal. The sight of the two women he cherished most brought him joy. Meanwhile, Princess Anning fumed with jealousy. This harmonious scene was precisely what she had longed for. Lin Yunzhou chose to ignore Princess Anning and walk towards his mother. Consort, you teased him. Are you worried that your mother has taken a liking to your beloved? Song Ruolan raised an eyebrow. Beloved? Lin Yunzhou pretended not to notice. Although it was an arranged marriage, the promise remained. Song Ruolan was merely playing along with him. Consort Yu, however, was fervently supportive of this budding relationship. Noticing her son's demeanor, Consort Yu entrusted Song Ruolan to him. Take Miss Song around and show her the sights. Lin Yunzhou was eager for the opportunity to spend time alone with Song Ruolan. Consort Yu gave her son an encouraging gesture. Go ahead. She could see that Miss Song was not particularly invested in her son. Chapter 42. Conspiracy. Lin Yunzhou found himself at a loss for words. On the other hand, Chu San was anxious for his royal master. What a splendid opportunity this was. To rendezvous in the palace openly. Song Ruolan, observing Lin Yunzhou's awkward demeanor, felt a tinge of amusement. Who would have thought that the esteemed Prince Rue, known for his indulgence in the brothels, could actually appear bashful in the presence of a woman? Was he merely putting on an act? Noting his discomfort, Song Ruolan remarked, Your Highness, please feel free. I shall explore on my own. Lin Yunzhou replied, That is out of the question. I cannot rest easy with you wandering alone. At that moment, he spotted Chao Lingyi waving at her from a distance. Why not have the prince accompany me to the ladies in Oppo's section? Song Ruolan suggested nonchalantly. Go ahead. Lin Yunzhou said, retreating hastily. Song Ruolan found this rather amusing. He certainly did not resemble a dandy who was at ease in a flower garden. Since they had come to appreciate the blossoms, it made little sense for her to remain by Lin Yunzhou's side. She was uncertain how her reputation would be tarnished by the morrow. Chao Lingyi chuckled. Today, you certainly stole the limelight. Even I was left in the dark. You must impart your artistic skills to me. It was merely a case of showing off, Song Ruolan replied, not wishing to elaborate. In her previous life, she had foolishly painted numerous gallant steeds, hoping to capture Jiang Jingshan and Oppo's gaze for just a fleeting moment. The thought now repulsed her. To her surprise, before they could exchange many words, Jiang Jingshan arrived. Song Ruolan pretended not to notice, feeling quite unfortunate. Ruolan, I have a few words to share with you. Jiang Jingshan said, gazing at her earnestly. I have nothing to say to you. Song Ruolan coldly rejected him. Are you truly so afraid to be in my presence? Jiang Jingshan persisted, unconvinced that Song Ruolan had genuinely changed her affections. Surely, she was merely upset and would not truly marry Prince Rue. As for how much Jiang Jingshan lamented the loss of this engagement, he did not truly care. It was simply that she, his woman, should not fall so easily into the hands of Prince Rue. He was unwilling to accept it. After all, Ruolan had always favored him. Observing Jiang Jingshan's relentless pursuit, Song Ruolan suddenly felt that he and Princess Anning were a match made in heaven. Both were self-absorbed, believing that everyone must adore them. Meanwhile, Li Huanyu approached Princess Anning, who had taken a disliking to Song Ruolan, which seemed advantageous. Li Huanyu sought to assist Princess Anning, aiming to ensure that Song Ruolan would never regain her standing. Only women like you are worthy of Prince Rue. What is Song Ruolan? She was tossed aside like a rag by my cousin, yet she shamelessly clings to Prince Rue. These words flattered Princess Anning, who responded, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. My brother Yinzhou is not someone just anyone can covet. Once I enter Prince Rue's residence, I shall ensure she pays dearly. Li Huanyu was surprised that Princess Anning harbored intentions of entering Prince Rue's residence. Yet if the position of the primary consort were lost, would she settle for being a secondary consort? It seemed matters would be easier to manipulate. I feel an affinity with the princess. Whenever you require my assistance, I shall wholeheartedly oblige, Li Huanyu pledged fervently. Princess Anning surveyed Li Huanyu, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Very well, it is settled. The two began conversing as if they were longtime friends, their shared animosity bringing them closer. Li Huanyu said, I have heard that you adore horses. I have arranged for someone to bring forth a prize steed purchased from the western regions. Would you care to take a look? Princess Anning and Apos. S face lit up with sincerity. Where is it? I must see it. The two of them left the flower viewing banquet without hesitation. Upon seeing the majestic steed, Princess Anning and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Huanyu, you are a friend worth having. In the future, if you need anything, just ask, and I shall assist you. Though Princess Anning was passionate about horses, her father was always concerned for her safety, forbidding her from freely entering the stables, let alone owning her own horse. Each outing required her to unfasten the horse from the carriage to ride in the bustling streets. Now, with this prize steed, she could go wherever she pleased. What is it that you desire my assistance with? Princess Anning asked, aware of the principle that one should not receive rewards without effort. Li Huanyu made a slicing gesture across her neck. Horses can be easily startled. If your horse were to become frightened and inadvertently collide with Miss Song's carriage, it would not be surprising. I wonder if the princess can control it well enough to avoid injury? Princess Anning shot a glance at Li Huanyu, surprised that she harbored such deep-seated animosity towards Song Ruolan. If Song Ruolan were to simply vanish, what harm would it do if she suffered a minor injury? I did not expect you to be so intriguing. I accept your proposition, Princess Anning replied with a smile. The two conspired together, brainstorming various schemes. We must find a way to detain Prince Rue. Today, he is constantly by Song Ruolan and Apos' side, making it difficult to act. Princess Anning did not wish for Prince Rue to witness her malicious side. However, Song Ruolan had to be eliminated, for she had usurped the position of the primary consort. As long as she could firmly claim it was an accident and have her father plead her case before the emperor with the Queen Dowager's protection, the death of Song Ruolan would not cost her own life. I shall handle the task of detaining Prince Rue. You merely need to outline the route and the point of action, ensuring everything goes perfectly. The thought of her cousin still longing for her only served to irritate Li Huanyu. Once Song Ruolan was gone, her cousin would finally see her. Unbeknownst to Song Ruolan, she remained oblivious to the imminent danger. When the flower viewing banquet concluded, Lin Yinzhou was summoned to Chongping Palace by the fourth prince, purportedly to discuss disaster relief with Prince Rue. Song Ruolan settled into her carriage for the journey home. Chu Yi followed discreetly, while Hong Yi and Lu Yu led the way, and Hong Xiang and Lu Lian walked alongside the carriage. Since the last incident when the horse had been spooked and nearly thrown her, the maids were exceedingly cautious whenever they ventured out, protecting their mistress closely. The carriage glided smoothly along the road, but Song Ruolan had no desire for a shopping spree. After enduring the company of so many nobles in the palace, she felt fatigued and leaned back in the carriage, feigning sleep. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, followed by the panicked screams of the servants. Hurry, miss! Grab the carriage frame. Hong Xiang shouted in alarm. As Song Ruolan attempted to peek out, a figure soared past her, and she felt herself lifted into the air, before landing safely on the ground. The servants scattered in all directions. Before the two could regain their footing, a magnificent steed charged towards the carriage. Song Ruolan, still in shock, belatedly realized she was in Lin Yinzhou and Apos' embrace. What are you doing here? She exclaimed. Lin Yinzhou and Apos' dark expression softened slightly. I have come to rescue the damsel in distress, he replied, retaining his nonchalant tone. A warm current flowed through Song Ruolan's heart. In the blink of an eye, the carriage came to a steady halt, and Chu Yi jumped down from the carriage. The crowd murmured in surprise. Where's Chun Lu? After the last accident, the coachman had been replaced by Chun Lu, who was young enough to protect the young lady. Meanwhile, Princess Anning, having missed her target, hastily tightened the reins. Yet, it was too late. The steed was uncontrollable. With all her strength, Princess Anning pulled on the reins, but the magnificent steed, feeling the strain, suddenly halted, throwing her off with force. Chapter 43. The Consequences of One and Amp. Oppose. S own actions, Princess Anning let out a startled cry, which abruptly ceased as those around her processed the scene. She lay motionless on the ground, the blood pooling beneath her, a chilling sight. A life had been lost. A frantic call for help rang out. Lin Yunjua observed coldly. Had Song Ruolan glanced at him at that moment, she would have noticed his expression dark as a soot-covered pot. Princess Anning had come for the life of the princess. Had she arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Today, the fourth prince had, for the first time, summoned him to discuss disaster relief matters. Everyone knew that Lin Yunjua never interfered in court affairs. The excuse offered by the fourth prince was utterly flimsy. When events take an unusual turn, there's often something amiss. Lin Yunjua dispatched someone to inquire about Princess Anning's whereabouts, and the report returned that she had left the palace long ago. Lin Yunjua felt a sense of foreboding. Princess Anning had frequently visited the palace since childhood, always trailing behind him, affectionately calling him brother. Out of respect for the empress, he had refrained from expressing his displeasure, allowing her to address him however she wished. To his surprise, Princess Anning had developed feelings for him. He had made a conscious effort to distance himself from her, and, after leaving the estate, he had not permitted her to set foot in the Duke Rue's residence. Yet, Princess Anning had become infatuated, even pursuing him to the pleasure quarters. Now, she audaciously attempted to harm Song Ruolan in the bustling marketplace. Noticing the stillness of the figure on the ground, Song Ruolan pushed through the crowd. Princess Anning, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock, dressed in a crisp white outfit. Princess Anning was unrecognizable at first glance. Lin Yunjua pulled Song Ruolan behind him, reaching out to check for the princess's breath, only to find none. At that moment, the imperial physician rushed in, his expression grave as he checked for a pulse. Even a divine being could not save Princess Anning now. Being the highest-ranking figure present, Lin Yunjua commanded the physician, who bowed and reported, "My lord, I am powerless. The princess has perished." Upon hearing this, the servants present turned pale, collapsing to the ground. With the princess dead, they knew none would escape punishment. Those with thoughts of fleeing amidst the crowd were swiftly apprehended by Lin Yunjua's signal. "My lord, spare us. We truly know nothing," they pleaded. "Throw these people into the prison until the court of judicial review arrives," Lin Yunjua ordered coldly. This incident must be made public to quell any rumors. If the truth that Princess Anning had intended to harm Song Ruolan were to emerge, it would absolve Song Ruolan from any entanglement in this tragic affair. Upon recognizing the lifeless form of Princess Anning, Song Ruolan understood everything. She had aimed to harm another, but had ultimately brought about her own demise. Unexpectedly, Princess Anning had departed this world over a month earlier than in her previous life, having lost her life due to her ill intentions towards Song Ruolan. This was indeed a case of immediate retribution. Earlier that day, in the palace, the tension had been palpable as Princess Anning and Song Ruolan had clashed. Now, with Princess Anning dead and Song Ruolan present, one could only imagine how the capital would spin tales of their feud over a man, leading to tragedy. Soon, the Pei family arrived. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, Lord Pei coldly addressed Lin Yunjua, "I will not let this matter rest." A frivolous prince without maternal support was hardly a concern for Lord Pei. Lin Yunjua replied, "Lord Pei, do as you wish. I shall not linger." With that, he turned and took Song Ruolan away in a carriage. He had yet to seek retribution, yet the Pei family was already blaming him. Song Ruolan shrugged off his hand irritably. "You have entangled me in your romantic debts, and now my life was nearly forfeit before we even wed. I might as well have 9 lives like a cat when we do marry." Lin Yunjua, exasperated, replied, "Do not be angry. I shall refrain from romantic entanglements in the future." He smiled at her, but Song Ruolan was not in the mood for jest. Princess Anning had orchestrated her own demise, all the while attempting to tarnish her reputation. What a stroke of misfortune. After escorting Song Ruolan back to the Duke's residence, Lin Yunjua hurried back to the palace. The emperor must be informed. Upon hearing his son's account, Emperor Wenzong could hardly believe it. Although Princess Anning had displeased him that day, she was still a child he had watched grow. To witness her vibrant life extinguished so suddenly was heartbreaking. At that moment, the empress sought an audience. The emperor surmised her intention. Being his niece, she likely wished to secure favors for a grand funeral. Noticing Lin Yunjua and Appo's presence, the empress seethed. Princess Anning is dead. At last, you have what you desired. Emperor Wenzong, bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean to accuse my fifth son of?" The empress sneered, "Surely you are not unaware. It was that Miss Song who caused Anning's demise, with Duke Ruolan present." Lin Yunjua interjected, "I implore your majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly, to restore my honor, as well as Miss Song's innocence." The emperor regarded the two. "Speak plainly. What is the hidden truth? Why do you both speak in riddles?" "Your majesty must know that when Princess Anning died, Miss Song and Appo's carriage was nearby." The empress spat, wishing to devour Song Ruolan whole. "Father, it was Princess Anning who bore a grudge against Miss Song, deliberately colliding with her carriage in a marketplace. It was only due to my timely arrival that Miss Song escaped unscathed." Finally, the emperor grasped the situation. This was a contrived accident? Indeed, both the empress and Lin Yunjua affirmed. Princess Anning intended to crash into Miss Song's carriage. Lin Yunjua hastily laid out the facts. "Duke Ruolan, do not attempt to distance yourself. If what you say is true, why did Miss Song not perish instead?" "Because I arrived in time. This was a premeditated scheme, and fourth brother was complicit." "What?" Emperor Wenzong erupted in fury. "Bring my fourth son to me at once." It was outrageous for a prince to involve himself in the jealous squabbles of women, resulting in a loss of life. The chief eunuch rushed to summon the fourth prince. The emperor and Appo's wrath was not to be trifled with. Hearing that the fourth prince was embroiled in a matter of life and death, concubine Jiang hurried to the study. The fourth prince knelt, his clothes drenched in cold sweat. He had merely intended to assist Li Huanyu by delaying his fifth brother for a moment. How could he have foreseen the ensuing tragedy? The emperor and Appo's expression was dark. "Fourth son, explain yourself. Why did you bring my fifth son to your palace?" The fourth prince trembled. "I merely wished to seek advice from my brother on how to approach disaster relief. I meant no harm." "You fool. Do you think you can simply drag my fifth son into conversation? Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. When has my fifth son ever involved himself in your affairs?" Lin Yunjua Kuden and Appo's help but admire his father and Appo's insight. He truly understood his sons. The fourth prince was well-meaning, but had likely been acting on someone else in Appo's behalf. Lin Yunjua regarded the fourth prince. The emperor, impatient, demanded, "Speak. Why did you detain my fifth son?" Faced with the inevitable, the fourth prince revealed Li Huanyu and Appo's identity and mentioned the gift of a prized horse. The emperor had heard of the tale of the cousin rescuing the cousin. The intricacies of the situation became clear. Emperor Wenzong's voice was cold. "Fourth son, from today forth, you are under house arrest for 3 months. Since you cannot assist with disaster relief, let my fifth son handle it." Concubine Jiang quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, Shuer merely delayed Duke Ruolan for a moment. Miss Song was unharmed. Please grant mercy to Shuer." She knelt in supplication. Chapter 44. The gift in Ning is dead, the queen declared coldly. Jiang Fei dared not plead further. The deceased was the queen's own niece. If the queen held onto this grievance, the fourth prince would face consequences far beyond mere house arrest. The queen felt the emperor's unfairness keenly. Her niece had perished, yet the emperor casually punished the fourth prince, while the fifth prince not only escaped unscathed but also gained a lucrative position. It was well known that the fifth prince was nothing more than a debauched wastrel, indulging in pleasure and excess. Yet the emperor entrusted such an important task to him without a second thought. Jiang Fei was infuriated, having invested considerable effort to secure a position for the fourth prince, only to see it fall into the hands of Ruolan. But no one dared to utter a word more. The death of Ning stirred little commotion. Madame Pei waited in the queen's palace to learn how the emperor would address her daughter's fate. The queen instructed her to return and arrange a proper burial for Ning. offering no further acknowledgement. Enraged, Madame Pei cried, "My daughter died in vain. I refuse to accept this." The queen retorted, "What do you wish for? Do you expect Ruolan to bow at a Ning's memorial?" Ruolan was out of the question. That wretched creature from the Chongning Marquis' estate must go instead. To have a prince kneel before her daughter was beyond her courage. Are you blinded by your own folly? She is now the queen consort of Ruolan. Striking her would be tantamount to striking the emperor himself. Do you wish for the Pei family to accompany a Ning in death? Madame Pei was rendered speechless, and she began to weep again. My poor Ning has died without justification, with no avenue for redress. What grievance did Ning have? She recklessly collided with others and ultimately met her own demise. Such a foolish girl deserved her fate. Upon hearing this, Madame Pei nearly fainted. Is this how one speaks? Do not deny it. And Ning was raised to be foolish and ignorant by you. Today, she was incited by a miss from the Li family to commit murder. Tomorrow, who knows who will incite her next? The Pei family will eventually be ruined by her. Madame Pei wished to argue, but found no words. Are you not afraid your brother will cease to support the 8th prince in the future? Seeing the queen's coldness, she resorted to invoking the Pei family. I am certainly not afraid. You would do well to return and clarify things with your brother. Do not allow him to act recklessly. If the Pei family wishes to maintain its prosperity, they must fully support the 8th prince. The crown prince is the rightful heir to the throne. Are you not being overly greedy, queen? Madame Pei was undaunted by the queen, as she sought the support of her maternal family to achieve her ambitions. Without my intervention in the palace, the crown prince will never amount to anything. The queen retained this confidence. After dismissing Madame Pei, she sat on the favored couch, feeling vexed. The emperor's actions today clearly favored Ruolan. Had it not been for Ruolan's indiscretions, today's tragedy would not have occurred. Without a moment's thought, the emperor entrusted disaster relief to Ruolan, assuming he would accomplish the task. Ruolan had never engaged in court affairs before. Perhaps the queen had underestimated him. She pondered. In the Song residence, upon hearing that Song Ruolan had nearly faced danger, Shuer's eyes brimmed with tears. Her daughter had been beset by a series of unfortunate events. Seeing her mother worried, Song Ruolan comforted her, saying, "I am fine. Mother, there is no need for concern. Will the Pei family cause us trouble? The Chongning Marquis' household is a mere shadow of its former self. The esteemed Pei family can only expect to be dealt with. Have you forgotten? Your daughter is now the consort of Ruolan." The power of the fox in the tiger's den was indeed delightful. It seemed that her agreement with Ruolan had brought her benefits. Had it not been for him today, it was hard to say who would have perished instead. It appeared that a lifelong entanglement with Ruolan was fated. Upon returning from school, Song Ruolan and Appo's sister, Song Ruolan, hurried to Minglan Pavilion after hearing that her sister had nearly been struck. After thoroughly checking on her sister, she finally felt at ease. Are you keeping up with your studies at the Guozijian? Upon hearing her sister inquire about her studies, Song Ruolan lowered her head. Song Ruolan was taken aback. It was rare to see her brother looking so dejected. Have you encountered something difficult? Sister, am I really so foolish? Ruolan is quite intelligent. Who says Ruolan is foolish? Today, the teacher's lesson was incomprehensible to me, yet my classmates could answer the teacher's questions with ease. Song Ruolan was speechless. The Guozijian was a place reserved for princes and the most distinguished children of noble families. Ruolan had only learned a few characters intermittently in Dingjia village. It seemed she had overstepped her bounds. Do you feel exhausted? If so, we need not continue. I can find another tutor for you if it suits you. If Ruolan fell behind, it could lead to feelings of inferiority. Sister, I want to go tomorrow and thereafter. The Guozijian is a place many aspire to enter. Since my brother has secured a place for me, I must study hard. Song Ruolan encouraged herself. As the eldest son of the Marquis, he aspired to bring glory to their family. Such a minor challenge was nothing to be concerned about. Seeing her brother's determination, Song Ruolan felt relieved. He was their mother's hope. If he succeeded, their mother's later years would be free from worry. If their father continued to squander his life, it would be better for her brother to lead their mother to independence rather than endure a lifetime of hardship in the Song residence. After school each day, you shall come to Minglan Pavilion, and I will tutor you. Since her brother was confident, she would help him establish a firm foundation. Yes, Song Ruolan's spirits lifted slightly. Reflecting on the man who had suggested her brother attend the Guozijian, she wondered if he would face the emperor's wrath. Had it not been for her today, it truly would have been. Song Ruolan dared not contemplate further. It is time to prepare a gift to repay a favor. Upon hearing that Song Ruolan wished to present a gift, Ruolan replied, I lack for nothing. Let me consider what you might send that would truly touch my heart. Song Ruolan was speechless. Only Lin Yunzhou could be so picky about receiving a gift. Since your highness desires nothing, then so be it. Lin Yunzhou quickly responded, a sachet. I want one that you personally embroider. Song Ruolan looked at him. Are you certain? Yes, I want one made by your own hands. His companions often flaunted gifts from their beloved or wives. Yet Lin Yunzhou had remained a solitary figure for years, longing for a woman in Oppos, as personally gifted keepsake, but unsure how to express this desire. Very well, just on an Oppos. Blame me later. As long as it is from you. Even if it is ugly, I shall wear it every day. Lin Yunzhou had fantasized countless times about wearing a personal gift from Song Ruolan. He could hardly wait to don it. Seeing Lin Yunzhou and Oppos' eagerness, Song Ruolan felt a surge of joy. That evening, as Song Ruolan continued to embroider, she became frustrated and was unable to contain herself. Miss, allow me to help. I will leave a few stitches for you. Song Ruolan envisioned Lin Yunzhou's disappointed face and replied, No, I will do it myself. Chapter 45. Landslide. After toiling through the night, Song Ruolan finally completed her work. Hongxiang gazed in astonishment at the sachets embroidered by her mistress. When did Miss become such an adept embroiderer? Luyo, unable to part with the item, exclaimed, Miss, who did you learn this skill from? I had a dream and suddenly knew how. Song Ruolan replied with a smile. It's rather embarrassing. I learned it in a past life to please Jiang Jingshan. So you were intentionally hiding your talent before us. And you even undid your stitches and restitched them. What a clever ruse. Hongxiang teased. I simply didn't know what pattern to choose. Song Ruolan defended. The Mandarin ducks are perfect. Leo interjected. Your lady and the prince should be like a pair of Mandarin ducks, inseparable. After all, as a couple bestowed by the emperor, this gift is entirely appropriate. Song Ruolan thought to herself that Lin Yunzhou would surely be pleased, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Chu had sent word early that morning about Song Miss' late-night embroidery. Lin Yunzhou looked at Chu and remarked from now on, there is no need to report on the princess' matters. This is your bond of servitude. You shall keep it for her, and she will be your master henceforth. Chu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, yes. This meant he no longer had to act as the princess informant. The prince wished to avoid any misunderstanding on the princess's part, ensuring she did not feel she was being monitored. Song Ruolan glanced at the bond of servitude in her hand. The prince has given you to me? I didn't expect Lin Yunzhou to be so thoughtful. Chu knelt, saying, from now on, I am at the princess's service. Very well. I shall cover your monthly stipend from now on. With Chu by her side, many troublesome matters would indeed be alleviated. Prior to departing for disaster relief, Lin Yunzhou arranged to meet Song Ruolan at a tea house. Upon seeing the embroidered sachets featuring Mandarin ducks, he immediately tied one around his waist. Now he could take pride in being one who possessed embroidered sachets. Thank you, princess. Lin Yunzhou expressed his gratitude. Song Ruolan corrected him, just call me Miss Song. It's too early to call me princess. Lin Yunzhou responded with mild discontent, regardless. You will eventually be mine, so it's better to get used to it. The prince seemed to have forgotten their agreement. I haven't forgotten. To me, you are indeed the true Princess Ruolan. Lin Yunzhou answered straightforwardly. Song Ruolan shifted the topic. The journey for disaster relief is fraught with danger. Do not take it lightly. Chu County had experienced a month of relentless rain, transforming it into a vast expanse of water. Although the skies had cleared recently, landslides remained a constant threat. If fortune did not favor them, both men and horses could be buried alive. Since her life was now intertwined with the Prince of Ruolan, his safety was paramount for her own well-being. Lin Yunzhou felt a surge of joy within. She finally cared for me. A smile, though modest, lit up his face. The two shared a tranquil meal, but Lin Yunzhou could not afford a delay. Song Ruolan advised, Prince, do not take the eastern route. Take the western route into the county instead. The journey to Chu County necessitated traversing a mountainous path. Years prior, a significant earthquake had loosened the mountains, and the continuous downpour had caused numerous landslides. In her past life, she had heard of disaster relief teams encountering landslides, resulting in substantial casualties before even reaching Chu County. Although the Prince of Ruolan had survived, he had spent half a year bedridden. Given Lin Yunzhou and Amp Oppo's temperament, lying in bed for 6 months would surely drive him to despair. Despite his confusion, Lin Yunzhou agreed to take the western route. It was a day's longer journey than the eastern route, yet he did not hesitate. Although he did not understand why Song Ruolan requested change in route, he reasoned that following his wife's counsel could not be wrong. After their parting, Lin Yunzhou led over 100 men forward along the western path. The officials were astonished. When had the Prince of Ruolan become so proactive, truly substituting for the fourth prince in disaster relief? Surely, he would not merely take a leisurely tour before returning. Lin Yunzhou remained oblivious to the outside chatter. But the emperor was aware of the ministers' and common folks' skepticism regarding the Prince of Ruolan. The emperor repeatedly emphasized the necessity of appropriately settling the disaster victims. If this task were accomplished successfully, the fifth prince would no longer be regarded as inept by the officials. With unprecedented seriousness, Lin Yunzhou assured, "Please rest assured, father. I shall remain in Chu County." Emperor Wenzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That evening, news reached the palace that a landslide had occurred on the road to Chu County, but the Prince of Ruolan had altered his route to the western path. Arriving safely in Chu County, the emperor, filled with joy, rewarded all the palace maids and eunuchs in attendance. He remarked, "This lad is indeed fortunate. Why else would he forsake the broad eastern route for the treacherous western one?" Song Ruolan felt a pang of fear. Had she not recalled the threat of landslides, the prince might have risked his life. Even if he had exerted himself to aid the disaster victims, should he perish before accomplishing his mission, it would invite much criticism. The Prince of Ruolan was still shaken. Thankfully, he had heeded his wife's words. Had they proceeded as initially planned, they would have been traversing the landslide-prone area at that very moment. Survival would have been uncertain. A grand procession arrived in Chu County. The county magistrate, Su, hurried out to welcome them. In such a small place, how could he have possibly encountered nobility from the palace, if not for disaster relief? As soon as they settled, Su offered a lavish spread of food and drink, so sumptuous that Lin Yunzhou felt as if he were in a grand restaurant in the capital. The variety of chicken, duck, fish, and meat dishes dazzled his senses. This hardly resembled a county recently afflicted by disaster. It appeared as though nothing had transpired. Su, bowing and scraping, urged, "Your Highness, please eat to your heart's content. I have prepared ample food and drink." Lin Yunzhou feigned enthusiasm. "You are too generous, county magistrate. I am quite satisfied. But I wonder, will the officials involved in disaster relief also reside at this inn? And will their meals be covered by you?" Su, with an air of pride, replied, "Not everyone is held to the same standards. Today's feast for your highness is the finest I could arrange." Curious, Lin Yunzhou asked, "With so many dishes, do you not fear waste? What will happen if there are leftovers?" "If there are leftovers, we shall simply discard them. Rest assured, your highness. All expenses during your stay will be covered by me." He then produced a stack of tokens. "Your highness, each of your attendants will receive one of these. With these tokens, you may dine freely anywhere in Chu County." Following this, he presented a bundle of silver notes, offering it to Lin Yunzhou with both hands. "Your highness, please accept this small token of my regard. Should you be pleased, perhaps I shall not have to linger in this desolate place for long." Lin Yunzhou accepted the offering and counted, gasping in astonishment. "Good heavens, this amounts to a full 10,000 taels." He feigned a smile, stating, "I have brought over 100 men. A mere 10,000 taels will only last a few days." Su, beaming with delight, realized he had merely been testing the waters. Clearly, he was a man of avarice. As long as he loved wealth, all matters could be negotiated. Su straightened his posture slightly. "Rest assured, your highness, I shall deliver this amount again tomorrow." He extended 5 fingers. Lin Yunzhou suppressed his fury. thinking to himself that he would soon witness how Sue would manage to procure 50,000 taels. Chapter 46. 60,000 silver notes after a brief respite. Lin Yunju was surprised to find County Magistrate Sue visiting early in the morning, bearing a substantial stack of silver notes. With both hands, he presented the notes, saying, "Your Highness, here are 50,000 taels. Please accept them. Do not forget your humble servant upon your return to the capital." Sue was confident in his approach, knowing that once he had offered a gift, the rest would be a mere formality. Lin Yunju inquired, "From where did these silver notes originate?" With a sense of pride, Sue responded, "It is quite simple. We calculated according to the population, and the common folk willingly contributed their silver." Lin Yunju's expression shifted. They have suffered calamities. How could they possibly spare any silver? Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Sue remained lost in dreams of advancement and wealth. Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted, "Sue Mao, do you not know your crimes?" Startled, Sue dropped to his knees, stammering, "I know my wrongs." He furtively glanced at the Ruolan, who sat upright, demanding, "Pray, enlighten me on your transgressions." Sue, nervously rubbing his nose, cautiously replied, "Perhaps the silver notes are insufficient?" Having served as magistrate for many years, Sue had gathered a capable circle around him. He had learned that Ruolan indulged in all manner of vices, his reputation in the capital being notorious. It appeared the intelligence he received was accurate. Even 50,000 taels seemed inadequate to him. Sue cautiously continued, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. This 50,000 taels is the utmost limit the people of Chu County can provide." Lin Yunju nearly laughed in disbelief. "Do I appear to be so greedy? As a public servant, you disregard the lives of the people, plundering their meager resources. Today, you have generously presented 60,000 taels. How much silver have you truly disbursed amidst the various officials sent for disaster relief?" Understanding dawned on Sue. Ruolan was not displeased with the amount, but rather was accusing him of bribery. This contradicted the reports he had received from the capital. How could a spendthrift not love money? Impatient, Lin Yunju commanded, "List the names of the officials to whom you have offered bribes. Let me see which of them has emboldened you to disregard the plight of the populace." Sue, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "I confess, I will reveal all." A lengthy list of names was presented, shocking Lin Yunju. Among them was the name of the crown prince. With a cold smirk, Lin Yunju remarked, "Because this place is remote, no one dares to oversee your actions, correct? As a local official, you should advocate for the people rather than engage in self-serving schemes. What use are you to me?" Sue quickly raised his head, meeting Lin Yunju and Appo's as frigid gaze, and crawled closer, pleading, "I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will return all the silver. Your Highness, please spare me this time." He then began to strike his own face, the sound echoing through the hall. Lin Yunju remained unmoved. As a local official, if you do not consider the welfare of the people, it is clear you are unfit for your position. Guards, strip him of his official robes. Before long, Sue Mao was left in his undergarments, kneeling in a state of utter disarray. Search his residence. Leave no silver unexamined. If he could offer 60,000 taels, he must have taken a portion for himself. Lin Yunju stated, "Sue Mao, if you speak the truth, I may spare your life." Sue hastily replied, "Your Highness, ask what you will. I shall divulge all without reservation. Have you misappropriated any disaster relief funds?" Sue and Appo's eyes darted nervously. "No, that is for disaster relief. How could I dare to use it?" Lin Yunju's voice turned icy. "If you lie, I shall report to the emperor and have your entire family exterminated. Would that not be excessive?" Sue, overwhelmed with fear, wept, "I confess. I have misappropriated some of the relief funds, but I will replace it today." He braced himself, knowing that the money had been used for gifts, and that it would be difficult to reclaim. However, he had accumulated some savings over the years and resolved to return it all for the sake of his family. Lin Yunju did not wish to linger on this matter. "You have until tomorrow to return all of it." With that, he rose to understand the plight of the people. Upon seeing Lin Yunju, the citizens, though aware of his purpose to provide relief, regarded him with indifference. Each visit from officials only seemed to exacerbate their hardships. Though the court had dispatched disaster relief funds, not a single coin had reached them. Instead, They were compelled to gather money for the magistrate. Where was the justice in this? An elderly man glared at the Ruolan, stating, "Noble sir, do not tread upon this wretched land any further. You have seen enough. Return and take some silver with you, lest your visit be in vain." Lin Yunju remained unperturbed and sat beside the old man. "Good sir, how many grandchildren do you have?" Engaging an elder about their grandchildren is seldom a misstep, yet the old man erupted in anger. "What do you wish to know about my grandchildren? I have 5. 2 of them starved to death last month. Are you satisfied?" His face flushed with rage. He lamented the loss of his grandchildren, cursing the officials for their negligence. In the direst times for the common folk, where were these officials? The porridge in the relief tent contained only a few errant grains, while adults could only subsist on tree bark, leaving the starving children with no path but death. Tears welled in the old man and Appo's eyes as he spoke. Lin Yunju assured him, "There shall be no more such tragedies. No one will starve again. Trust me just this once." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yunju's words, the old man lowered his guard. "The children are too pitiful. I beseech you, noble sir, to procure more grain. There are many children in need of life-saving food." Lin Yunju approached the porridge tent. "Do not make it so thin in the future. Use 1 dough of rice for every 5 dough of water." The cook's eyes lit up. This ratio would yield true porridge. The current concoction scarcely resembled even rice water. Everyone present heard Lin Yunju's directive. He ordered rice to be delivered and watched as the cook added the rice to the large pot for cooking. Only then did the common folk begin to believe that this nobleman was different from the previous ones. He genuinely aimed to save them. The strategist following Lin Yunju discreetly wiped his eyes, filled with joy at the thought of the people's salvation. He did not condone the magistrate's actions. How could one embezzle disaster relief funds without remorse? Yet the magistrate had justified his actions, claiming, "Men die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. I merely redirected some funds for public use." Despite their many arguments, the strategist found them futile. Su continued to amass wealth, leaving the strategist powerless. All he could do was expend his own wealth to assist as many as he could. At last, a righteous official had arrived. Chu County was saved. The strategist rejoiced more than anyone else. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Lin Yunju turned to the strategist. "Are you willing to lead the people out of their plight?" The strategist replied, "As long as it serves to save the people, I, Kai, shall not shirk my duty. Henceforth, you shall be the magistrate of Chu County. I entrust it to you." Throughout their journey, Lin Yunju had been quietly observing. Kaiwan was truly concerned for the common folk. A person who holds the welfare of the people in their heart will undoubtedly find ways to lead them out of adversity. Chapter 47. Encountering bandits. Kaiwan took office and could finally put into action the long-awaited disaster relief plan. Lin Zuno Inquit Gai Junsi. Do you have a more effective method to completely resolve the flood disaster? With the official documents not yet forthcoming, the strategist had to act as the county magistrate, taking full responsibility for the relief efforts. Each year, during the flood season, Chu County experienced severe waterlogging, causing immense suffering among the populace. Surrounded by mountains, Chu County and Appo's low-lying terrain made it an unsuitable place for habitation. However, relocation was not an easy task. The people were reluctant to leave their homes, where their ancestors lay buried. They preferred to endure natural disasters annually rather than abandon their heritage. Kaiwan articulated his thoughts. There were 2 options. One was to relocate the populace, and the other was to have the court send personnel to repair the canals. Yet neither would remedy the current plight. Having grown up in Chu County, Kaiwan shared the sentiments of the people. He understood their concerns. Lin Yunju asked, "Which option do you believe is better?" Relocation had always been Kaiwan's aspiration. After all, the ancestors buried deep beneath the earth could not compare to the living. Witnessing the lively children suffer from hunger and cold due to annual floods, he questioned what there was to cherish in that place. As for home, as long as the family was together, anywhere could be considered home. Lin Yunju nodded, agreeing with the strategist's perspective. The relief funds allocated by the court each year would suffice to relocate 10 Chu counties. "Let us choose the second plan," Lin Yunju decided. Given the current dire situation, it was the opportune moment to mobilize. Kaiwan, taken aback by the prince and Apos' decisiveness, realized this was a proposal he had presented countless times before, only to be rejected. Even the crown prince had been deterred, under the pretext of angering their ancestors and facing punishment. Was the punishment they faced not enough? It could hardly get worse than the present. Kaiwan quickly acquiesced. "I shall mobilize at once," and dashed off, seemingly fearful that the prince might change his mind at any moment. "Come back." Kaiwan halted, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yunjua, genuinely concerned about the prince and Apos' potential inconsistency. Lin Yunjua remarked, "Why are you running? First, we must establish a new settlement. You're familiar with this area. You choose." He then unfurled a map. Kaiwan promptly indicated a location. Lin Yunjua regarded Kaiwan, realizing it was a disservice to confine him solely to the role of county magistrate. The land he selected was indeed suitable for the establishment of a new Chu county. The population of Chu County was primarily concentrated in this valley. With the people's consent to relocate, this seemingly desolate area would be the most suitable for habitation. Nearby, the Yunjiang River flowed, addressing both irrigation needs and flood mitigation. The river's outlet led to the Red River, ensuring that even the most substantial floods would be diverted. The vast expanse of land allowed each household to cultivate a plot, alleviating their food concerns. As long as the promise of self-sufficiency was made, no one would object. The prospect of owning land was the greatest temptation for the people. "Go and persuade the populace. Once they agree, we will begin preparations immediately," Lin Yunjua instructed. Kaiwan inquired, "What of funds?" "I shall procure them from the Ministry of Revenue," Lin Yunjua replied. Kaiwan sought only money, not manpower, believing that if the people were willing to relocate, they would wholeheartedly commit. As it was their own home, they would be building anew, ensuring peace of mind. Lin Yunjua's readily agreeable demeanor instilled confidence in Kaiwan. If he could reveal the prince's identity to the populace, they would be assured that the court would not neglect them. "Go forth. I await your good news," Lin Yunjua said as he settled down. A formidable challenge lay ahead, involving evacuation logistics, securing routes and timing, ensuring safety during transit, temporary housing for the populace, and the timeline for establishing the new Chu County. How much funding could the ministry allocate, and how should it be distributed? Would the emperor consent? However, even if the emperor disagreed, Lin Yunjua would find a way to persuade him. When Kaiwan returned, his face was alight with joy. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. The populace agreed to the relocation upon hearing that the fifth prince himself would oversee it, without much hesitation. The ease of the agreement left Kaiwan almost incredulous. Lin Yunjua, however, was not surprised. The people had reached their limits, and any further delay jeopardized their very lives, leaving little concern for ancestral graves. Moreover, Lin Yunjua and Apos' personal involvement in the soup kitchens demonstrated to the populace that he was genuinely benevolent. Once they accepted and trusted him, convincing them would not be overly challenging. Leaving behind over 100 individuals, Lin Yunjua took several guards and set off for the capital that very night. "Your Highness, why leave so many behind? What about safety?" Chu Sen queried. The journey back would traverse steep mountains, often plagued by bandit attacks. The prince, however, was unfazed. Chu San could not afford to be careless. "I have my own arrangements," Lin Yunjua assured. In recent years, the Deqi dynasty had indeed seen bandits becoming more brazen, as the aging emperor struggled to maintain order. Given the audacity of officials pilfering disaster relief funds, the corruption within Deqi's bureaucracy was rampant, making it impossible for the people to lead good lives. "Zhengwei!" A sudden exclamation startled Chu San. Zhengwei had appeared silently. With Zhengwei present, Chu San felt reassured. He scratched his head, realizing he had been overly anxious. The prince was in control of the situation. "Deploy a team to Wanchuan Valley," awaiting orders. Zhengwei was commanded. The bandits lurking in Wanchuan Valley were fortunate to remain hidden. If they chose to emerge, it would be their end. "Yes," Zhengwei replied before vanishing in a flash. The prince's orders often heralded significant events. Chu San was eager. Having initially thought the prince had been preoccupied with marriage since meeting the princess, becoming a rather qualified scoundrel, indulging in pleasures without engaging in serious matters. Yet, Lin Yunjua had been covertly dealing with banditry, having even recruited some into his ranks, now seasoned warriors. It seemed the prince had not forgotten his more pressing responsibilities. The bandits of Wanchuan Valley were no ordinary foes. Seeing the prince lead a small contingent eastward, Kaiwan earnestly cautioned, "Your Highness, please exercise caution. The eastern route is not only prone to landslides, but also frequented by merciless bandits. After all, we have a prince who genuinely seeks to assist the people. If your life is lost on this journey, what will become of those who agreed to relocate?" Lin Yunjua understood that Kaiwan had his best interests at heart. On his way, he had heeded the princess's advice and avoided the landslides along the eastern route. Nevertheless, he had to traverse this path. Banditry had long affected the people in Apos, as travel. Intelligence gathered by the prince indicated that regardless of whether they were merchants or common folk, those carrying silver were invariably robbed. Kaiwan was at a loss. The prince was his only lifeline. He could not understand why Lin Yunjua insisted on returning. "Your Highness, perhaps you should take your men back with you for safety." Lin Yunjua replied, "Kai Junsher, there is no need for further persuasion. I am well aware of what I am doing." With no choice left, Kaiwan fell silent. This prince was unlike any other. He was genuinely unafraid of offending others or risking his life. It was perplexing how his reputation as a scoundrel had circulated. The three mounted their horses, with Chu San and Chu Si following closely behind as they galloped away. Kaiwan could only pray fervently that the prince would not encounter bandits and lose his life. Without the prince's support, the people of Chu County would truly be beyond saving. The journey through the desolate eastern route proved far more treacherous than before, with loose rocks frequently cascading down, posing constant peril. The bandits of Wanchuan Valley had established a lookout point, finally catching sight of living souls. As only 3 individuals ventured into the mountains, the leading young chief exclaimed with excitement, "At last, we have encountered a big catch. Brothers, arm yourselves." Judging by the attire of the man, he appeared to be the son of a wealthy family, displaying a considerable audacity by bringing just 2 bodyguards along. The young master at the forefront was strikingly handsome. Now that he had fallen into the hands of this young lord, one could only wonder how he would maintain his spirited demeanor. Such young masters were the ones they despised the most. Chapter 48. Capture the audacity of these young masters to rob was utterly infuriating. They lived in luxury while the impoverished were forced into banditry. "Brothers, arm yourselves. It's time to act." The bandits' eyes gleamed with excitement. In this desolate place, they had not laid hands on any treasures for too long. Today, they were determined to feast well. Lin Yunzhou feigned ignorance, for martial practitioners possess extraordinary hearing. In the capital, he had never revealed his prowess. No one knew he was a disciple of the esteemed Master Yihong. Though Master Yihong's name resounded throughout the realm, few had seen his true visage. With the lineage of the Ruolan prince, possessing martial skills for self-preservation allowed him to outlive his royal siblings. As long as he lived, he could vie for power. No one was privy to Yunzhou's ambition, not even the favored consort Yu. The principle of the victor takes all remained immutable. Whether it was the crown prince ascending the throne or any of his royal brothers claiming the position, Ruolan Prince's longevity depended on their goodwill. Lin Yunzhou refused to let his fate rest in others in Appo's hands. Previously, he might have been indifferent to the throne, fighting forward without care. Now, as a man with a fiancée, he could not afford to lose his life in pursuit of a title, thereby endangering Song Ruolan and her kin. Henceforth, he must gradually unveil his strength. Upon hearing the bandits and Appo's exuberant chatter, Chusan and Chuzi exchanged knowing smiles, relieved that their companion was not being cowardly. "Let them come. We shall dispatch them one by one." They sought to rob a prince, and after the encounter, they would regret their recklessness. Lin Yunzhou appeared oblivious to the impending danger, continuing his journey with the 2 companions. Suddenly, a group of masked figures burst forth. "Halt!" Lin Yunzhou reined in his horse, casting a cold gaze at the assailants. The bandits were taken aback, not anticipating such calmness. Exchanging glances, the small leader barked, "Dismount quickly, or we shall not be courteous." He feigned a strike, prompting Lin Yunzhou to comply and dismount. The bandits seized the horses, while Chu San and Chuzi looked bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. Lin Yunzhou addressed them, noble warriors. We merely pass through this area. If it is wealth you seek, I shall provide it. He signaled to Chu San, who produced gold. The bandits' eyes sparkled with greed. Clearly, the small leader's claim of a substantial catch was not unfounded. Seeing them comply, the leader thought it more profitable to hold them for ransom. For now, their lives would be spared. The small leader pressed a blade to Lin Yunzhou and Appo's neck. Let us. Where are we going? I can offer all my silver. I beseech you. Let's go. Fear laced Lin Yunzhou's voice. The small leader relaxed, satisfied with this expected reaction. Wishing to leave is not so simple. Lao Lu, release this one to send word home for a ransom of 1,000 taels of gold. Anyone who can easily produce gold must hail from wealth. This route was essential for reaching the capital. Capturing this noble youth promised riches. Chusen cried out, "Let my master go. All this wealth is yours." He gestured to their belongings. The small leader approached and seized the bundle, scoffing. "Do you think you can take these possessions with you? Know your place and roll." Chusen glanced at the Ruolan prince, who subtly nodded. Faking terror, Chusan fled in a panic. The small leader chuckled, having expected more resilience, only to find coward. "Where are you taking me?" Lin Yunzhou queried. "To meet our chief. If your family pays the ransom, our chief will surely spare your life." The chief, known as the poisoned snake, was as treacherous as his name suggested. "Rest assured, my father will provide ample silver. Release me, and I shall not flee," Lin Yunzhou assured the small leader. After some deliberation, he loosened Lin Yunzhou and Appo's bindings, reasoning that they had already ascended halfway up the mountain, and he would not dare escape. The treacherous terrain was fraught with danger. Should he attempt to flee, he would be deemed a coward. As they climbed the steep path, Lin Yunzhou inquired, "Why does your chief reside in such a lofty place?" The small leader replied, "If we did not, would we wait for the authorities to exterminate us? You appear to be a good man. Why not join me in the capital? I can ensure your comfort. What is there to gain in the capital? Is there work for us there?" The small leader scoffed. His chatter soon revealed their plight. Desperate commoners turned bandits. Once pitiful souls, they had succumbed to atrocities after choosing a life of crime. For the weak noble, the small leader was unguarded. Upon reaching their lair, the small leader bound Lin Yunzhou and Chuzi tightly. "Behave," he warned, leaving 2 guards while he sought the chief. Today, he would boast of capturing a prized fish. "Today we struck gold," the small leader exclaimed as he presented the gold to the poisoned snake. The chief's eyes gleamed with avarice by the heavens. "I had almost forgotten the sight of gold. Bring me to this young noble." The bandits marched triumphantly to the small chamber where Lin Yunzhou was confined. The poisoned snake, eyeing the delicate young noble, relished the opportunity. "Quickly untie him," he ordered, striking the small leader. "How would you bind this noble? Look at his fine skin. It pains my heart." Lin Yunzhou turned away, suppressing his disgust. The poisoned snake grinned lecherously. The small leader, recognizing the chief's lascivious intent, realized that the chief harbored ulterior motives. Previously, he had plundered many beautiful maidens, yet never had he shown such tenderness. "I want both the young master's wealth and him," the poisoned snake declared. Lin Yunzhou retorted vehemently, "You speak utter nonsense." The poisoned snake and Appo's demeanor shifted to menace. "On my turf, you dare insult me? Watch how I deal with you." Suddenly, a fist struck the poisoned snake squarely in the face, causing him to howl in pain. Chapter 49. The fight. The bandits stared in shock at Lin Yunzhou. The ropes that bound him so tightly were effortlessly severed by him. Suddenly, Chu San appeared, swiftly drawing a hidden dagger from his sleeve and pressing it against the neck of the serpent. Lao Ba's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wasn't he this man supposed to have returned to the capital?" Chu San sneered. "I couldn't bear to leave before dealing with you." The bandits realized their lair had long been under surveillance, and to save their lives, they dared not move. As Chu San tightened his grip, the serpent turned pale with fear. "Hero, spare my life. Hero, spare my life." Lin Yunzhou coldly replied, "Weren't you just claiming to be my father? How many lives do you possess to dare call yourself my father? My royal father would annihilate your entire clan without a second thought." The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, realizing he was the emperor and Appo's son. Why did he only have 2 guards with him? Their confusion barely lingered before they noticed, to their horror, that they were surrounded by a multitude of black-clad figures, each clearly skilled in combat. The previously restless bandits now dared not move. Lin Yunzhou pressed the dagger against the serpent's chin, demanding, "Where have you imprisoned those women you abducted?" The serpent replied, maintaining his composure, "What women? I only rob for wealth, not for women." Lin Yunzhou kicked him in the chest, retorting, "Continue your lies, and know that my inquiry has already secured your damning evidence. Chu San, if he doesn't want to live, let us finish him off ourselves." Hey, I'll talk. What are you waiting for? Are you dead? Lao Ba, lead the way." The serpent shouted to Lao Ba, who quickly stepped forward, saying, "Please, this way. Zhengyue, bind them all, and escort them to the capital." Yes, these bandits were pathetically weak. Zhengyue hadn't even begun to fight when Chu San subdued their leader. As Chu San led the serpent deeper into the mountains, Zhengyue handed the bandits over to his subordinates and pursued the prince. A cold glint flashed in the serpent's eyes. "Hurry, don't think of playing tricks," Chu San urged, pushing him forward. The serpent feigned a flattering smile. "It's just ahead." Suddenly, with a loud crash, both the serpent and Chu San vanished. Chu Si and Zhengyue quickly shielded Prince Rue. A chilling voice echoed from behind. "Those who trespass into Wangchuan Valley shall find no burial place." Turning to see a scar-faced man glaring at them, he remarked, "I've heard the prince has arrived in Wangchuan Valley. It must be the fifth prince. I've long heard of your reputation, but today you'll meet your end here. I wonder if your imperial father will dare to come to collect your remains." His laughter was filled with arrogance. Lin Yunzhou surveyed the surroundings. This location was defensible, yet hard to attack. The scar-faced man spoke so boldly, indicating he had plans in reserve. "Do not speak too recklessly. It can lead to a slip of the tongue," Lin Yunzhou replied, retreating discreetly. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded as a massive tree was cleaved in two above him. Lin Yunzhou had already leaped away, avoiding the tree that crashed down where he had just stood, leaving a large crater in the ground. The scar-faced man's expression shifted to disbelief. Seeking death, Zhengyue leapt forward, aiming for the scar-faced man's face. The chains at the man's waist rattled as they swung toward Zhengyue. Surprisingly, he managed to withstand 3 strikes from Zhengyue. It appeared the serpent was not the true leader. This man's martial prowess was formidable. "Return," Zhengyue called, retreating back to Lin Yunzhou and Appo's side. At that moment, bandits emerged from all directions. The serpent had only brought a small faction. This was the true den of the bandits. Faced with the sea of bandits, Lin Yunzhou smirked. "Leave none alive." "Yes," echoed a resonant voice throughout the mountains. The scar-faced man stood stunned. Hadn't all the guards descended the mountain? Why had so many suddenly appeared? "Good. Today, Wangchuan Valley will be your grave." The scar-faced man sneered. With a wave of his hand, large boulders came crashing down from all sides. The serpent, that worthless fool, had led them to this place. "Watch how I deal with you." Before he could finish, the scar-faced man's expression shifted to one of terror. Lin Yunzhou and his guards leapt effortlessly into the air, landing firmly atop the trees as the boulders rolled past them, missing them entirely. Such immense internal strength was capable of redirecting stone. The scar-faced man gazed in shock at those atop the trees. In the next moment, they soared through the air like they had wings, decimating the bandits with relentless ferocity. Lin Yunzhou seized the scar-faced man's iron chain and swung it toward his face. "Ah!" The scar-faced man clutched his face in agony, bloodied and looking more terrifying than his scars. Lin Yunzhou then leaped, stepping on the scar-faced man and Appo's face. The earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by only pain. "Speak. Where did the serpent go?" Chu San faced the serpent, uncertain of victory, as this was their territory. The scar-faced man feigned death, remaining silent. Lin Yunzhou pressed down harder. I'll talk. Just beneath your feet. Knock 3 times lightly, and the secret passage will open." Lin Yunzhou seized the scar-faced man. "You go first." Indeed, the scar-faced man lightly tapped thrice, revealing an entrance below. Lin Yunzhou grabbed him and leaped down, followed closely by Zhengyue. "Second brother, is that prince dead?" His words trailed off in shock, mouth agape. How had this man survived? No one had ever escaped the stone trap of Wangchuan Valley. Not dead. Are you disappointed? Lin Yunzhou taunted. Where are my guards? If he dies, I will demand your lives in return. Chu San, hidden in the shadows, rubbed his hands in delight, realizing his importance in the prince's eyes. Chu San, come out. Lin Yunzhou called, his tone filled with genuine concern that warmed the heart of anyone who heard it. Your Highness. Chu San emerged, having hidden patiently, waiting for the right moment to strike the serpent. In unfamiliar territory, he would not act without absolute certainty. Seeing Chu San unscathed, Lin Yunzhou sighed in relief, while the serpent in Appo's face darkened like a charred pot. After all the effort to capture him in this secluded spot, he hadn't into Appo's. He anticipated Chu San and Appo's sudden departure. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find him. Little did he know, Chu San was not far off. With a grin, he addressed the prince. I trust one haven disappointed you this time. Lin Yunzhou bound the scar-faced man and the serpent together. Where are the women you have imprisoned? His tone brooked no argument. The scar-faced man replied, kill me or torture me as you please. I'm finished anyway. You'll never find those women. They either starve or freeze to death in these mountains. In the underworld, I'll have plenty of company. Lin Yunzhou retorted. I've heard there's a household down the mountain. Let us pay them a visit first. Chapter 50. Medication. The scarred man concealed the turmoil in his eyes. Lin Yunzhou thought to himself, as expected. Along the path up the mountain, there stood a modest hut. A young child played at the entrance, and the wide-open door afforded a clear view inside. Two elderly men occupied the center of the room, leisurely sorting through vegetables while engaging in casual conversation. Upon seeing Lin Yunzhou being escorted up the mountain by bandits, the child cast a curious glance, yet the two elders remained unfazed, not even lifting their eyelids. Not far from the hut, several robust men pretended to pick fruit while discreetly providing protection. In this desolate yet perilous place, the presence of the elderly and a child was indeed peculiar. They were either reclusive hermits or had family nearby they could not bear to part from. Lin Yunzhou quickly deduced that these must be the family of the scarred man. Go down the mountain and bring the elderly and the child here, Lin Yunzhou commanded. The scarred man hurriedly interjected, Wait, I said enough. Lin Yunzhou maintained his composure. The scarred man's bloodied visage was unsettling. I will cooperate, he exclaimed. Lead the way. The venomous snake glanced at the scarred man, hesitating to rise. The two stumbled over each other. Untie them. With no fear of further tricks. It appeared that the family down the mountain was indeed the scarred man's Achilles heel. After stretching his limbs, the scarred man, without further ado, led everyone deeper into the tunnel. The passage twisted and turned, clearly constructed with great care for survival. After traversing a long, narrow corridor, they entered a spacious area where a group of women adorned with jingling jewelry and splendid attire walked about aimlessly, their eyes devoid of spirit. Each elegantly dressed woman was attended by one or two maids or elder servants. The women, upon seeing strangers, merely glanced and continued their aimless wandering. These women were abnormal. Lin Yunzhou turned to the scarred man, who averted his gaze in guilt. What is wrong with them? Lin Yunzhou suppressed his rising fury and inquired. They have merely taken some medicine, the scarred man replied, his expression unreadable due to his grotesque features. What kind of medicine? A drug that robs one of their senses. How dare you abduct women destined for the capital? Lin Yunzhou's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Li Wanru. The daughter of the minister would not traverse this path. It was rumored that she had gone missing 2 years prior, having vanished while shopping with her maid in the capital. Lin Yunzhou had seen her once at a royal banquet, where his mother had hoped she would become the future princess. It seemed the women reported missing in the capital had all been brought here. Li Wanru appeared unchanged from their first encounter at the banquet, yet her eyes lacked any vitality. She resembled a mere shell of her former self. Bring her over. Your servant has seen the official. Li Wanru greeted Lin Yunzhou as if reciting a script. What is your name? Lin Yunzhou scrutinized her face, hoping to catch a glimmer of surprise or fear, but found none. She resembled a walking corpse, void of any emotion. You come here. Lin Yunzhou pointed at the following maid. The maid trembled in fright, glancing at the scarred man. Lin Yunzhou cast a sidelong glance at him, who quickly turned his head away. The maid, quaking in fear, approached cautiously. The maid, discerning the situation, realized she had not been drugged. This is the esteemed Prince Rue, the current 5th prince. Speak your grievances, and the prince will ensure justice is served. Seeing the maid's terror, Lin Yunzhou felt a pang of sympathy. She was clearly petrified. The maid knelt down with a thud. I implore the prince, please save my lady. A loyal servant, indeed. Why can she speak so well? You explain, Lin Yunzhou urged, pushing the scarred man forward. The prince is inquiring. The scarred man hung his head in defeat. The maid must serve her mistress, so she cannot take the medicine. Then the servants here are lucid, while their masters are oblivious. More or less. The scarred man, though reluctant, dared not lie. Are you even human? Lin Yunzhou seethed with rage, wishing he could end the man's life. A young lady of noble birth had been utterly ruined. Your Highness, I beseech you to save my lady. My master is Lord Li of the Ministry of Rights. Once she returns, he will surely express his gratitude. The maid realized the scarred man feared Lin Yunzhou. It seemed hope had emerged for her mistress. In this treacherous mountain, once captured, escape was nearly impossible. No one dared to flee, as they risked becoming prey for wild beasts. Initially, the captured ladies would weep and wail, but after being drugged, they obediently complied. They had lost their minds and become mere shadows of their former selves. The scarred man periodically procured dresses for these women, yet their jewelry remained untouched, for they had to maintain their appearances as noble women. The scarred man, having grown weary of certain ladies, would bestow them upon the bandits. Those given to the bandits suffered even worse fates. Not only did they lose their finery, but their jewelry was seized and they were subjected to humiliation. Ultimately, even the maids were not spared, as their fate awaited them in torment until death. The maid recounted the horrors they endured with great detail. The scarred man retorted defiantly, "These ladies have only interacted with gentlemen of noble families. A person like me could only dream of associating with them. However, since they do not regard me, I can abduct them into the mountains, and they will naturally obey me." Lin Yunzhou questioned, "What kind of drug did you administer to them? Is there an antidote?" The scarred man leered, "There is no cure. Find them all." Lin Yunzhou's anger surged, wishing to kill. "How dare you? I will fight you." The scarred man resisted fiercely. "Bring the people up." "Yes." Upon seeing the 2 elders standing before him, the scarred man was greatly astonished. He rushed forward, shouting, "I will fight you." Lin Yunzhou deftly sidestepped, delivering a kick that sent the scarred man flying back a considerable distance. "Why must you bring them here when I have brought you to the mountain?" The scarred man bellowed, glaring at the 2 elders and the child. The elder rushed forward and slapped the scarred man across the face. "You ungrateful wretch! What heinous deeds have you committed?" The scarred man stood still, taking the blow without flinching. A child of about 4 or 5 approached him, asking, "Does it hurt, uncle?" The scarred man looked down gently at the child. "Uncle does not hurt." The elder knelt, tears streaming down his face. "You have sinned." The scarred man stammered, "Father, mother." The old woman merely wept for her son, not uttering a word. The elder knelt before Lin Yunzhou, pleading, "Your Excellency, please take him away. Do with him as you will, kill or punish. It is your decision. This beast is devoid of humanity, a failure of my upbringing." The old woman quickly fell to her knees as well. "Your Excellency, I implore you to spare him. I will keep a watchful eye on him and ensure he does no more wrong. He is my only son. If you take him from me, my old bones will not survive." Lin Yunzhou replied coldly, "Rest assured, you raised this wretched son. Do you think I would let you go unpunished?" One played the role of the villain, while the other feigned innocence, believing they could deceive him. The sins of the son reflect upon the father. How could the elderly residents on the mountainside remain oblivious to such malevolence? Chapter 51. The reward upon realizing his pretense had been unmasked. The old man revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. "Whoever dares to lay hands on my son shall tread over my corpse." The old woman, witnessing her husband and aunt, Appo's sudden change in demeanor, swiftly altered her own expression like an actress on stage. "Do not think that by coming here, you can escape alive. I have seen many like you, and they all met their end at my son's hands. This valley of Wangchuan shall be your grave." The fox, emboldened by the tiger's might, had indeed learned the art of intimidation well. Yet, with the tiger's teeth pulled, this fox's arrogance was but foolishness. Lin Yunzhao, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, "No more pretense?" The two elderly figures were clearly not benevolent souls. Their triangular eyes and menacing expressions mirrored that of scarred face. The essence of one's character is often reflected in their appearance. Had these elders been virtuous, they would not have remained indifferent while witnessing the abduction of others. Perhaps they possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit scant. Now that they realized their son had encountered a formidable adversary, they resorted to emotional appeals for mercy. When their pleas fell on deaf ears, they swiftly turned hostile. At that moment, a child charged at Lin Yunzhao, shouting, "I will kill you for capturing my uncle. I will fight you." The 4 or 5-year-old in Oppo's eyes burned with hatred, rivaling that of an adult. The nature of a person often shapes the character of their offspring. Lin Yunzhao brushed the child aside and commanded the group to hasten their departure. "We'll fight you, boys. Grab your weapons." The scarred man bellowed. Yet, escape was not so easily attained. As he shouted, however, no movement followed. Each bandit found a blade at their throat. The scarred man froze, astonished at their combat prowess. The captors remained eerily still, and he was oblivious to the danger surrounding him. These worthless fools, how could they be so inept? He thought. With no hesitation, the scarred man lunged at Lin Yunzhao. He believed that by subduing Lin Yunzhao, the rest would be at his mercy. However, such notions were ill-conceived. Lin Yunzhao was not so easily captured. As the assailant closed in, Chu San swept his leg, sending the scarred man sprawling to the ground. "Are you seeking death?" Chu San exclaimed, unleashing his full strength. The scarred man found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Recognizing the man and Oppo's intentions, Chu San considered finishing him off, but was halted by Lin Yunzhao, who wished to keep him alive a little longer, hoping to extract valuable information. With his aspirations thwarted, the scarred man surrendered, realizing that he had already embarrassed himself before his family. Continuing the fight might very well cost him his life. Kneeling, he pleaded, "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I beseech the prince to spare my family." Lin Yunzhao regarded him coldly. "Akin to a corpse, their guilt is not for you to judge. They shall be taken away as well." In a bid to lessen his family and Oppo's suffering, the scarred man had deliberately chosen an easier route down the mountain. The group descended much quicker than they had ascended. At the mountain in Oppo's base, a prison cart awaited. The scarred man and the venomous serpent were shackled and placed inside. The parents, seated in the ox cart, grumbled until silenced by a guard's reprimand. "Do not provoke us further. Continue your ruckus, and you'll be walking to the capital." Walking would be arduous. The cart was indeed a preferable option. Behind them, a dozen horse-drawn carriages carried the young women who had gone missing over the years. For this crime alone, the bandits deserved to lose their heads. Upon returning to the capital, Prince Ruolan delivered explosive news. Many missing women had returned. However, the fates of these women were likely grim. Having lost their purity and become pariahs, in some families, they would be better off dead to avoid hindering the marriages of their sisters. After handing the scarred man and his cohorts to the Ministry of Justice, Lin Yunzhao reported his safety to the Song residents. Song Ruolan urged him to return to the palace for his report, reminding him that there would be ample time for leisure in the future. To topple Jiang Jingshan, he would need to utilize the identity of the Princess Ruolan. However, Prince Ruolan must first be esteemed for her to engage in such endeavors. Lin Yunzhao hurried to fulfill his report at the palace. The emperor expressed satisfaction with his son. "Little 5, you have achieved a great feat today. The bandits of Wangchuan Valley have long troubled me. I never expected you to dismantle their stronghold so effortlessly. What reward do you seek, my son? Speak freely." The emperor, elated, remarked, "You truly have my favor. 500,000 taels. I wish for 500,000 taels of silver." Prince Ruolan and Oppo's audacity startled the emperor. "What did you say? 500,000 taels? Even as a prince, such a demand is bold." "Indeed, father, your words are law. I only seek silver." "What do you intend to do with such a sum?" The emperor's pride was shattered by this exorbitant request. "To provide disaster relief. I have already allocated funds for disaster relief, the emperor retorted. While the previous funds had been mismanaged, the pressing issue was that Shu County's finances had run dry. I have commanded the Ministry of Revenue to allocate disaster relief funds multiple times. Where have they gone? I do not know. Perhaps Father should investigate the ministry? If you wish to know, a simple inquiry will reveal the corruption. None who embezzled the silver can escape. Upon hearing this, the emperor hesitated. His ministers were generally reliable, and the accounts were meticulously maintained. It was improbable to catch them in wrongdoing overnight. What do you plan to do with these 500,000 taels? The emperor relented. To relocate Shu County entirely. The emperor gazed at his son, sensing a lack of experience. The common folk would never agree. Many attempts have been made over the years. All in vain. Father only needs to decide. I shall handle the rest. As for the 500,000 taels of silver, I shall consider it. There is no need for consideration. Will the people of Shu County? Lin Yunzhao insisted. I have painstakingly convinced them to relocate. What? They agreed? Yes, Father. Your funds must be in place swiftly so that I can assist them in rebuilding their homes. Rebuilding their homes. This is indeed wonderful news. Numerous delegations have been sent and funds dispatched, yet no progress has been made. Unexpectedly, Little Five managed to resolve the issue in just a few days. Very well, I grant you this. The emperor, in high spirits, readily approved the request for 500,000 taels. Lin Yunzhao knelt in gratitude and proceeded to the Yushio Palace to see his mother. Upon hearing of her son's triumphant return from subduing the bandits, the empress was more delighted than anyone. She had never anticipated her son to be so formidable. Chapter 52. Loyalty. The Dali Temple swiftly concluded its interrogation of the scarred face. In addition to trafficking women, he had also committed murder and robbery, leading to the demise of several hundred lives in the Wangshuan Valley. It is no wonder that this valley is known as the Valley of Ghosts. The emperor was infuriated. While seeking wealth is one thing, taking lives is utterly reprehensible. The women who had been abducted were particularly pitiable, with dozens having perished at the hands of bandits. Scarred Face hailed from a destitute family, yet had the audacity to desire the hand of a noble lady. He drugged those maidens into a stupor, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings, and deluded himself into believing that these esteemed women were devoted to him. The emperor, incensed, decreed, "Execute this beast by slow slicing. All the bandits in Wangshuan Valley shall be put to death. Not a single one shall be spared." Lord Chao, the Chief Justice of Dali Temple, reported, "Your Majesty, the parents of Scarred Face indulged their son in his wickedness. By law, they too should be executed." Without hesitation, the emperor commanded, "Execute them." Hundreds of innocent lives were extinguished by their son's actions, yet they feigned ignorance of his heinous deeds, claiming his filial piety as justification. The tragic fate of the innocent, who also had parents and children, could not be assuaged even if Scarred Face and the bandits were executed 1,000 times over. The bandits' families would also face extermination as a cautionary measure. Lord Chao accepted the decree and departed, bringing a sense of justice to the people. Who would dare to use famine as an excuse for pillaging in the future? The emperor and Appo's thunderous actions were reminiscent of his former glory. However, to truly resolve the issue, the people must be fed. Presently, ministers in the court were amassing wealth, and even the not-so-bright crown prince dared to reach into Tsushin County. Lord Li, the Minister of Rights, personally came to express his gratitude. His only daughter, after 2 years of being missing, had finally returned home. Upon witnessing the return of his long-lost daughter, his wife, who had wept day and night, ceased her tears. For this alone, Lord Li felt compelled to revere Lin Yunzhu as a deity. With his daughter's return, matters of innocence held little significance. The Li family was not impoverished. Little did the Minister of Rights expect that the very person he had once scorned for his frivolous lifestyle would become the savior of the Li family. His wife insisted on visiting to express her thanks, but Lord Li halted her. The princess of the Rue, Wang Fu, had yet to arrive. It would be improper to entertain female guests. Thus, Lord Li took it upon himself to make the visit. He felt anxious about whether Rue Wang would cast him out, especially since he had previously rebuked him before the emperor for his indulgent behavior, which was an affront to the royal dignity. Seeing Ruolan's indifferent demeanor back then had greatly irked Lordly. However, it appeared that Ruolan bore no grudge. Lordly donned a smile and said, "If your highness ever requires the services of this old minister, I shall exert my utmost effort." Lin Yunju maintained a nonchalant expression. Yet this time he found Lordly somewhat agreeable. "When I have need of you, I shall certainly seek you out. For now, you may return. I shall assist anyone in need, not just your daughter." Lordly seemed eager to repay the favor immediately. Lin Yunju, however, sought no recompense for his benevolence. Yet it was commendable that Lordly was grateful. He would undoubtedly be of use in the future. Lordly respectfully took his leave. Lin Yunju still had to personally visit Xuxian County to finalize the relocation arrangements. The official documents from County Magistrate Kai should have been approved by now. Before departing, he wished to bid farewell to Song Ruolan. However, before he could step out, General Fong Zuxing of Huaihua obstructed his path. Upon seeing Ruolan, Fong Zuxing immediately knelt and bowed deeply. Lin Yunju glanced at the sky. The sun had not risen in the west. Was the general out of his mind? "Your Highness, from now on, you shall be my sole master." Fong Zuxing wept profusely. Lin Yunju, puzzled, replied, "Rise and speak. What brings you to the Wangfu?" The general hesitated. "Does your Highness truly not know why I have come? Perhaps my expression of loyalty is insufficient. I shall bow again." Shuer quickly intervened. "General, let us speak properly. Our Wang does not entertain such displays." "Did your Highness truly not know?" Fong Zuxing pressed. Lin Yunju, pressed for time and eager to visit Song's residence, responded impatiently. "Speak plainly, do not waste my time with riddles. Indeed, this is the Wang I remember, one unafraid to speak candidly." The general continued in the past. "I have wronged you, and today I have come to apologize. Pray tell, what offense have you committed?" Lin Yunju genuinely could not fathom why the general had come to make such a display. "Your Highness has apprehended all the bandits from Wangchuan Valley, which I greatly admire. My previous accusations of your idleness were unwarranted. I was blind to your merits and have wronged you," Fong Zuxing admitted. Lin Yunju, taken aback, questioned, "Is this the reason for your visit? To kneel on my doorstep? Many have criticized me. You are but one among many, and I hold no grudges." "So, Ruolan was so magnanimous?" Fong Zuxing silently noted this quality. Ruolan made a gesture as if to leave, prompting the general to exclaim, "I have come to express my gratitude for saving my daughter." He had anticipated that Ruolan would seek to leverage this favor, yet appeared he was entirely unaware of having saved his daughter. "Your daughter was also in Wangchuan Valley?" Lin Yunju inquired, surprised. He had not paid much attention to the rescued women, deeming it the responsibility of Dali Temple. As long as their origins were clarified and families could reclaim them, that sufficed. "Yes, it was just a few days ago. She was taken but was rescued by your Highness. From now on, the Fong family will follow your Highness unconditionally." "General, do you understand what this implies?" Fong Zuxing cherished his daughter dearly and had not anticipated the extent of his gratitude. "I have never taken sides. Your Highness has granted me a new lease on life. Henceforth, I am but your man." Lin Yunju regarded Fong Zuxing, who had previously looked down upon him and had lodged numerous complaints against him before the emperor. Now, for the sake of his daughter, he could go to such lengths. It seemed he had just sent away one devoted father only to encounter another. Nonetheless, it was ultimately beneficial for him. "I shall remember this. You may depart." Lin Yunju dismissed him. Yet Fong Zuxing remained, unable to grasp the hint to leave. "Is there more to be said?" Lin Yunju asked, growing impatient. "Your Highness, my eldest daughter is yet unmarried." Lin Yunju halted, lifting his foot to inquire, "What do you mean?" "The bandits abducted my youngest daughter. My eldest is both beautiful and accomplished, still waiting for a suitor. Why do you share this with me? What concern is it of mine?" Shuer exchanged glances with Lin Yunju, signaling that he was not comprehending the implications. Chapter 53. An unlikely match. Lin Yunju finally comprehended the gesture, a pair symbolized by two fingers. It wasn't Appo's that he was slow, but General Fong and Appo's audacity was astonishing. "You wish to marry your daughter to this prince?" Lin Yunju questioned. wondering if Fong Zuxing had lost his senses or if his daughter was simply unmarriageable. Lin Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's initial goodwill towards the general vanished instantly. My eldest daughter possesses both inner and outer beauty, exhibiting grace and virtue. I humbly beseech you to consider this union, and henceforth, the Fong family army shall be at your highness and Amp, Oppo's disposal. General Fong continued, advocating for his daughter. Are you implying that whoever marries your daughter gains your allegiance? Lin Yunzhou retorted sharply. No, that is not my meaning. How could your highness interpret it thus? Regardless of whom my daughter marries, the Fong family army remains loyal to the prince. General Fong was utterly devoted to his daughter's cause. Lin Yunzhou retorted, cease these machinations. I have no need for you to repay a debt with your daughter. Such an arrangement is unjust to her. Fong Zuxing's face flushed with a mixture of shame and embarrassment. He had humbled himself to request the prince to accept his daughter as a concubine, only to be met with an immediate rejection. It was all the fault of his eldest daughter, who had set her sights on the unconventional prince. Previously, General Fong had disdained the prince, forcing his daughter to conceal her affections. Now, with the prince having saved her sister, and the Fong family seeking a way to express their gratitude, the eldest daughter had declared her desire to marry him. Today's encounter had significantly altered General Fong's perception of the prince, leading him to set aside his pride and offer his daughter. However, to his astonishment, the prince had refused. General Fong attempted to persuade him further. My eldest daughter is among the most distinguished young ladies in the capital, excelling in all the arts. I believe she is eminently qualified for the position of concubine in your highness and Amp, Oppo's household. I implore your highness to reconsider before dismissing the notion entirely. General Fong hesitated to petition the emperor directly. With his military merits, securing a concubine position in Prince Rui's residence for his daughter should not be difficult. However, he dared not seek an imperial decree without the prince's consent, knowing Lin Yunzhou's history of defying edicts. The emperor's fondness for him meant he would likely not be punished for such defiance. However, if a marriage decree were rejected, his daughter's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Lin Yunzhou's expression darkened. I shall pretend I never heard those words. Steward, ensure that this matter remains strictly confidential. The steward responded loudly. Yes, your highness. General Fong kowtowed to Lin Yunzhou again, expressing his gratitude. The prince's discretion was considerate of his daughter's reputation. Should this affair become public, the Fong family would be utterly disgraced, and his daughter's name would be tarnished. Gazing at the bewildered man before him, Lin Yunzhou lost all interest in prolonging the conversation and departed abruptly. General Fong remained stunned for a long moment before leaving in disappointment, muttering to himself, my daughter possesses keener insight and a better understanding of people than I do. Lin Yunzhou headed directly to the Song residence. The moment he saw Song Ruolan, he realized the true meaning of longing for someone. The anxiety that had plagued him for days finally subsided. Gazing at her features, her every smile and frown, his heart overflowed with affection. Song Ruolan found his dazed expression amusing. Was my absence truly felt so deeply? She teased. To be honest, Song Ruolan did not miss Lin Yunzhou that much. They had only been betrothed for a few months, and their meetings were infrequent. It was difficult to cultivate deep feelings under such circumstances. However, seeing Lin Yunzhou and Amp, Oppo's radiant smile, Song Ruolan and Amp, Oppo's spirits lifted as well. Please take care on your journey and be cautious, Song Ruolan advised. While she had not yet developed romantic feelings for him, the title of Princess Rui was advantageous. Lin Yunzhou and Oppo's heart warmed. I shall return safely. Wait for me, and upon my return, I shall take you as my bride. Very well. Since she was destined to become Princess Rui sooner or later, she might as well make early preparations. Lin Yunzhou suddenly leaned in and kissed her forehead. Despite having lived 2 lives, Song Ruolan blushed crimson. Lin Yunzhou fled in disarray, exclaiming, wait for my return. Once he had settled matters, he no longer wished to travel extensively. Marrying his princess was of utmost importance. Song Ruolan was not idle either. In addition to practicing martial arts with Hong Yi, she was engaged in a crucial endeavor, diligently studying the medical texts that were part of her mother and Appo's as dowry. While mastering medicine was not an overnight feat, Song Ruoshi had acquired several life-saving skills in her previous life, which had enabled her to heal the fourth prince's burns and pave the way for his ascension to the throne. Now that the medical texts were in her possession, she did not aspire to become a healer, but simply sought to acquire the ability to save lives in critical moments. Song Ruolan specialized in toxicology. She found herself increasingly drawn to this field, as medicine and poison were closely related. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to poisoning. In this life, she would not spare those who had harmed her. Song Ruolan took a vial and filled it with several pills. These were concoctions she had prepared according to the texts. The mountainous regions are rife with snakes, insects, and mosquitoes. Your Highness, please carry these with you in case of need, Song Ruolan said, handing over several black pills. In case of an emergency, take one pill orally and apply another topically. They should ward off any danger. Lin Yunzhou accepted them without hesitation. He would consume any potion given to him by Song Ruolan, even if it were poison. The days passed productively, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. To Prince Rue and Appo's, as surprise, he had spent half a year in Shu County. During this time, both Prince Rue and the princess were diligently working toward their future. Song Ruolan had finally mastered the preparation of all the poisons described in the medical texts, while Lin Yunzhou had lived among the people of Shu County, sharing their lives. In 6 months, all the residents of Shu County had moved into new homes. Prince Rue decided to allow the people to manage the farmland themselves. The area surrounding the new site of Shu County was barren, but as long as the people were diligent, they could provide for their families. They worked together to rebuild their homes, and in less than 6 months, they were living in new houses. With diligent farming, Shu County would be self-sufficient by this time next year. Whoever cultivated the wasteland would own it, further motivating the people. Shu County was thriving, a stark contrast to the flood-prone region it once was. The emperor beamed with delight, finally having resolved the major problem of Shu County. With food and clothing secured, the people would no longer beg on the streets of the capital, ensuring the city and Appo's as safety. More importantly, it would serve as an example for other regions. The emperor, overjoyed, wanted to bestow more rewards upon Prince Rue. Little fifth, go to the treasury and choose whatever you desire. Take whatever catches your eye, the emperor generously offered. Prince Rue replied, Your Majesty, I only desire one reward. Chapter 54. The Prince of Southern Town. The emperor gazed at his son, bemused. Is this what he deems insignificant? The meager offerings of the imperial treasury? Indeed, all the valuable assets have been appropriated, leaving behind only what is either unattainable or unworthy of his attention. Speak. I'm all ears. As long as it does not pertain to the dragon robe or the jade seal, anything else is permissible. Little did the emperor realize that entrusting the disaster relief efforts to him was an exceedingly judicious decision, resolving a perplexing dilemma. Father, I yearn to hasten the wedding with my princess. Ever since the emperor sanctioned the marriage, he seemed to have forgotten that the Duke of Chongning has yet to welcome his bride. The emperor paused, taken aback. He truly had overlooked it. The duke's house had been conspicuously absent from court affairs. The emperor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Song Ruolan's lineage was hardly impressive, providing no assistance to his son. It appeared that Song Daguang's official position needed to be elevated. While Little Five's maternal family proved unhelpful, a wife from a more advantageous background could indeed offer some support. Yet, it seemed Little Five was genuinely smitten by the eldest daughter of the Song family. Previously, he had been eager to secure a princess, dismissing even the most distinguished ladies. The emperor suspected that Little Five's current enthusiasm was merely a fleeting fancy, yet it appeared he held a genuine affection. I grant you permission. However, this was a matter long settled and does not count as a reward. Since you have no interest in wealth, I bestow upon you the title of Prince of Southern Town, allowing you to maintain 3,000 personal soldiers, alongside a certificate of privilege. Lin Yunzhou was taken aback. Did his father possess some insight? He indeed had his own influence in southern frontier, primarily for self-preservation. He had no desire to become a sacrificial lamb amidst the imminent power struggle. Lin Yunzhou knelt in gratitude. recognizing that the allowance for 3,000 personal soldiers would also provide his brothers-in-arms with a legitimate identity. Yet, today is a fortuitous occasion. I shall also arrange for your concubines and secondary wives. The emperor mused that the Song family was insufficient, and he would designate 2 additional women who could assist Little Five. In the future, should I no longer be here, do not let your life be at stake. Lin Yunzhou regarded his father, certain that he was not jesting. Father, I require but 1 legitimate wife. As for concubines and secondary wives, I have no need for them. The emperor was growing senile. Who had ever suggested the addition of concubines? Nonsense. It is entirely normal for a man to have multiple wives. You, a dignified prince and my son, should not utter such foolishness. I shall take your words lightly. This matter is settled. Kneel and accept. Lin Yunzhou remained unmoved. The emperor shot him a glare. This is a royal decree. You may leave. Father, if you insist on compelling me to take concubines, then I shall forego the marriage altogether. He understood that the best strategy was to retreat in order to advance. The emperor's other sons had already secured their brides, and only Lin Yunzhou, having finally found a woman he admired, faced immediate approval from the emperor, who feared he might change his mind. Using the marriage as leverage against the emperor was certainly a viable tactic. Nonsense. You speak increasingly irrationally. Are you defying a royal command? The emperor, upon uttering these words, felt a pang of guilt. Little Five had defied him on more than one occasion, and each time, the emperor had capitulated. Lin Yunzhou met the emperor's gaze, firmly resolved against any compromise. Song Ruolan had been the woman he cherished in his heart for over a decade. How could he bear to harm her by taking concubines? While he wished to protect Song Ruolan, he found it absurd to suggest concubinage while discussing their marriage. At that moment, the Grand Eunuch announced, "The imperial concubine requests an audience." The commotion from the study had already reached the Shuer palace. The concubine was well aware of her son's character. Once he set his mind on something, he was unwavering. Upon the concubine's entrance, the emperor erupted in anger. "Look at your well-behaved son. He disregards my words as if I hold no authority." The concubine hurried to placate him. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Do not harm your health. Ask him if it is truly Miss Song who dissuades him from taking concubines. If so, she is unworthy to be a member of the royal family." The emperor's fury intensified. "Song Ruolan, one cannot discern good from bad. I act for his benefit." The emperor was at the brink of exasperation. Little Five and Amp, Oppo's reluctance to take concubines stemmed solely from the fact that the Song family girl would not allow it. The concubine queried her son, "Is it genuinely because of Miss Song that you refuse to take concubines?" Lin Yunzhou replied, "Indeed." No wonder the emperor was so incensed. The concubine retorted, "Such a jealous daughter-in-law is a burden the royal family cannot bear." Lin Yunzhou hastily defended, "Miss Song does not prohibit me from taking concubines. I simply love her alone and do not wish to see her heartbroken or mistreated. She is the legitimate wife. Who could mistreat her? Your mother is also from the emperor's harem. Is there no one of lower rank who dares to bully you? How can you compare her to the empress?" Such comparisons mislead the emperor into thinking I aspire to be emperor, which could ruin everything. Though the emperor held affection for Lin Yunzhou, he had never considered bequeathing the throne to him. After all, the concubine lacked an illustrious family, and Lin Yunzhou possessed no governance skills. Aside from a reputation for debauchery, he was now marrying a merchant's niece. When people thought of Lin Yunzhou, they saw only a frivolous prince devoid of merit. I simply do not wish for the one I cherish to be mistreated. Lin Yunzhou and Oppo's resolve was unwavering. Enough. If you refuse to follow the path I have laid out for you, I shall not force you. Heed your own counsel. With that, the emperor turned his gaze away from Lin Yunzhou. The concubine shot her son a reproachful glance. "Go wait in the Shuer palace." Lin Yunzhou dutifully knelt in compliance, shedding his previous nonchalance. The emperor, stifled by his own frustration, felt a heavy weight in his chest. The concubine hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, Little Five is still young. He does not yet understand the virtues of women. Once he marries the princess, he will come to appreciate them. In time, he will wish to engage with more women. Rest assured, Your Majesty, let us revisit this matter at a later time." The concubine and Apos' gentle voice soothed the emperor, gradually calming him. Your Majesty, you have entrusted little Five with military power. He will protect himself. The concubine appreciated the emperor and Apos' intentions. He was safeguarding little Five, honing his ability to survive. However, the emperor and Apos' lack of vigilance regarding his son left the concubine feeling somewhat disheartened. The emperor held little Five in such low regard, convinced he lacked the capability to vie for the throne. Once the emperor was appeased, the concubine returned to the Yushio palace. Lin Yunzhou awaited her arrival with an unexpected demeanor. This was a surprise. In the past, after quarreling with the emperor, Lin Yunzhou would often erupt into a fit of rage, causing a scene before the concubine. Today, however, he sat quietly, patiently awaiting her presence. The concubine began to question whether her son had transformed into a different person altogether. Chapter 55. Revelation. The Empress Yu and Apos' agitation dissipated instantly. Her heart heavy with remorse toward her son. Lacking a distinguished lineage, she had always navigated the treacherous currents of the imperial palace with trepidation. The emperor and Apos' favor was ephemeral. Its loss would render her vulnerable, a target for the malice of the court. Lin Yunzhou's near-fatal incident at the age of 5 was a stark reminder of the ruthless power struggles within the palace walls, prompting her to feign indifference toward his upbringing. Fortunately, her son possessed an innate intelligence, discerning her true intentions. He willingly played the part of a dissolute scion, deceiving all, including his imperial father, who never considered him a potential heir. In the emperor's eyes, Lin Yunzhou was nothing more than a feckless wastrel, utterly devoid of ambition. However, Empress Yu harbored a steadfast belief in her son and Apos' potential, refusing to believe he would resign himself to a life of indolence. She sighed, lamenting, "This mother has failed you." Gazing upon his mother, Lin Yunzhou felt a surge of complex emotions. Her ascent to the rank of empress was paved with untold hardships, known only to herself. From a tender age, Lin Yunzhou understood that their survival in the palace hinged on securing a protective force. Unlike the empress, backed by the formidable Pei family, or consort Jiang, supported by the prestigious duke and Apos' mansion, they had only themselves to rely on. Thus, he resolved to acquire the power necessary to safeguard his mother and himself. Biding his time for an opportune moment, it arrived during a seemingly frivolous excursion on a pleasure boat, where he encountered a sagacious recluse known as Master Ihong, a portly figure reminiscent of a Maitreya Buddha. Upon meeting Lin Yunzhou, Master Ihong insisted on taking him as a disciple, extolling his exceptional bone structure and lamenting the waste of his martial potential. Sensing an opportunity amidst the seemingly nonsensical ramblings, Lin Yunzhou accepted, becoming Master Ihong and Apos' prized pupil. As fate would have it, Master Ihong was indeed a formidable figure, his disciples scattered throughout the Great Qi Empire. Lin Yunzhou effortlessly gained access to a formidable network of support. Subsequently, he feigned a severe illness, prompting Master Ihong to declare that a year-long sojourn at a temple was necessary for his recovery. Empress Yu, desperate for her son's well-being, readily agreed, unaware of the carefully constructed deception. This year marked Lin Yunzhou's 10th birthday, and he needed a legitimate reason to leave the palace. While 10 was considered late for martial arts training, Master Ihong's tutelage transcended such limitations. Undergoing rigorous training, Lin Yunzhou's martial prowess surged, surpassing his peers. Master Ihong reveled in his astute judgment, loath to relinquish his talented disciple, even upon discovering his royal lineage. Thus, the reclusive master embroiled his disciples in the imperial power struggle. As the year drew to a close, the prospect of returning to the palace and losing his newfound freedom loomed large. Master Ihong dispatched 4 of his most skilled disciples to serve as Lin Yunzhou's personal guards, continuing his martial education within the palace walls. By night, Lin Yunzhou diligently honed his skills. By day, he courted trouble, vexing the emperor. 2 years later, the emperor, exasperated by his son's antics, bestowed upon him a separate residence, granting him the independence he craved. Henceforth, The name of Prince Ruolan became synonymous with debauchery throughout the capital. He frequented brothels and taverns, indulging in drunken revelry. The palace elite gradually lowered their guard, ceasing their scrutiny. He had become a discarded pawn. Master Yihong further deployed his trusted disciples, including Shuer, to his ancestral home in the southern frontier, where they recruited capable individuals under the guise of martial arts instruction, forming a formidable force. Over the years, this force evolved into an elite army. Empress Yu remained oblivious to these developments, but she was acutely aware of Song Ruolan's significance in her son's heart. She was both his savior and hers. His desire to protect her and provide her with the best life resonated deeply with Empress Yu, who had endured enough of the palace and oppose, as internecine strife. However, such sentiments could not be voiced before the emperor, whose affections were as fickle as they were absolute. His authority brooked no challenge. His attempts to bestow secondary consorts upon Lin Yunzhou were met with staunch rejection. These women would inevitably find their way into the imperial family, for the emperor had many sons. Lin Yunzhou's defiance would be met with the obedience of others. The emperor's perfunctory mention of Song Daguang's position in the Long Manor suggested a growing displeasure towards Song Ruolan, casting a shadow of unease over Empress Yu. The emperor's disfavor toward her future daughter-in-law was a cause for concern. Lin Yunzhou understood his mother's anxieties. She was burdened by an excess of concerns, striving for an unattainable perfection. Yet, the prospect of Song Ruolan becoming the legitimate consort of the prince of the southern frontier was a source of great joy. He was determined to safeguard the two women he cherished most, his mother and his future consort. Only through strength and power could he protect them. Lin Yunzhou resolved to reveal his true intentions to his mother. He was not as devoid of ambition as he appeared. He clung to life and had no desire to relinquish it. The only path to survival lay in strength. Even if he failed to claim the throne, he would become an entity that no one would dare to provoke. Mother, Lin Yunzhou bowed solemnly. Your son will contend for the throne. You must be prepared. Empress Yu gazed into her son's eyes, questioning, no regrets? Lin Junfo affirmed, no regrets. Very well, she replied. Your mother will assist you. The crown prince and Appo's incompetence rendered him unfit to rule the great Qi Empire, and his eventual dethronement was inevitable. The emperor merely awaited the opportune moment. The overt rivalry between the third and fourth princes was already evident, while the eighth prince, though lacking seniority, held the advantage of being the empress and Appo's only son, lurked in the shadows. To emerge victorious from this tumultuous landscape would require a fierce struggle. Lin Yunzhou's path was fraught with peril. Yet, while contention did not guarantee victory, inaction would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. Thus, he would commit himself wholeheartedly to the challenge. Mother, Lin Yunzhou confided, I have made arrangements in the southern frontier to alleviate your concerns. His words visibly eased his mother and Appo's anxiety. He had not misjudged his son. Your mother will support you, she assured him. Proceed without reservation. Thus, in hushed tones, a mother and son discussed matters of profound consequence. The seeds of a future power struggle sown amidst an atmosphere of serene tranquility. The Yusho Palace had long been shrouded in silence. Chapter 56. The Jade Concubine. The Emperor arrived at the Yusho Palace. The ever-restless Jade Concubine had already locked the doors early, leaving the Emperor to face a cold reception. When eunuch Duan attempted to knock, the Emperor halted him. Let's return, he commanded. The Jade Concubine was in a foul mood and had shut the door to all. No one could gain entry. The Emperor did not wish to exert his authority to compel her into action she loathed. Today was meant to be a joyous occasion. The usually oblivious fifth prince had finally accomplished something commendable, but the Emperor's intervention had soured the atmosphere for everyone. Reflecting upon his actions, the Emperor acknowledged that he had indeed acted too hastily. He was well aware of how many women the fifth prince had turned down. Now, as he focused on the daughter of the Song family, forcing the fifth prince to accept another woman would undoubtedly displease him. A twinge of guilt stirred within the Emperor. Family harmony was paramount. He had more than just the fifth prince as a son. The duty of propagating the lineage could not rest solely on one individual. In the Emperor's heart, the Jade Concubine and the fifth prince were his true family, and their happiness directly influenced his own. As he turned to leave, the palace door creaked open. "Your Majesty!" The jade concubine, draped in a delicate outer garment, stood alluringly at the entrance. The emperor hastened towards her, enveloping her in his embrace. "Come inside, do not catch a chill." Though the jade concubine was now 40, she held an irreplaceable position in the emperor's heart. She had never been one to vie for power, having never been manipulated by her maternal family. Her feelings for the emperor remained untainted. Over the years, she had gradually supplanted the late empress in the emperor's affections. He wished to provide her with the best. Though the position of empress was immutable, he could still bestow upon her the title of concubine. Yet, she had repeatedly declined, desiring only to remain by the emperor's side, rather than be ensnared by the envy of other concubines, which could lead to dire consequences. Some things cannot be forced. Acquiring them might turn beneficial circumstances into misfortunes. The jade concubine planned to wait until the fifth prince married, then request the emperor grant him a fief, allowing the two of them to reside far from the capital. Although departing from the capital posed challenges, she would strive to persuade the emperor to accompany her. He was not a cruel man. Perhaps he would fulfill her wish. The further they could be from the capital, the less likely the fifth prince would become a target for others. Fortunately, today the fifth prince had revealed his true intentions to the jade concubine. She would no longer be a hindrance. Now, anyone wishing to separate them was bound to fail. The emperor, holding the jade concubine in Appo's hand, swiftly entered the palace. "Have you dined?" he inquired with concern, realizing immediately how unnecessary the question was. That rascal of a fifth prince must have caused trouble again. "I shall rest a while longer before dining. Today it was the fifth prince's folly that angered you," she said, taking the blame upon herself. Ensuring the emperor understood, she stood by his side. In her heart, the emperor came first. Her son must take a back seat. "Today, I too have erred, failing to consider the feelings of the fifth prince," the emperor confessed, startling the jade concubine. It was an unprecedented admission for him. The emperor, who never allowed others to question his authority, had acknowledged a mistake for the first time. "I know your intentions are for the best, your majesty. It is my fault for being inept, always hindering you, and now burdening my son," she lamented, tears welling in her eyes, a single drop glistening on her lashes. Breaking the emperor's heart, he felt remorse for having hurt her, deepening his guilt towards the fifth prince. The emperor had never raised the fifth prince with the expectation of him as a successor, which had led to his reckless behavior. The blame lay not with the fifth prince, but rather with the parents who had failed to guide him. Today, the emperor was particularly eager to make amends with the jade concubine. Torn between his son and his wife, she had endured much. As long as she was happy, he would spare no effort to please her. Since you mentioned being a hindrance, my beloved, do not decline the title of concubine any longer. With a concubine as his mother, the fifth prince shall not fall behind in the royal court." The emperor concluded, "Since the fifth prince does not wish to marry among the courtiers, let us elevate your status." The jade concubine gazed at the emperor. "Do you truly believe I am worthy of the title, your majesty?" The emperor was overjoyed. In the past, whenever the subject of the concubine's title arose, she would always evade the topic. Today, she had finally responded. "Of course you are. Are you not concerned about opposition from the other courtiers?" The title of concubine is coveted, especially by those like concubine Jiang, who are always watching for an opportunity. It is surprising that the emperor has left the position unoccupied all this time. "Rest assured, if you are willing, I shall make the necessary arrangements," the emperor replied. His spirits lifted. He was determined to provide the best for the woman he cherished. "I am willing," the jade concubine declared. To refuse at this juncture would be to disregard her own fortune. Quickly, bring forth the writing materials. The emperor, in his delight, intended to draft the edict right there in the Yusho palace. Eunuch Duan hurriedly summoned the palace maidens to fetch the necessary implements. Seizing the emperor's good mood would ensure that the decree was firmly established. The jade concubine knelt in gratitude, and the emperor promptly assisted her to her feet. "This position was always meant for you. Today, I finally fulfill my wish." Before long, the news spread throughout the harem, causing concubine Jiang to dig her long nails into her flesh in frustration. "That vixen has so many tricks up her sleeve. charming the emperor to such an extent that both she and her son have advanced on the same day. The fifth prince has been granted yet another title, the Duke of Southern Pacification. At such a young age, how can he bear such burdens? Concubine Jiang seethed. Her own son, she lamented, was overshadowed by the offspring of a mere palace maid. Furious, she raged within the palace. What is the emperor's intention? The fifth prince merely quelled a bandit during disaster relief, and yet he is rewarded with titles and his mother elevated? The emperor's favor has clearly shifted. Old Madame Jiang, fearful of eavesdroppers, reminded her, the title of concubine is at the emperor and Appo's discretion. It is not for us to question. Lower your voice, lest it reaches the emperor and Appo's ears. He has never held any affection for concubine Jiang, yet the Duke of National Defense wields considerable influence, with many in the court aligned with him. The emperor has long desired to diminish the duke's power, but with the intricacies of court politics, he must tread carefully. Summon my sister-in-law to the palace immediately. With the elder brother absent from the capital, the duke and Appo's household seems to be in disarray. Even the heir cannot keep hold of a fiancée, having had her stolen by Prince Ruolan. Furthermore, the monthly tributes sent by my sister-in-law have significantly dwindled. It was not this way before. The emperor's direct edict to elevate the jade concubine illustrates that he holds the duke's house in contempt. This is not only a slight against me, but a direct affront to the Duke of National Defense. The more concubine Jiang pondered, the angrier she became. That seductress had captivated the emperor and Appo's heart, and the royal treasury seemed to be solely at their disposal. The jade concubine may not have a powerful family to back her. Yet the emperor's gifts surpassed those of anyone else. Each festival, the fabrics bestowed upon her were undeniably rare. How could it be that all the favors of the world were monopolized by a single individual? Chapter 57. The headpiece Empress Jiang was consumed with anger, while Yushio Palace was filled with joy. The palace maids and eunuchs felt that this was what their master deserved. Due to her origins, concubine, you faced criticism from many other concubines and ministers. However, the emperor spent more than half of each month residing in Yushio Palace, a privilege that none could envy. Reports from the court indicated that over a dozen ministers had petitioned the emperor to revoke his decree, nearly suggesting that the position of the noble consort should not be seized by concubine Yu. Minister Qian Rongyi of the Ministry of Revenue firmly opposed this. He knelt on the ground, his head striking the floor with a resounding thud. Your Majesty, concubine Yu's promotion is against protocol. I implore you to reconsider. Qian Rongyi was resolute in his dissent, suspecting that the emperor had been bewitched by this mother-son duo. As the Duke of Ru went to provide disaster relief, the emperor directly allocated 500,000 taels of silver. The Minister of Revenue dared not voice his anger, obediently parting with the silver, which caused him great distress for many days. Such extravagant spending by a prince was seen by the emperor as a noble deed. Pray, enlighten me. Who would be a proper candidate for the noble consort position? The emperor inquired humbly of the Minister of Revenue. The minister hesitated. Well, I cannot articulate a suitable candidate. What do you mean, well? If you cannot name a suitable person, then leave. The minister hastily scrambled to his feet and retreated to his position. Is there anyone else who believes concubine Yu's promotion is improper? Recommend a suitable candidate. The emperor surveyed the assembly. A profound silence enveloped the court. No minister dared to name a candidate, as it would expose their ambitions to all. Has everyone lost their tongues? The emperor pressed again. I have something to say. Minister Li Fangzhan of the Ministry of Rights stepped forward. The ministers regarded him with anticipation, as he was the one most suited to speak on rules. Li Fangzhan declared, Your Majesty, I believe concubine Yu is the most fitting choice. This matter, to put it plainly, is a family affair. The noble consort and Appo's position is yours to bestow upon whomever you choose, and we have no business meddling. Upon uttering these words, the assembly erupted in uproar. Li Fangzhan was a staunch advocate of propriety. Had the emperor promoted a consort without consulting his ministers in the past, this elder would have debated with him for 3 days and nights. Was he under some delusion today? Those who grasped the situation realized that the Duke of Ru had saved his daughter and would naturally support the emperor and Appo's decision. This was an act of gratitude, Truly, a man who could not distinguish between personal and public matters. Some opportunistic ministers quickly echoed, "Your Majesty, this is your family matter. You may grant the noble consort title to whomever you wish, and we have no objections." To oppose the emperor was to invite one's own demise. A smile finally blossomed on the emperor and Amp, Oppo's, face. "Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?" he inquired. The ministers exchanged glances, each hesitant. Having already declared it a family matter, who would dare to interject further? To speak again might invite the emperor's wrath. Thus, concubine Yu was elevated to the rank of noble consort. The emperor, elated by this joyous occasion, showered the various palaces with lavish gifts of gold and jewels. The lower-ranking concubines expressed their gratitude, and a flicker of goodwill towards concubine Yu emerged. The higher-ranking concubines perceived the emperor and Oppo's actions as a show of strength, a warning to maintain their decorum. Though discontent simmered within them, they could do nothing. Only Empress Jiang was left in a state of dejection. After berating Lady Jiang for her failure to compete with a mere maid, Empress Jiang felt a surge of frustration. The matriarch of the Duke of Zhenghua had been outdone by a young girl. What an eye-opener for me. With her vexation unspent, Empress Jiang chastised Lady Jiang. The latter felt utterly humiliated, being scolded by her younger sister-in-law at her advanced age. Though incensed, Lady Jiang dared not offend this sister-in-law, for the Duke had declared that even rebellion must be directed towards elevating the fourth prince to the throne. Lady Jiang firmly believed in the Duke and Amp, Oppo's words. How could she offend someone destined to become Empress Dowager? The fortunes of the Jiang family were tied to the fourth prince. Yet, this younger sister-in-law seemed unaware, as if she did not understand that it was her husband who afforded them their comfortable existence in the palace. Lady Jiang, chastised, could only smile in submission. "Rest assured, your ladyship, even without the marriage alliance with the Marquis of Chongning, my brother's support for the fourth prince should not be underestimated. You know, it's my brother," she continued. "Whether or not we form alliances with them, their support is significant. Would Lordly abandon my son for another? Truly foolish. Who does not covet the wealth of the Xie family?" She foolishly chased away the opportunity that was practically in her grasp. Now, their generosity has waned, and the silver sent to the palace has diminished significantly. Without the money tree that was the Song family, how could the Jiang family dare to spend extravagantly? There would be no one left to fill the gaps in their finances. After parting ways, Lady Jiang returned home, only to have her daughter intercept her. "Mother, in a few days, I shall attend Sister Fong and Amp, Oppo's flower appreciation banquet. Is this headpiece a gift from my aunt?" Lady Jiang felt a pang of alarm. In her haste to leave the palace, she had not had time to examine what Empress Jiang had bestowed upon her. This headpiece was the most precious gift from the Empress, signaling that no matter her family and Amp, Oppo's needs, she remained the Emperor and Amp, Oppo's woman, more esteemed than Lady Jiang. The Jiang family must wholeheartedly support the fourth prince to reap boundless wealth. Such treasures were mere gifts from the emperor, indicating that Empress Jiang was becoming increasingly urgent. However, royal possessions cannot be rejected. Take it if you must. She finally relented. Seeing her mother acquiesce, Jiang Jingxin felt a weight lifted from her heart. For days, she had longed for a headpiece, but since her quarrel with Song Ruolan, she had not acquired any new jewelry. Mustering her courage, she had returned to Song Ruolan's shop, only to be driven away by the shopkeeper, Wu. Jiang Jingxin gritted her teeth in frustration. Visiting other jewelry shops yielded nothing. Either the quality was lacking, or the styles were unappealing, leading to quarrels with several shopkeepers, who subsequently banned her from entering their establishments. Now, possessing this headpiece, she could once again shine. Upon receiving an invitation to the flower appreciation banquet from the Fong family, Song Ruolan was taken aback. The Marquis of Chongning had no ties to the Fong family. Tomorrow, the Fong family was inviting noble women to enjoy the blossoms. "Miss, are you going?" Hong Xiang asked eagerly, eager to adorn her mistress beautifully and present her to the world. Hong Xiang delighted in hearing others praise her mistress as a celestial being. Yes, since they sent an invitation, it wouldn't hurt to have a look. Now, as the future princess of Zhennan and the daughter-in-law of the emperor and Amp, Oppo's most favored noble consort. Who knew how many such invitations awaited her? On the morrow, the Fong family sent a carriage to personally escort Song Ruolan. She chuckled softly, realizing how much the Fong family valued her. Song Ruolan instructed the Fong family and Appo's carriage to lead the way while she took the carriage of the Marquis of Chongning to depart. Chapter 58. Testimony. The Fong family is renowned for their martial lineage, and the Fong army is an undeniable force within the court. Thus, at the Fong family's flower appreciation banquet, none of the noble ladies or young misses would dare to decline the invitation. They all vied to attend eagerly. Mrs. Fong, being quite sociable, frequently organized various gatherings, including her daughter's birthday and the elder matriarch's longevity celebrations, always finding reasons to invite the elite young women to her home for merriment. Today's gathering, ostensibly a flower appreciation banquet, was in fact a means to uplift the spirits of the youngest daughter, Fong Qingqing. She had been abducted to Wangchuan Valley, but was fortunate to be rescued by the wise prince, escaping the fate of being poisoned and losing her virtue. However, since that incident, the young girl had remained despondent. Mrs. Fong believed that a lively gathering might distract Fong Qingqing and help her forget her recent misfortunes. When Song Ruolan arrived, the Fong residence was already abuzz with excitement. The eldest daughter, Fong Qingqiang, awaited her at the door, greeting Song Ruolan warmly. "Sister Song, you have finally arrived. I am Fong Qingqiang, the eldest daughter of the Fong family. It is so good to meet you." Song Ruolan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Fong Qingqiang and Appo's familiarity, as if they were meeting for the first time. Fong Qingqiang discreetly scrutinized Song Ruolan, feeling a pang of envy. Indeed, Song Ruolan possessed an ethereal beauty that overshadowed her own efforts at adornment. No wonder the wise prince had taken an immediate liking to her. Unfazed by Fong Qingqing's intentions, Song Ruolan deftly withdrew her hand from Fong Qingqing's grasp. Regardless of the latter's motives, Song Ruolan was determined not to find herself in a position of disadvantage. She had come to the banquet to honor Mrs. Fong, as her mother had preferred to avoid social engagements while in the capital, and it would be remiss of her not to attend. However, the fervent attention from the Fong family was somewhat overwhelming. Fong Qingqiang remained glued to her side. Upon her entrance, numerous envious glances were cast in Song Ruolan's direction. Marrying Jiang Jingshan had already stirred jealousy, but with her recent engagement to the wise prince following the annulment of her previous betrothal, the envy intensified. The wise prince had recently been bestowed the title of Zhen Nan Wang for his accomplishments, making him a paragon of stature in the Qi. Since his marriage was arranged, he had seemingly transformed, abandoning his former dissipated lifestyle to engage in charitable endeavors and quelling banditry. Many noble ladies realized, albeit belatedly, that a reformed rogue could indeed evoke a sense of security. Observing Fong Qingqing's unwavering presence beside Song Ruolan, some felt disdain for her. They knew of Fong Qingqiang and Appo's infatuation with the wise prince. On one occasion, while shopping, they encountered the wise prince loitering nearby. Fong Qingqiang, unusually bold, approached him, yet failed to capture his attention. Embarrassed, she fled home. Jiang Jingshan mocked her folly, suggesting that a prince without the prospect of ascending to the throne was hardly worth her admiration, as he might lose his life at any moment. The Jiang family believed that the emperor and Appo's throne rightfully belonged to the fourth prince. After that incident, Fong Qingqiang succumbed to lovesickness. She became disinterested in the suitors her mother favored, causing Mrs. Fong to acquire more gray hairs in her pursuit of a suitable match for her daughter. Only after her sister and Appo's rescue did Fong Qingqiang finally confess her feelings to her parents, revealing her affection for the wise prince. Her father, undeterred by the potential for rejection, sought to advocate on her behalf. Yet, Jiang Jingshan could not fathom that Fong Qingqiang would extend her affections to the wise prince's fiancée as well. Fong Qingqiang and Appo's proximity to Song Ruolan incited Jiang Jingshan and Appo's irritation. Fong Qingqiang, could you display a modicum of dignity? Jiang Jingshan seethed, unable to contain her frustration. Fong Qingqing's complexion paled. Only her parents and Jiang Jingshan were privy to her feelings for the wise prince. After her father faced rejection while attempting to plead on her behalf at the wise prince's residence, she vowed before her parents to forget him and comply with their wishes to marry a suitable man. Today, she sought to grow closer to Song Ruolan, genuinely wishing for the wise prince and amp, oppose, as happiness. Yet, upon seeing Song Ruolan, Fong Qingsheng recognized her own shortcomings. Setting aside appearances, Song Ruolan's calm and composed demeanor in the face of adversity was something she could not rival. Ignoring Fong Qingsheng's warning gaze, Jiang Jingxin provocatively remarked, "Has Sister Fong changed her tactics? By befriending Miss Song, are you hoping to secure a marriage into the wise prince's household?" At this statement, the room fell silent in astonishment. Song Ruolan turned to Fong Qingsheng, realizing the implications. No wonder Fong Qingsheng had been so familiar with her. Lin Yunzhou certainly had a plethora of romantic entanglements. Jiang Jingxun reveled in Fong Qingsheng's discomfort, having merely observed her attentiveness to Song Ruolan out of jealousy. Once a devoted follower of Jiang Jingxun, Fong Qingsheng now mirrored Song Ruolan and Oppo's every move, inciting both resentment and fury from Jiang Jingxun. As Fong Qingsheng glared at Jiang Jingxun, the latter belatedly recognized that a deep-seated enmity had formed between them. What woman did not cherish her reputation? Song Ruolan, with a wry smile, interjected, "Miss Jiang, you jest. The wise prince is my betrothed, a union bestowed by the emperor. If Miss Fong harbored affections for him, she would surely resent me, for I occupy the position of his fiancée. Yet from the moment I arrived, Miss Fong has treated me with kindness and warmth, never casting a cold glance my way. Would a lady in love extend goodwill to her rival?" The assembly collectively acknowledged the truth in her words. If Fong Qingsheng were truly enamored with the wise prince, she would harbor animosity toward Song Ruolan rather than exhibit such camaraderie. Fong Qingsheng gazed at Song Ruolan with gratitude. "Thank you." With an authentic princess to clarify matters, the attendees would surely accept her account. In a voice only they could hear, Song Ruolan confessed, "I am willing to assist you because you have shown me no malice. As for whether your affections for the wise prince are genuine or not, I am not naive. I simply wish to help, as you have not harbored any ill intentions." Chapter 59. Healing Song Ruolan dispelled everyone's doubts and restored Fong Qingsheng's reputation. Upon hearing of this matter, Madame Fong unceremoniously expelled Jiang Jingxin from the Fong residence. Jiang Jingxin, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How dare you?" Madame Fong, hands on her hips, retorted, "Why shouldn't I? If your mother were here today, I would have torn your mouth apart." She could not tolerate the bullying of a junior. The reputation of bullying the weak would adversely affect her daughter and Oppo's prospects for marriage. Her daughter had only recently put aside her feelings for the Ruolan and was nearly harmed by Jiang Jingxin. The more Madame Fong thought about it, the angrier she became. How could anyone be so oppressive? Or the Duke of Jinghua's residence? As long as the daughter of the Fong family was involved, Madame Fong feared no one. Upon hearing that her sister was being bullied, the younger Fong daughter reverted to her original self, rolling up her sleeves to confront the offender. Madame Fong called out to her, "Qinger, come here." Fong Qingsheng pulled her sister closer. "Sister, this is the Ruolan Fei. Come and pay your respects." Fong Qingsheng performed a deep bow. "Greetings, Ruolan Fei." Song Ruolan quickly intervened. "I am not yet married. You may call me Miss Song." The enthusiasm of the Fong family was overwhelming. Seeing her younger daughter finally willing to meet others, Madame Fong and Oppo's joy was palpable. Miss Song truly was a blessing for the Fong family. Today, despite her efforts to confine herself to her room, she found herself restored to her previous demeanor in front of Song Ruolan. Madame Fong finally felt at ease. With Jiang Jingxin's departure, the flower banquet proceeded smoothly. The noble ladies observed the host's cordial treatment of Song Ruolan, and even those who were less fond of her kept their distance, refraining from seeking her downfall. Fong Qingsheng, with admiration in her voice, recounted the day the Ruolan subdued the bandits. Song Ruolan was surprised to learn of Lin Yunzhou's remarkable courage. He seemed to possess formidable martial skills as well. "Sister Song, if you had been there that day, you too would have found the Ruolan impressive," Fong Qingsheng enthused. The noble ladies listened intently, And after Fang Qingqing's vivid description, their admiration for the Ruolan only deepened. When they heard about the tree that had been cut in half, and how Lin Yinzhou skillfully avoided it, Song Ruolan felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had escaped danger. Yet, she lamented the plight of those women. Do you know what kind of poison they were made to ingest? Song Ruolan inquired. In her previous life, the bandits of Wangchuan Mountain had not been eradicated for another 2 years. In this life, however, many events had taken a different course due to her rebirth. In her former existence, she had been wholly absorbed in Jiang Jingxin, oblivious to the fates of others. Thus, she had never concerned herself with what became of those women. Nonetheless, Song Ruolan could imagine that, apart from a few cherished by their families, the rest would be cast aside. These women had lost their purity and had become mere shells of themselves. To their families, they were devoid of value, only a burden. Fang Qingqing had been fortunate. She had been rescued just after capture. In contrast, those women had endured prolonged suffering in Wangchuan Valley. The harm they sustained might have been more bearable if they remained in their current state of madness, never to awaken. Yet, they were all so young. What difference was there between living in such madness and being dead? Song Ruolan resolved to aid these women. For the past 6 months, Lin Yinzhou had been in Chu County, while Song Ruolan spent her time either at the shop or at home, diligently studying a medical text. She focused particularly on the chapters concerning poison-making and antidotes. Given that she would inevitably confront Jiang Jingxin again, she deemed it reasonable to employ unconventional methods during such extraordinary times. In her past life, it had been poison that led to her untimely demise. In this life, it was only fitting that she repay them in kind. At the Fang residence, the atmosphere was one of joyous camaraderie. Upon leaving, Madame Fang treated Song Ruolan as if she were a revered ancestor. Ever since Fang Qingqiang had been captured, she had been in a state of daze. But today she finally returned to normalcy. Fang Qingqiang sincerely apologized to Song Ruolan. I was wrong before, and it will not happen again. I wish you both a long and happy marriage, blessed with children. Song Ruolan smiled, not taking it to heart. Having adored the Ruolan for so long without being overly persistent, it was no wonder she was well-liked. After today, Fang Qingqiang had truly let go of her feelings. She genuinely wished for their happiness. Upon returning to Minglan Pavilion, Song Ruolan once again retrieved her medical books. She recalled that the poisons described within bore a striking resemblance to those that Fang Qingqing had mentioned the victims had ingested. The antidotes discussed in the text were not overly complex. If she could truly save those women, it would be a worthy deed. Song Ruolan sent an invitation to the Minister of Right's wife, intending to personally investigate the extent of the madness induced by such poison and whether there was any hope for treatment. Madame Li, upon receiving the invitation, hurriedly invited the messenger into her home. After treating her to a delightful tea and bestowing a generous red envelope, she sent the messenger back with a message. The messenger was taken aback. It was a rare occurrence for the servants of Minglan Pavilion to be treated with such respect. Their lady was increasingly respected, and the servants felt honored to serve her. When Song Ruolan visited, Minister Li and Madame Li treated her as if she were a deity. The Ruolan had not only saved Li Wanru and Appo's life, but also that of their entire family. Now, the future Wangfei herself had come to inquire about the possibility of finding an antidote for Miss Li's poisoning. The Li family was neither related to them nor closely connected, yet they had received such kindness. Madame Li felt overwhelmed with gratitude. When Song Ruolan met Li Wanru, she was genuinely shocked. Li Wanru appeared to be no different from a healthy person at first glance. However, a closer look revealed her abnormal state. Her eyes were devoid of life, lacking even a hint of warmth. Regardless of what Song Ruolan said, Li Wanru seemed not to hear a word. Song Ruolan meticulously noted all her symptoms. It was a tragic fate for such a beautiful woman to live in madness for a lifetime. If only she could be saved. Upon returning to Minglan Pavilion, Song Ruolan immersed herself in her studies. The study had been converted from an embroidery room. In her previous life, Song Ruolan had diligently honed her embroidery skills, and after marrying into the Duke of Jinggua's family, Madame Jiang had taken a liking to her needlework, treating her as a seamstress and nearly straining her eyes to ruin. In truth, This was merely a method for Madame Jiang to exploit her. After marrying into the Duke of Jingguo and Amp, Appo's household, Song Ruolan had brought along several skilled embroiderers. Foolishly, she had personally embroidered garments for everyone in the Jiang household. In this life, however, Song Ruolan devoted her time to meaningful pursuits. She transformed the embroidery room into a study, filled with her mother and Appo's unique additions, an invaluable treasure. She delved into medical texts, with Hong Xiang and Lu Yu at her side, careful not to make a sound. Miss Song had become almost obsessed with these medical books, poring over them while experimenting with various herbs. Would she be able to concoct an antidote? Chapter 60. Entering the Jiang manor, describing Song Ruolan as utterly consumed by her efforts would be an understatement. Previously, she had never perceived the act of detoxification as particularly significant. However, after witnessing Miss Li today, the profound impact on her heart was nothing short of staggering. If Miss Li and Appo's foolishness was a matter of fate, then it was beyond reproach. Yet, now she suffered greatly at the hands of others, and those responsible deserved their punishment. In contrast, during her previous life, she had endured severe tribulations, and not a single person in the Jiang manor faced retribution. The bitterness in Song Ruolan's heart was inescapable. The engagement between Jiang Jingxin and Li Huanyu had been established, with the wedding only a month away. In the capital, it was impossible to remain ignorant of the news regarding the heir of the Duke of Jingguo. Their union had become a topic of gossip among the populace. Rumors suggested discord between the Duke of Jingguo's household and the Li family. Jiang Jingxin delayed his proposal, leading to the Li family's growing impatience. Li Huanyu's father, the minister Li, was infuriated, claiming that his nephew Jiang Jingxin was abandoning his responsibilities, threatening to appeal to the emperor. In response, Madame Jiang hastily sent a matchmaker to negotiate, initiating the customary rites to stabilize the situation. Upon learning of the potential complications regarding his son's marriage, the Duke hurried back to the capital after 3 days, reprimanding both his wife and son. Madame Jiang fabricated tales of Song Ruolan's frivolity, which prevented the Duke from forcibly demanding her presence at the Jiang estate. Ultimately, the wife of the Duke of Jingguo could not be subjected to public scorn. Once the engagement was confirmed, Li Huanyu deliberately confronted Song Ruolan on the road, boasting that she and Jiang Jingxin were a match made in heaven. Song Ruolan found even a single word from her to be distasteful and chose to ignore her entirely. Li Huanyu, relentless in her pursuit, insisted on proclaiming their auspicious union. Song Ruolan retorted with a smirk, "Miss Li, you haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you're already acting like a mother." That indeed seems like a fortunate match. In her previous life, Jiang Jingxin had had more than just Song Ruoshi as a concubine. He already had a daughter from a servant in his household, a fact that was being concealed by Madame Jiang. In her past existence, Song Ruolan had discovered, quite by accident, that Jiang Jingxin had a legitimate daughter who drowned at the tender age of 3, born to a maidservant of the Jiang family. After Song Ruolan married into the family, Madame Jiang discreetly dealt with the matter to secure her position. Li Huanyu's face paled. "What did you say?" Song Ruolan's expression remained indifferent. One does not court disaster if they do not provoke it. The sordid affairs of Jiang Jingxin were repugnant to her. Planting a seed of doubt in Li Huanyu's mind would surely lead to tumult in their lives. Indeed, shortly thereafter, news spread that Li Huanyu had discovered Jiang Jingxin's illegitimate daughter residing in the Jiang manor. Previously, her aunt had deceived her into believing the child to be a distant relative seeking refuge. Infuriated, Li Huanyu cried and clamored, demanding that Madame Jiang send both the child and her mother away. Jiang Jingxin was displeased, as his uncle, now his father-in-law, had a multitude of wives and concubines. Why then? Should he be compelled to expel even a concubine? Resolute, Jiang Jingxin decided to bring Song Ruoshi into the household without hesitation. Overwhelmed by such unexpected fortune, Song Ruoshi found herself bewildered. Madame Jiang observed Song Ruoshi and Appo's innocent eyes, seemingly untouched by men, fixated on Jiang Jingxin. Her own feelings of resentment only deepened. However, upon seeing the substantial dowry that accompanied Song Ruoshi, her demeanor softened considerably. After all, Song Ruoshi was the daughter of a favored concubine of the Marquis of Chongning, and the dowry amassed by concubine due over the years was considerable. Additionally, given that there was a familial connection to the Song matriarch, she generously contributed to Song Ruoshi's dowry. Madame Jiang pondered the implications. If the engagement with the Marquis of Chongning had not been severed, what would the dowry have looked like? Once more, a pang of regret pierced her heart. Li Huanyu continued to cause a ruckus, and Jiang Jingshan found himself reminiscing about Song Ruoshi's gentle demeanor, prompting his decision to bring her into the household. The Duke of Jinghua was not one to shy away from such matters. In a moment of desperation, Song Ruoshi found herself welcomed into the Duke and Appo's residence, finally experiencing a sense of relief. Song de Guang was elated, believing that the Duke of Jinghua could not bear to part with his future son-in-law. Jiang's actions incited the ire of the Li family. Minister Li insisted that his daughter withdraw from the engagement, confident that no one in the capital would wish to marry his daughter other than Jiang Jingshan. Madame Jiang, through pleading, managed to appease her brother's anger. She believed that once the engagement was annulled, the scandal surrounding her son's military exploits would come to light. Ultimately, Minister Li was merely asserting his pride. Yet his daughter was adamant about marrying Jiang Jingshan, and thus he relented. After all, she was merely a concubine. Once she entered the household, Huanyu could easily influence matters as she pleased. Seeing his daughter's determination to marry the heir, Minister Li sighed. Very well, if I hear that scoundrel mistreats Huanyu, I shall not hesitate to intervene. Though the families had formed a connection, the bond was beginning to fray. Nevertheless, the rivalry between Song Ruoshi and Li Huanyu promised to be quite entertaining. Li Huanyu, having already annoyed Jiang Jingshan before the wedding, would undoubtedly face the consequences of Song Ruoshi's cunning. However, these trivial disputes were of no concern to Song Ruolan. With Song Ruoshi gone, she could afford to lower her guard against one less adversary. Young and naive, Song Ruolan was easily swayed by false kindness. At last, the troublesome presence had departed. Song Ruolan felt a refreshing clarity. Just as she thought of Song Ruolan, she heard his cheerful laughter outside. Sister, Ruolan has returned from school. Song Ruolan rushed out to greet him. How are your studies progressing, Ruolan? With a radiant spirit, Song Ruolan appeared transformed from his earlier self. Sister, you need not worry. Today the master praised me. Her brother had finally adapted to life at the Guozijian, thriving among his peers. At times, when she beheld Ruolan, Song Ruolan felt a twinge of disbelief. These blissful days seemed almost unreal. With their mother alive, her brother close by, and Prince Rui seemingly sincere in his affections, life was utterly serene. She feared that at any moment she might awaken from this dream. When Song de Guang sent for Ruolan, Song Ruolan was somewhat taken aback. Father wishes to see my practice? Ruolan exclaimed, his earlier anxiety dissipating. Go ahead. Song Ruolan understood that their father was gradually accepting her brother. After all, he was the only legitimate son of the Song family, and Ruolan was undeniably ambitious. Not only did he excel academically, but he also dedicated 2 hours each morning to sword practice. Their father perceived hope for the family in Ruolan. Previously, Song de Guang had focused his affections on Haitang Garden, but now, with his son's talent shining through, he was convinced that Ruolan would achieve great success. In stark contrast, Song Shiji found himself increasingly sidelined by Song de Guang. The latter had learned to adapt to the shifting tides of fortune. Chapter 61. Jealousy. Song Ruolan made her way to the study, passing through the Haitang Garden. Upon hearing that his elder brother had returned, Song Shiji waited along the path. Elder brother, he exclaimed, startling Song Ruolan. She halted in her tracks, acknowledging his call without responding or feigning closeness. Her sister had advised her to be wary of those from Haitang Garden. Song Shiji looked at her with hope. Do you have something to discuss? Song Ruolan inquired. I wish to practice swordplay, Song Shiji declared. A flicker of disbelief crossed Song Ruolan's mind. She had never interacted with this so-called brother before. Was there an ulterior motive behind his sudden desire to train with her? Speak to father. He will arrange for a master to instruct you. The opportunity is meant for my future brother-in-law, and I shall not allow him to teach others, she replied, turning away and continuing towards the study. Her sister's warning echoed in her ears. Trust no one from Haitang Garden and remain vigilant, lest they exploit any weaknesses. As Song Ruolan walked away, Song Shiji returned to Haitang Garden, filled with resentment. He pondered how his father had changed over time. Once, he would proudly take him out and introduce him as his son. Yet recently, their father had grown increasingly reluctant to let him venture outside, seldom even stopping by to see him. Daughter-in-law Du noticed her son and amp. Oppose, discontent, and said indignantly, "Has he been flaunting his authority before you again? Ever since that detestable wretch returned, he has taken everything that rightfully belonged to my son. Now, the Lord refuses to take Song Shiji out, fearing ridicule for being accompanied by a son of lesser status, while his legitimate son grows up among others. What is wrong with being a son of lesser status? Is that wretched ghost superior in any way? Song Shiji has been raised in comfort, far beyond what that ghost could ever claim. Go study, she urged, as Song Shiji reluctantly made his way to the study. He did not particularly wish to practice swordplay. Rather, he simply desired to take from Song Ruolan whatever she possessed. Why should he be deemed inferior? He was merely an outsider who had returned halfway through the journey. Because of him, everything that once belonged to him had been seized. For instance, the opportunity to attend the Guozijian. Had he not returned, or had he perished, it would have been his alone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, throwing the inkstone in the study to the floor. Seeing her son's rage, Du and amp. Oppo's anger surged. That inkstone was a gift from the Lord. How could she explain its damage? Do not worry, mother will vent your frustrations. Focus on your studies. I shall ensure he is beneath my feet. Very well, mother, I shall heed your words. Her son must surpass Song Ruolan. Yet, even as she thought this, uncertainty lingered in her heart. Song Ruolan currently received instruction in both literature and martial arts. Admission to the Guozijian was not granted to just anyone. She had heard that the martial arts master was quite skilled. If only Song Ruolan and Oppose, and had not returned, all of this would belong to her son. Du contemplated, what if Song Ruolan and Oppose, and were to die? Then everything would revert to Shiji. Her son should never be overshadowed by Song Ruolan and Oppose. And she asked him, Shiji, do you wish for the Lord's estate to one day be yours? A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Does mother have a plan? As long as Song Ruolan and Oppose, and remained, Song Shiji would never have a chance to shine. Du had made up her mind that she would ensure Song Ruolan and Oppose, and faded quietly from existence. However, this plan must remain a secret. Song Ruolan was set to marry in a month. Once that calamity departed, her foolish mother would stand no chance against her. The preparations for Song Ruolan and amp. Oppose, and amp. Oppose's wedding were in full swing. Originally, the emperor had bestowed the marriage, and the Ministry of Rites would handle the arrangements. Lin Yunzhou merely needed to mount a horse and fetch his bride. Yet, Lin Yunzhou insisted on adhering to the customs of the common folk, insisting on the 3 letters and 6 rituals without exception. He had invited a matchmaker to facilitate the process. This was merely a formality. Yet the matchmaker extolled Song Ruolan's virtues to the heavens, successfully winning Lin Yunzhou's favor. The customs of a common marriage were far more intricate than that of a princess. Lin Yunzhou, not one to follow tradition, personally brought gifts to ask for her hand, which intrigued everyone. He presented her with the deeds to properties, shops, and farmland all at once. Song Ruolan was taken aback. Was such extravagance necessary for a mere pretense of marriage? Lin Yunzhou produced a box. This contains the contracts of the servants from the royal household. They will be at your command. Unable to restrain herself, Song Ruolan and Oppose, and asked, is the prince not concerned that I might abscond with everything? Not all, he replied, as long as you remember to take me with you when you flee. He then made a playful face, which seemed rather childish yet warmed her heart. The Duke had staked his entire fortune on Song Ruolan and amp. Oppose, which deeply moved her, compared to the list of gifts from the Ministry of Rites. This gesture appeared far more precious, inciting envy in anyone who laid eyes on it. Song Ruolan realized that Lin Yunzhou was giving her face. What had begun as a farcical arrangement was gradually transforming into something more meaningful. Lin Yunzhou displayed sincere intentions. Ultimately, She could not let Lin Yunzhou and Amp Oppo's heartfelt gesture go unreciprocated, and she agreed to accept the dowry prepared by her mother, knowing she could always reclaim more later. After all, it was a lavish dowry worth miles. In her previous life, all had gone to the Jiang family. Meanwhile, daughter-in-law Du, observing from outside the courtyard, felt her heart twist with jealousy. This dowry had originally been intended for her daughter. Now, with Song Ruolan and Oppo's, and marrying into the royal family, her own daughter would never again have the opportunity to utilize the dowry from the CF family for her own dignity. Suppressing her envy, she returned to Haitang Garden, determined to devise a scheme that would make life difficult for this family. With she and Amp Oppo's are now in the Jiang family, she could no longer meddle in that matter. But her son must not spend his life being trampled upon. Daughter-in-law Du proceeded to Shuer Hall. On the surface, she appeared considerably more subdued. The elder Mrs. Song had also softened her demeanor towards her. With Song Ruoshi being welcomed into the Jiang family, a significant burden had indeed been alleviated. After all, she was a beloved granddaughter, and it would be cruel to send her to a temple. Now, this situation seemed optimal. It was, in fact, her granddaughter and Oppo's capabilities that had drawn the Jiang heir and Oppo's attention when everyone else deemed her a lost cause. This indicated that she still possessed some means. How life would unfold from here on was entirely up to her. Daughter-in-law Du approached the elder Mrs. Song with a feigned gentleness. "Auntie." The elder responded, "Please sit down. What brings you here today?" Chapter 62. Martial arts training. The elderly matriarch gazed at Du Yuru, her heart filled with myriad emotions. With her beauty and intellect, marrying into a modest family would still ensure a comfortable life. Yet, how could her ambitious niece settle for such a fate? Aspiring to become a concubine for her own son, at the very least, she sought a partner of noble lineage. The matriarch was resolute in her opposition to her niece's becoming a concubine. However, once her niece had taken the initiative in her absence, turning raw intentions into a completed act, what could she do? The extravagant dowry of the CF family was not something she could easily dismiss. The facade of the Chongming Marquisate appeared splendid, yet the reality of daily sustenance was a struggle. The matriarch was acutely aware of her son's lack of genuine talent. Relying on him to restore the Marquisate was a fool's dream. Only the CF family possessed the capability to extricate the Chongming Marquisate from its mire. How could the proud matriarch divulge such thoughts to Du Yuru? Her staunch opposition to her niece's actions stemmed from genuine concern for her future, wishing for her to marry into a respectable family. Yet, how could one guard against youthful folly? Du Yuru ultimately became the concubine of Song Deguang. As time passed, it became apparent that the CF family was a soft target for her son and niece to exploit, and the CF family had never curtailed the Marquisate and Oppo's expenditures. Thus, the matriarch turned a blind eye, allowing them to wreak havoc upon the CF family. Now, life for her niece within the Marquisate was arduous, deprived of the Marquis and Oppo's favoritism. Her resources were far beneath what they once were. Observing her niece, now dressed in plain attire, stripped of her former exuberance, the matriarch felt a twinge of sorrow. Her tone softened as she spoke, yet they were all reliant on the CF family for sustenance, each preoccupied with their own struggles. She could not discern her niece's pitiful demeanor and its purpose. "Aunt, Shiji, do you hesitate? If you have something to say, speak plainly. I shall support what I can," the matriarch replied, feeling uncertain herself. The times had changed, and the CF family would no longer heed her every word. Moreover, that granddaughter of hers had a tendency to meddle in matters concerning her mother and brother. Anything she disapproved of would be thwarted. "Do share your thoughts," the matriarch urged, hesitant to give a blanket approval. "It concerns Shiji," Du Yuru stated, causing the matriarch's heart to skip a beat. "Isn't Shiji well?" she inquired. "Aunt, the Marquisate was built on military merit. How about having Shiji learn martial arts?" This indeed seemed a sound proposal, and the matriarch acquiesced. However, the expenses of hiring an instructor were a concern. Du Yuru glanced at the matriarch, hesitating to continue. After taking charge of the household, Aunt Du came to understand the difficulties of supporting hundreds of mouths within the Marquisate. When Song Ruoshi entered Zhang's household, Aunt Du had bestowed half of her wealth as a dowry. Her financial standing was hardly robust. The matriarch had also contributed significantly to the dowry, leaving both women with little in the way of personal wealth. Now, seeking a martial arts instructor would incur substantial costs. Yet, upon realizing it was for her grandson's benefit, the matriarch felt a sense of relief. This matter could be conveyed to the Marquis. After all, he would not deny a good opportunity for his grandchildren, she mused. If Ruolan has a protector to mentor him, then Shiji can accompany him. The matriarch naturally concluded. Aunt Du was overjoyed, having awaited this very response. She did not care whether the martial arts instructor was formidable. Her sole desire was for Shiji to study alongside Song Ruolan. With the opportunity to be together, Shiji could potentially access his meals. Song ruined Oppos, and cannot remain, she thought. As long as he was present, Shiji would never have a chance to shine. Only with Song Ruolan out of the picture could the Marquis rightfully belong to Song Shiji. Aunt Du concocted a colorless, tasteless poison that would not cause immediate illness. With a month of consumption, it would ensure her son's demise naturally over time. As long as Shiji had a month to be with the eldest son, it would suffice. She would then concoct an excuse to distance her son from the eldest. No one would suspect her involvement. Upon hearing that Aunt Du was once again scheming to approach Ruolan, Song Ruolan remarked, "Miss, should we not have the eldest refuse the Marquis?" It was indeed perplexing that the Marquis would send someone to the eldest, knowing his wife disapproved of the people from Garden. After some contemplation, Song Ruolan concluded, "Let mother agree with father and consider this matter settled." Levayo hurried to report back to Furong Courtyard. Upon hearing her daughter's request, Song Foreign readily consented without hesitation. Trusting her daughter's judgment, Song Ruolan then dispatched Levayo to Pingan residence, instructing Shuer to comply. Shuer, a guard by the prince's side of considerable rank, could refuse if he wished to avoid teaching Song Shiji. This time, she would observe what this mother-son duo intended to do. Rather than allowing them to plot against her mother and brother after her marriage, it would be wiser to address them while she remained within the Marquis. Of course, if they harbored no malicious intent, Song Ruolan could temporarily overlook their actions. However, if Aunt Du dared to reach for ruined Oppos, and she would not hesitate to send her to the underworld. Upon learning that his sister had instructed Shuer to agree to teach Song Shiji, the younger brother was taken aback, for his sister despised the people from Garden above all else. Song Ruolan did not voice any objections, trusting his sister's judgment. Aunt Du, upon realizing her scheme had succeeded, was overjoyed. "Shiji, you must grow close to your elder brother. You can dine together at Pingan residence every day," she implored the Marquis, claiming that training in martial arts was arduous, and that the meals at Ping and Oppos and residence were far superior to those at Garden. Shiji was growing and required proper nutrition. Although Song Deguang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of his son being neglected, he mentioned the dining arrangement to Shuer, noting that Shiji would hardly consume much more than an extra pair of chopsticks. To his surprise, Shuer wholeheartedly agreed. It appeared she had not changed. She remained as trusting as ever. "Why?" pondered Song Shiji, bewildered. He was reluctant to linger in Pingan residence, as it was a stark contrast to his delightful abode. He had entered his elder brother's study once with their father. The exquisite inkstone was clearly valuable, not to mention the lavish decor of the room. Everything, from folding screens to the paintings on the walls, bore the hallmark of renowned artisans. Song Shiji felt a pang of jealousy. Why was it that, as a scion of the Marquis, Song ruined Oppos and possessed everything, while his own quarters were devoid of even a single fine item? Previously, his legitimate mother had gifted several exquisite paintings, yet his elder sister had reclaimed them all. Contemplating his elder sister only deepened his frustration. How could a mere daughter exert such control over the Marquis? His legitimate mother heeded her, his elder brother followed her lead, and even their grandmother dared not oppose her. Now, even his father was compelled to act according to her whims. Once she wed into the royal household, surely she would not still meddle in the affairs of the Marquis. In the future, he would charm his legitimate mother into returning all the items his elder sister had taken and behave obediently before her. Surely, her maternal instincts would lead her to bestow him with abundant gifts. Why could I not have a mother with such wealth? Song Shiji cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Du, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. Listen to your mother, Aunt Du insisted, unwilling to reveal her plans to her son. If her intentions were inadvertently disclosed, her scheme would unravel. This time, she could not afford to make a mistake. Chapter 63. Poisonous chicken soup. Song Ruolan discerned that Aunt Du was beginning to stir trouble. The impatience she displayed, unable to wait even for her own marriage, revealed her urgency, presumably because Ruolan posed an obstacle to her son. Levayu, you're to keep a vigilant watch over Haitang Garden daily. Should she exhibit the slightest hint of reckless behavior, report immediately, she instructed. Levayu was astute and would minimize any potential losses before informing her. After school, she intended to have Ruolan visit Minglan Pavilion. Some matters required preemptive caution. Her younger brother was too kind-hearted, possessing a wariness of others that was present but not profound. She requested her cousin's mother to stay at the Ho residence for a while, asking her to monitor Ruolan's diet closely. A voice acknowledged her command. We must also exercise caution regarding mother, Song Ruolan continued. Hongxiang could no longer contain her curiosity. Miss, should we not forbid the second young master from approaching the eldest young master to avoid being caught off guard? Why not let the fish bite the hook themselves? Ruolan replied. Aunt Du has been unusually quiet lately. I was worried I wouldn't have the opportunity to deal with her. Song Shiji rose early to practice martial arts, squatting in a horse stance for 2 hours straight under Chuyi's watchful eye. Just as he was about to collapse, Chuyi pulled him back up to continue. Song Shiji cried out for help, believing studying was exhausting, only to discover that martial training was far more grueling. He resolved to give up. Chuyi coldly stated, if you abandon your practice today, you need not return tomorrow. Unless the princess specifically requests it, do not even think about becoming my disciple. Hearing this, Song Shiji dared not slack off. If he truly ceased coming, his father would undoubtedly stop caring for him. His mother had mentioned that Song Ruolan's improvement in martial arts had gradually won their father's favor. If he could excel, perhaps his father would treat him as he once did. However, the difficulty of training weighed heavily on him. Observing Song Shiji's struggle, Song Ruolan decided to pause and join him in the horse stance. His ease only served to amplify Song Shiji's feeling of inadequacy. Eventually, the 2 hours passed, and Song Shiji cried loudly in Haitang Garden. Aunt Du quickly covered her son's mouth. She could not bear the thought of others hearing that her son was incapable. Weeping, Song Shiji returned to Xiliju. His father, rarely showing interest, paid him a visit that day, making Song Shiji feel that the suffering he endured was worthwhile. His father noticed not his tears, but rather his awkward gait, feeling sympathy for his son's hardships. Determined, Song Shiji vowed not to be outdone by Song Ruolan. The next morning, he obediently went to Ping and Amp, Oppos, Anju. He made some progress compared to the previous day. News from Minglan Pavilion indicated that Aunt Du was dutifully waiting in Haitang Garden, not venturing out. Miss, could it be that we misjudged her intentions? Hongxiang inquired. No need for haste. We simply await her move. It is not so easy to be discovered, Ruolan replied. Aunt Du's malice was well concealed. She would not hide for long. It was a test of patience. Miss, there seems to be activity in Haitang Garden today. Just as I was dozing off, a pillow was presented to me. Speak. Today, Granny Li personally delivered a medicinal soup to Ping Anju, claiming that the second young master needed nourishment. Let's observe what she intends to do. Has Aunt Du already commenced her scheme? I thought we would have to wait 4 or 5 days. Stay alert and ensure Ruolan does not fall into her trap. Yes, let's go and take a look. Song Ruolan remained unconvinced. Aunt Du is clearly targeting Ruolan. In this life, causing her mother's demise served no purpose. If her mother encountered misfortune, her dowry would never reach her hands. Her singular focus now was Ruolan. If harm befell him, it would be akin to addressing her mother's fate as well. Arriving at Ping and Oppos, Anju, the two were drenched in sweat from training. Chuyi instructed them to rest for a moment. Granny Li hurried forward. Eldest young master, second young master, this chicken soup was personally brewed by your aunt. You must both consume it to regain strength for your training. Song Ruolan scoffed. Aunt Du is truly devoted to her son, having Ping Anju prepare meals for him. She even sent Granny Li to ensure he is well fed. This child is indeed precious. One might think my mother mistreats the illegitimate son. Granny Li awkwardly laughed and attempted to change the subject. Old servant will also take a bowl to warm the young lady. Of course. I happen to be quite hungry, Ruolan replied. Granny Li was taken aback. She had only intended to be polite. Reluctantly, she opened the soup pot, first serving a bowl to Song Ruolan, then to the eldest young master, and finally to Song Shiji. Song Shiji gulped down the soup in one go. Meanwhile, Song Ruolan was also hungry, but his sister had warned him not to consume anything sent from Haitang Garden, even a drop of water. Just as Song Shiji finished the chicken soup, a servant quickly brought over the black chicken soup he had prepared himself. Master, drink this instead. The servant dared not dismiss the young lady and Appo's command. Just moments ago, the eldest young master's expression had softened. Perhaps he truly wished to drink their soup. The young lady had insisted that he must not eat anything inappropriate. Song Ruolan took the black chicken soup from the servant and drank it in one breath, feeling utterly famished. Song Ruolan watched Granny Li intently, noting her composed demeanor. However, the direction of the ring on her finger was misaligned. It was merely a bowl of soup, yet the ring had shifted. Nothing amiss, is there? Granny Li, perceiving Song Ruolan's gaze, quickly concealed her hand within her sleeve. Song Ruolan coldly remarked, "This is simply a case of hiding one's silver under the surface." What? Granny Li stammered, her trembling fingers betraying her growing anxiety. Hongi, relieve her of the ring. The maids promptly subdued Granny Li, forcibly removing the ring. Feigning calm, Granny Li protested, "Young lady, what is the meaning of this? I kindly offered you soup, and you treat me in such a manner?" Song Ruolan examined the ring closely, discovering a small mechanism on its outer band. Upon pressing it, a tiny hole revealed itself, containing a white powder. Granny Li rushed to snatch it away. "Seize her and await your punishment. Shuyi, go and inform the prince. Ask him to summon a physician for me." Shuyi complied. Song Ruolan finally comprehended why her mother had fallen victim to Aunt Du and Appo's schemes in her past life, despite both having consumed from the same pot. The mechanism was concealed on her hand. Though they had dined from the same pot, poison was hidden within the ring. Whenever Granny Li served Ruolan, she could subtly rotate the ring, activating the mechanism, allowing the white powder to fall into the bowl. Had Ruolan not noticed today, those toxic powders would have found their way into Song Ruolan's stomach. Holding the ring, Song Ruolan addressed Granny Li. "Do you have anything to say?" Granny Li attempted to protest further, but upon seeing Song Ruolan carrying the chicken soup towards the door, a child of about 3 stared at the bowl, drooling. Granny Li and Appo's countenance changed drastically. "No, that is her only grandson." Song Ruolan brought the bowl to the child and Appo's lips, a sly smile gracing her face as she observed Granny Li. Granny Li collapsed to the ground. I confess everything." Chapter 64. Denial. Li Momo and Appo's gaze was fixed on her grandson, whose eyes seemed to be transfixed upon the poisonous soup held by the young lady. In the next moment, her grandson's hand reached for it. Li Momo's heart raced, suspended in her throat. "Young lady, please don't. This boy was her lifeblood, her only grandson." At this moment, nothing, be it Aunt Du or the second young master, mattered more than her grandson. Trembling, Li Momo recalled that she had personally procured the poison from a local quack back in her hometown. She had witnessed how Aunt Du's mother had silently used this very concoction to eliminate one of Lord Du's favored concubines. Though the Du family had fallen from grace, the undercurrents of the inner chambers were no less treacherous than those of any noble family. Aunt Du had learned all the vile methods from her mother. "Speak," commanded Song Ruolan, as she removed the bowl of soup, while her grandson watched eagerly. It was the old servant. "I did not wish for Aunt Du to be upset. Hence the poison was administered," Li Momo confessed, taking all the blame upon herself. If she admitted her guilt, then Aunt Du would be absolved of any wrongdoing. It appeared that the second young master was far more important than her grandson. As Hongxiang approached with the soup, Li Momo prostrated herself, pleading, "Please, I was mistaken. It was the instructions of Aunt Du, you liar," shouted Song Shiji, rushing forward to kick Li Momo. "You despicable servant. My mother would never command you to commit such acts." Song Shiji understood that this was Aunt Du and Appo's doing, yet this vile servant had confessed so readily. It was a shame that his mother had considered her a confidant. As Song Shiji continued to lash out, Hongyi restrained him, throwing him aside. Song Ruolan noticed her younger brother's face had gone pale. Just moments ago, he had thought he could partake in the chicken soup without any consequence. Thankfully, their sister was present. Trembling with fear, he realized that not everyone harbored benevolence. The malice of others was beyond his comprehension. With Li Momo's confession, matters would become simpler. Upon hearing that Li Momo had been caught, Aunt Du cursed her for being foolish and hastened to the Shoen Hall. She needed to shift all blame onto Li Momo before Song Ruolan arrived. Midway, a maid from Shoen Hall rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Aunt, the old lady summons you." Aunt Du's heart sank. Could that wretched servant have reported her so swiftly? She quickened her pace, but upon arriving at Shoen Hall, she was taken aback. Why was the master present? Lord Song Dugwang regarded Aunt Du with a grim expression. "Kneel," barked the old lady. While she could be ruthless towards Xie, how could she bear to harm Ruolan, the legitimate grandson of the Marquis? "Old lady, I do not know what crime I have committed," Aunt Du stubbornly insisted. "Do you not know what you have done?" The old lady's face turned pale with anger. Her legitimate grandson had nearly lost his life. Lord Song Dugwang gazed at Aunt Du, the cousin he had always cherished. How had he failed to recognize the malevolence in her heart? Why must you seek to end Ruolan's life? He had never favored the legitimate son much, yet he was still a part of the Song lineage. Furthermore, the talents and martial prowess displayed by Ruolan were beyond what Song Shiji could ever hope to achieve. The future of the Song family relied on the legitimacy of Ruolan. What was Aunt Du thinking? Poisoning Ruolan so that Shiji could inherit the Marquisate? Previously, without comparison, he might have considered Shiji for such a responsibility, but now, it was clear that Ruolan would bring honor to the Marquisate. Moreover, he had an elder sister destined to become a princess. What did Song Shiji have? Was it merely the dowry from the Xie family, or the favor of a lowly concubine of the Duke of Jinghua? Lord Song Dugwang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, and Aunt Du sensed her peril. It seemed the Marquis had no intention of protecting her. Without his shelter, how could she escape? Li Momo knelt in silence, fully aware that her demise was imminent. All she wished for was the safety of her grandson. She cast a glance at Aunt Du, her eyes filled with remorse. Aunt Du was a child she had watched grow up. She had earnestly advised her against becoming a concubine in the Marquisate, suggesting that even marrying a fallen scholar would be preferable to the life of a concubine. Yet, Aunt Du had ignored her counsel, choosing instead to cling to the Marquis like a parasite. Once she became a concubine, Aunt Du could not remain content, always aspiring to outshine the lawful wife. Had she lived modestly, with the goodness of the lawful wife, her life in the Marquisate would not have been so harsh, and her children would have had a bright future. But her ambition led her to covet the position of the lawful wife. This poison was originally intended for the lawful wife. However, seeing the eldest young master outshine the second, Aunt Du turned her murderous intentions towards him. Initially, Li Momo had refused to comply, but Aunt Du had threatened her, claiming that if she did not administer the poison, it would be given to her grandson instead. Terrified for her only grandson, whom she had brought to the capital to enjoy a prosperous life rather than to meet his demise, Li Momo ultimately acquiesced. Now apprehended, she felt there was no justification for her actions. At least her grandson was safe. Aunt Du continued to feign ignorance. "I do not comprehend what the Marquis is saying." Song Ruolan coldly replied, "Then let Li Momo explain it to you." With that, she gestured towards Li Momo. Li Momo glanced at Aunt Du, then bowed her head to recount how Aunt Du had sent her to procure the poison, how she had concealed it with the intent to harm Xie, and how she had changed her mind to poison the eldest young master instead. The ring, she explained, belonged to Aunt Du's mother and was specifically crafted for malevolent purposes. The story unfolded in its entirety. "I have done nothing. This wretched servant is fabricating lies," Aunt Du still protested. Song Ruolan sneered. "What advantage would Li Momo gain from harming my brother? Your baseless accusations are absurd. The ring does not contain poison. How can you accuse me of plotting against the eldest young master?" Aunt Du retorted defiantly, refusing to admit guilt, for few were familiar with such toxins. bring in the physician. Yes. Upon seeing physician Zhou, Lord Song de Guang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had brought shame upon himself in the presence of the imperial court. Forced to witness the turmoil of the inner chambers, physician Zhou was presented with the ring. Physician Zhou, please examine this substance, Song Ruolan requested, handing him the ring. Physician Zhou sniffed it and then carefully examined the powder contents. This is a powder made from the Luotua flower from the western regions. It is insidiously toxic. A small daily dosage would only manifest its lethal effects after 2 to 3 years. However, a larger quantity could lead to death within a month after just a few doses. Xia stood in shock. It turned out her son had nearly ingested poison meant for her. She stepped forward and slapped Aunt Du across the face. You vile woman, when have I ever mistreated you? Every weed in Haitang Garden was planted at my expense, and you still dare to poison my inner? Are you even human? Having married into the Song family for over 20 years, Xia had never been this furious. She had believed that a little kindness would inspire gratitude in Aunt Du instead. After years of benefiting from her generosity, Aunt Du had sought to take her life. Now, even Ruolan had nearly fallen victim to her schemes. This woman could no longer remain in their household. At that moment, Song Shiji charged forward. You wicked woman! How dare you strike my mother? I will kill you. With a blade suddenly in hand, he lunged at Xia. Song Ruolan swiftly intercepted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Song Shiji crashing out the door. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the marquee as his anguished cries filled the air, having collided with the tree at the entrance. In a desperate attempt to protect his mother from Song Shiji's attack, Song Ruolan had used all his strength, having just learned the fundamentals of his internal energy. It was solely through the first use of my internal energy that I managed to save my mother's life. Chapter 65. Dealing with Aunt Du rushed over, wailing, Son, my son. Song Daguang hurried to her side, gazing down at the anguished Song Shiji lying on the ground. He shot a furious glare at Song Ruolan. Dr. Zhou approached, saying, Let me take a look. A healer's compassion cannot allow them to stand by in the face of suffering. The two quickly stepped aside. What's the matter? Is his leg salvageable? The elderly matriarch inquired anxiously. After examining the injury, Dr. Zhou reassured her there is no major issue. If he rests properly for a month, he should be able to walk swiftly again. With that, he forcefully pushed the broken bone back into place with a sickening crack, causing Song Shiji to scream in agony. With the bones set, as long as he refrained from reckless behavior, recovery would pose no problem. Dr. Zhou hastily took his leave, for lingering in the might expose him to untold secrets he wished to avoid. The matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. All right, carry the second young master to the joyful residence. Upon hearing his grandmother and Appo's command, Song Shiji protested. What about Song Ruolan? Will he face no repercussions? Grandmother, how can Song Ruolan escape punishment after injuring my son? The matriarch reprimanded him sharply. Silence. How foolish you are. Allowing him to leave is a mercy. He wielded a knife against his own mother, and according to the law, should be executed. Accustomed to acting with impunity, Song Shiji found it unbearable that he was injured while Song Ruolan remained unscathed. Father, he cried out for his father's assistance. Song Daguang, his face darkened, ordered, Be quiet. With a glare laden with hatred, Song Shiji vowed, I will not let you off. Take him away. Wait. Song Ruolan disregarded her father and Appo's astonished expression. Just because he commanded it, did the law of the land no longer exist? What more do you intend to do? This daughter was utterly unreasonable. Aunt Du had used poison, and since no one had died, did it warrant such a commotion? Song Shiji had conspired against his mother. His father was a government official, and he should know what punishment was fitting without needing his daughter's reminders. Do not make a scene. Shiji has been gravely injured. One should show mercy where possible. Do not overstep. The father's words suggested that, to outsiders, it might appear as if Ruolan were not his daughter, nor the matriarch of the Green Jade. Go report this to the authorities. If her father remained inactive, then let the government determine the outcome. Report what? Absolutely not. The matriarch hastily intervened. If you report, my grandson could lose his life. A concubine who harms her legitimate son, and an illegitimate son who attempts to murder his legitimate mother. Each offense could lead to their execution. Lanner, Please listen to your grandmother just this once. Let the matter end here, shall we? The matriarch was truly willing to humble herself for the sake of the lives of those two. However, Song Ruolan refused to relent, keeping them within to jeopardize the safety of her mother and brother. What about you, father? Do you share this view? She challenged, fixing her gaze upon him. Should he dare to respond affirmatively, she would not hesitate to take her grievances to the throne. Song Diguang, confronted by his daughter's fierce determination, faltered. How do you propose we handle this matter appropriately? My lord, Aunt Du cried out in alarm. Entrusting their faith to Song Ruolan would mean certain doom for them. Neither she nor Song Shiji would emerge unscathed. Seeing that her grandmother and father were inclined to shield them, Song Ruolan no longer demanded their lives. She did not wish for Ruolan to bear the burden of a fatal incident at such a tender age. Nevertheless, the duo could not remain within the Li Mama shall face death by the rod. Aunt Du and Song Shiji will be sent to the western suburbs. Shuer was the first to propose a course of action for the pair. As her daughter was of marriageable age, dealing with her father's concubine and illegitimate son would attract unwelcome attention. Shuer, however, bore no such concerns. As the matriarch, her authority to discipline disobedient concubines and illegitimate children was beyond reproach. Song Ruolan turned to her mother, acknowledging, indeed, mother should stand tall and assert her authority. Regardless of how favored Aunt Du had been, she remained merely a concubine. Before Song Diguang could speak again, the matriarch interjected, "Let be as Shuer suggests. Send them to the estate." "I will not go. Father, save me." Song Shiji cried out. Aunt Du knelt, pleading with Song Diguang, "My lord, we will die if sent to the estate." Song Diguang could no longer shelter them, fearing that his daughter would devise even harsher measures. "Nonsense. The estate has provisions. How could you perish there? You will reside there from now on," he scolded his son. "It is better this way. Living amidst the chaos at home is unbearable." As cries of agony echoed from Li Mama, Aunt Du and Song Shiji fell silent in fear. The matriarch dispatched someone to gather their belongings, providing them with some silver, and promptly sent them off to the estate. In the Furong courtyard, Song Ruolan felt despondent. The wet nurse stood nearby, filled with self-reproach. It was her negligence. She had never taught Ruolan to be wary of malice. The mother, still shaken, clung to her son tightly, observing the desolate expressions on their faces. Song Ruolan's heart ached for her younger brother. How could one so young confront such a harsh reality? Thankfully, that pair had been sent away, and for the time being, it was safe. At least for the next couple of years, her father would likely refrain from bringing them back. Yet, the thought of their permanent removal left Song Ruolan feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, her mother and Appo's perspective was equally valid. Although Aunt Du had resorted to poison, the outcome had not been irrevocable. Song Shiji's attempt on their mother had brought its own retribution, and neither the matriarch nor her father would report the incident. Sending them to the estate seemed the most prudent course of action. "Ruolan, come here." In light of the recent events, it might be beneficial for Ruolan. As she approached her sister, tears brimmed in Ruolan's eyes. She had never harbored animosity towards Song Shiji. They were brothers. Yet she could hardly fathom that he would tacitly allow Aunt Du to harm her. Even more absurd was his murderous intent towards their mother. Today's events had utterly shattered her previous understanding of him. In the future, Ruolan would undoubtedly encounter those with ill intentions. She must learn to safeguard herself. Understood? "I'm sorry, sister. I was too foolish. I truly wanted to drink that bowl of chicken soup. Once I tasted it without falling ill, I believed I could have it again and again. Thus, I fell into their trap. This is not your fault. Some hearts are simply too wicked." The wisdom that Song Ruolan had taken a lifetime to learn could hardly be held against her young brother. Shuer's heart remained unsettled. The details relayed by Li Mama today mirrored the scenes from her daughter's dreams. Aunt Du truly intended to poison her. It seemed her overly kind-hearted nature had brought unrest to her children. From now on, she must stand firm. She would become their pillar of strength. Chapter 66. Retribution. Alas, you wretched servant, do you wish to cause me agony? The carriage jostled violently along the rugged mountain path. Song Shiji berated the driver incessantly, cursing all the while. The driver, unable to endure any longer, retorted If you keep whining, believe it or not, I will leave you stranded on the road. Do you still consider yourself a young master? Sent off to the estate, would there be any hope of returning to the Song residence? What did you just say? You despicable servant? Song Shiji attempted to rise and strike the driver. Ouch! It hurts! Son, don't move, don't move. Lady Du, distressed, supported her son while scolding the driver loudly. You scoundrel! You nearly shattered my son's leg. The driver chose silence. After all, this mother and son deserved such retribution. There was no need to stoop to their level. Song Shiji continued to whimper while Lady Du unleashed a tirade against everyone from the old matriarch of the Song family to the Marquis and the Xia mother and son, leaving no one unscathed. The servants had either fled or abandoned their posts, leaving only a maid and a young servant. Lady Du pondered why the Marquis, once so obedient to her, would allow her to suffer at the estate. It was all Song Ruolan's fault. Ever since she had awakened from her fall into the water, their family had known no peace. Shuer had been sent to the Jiang residence as a concubine, while she and her son had been dispatched to this desolate place. The more she thought, the angrier she became. One day, she would surely trample them all beneath her feet. Upon finally arriving at the estate, Lady Du awaited assistance to carry their belongings inside, but to her dismay, no one appeared after a long wait. She pointed at the young servant and maid. Are you both dead? Hurry and help the young master down. The young servant rushed to support Song Shiji, with the maid lending a hand. Balancing on one foot, upon seeing the driver, Song Shiji's fury ignited. You vile servant, just wait until I get my hands on you, he declared, preparing to lunge forward. However, the young servant failed to restrain him, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground. It hurts. Mother, I'm in agony. Lady Du, clutching a brocade box containing her possessions, rushed to her son's side. My dear son, get up. Did you hurt yourself again? She switched the box to one hand and, with the help of the young servant and maid, attempted to lift her son. In her unsteadiness, she inadvertently pressed her weight onto his injured leg. Song Shiji and Appo's wails echoed. Finally, a few laborers who had just finished their work came over. After a glance, one commented, that leg is surely ruined, and shook his head as he walked away. The steward of the estate approached, shouting, carry the second young master inside. He had already been informed of Lady Du and her son's arrival. Those close to the matron had mentioned that they were not here to act as masters. If they wished to survive, they must work. The steward, a cunning man, understood this implication perfectly. They were no longer be regarded as masters. This was the estate belonging to the Xia family, and everyone was bound to obey them. Seeing that at last someone had arrived, Lady Du exclaimed, where have you all been? Can't you see that the second young master is in distress? The steward looked at her, as if she were a fool. Was her mind so clouded that she still considered herself to be in a position of authority? We kindly offered to assist the second young master, yet you offer no gratitude. It seems you can manage on your own now. Off you go. We have no need for you here. The steward dismissed the helpers, and they scattered like birds. Lying on the ground, Song Shiji had lost the strength to curse. Mother, am I near death? Lady Du wept. No, my son, you will be well. I will save you. Overcome by pain, Song Shiji fainted. Help! Someone please. Lady Du cried out in desperation upon noticing her son's lack of response. The steward summoned a physician, who after examining Song Shiji, shook his head. With his fall, that leg is surely ruined. Lady Du clutched the physician's garments. What do you mean? You quack. My son was perfectly fine. How could he be ruined? She then turned to the steward, shouting, fetch a better doctor. The steward, unwilling to engage in further argument, insisted, first, let us get him inside. Several men lifted Song Shiji into the house, and Lady Du commenced her complaints anew. Is this a place fit for a human? How can my son reside here? He is a young master of the Marquis's household. Enough. The steward snapped, unable to endure her any longer. Do you think you have come here for leisure? Do you not understand why you have been sent to the estate? The only reason the matron has spared your lives is due to her kindness. Lady Du, seeing the steward's dark expression, glanced around. Aside from the young servant and maid she had brought, the others regarded her with disdain, leaving her too intimidated to speak. Follow this prescription for medicine. It may temporarily alleviate the pain, But as for the leg, I am powerless. You will need to seek a more skilled physician." The maid discreetly handed the physician a few coins from her pocket, and he shook his head as he departed. Many had witnessed how the young master had ended up in this predicament by chasing after the driver, bringing ruin upon himself. Understanding the futility of her situation, Lady Dew ceased her protests. She now comprehended that no one at this estate would regard her as a master. In her heart, she incessantly cursed the Marquis for his cruelty, lamenting his ineptitude in safeguarding his own son and woman. Why was her fate so wretched? When the news reached Minglan Pavilion, Song Ruolan was not the least surprised. It was predictable that Song Shiji would vent his frustrations on the driver, still believing himself to be a figure of superiority. The driver had exchanged a few words with him. How could he possibly swallow that insult? Ultimately, it was he who faced the consequences of his own actions. In his previous life, Song Shiji had inherited the Marquis, basking in the protection of his father while securing a lucrative position in the Ministry of Revenue, living a life of grandeur. In this life, his leg was ruined, and a career in politics was forever beyond his reach. The title of heir to the Marquis was now a distant dream. The loaning Marquis no longer spoke of Lady Dew and her son. The old matriarch had sent 2 beautiful maidservants to accompany Song de Guang, who reveled in their company, completely oblivious to Lady Dew Yurua's south plight at the estate. The Furong courtyard was bustling with activity as the day of Song Ruolan's marriage approached. The CF family, having prepared a substantial dowry, felt compelled to add even more properties and businesses. "Mother, there is no need for more," Song Ruolan sighed. "You still have Ruolan to think of. Save some for him to marry in the future. Ruolan will earn his own living. You should keep everything for yourself, sister." As Song Ruolan entered the courtyard, he overheard his sister's words. Seeing both of her children so considerate, Xia was all smiles. "I know you care for your sister. Rest assured, mother will not treat her unfairly. Ruolan, being a boy, would need to acquire even more land in the future to support his mother and sister." "Understood. For now, Ruolan's priority is to excel in his studies." Song Ruolan gently caressed Rowan's face, grateful to have brought her brother back. At the very least, after her marriage, she would have him by their mother's side in the Marquis. Chapter 67. The grand wedding. The days leading up to the wedding were an agonizing wait for Lin Yunzhou, who perceived time as crawling. With only a few days remaining until the momentous occasion, Qin Shaoxian teased him, saying, "It's all yours eventually. Miss Song cannot possibly escape." Lin Yunzhou cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shaoxian, retorting, "You, being well-fed, cannot fathom the hunger of the famished. I, too, yearn for the tender embrace of love. Do you understand the torment of longing?" Lin Yunzhou unabashedly expressed his feelings. Qin Shaoxian suggested, "Why not pay a visit?" After some contemplation, Lin Yunzhou concurred. Rather than squander time here, a trip to the Song residence seemed a trivial matter. Without further hesitation, Lin Yunzhou rose and made his way toward the Song estate, with Qin Shaoxian trailing behind. "What brings you along?" Lin Yunzhou asked. "To accompany you to the Song residence," Qin Shaoxian replied. "And then what?" Lin Yunzhou pressed. "Then." Qin Shaoxian faltered, realizing that his presence was unnecessary while Lin Yunzhou sought his bride. Lin Yunzhou shot him an exasperated look. Qin Shaoxian chuckled awkwardly. "I'll be your cheerleader." Lin Yunzhou feigned a kick, and Qin Shaoxian quickly retreated. As Lin Yunzhou stood at the entrance of the Song residence, he felt a twinge of impatience. The doorman hastily opened the gate. What was the prince doing here just days before the wedding? According to the customs of the Qi, the bride and groom were not permitted to meet prior to their nuptials. Lin Yunzhou had never been one to adhere strictly to decorum, and Song Ruolan was accustomed to his caprices. "Is there something you require, Your Highness?" she inquired. "No. Well, yes, but I cannot admit that I simply could not restrain myself from seeing you," he confessed. Song Ruolan remained silent, patiently awaiting his words. Lin Yunzhou, inexplicably anxious, pressed his lips together and finally admitted, "I merely wish to see you." The handmaidens exchanged amused glances at the prince's bashful demeanor, clearly indicating his strong affection for the young lady. With only days until their union, it was evident he longed for a moment with her. "Extend your hand." Lin Yunzhou declared mysteriously. Confused, Song Ruolan complied, and he placed a hairpin into her palm. "This is a gift to compensate for my absence during your coming-of-age ceremony," he said, gazing expectantly at her, hoping to see joy light up her face. Song Ruolan stared at the hairpin, noting the gravity with which the prince presented it. Even more serious than on the day he delivered the betrothal gifts. The offering of a hairpin signified romantic affection. Thus, Lin Yunzhou was expressing his admiration. Song Ruolan hesitated, aware that she and the prince had an agreement to act as mere formal spouses, yet she could sense his sincerity. But why did receiving the hairpin cause her heart to race? Initially, she held little expectation for this marriage, viewing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, the light in Lin Yunzhou's eyes sparked a flicker of hope within her. Could he truly be her destined partner? Shaking her head, she cleared her thoughts, reminding herself of the significant loss she had endured in her past life, a reminder not to be easily swayed. "Thank you, Your Highness. I truly appreciate it," she said politely. At last, Lin Yunzhou revealed a childlike grin, prompting Song Ruolan to smile in return. Just then, Shuer arrived, observing the two of them laughing joyfully. Without a word, she positioned herself between them and declared, "Your Highness, it is time for you to return. You shall see each other soon enough. Some customs must be upheld." Lin Yunzhou suppressed his smile, offering a slight bow to Shuer before departing. Shuer chided her daughter softly. "You are indulging in frivolities with him." Song Ruolan grasped her mother's hand, playfully suggesting, "Next time, I shall send him away." Shuer responded with a doting smile. "You are being ridiculous. Yet, witnessing the way the prince looks at you brings me joy. It seems you have chosen wisely this time." The long-anticipated wedding day finally arrived. The sounds of drums and gongs heralded the procession, with a red carpet laid out to the Marquis and Appo's residence. Lin Yunzhou and Appo's 3,000 private soldiers stood majestically along the streets, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. As Shuer married off her daughter, curiosity swirled regarding the dowry. "They're coming out," voices cried in excitement from the crowd. Dressed in a resplendent crimson robe, Lin Yunzhou's visage shone brilliantly. Standing at 8 feet tall, he exuded an air of authority on this momentous day. The couple grasped red silk ribbons, and as a gentle breeze lifted the edge of the bridal veil, Lin Yunzhou and Appo's heart swelled with delight at the mere profile of Song Ruolan. As they crossed the threshold, Lin Yunzhou reached out his hand, which Song Ruolan instinctively took. Their palms warmed together. Slowly now, he gently urged, and she gracefully stepped over the threshold. Together, they exited the Marquis and Appo's grand doors. And Shuer could not contain her tears of joy. "Madam, today is a day of celebration. You must not weep," Momo hastily interjected, presenting a handkerchief to wipe her tears. The Qi had no custom of weeping brides. "I am merely overwhelmed with happiness." Shuer quickly turned her head, dabbing her eyes. Song Ruolan waved to her mother, feeling a lump in her throat. In the future, without her by her side, her mother would bear many burdens alone. Thankfully, ruined Appo's, and had grown up to be sensible and astute, accompanying the wedding procession to see her sister off to the prince and Appo's residence. Song Diguang could hardly contain his glee, finding himself overwhelmed by the number of guests arriving to offer their congratulations. It seemed half of the nobility in the capital had come to celebrate. He reveled in the moment, knowing he was now kin to the emperor. Yet he scolded Shuer for her poor management of the household. It appeared she had given all her dowry to their daughter. How foolish! Did she think the prince would lack for provisions? Such wealth would be better kept at the Marquis and Appo's residence. Amidst the commotion, onlookers began counting the dowry as it was brought forth. 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, 20, 101, 102. The numbers were countless. It was indeed the grandest dowry in the capital. Shuer was undeniably affluent. The prince was equally generous, reportedly pledging all his family wealth as betrothal gifts. The crowd buzzed with admiration, their envy palpable. Behind Song Ruolan, maidservants scattered sweets and coins into baskets, eliciting continuous cheers from the onlookers. May the prince and princess enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years. May they bear children swiftly. May they grow old together. The cheers crescendoed, and the celebratory chant rang out. The bride approaches the palanquin with the resounding gongs. The 8-bearer palanquin made its way toward the prince's residence. Amidst the cacophony of drums, Lin Yunzhou sat proudly atop his steed, stealing glances at his bride within the palanquin, his smile broadening uncontrollably. This scene had played out in his mind countless times, and now, at last, his dreams were realized. The streets were adorned with red flowers and silk, signifying Lin Yunzhou's profound commitment to this union. Though the princess had advised a low-key celebration, Lin Yunzhou could not contain his desire for all of the Qi to know that he had finally wed the woman of his dreams, a woman he had cherished in his heart for over a decade. Through a corner of the lifted palanquin curtain, Ruolan caught sight of the prince and Apos, his tall figure on horseback, a sense of inexplicable comfort washing over her. Unlike her previous marriage, which had been fraught with uncertainty, she felt reassured now. Perhaps it was this man who provided her with such peace. However, in the throngs of spectators, a pair of eyes lingered on the abundant dowry, their hidden malice barely concealed. Chapter 68. Acknowledgement of mistakes. The bridal sedan chair arrived at the gates of the Duke Rue's residence, adorned with vibrant decorations. Every face radiated joy. The matchmaker sang, "Dismount." As the curtains of the sedan were lifted, Lin Yunzhou extended his hand, and Ruolan gracefully stepped onto the ground. The matchmaker hurriedly presented one end of the red silk to Lin Yunzhou and the other to Ruolan. Hand in hand, Lin Yunzhou guided his wife over the fire pit. The emperor and empress sat at the head of the hall, with concubine Yu positioned slightly below them. Lin Yunzhou and Ruolan knelt before the emperor, empress, and concubine Yu. A smile never left the emperor's face. His son, though a bit mischievous, would mature after marriage. By this time next year, he looked forward to holding his grandchild. The emperor and Apos, as thoughts grew increasingly optimistic, relieved that his son would be under the care of a princess and no longer cause trouble. The empress, however, wore a smile that did not reach her eyes, as she seethed with anger. Duke Rue was currently in a position of great favor, garnering the emperor and Apos' attention even to the point of overshadowing the fourth prince. Although the house of Chongning had no influential figures in court, their wealth was considerable. Rumor had it that the dowry of the Duke Rue's princess extended from the house of Chongning to the very gates of the Duke Rue's residence. And while guests had already entered, the servants carrying the dowry had only just begun their journey. The princess and Apos' maternal family had prepared an astonishing dowry, with rumors suggesting that the silver alone amounted to a staggering 100,000 taels, not including property and businesses. If the 8th prince wished to achieve his ambitions, he needed such support, yet the 5th prince had seized the opportunity first. Henceforth, the 5th prince would be a formidable rival. The empress, having paved the way for the 8th prince for many years, could not bear to see her efforts go in vain. Thus, the 5th prince could no longer remain unopposed. Recently, the 6th prince's fall from grace had been orchestrated by the empress, and the emperor had failed to uncover the truth, allowing the matter to fade away. Although the emperor mourned for a time, he was now filled with joy at the 5th prince and Apos' wedding, scarcely recalling his recently deceased son. The empress had previously disregarded Duke Rue due to his lack of threat. That would no longer be the case. Concubine Yu, however, smiled genuinely, pleased that her son had finally come to his senses. Despite being a woman previously rejected, her union was sanctioned by the emperor, leaving no one daring to gossip. By this time next year, she would ascend to the status of grandmother. After completing the ceremonial bows, the matchmaker announced, "The rites are concluded. Let us escort the bride to the bridal chamber." Ruolan was led to the new room, and the emperor, empress, and concubine Yu returned to the palace. Lin Yunzhou remained in the front hall to entertain guests. After toasting with the guests, he hurried to the bridal chamber. Upon entering, he noticed that the maids, Hongxiang and Hongyi, quickly retreated. Ruolan sat quietly at the edge of the bed, the weight of her golden crown causing discomfort in her neck. Lin Yunzhou picked up the crown and gently lifted it from her head. Their eyes met, and Lin Yunzhou felt a lump in his throat. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a celestial being. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly losing control. They had agreed to act as mere formal spouses. He could not break the pretense. He stepped forward to assist her in removing the crown, saying, "You will feel more comfortable without it." He could easily gauge the crown's weight, realizing that after entertaining the guests, Ruolan's neck would bear the burden for too long. Thus, he had rushed over, unbothered by the thought of being perceived as overly eager. "Bring food for the princess," he commanded. "Your Highness, we must not disrupt the customs," Ruolan protested. The bride could not even drink a drop of water before the evening and Appo's ceremony. Some newlyweds had even fainted from hunger. Though she could endure, it was indeed quite uncomfortable. Since donning her wedding gown, she had not consumed a single drop of water, and waiting until evening to eat was indeed excruciating. At that moment, a maid entered, presenting a food box to Hongxiang. Hongxiang was overjoyed, although they had hidden some snacks to satisfy the princess's hunger. The prospect of enjoying a warm meal was far more delightful. It turned out that Duke Ruolan had prepared everything in advance. Ruolan smiled at Lin Yunzhou, saying, "Thank you." She had not anticipated this thoughtful side of him. Lin Yunzhou replied, "Eat. I will keep you company." He worried that if someone entered and caught the bride secretly eating, it would lead to gossip. In his presence, no female guests dared to intrude. After a few bites, Ruolan urged, "Put it away. Eat more. There are not so many customs here. That's enough. You should go back and entertain the guests." "All right. Wait for me," Lin Yunzhou responded, then felt a tinge of awkwardness, a flush creeping up to his ears. Ruolan also felt a bit uncomfortable, urging, "Go." As soon as he left, Ruolan patted her cheeks, feeling as though they were on fire. Once Lin Yunzhou was gone, Hongxiang whispered, "Princess, the Duke is truly considerate." The maids were genuinely delighted for their mistress. To encounter a thoughtful husband was indeed a blessing. The Duke seemed to be a kind man, one who understood compassion. Feeling a sense of ennui, Ruolan wandered around the room. For a long while, she would be living here. Jiang Jingchen emerged from the crowd. Today, Ruolan's dowry had indeed astonished him. In truth, all of it belonged to him. To describe it as a bridal gift worth 100 miles would be no exaggeration. From a distance, he saw Ruolan in her wedding gown, looking even more beautiful. He could not deny that Duke Ruolan and she appeared to be a match made in heaven. Witnessing Duke Ruolan and Appo's escalation, he could not help but believe they must have been involved long before. That wretched woman, no wonder she sought to annul the engagement. Fuming, Jiang Jingchen stormed into the backyard. Li Huanyu approached him, asking, "Husband, where have you been? I have been searching for you." Jiang Jingchen gazed at his wife, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes before vanishing. Had it not been for Li Huanyu and Appo's machinations, Ruolan might have married into the Duke of Zhan and Appo's residence. What was Duke Ruolan compared to him? Once the fourth prince ascended to power, he would not care how Jiang Jingchen met his demise. The thought of Duke Ruolan potentially facing death sparked a glimmer of hope in Jiang Jingchen's eyes. How could he bear to let the exquisite Ruolan live in widowhood? Jiang Jingchen glanced at Li Huanyu, brushing past her to enter Ruoshi's courtyard. Li Huanyu clenched her teeth in frustration. It was rumored that it was her uncle's threat that forced her mother to insist on her marriage to Li Huanyu. Jiang Jingchen blamed his mother for her foolishness. Did her uncle dare to speak of it? What connection did the Li family have with the Duke of Zhan? They were like grasshoppers on a single string. None would escape unscathed in the event of trouble. His mother must have been frightened into a stupor. Seeing Jiang Jingchen approach, Ruoshi joyfully greeted him. "I have seen the young master." Jiang Jingchen fixed his gaze on Ruoshi. The two sisters bore a slight resemblance in their features. Ruoshi felt her heart racing under his gaze. "Young master." Suddenly, Jiang Jingchen embraced Ruoshi, exclaiming, "Lanner, please do not leave me." Ruoshi stood frozen in shock as Jiang Jingchen cupped her face and kissed her fervently. "Lan and Amp, Appo's, do not leave me. I will never be with your sister again. I will carry you away in a grand procession and make you the young mistress of the Duke of Zhan's residence." In a fit of passion, Jiang Jingchen tore at Ruoshi and Amp, Appo's clothing, and a single tear fell from her eye, landing on his chest. Chapter 69. Inebriation. Jiang Jingchen and Amp, Appo's head throbbed painfully. Upon opening his eyes, he found Song Ruolan, she looking at him with a pitiful expression beside him. "Your Grace, you are awake?" Jiang Jingshun responded with a faint sound. "How did I end up in your room?" He shook his head, recalling that he had imbibed excessively the previous night. Song Ruolan, she clarified that it was not she who had lured him into her chamber. Memories flooded back to him. The previous day, Song Ruolan had wed, and he had found himself inexplicably at the entrance of the Song residence. From a distance, he beheld Song Ruolan clad in a brilliant red wedding gown, standing alongside the Rue Wang, forming a pair seemingly destined for each other. A gentle breeze lifted a corner of her veil, revealing her snow-like complexion and enchanting gaze, which struck Jiang Jingshun's heart with an unexpected pang. Turning his eyes towards Rue Wang, the latter's contented smile felt like a dagger to his heart, stirring an incessant wave of bitterness within him. Regret gnawed at his insides. On that fateful visit to the Song estate, Song Ruolan had ignored him completely. Though he had felt anger, he could not help but steal glances at her, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Previously, he had found her incessant attention towards his elder brother quite bothersome, as he preferred the understanding nature of Song Ruolan. Yet that day, her indifference had ignited a desperate longing within him to marry her. However, matters took a turn when his mother dispatched servants to reclaim the marriage contract. The relationship between the Zhengguogong and the Chongning Ho families had soured irreparably. His mother and uncle had insisted he marry his cousin, which he did, but he soon found her domineering nature intolerable. In a fit of anger, he brought Song Ruolan into the Jiang residence, partly to vex his cousin and partly to maintain a semblance of connection with the Chongning Ho family. He had contemplated visiting Song Ruolan back at the Song residence, but was met with his mother's furious rebuke. The family of a mere concubine cannot be considered a proper in-law. Do you wish for the entire capital to mock the Zhengguogong household? This resulted in Song Ruolan being punished with a day of kneeling in the ancestral hall. Jiang Furen scolded, "It is all your fault, you seductress," leading the young master astray. From that point onward, he never saw Song Ruolan again. When he heard of her marriage, he felt an inexplicable compulsion to join the festivities. That single glance had twisted his heart in agony. The sight of Song Ruolan's breathtaking bridal procession nearly blinded him with envy. He realized he had not only lost her, but also a chance to elevate the Zhengguogong household to wealth. Once the bridal sedan had departed, Jiang Jingshun followed for a while before heading to Hongyunlu, a venue rumored to be part of Song Ruolan's dowry. The establishment was festooned for the grand occasion, with all dishes offered at half price. The place was teeming with patrons. Upon entering, the proprietor was taken aback. Since the engagement had been called off, there had been no contact between their families, and no one from the Jiang household had set foot in Hongyunlu since. Not only was the proprietor astonished, but the patrons also gossiped, wondering what the Jiang heir's presence meant. Was he there merely to save a few coins on discounted dishes? Such a notion seemed implausible. The Zhengguogong family, while less affluent than the Song family, was hardly in need of such penny pinching. Jiang Jingshun drank to drown his sorrows, his heart growing heavier with each sip. The other guests lost interest in the spectacle. After all, a drunken man was not to be trifled with, and a man seeking solace in liquor was even more unpredictable. No one wished to be the unfortunate target of his ire. After a night of heavy drinking, he returned home only to encounter Li Huanyu, the very person responsible for his broken engagement with Song Ruolan. At that moment, a flicker of murderous intent surged within him, the events of the previous day swirling painfully in his mind. Jiang Jingshun rose from the bed, evading Song Ruolan's outstretched hand, and silently exited the room. Song Ruolan's hand hung awkwardly in the air, and had Jiang Jingshun turned to look back, he would never have guessed the venomous malice hidden behind the gentle facade of this typically soft-spoken concubine. The previous night, Jiang Jingshun had tormented himself for hours, calling out Song Ruolan and Appo's name repeatedly. That wretched woman had ensnared his heart deeply. Hatred brewed within Song Ruolan, yet she felt powerless against Song Ruolan. Why should she have the fortune of marrying the Rue Wang while stealing the heart of the young master? Jiang Jingshun made his way towards Shou Chuntang, where Li Huanyu was lamenting, and Jiang Furan was attempting to console her. When Jiang Jingshun returned the day before, Li Huanyu had approached him eagerly, only to receive a cold, silent glance from him as he passed her by to enter the den of that vixen. "Mother, what shall we do about Huan heir's reputation?" Li Huanyu was labia, sumbat. Jiang Furan was overwhelmed, caught in the crossfire of her jealousy and resentment over the young master's affections. She regretted not waiting for the Zhonghua gong to return before unilaterally deciding on the engagement. Since childhood, she had feared her elder brother, and with a mere threat, she had consented to bring Li Huanyu into their family, resulting in the estrangement of her son. Li Huanyu continued to cause a ruckus. Upon seeing the young master, she was filled with joy and hurried to greet him. Jiang Jingshun regarded her with indifference. She faltered in her steps. Jiang Jingshun addressed his mother. "Mother, please sit. Is there a matter that brings you here so early today?" "Indeed, I have something to discuss with you," she replied. "What is it? Speak." "Mother, I intend to join the military." "What?" Jiang Furan straightened in shock. "You must undergo further discipline in the military to assist the fourth prince in the future." Jiang Jingshun was resolute in his desire to advance. He understood that aiding the fourth prince in claiming the throne was his only chance to rival the Ruolan. The bitterness of losing his beloved was a grudge he could not overlook. The Ruolan was no longer the frivolous man of the capital. He had been appointed as the Zhunnan Wang, with the legitimate authority to maintain a private army, a privilege unique among princes. Jiang Jingshun aimed to venture to the northern borders, where he would cultivate a formidable force to answer only to him. Although the Jiang family army was nominally under his father's command, it ultimately remained under royal jurisdiction. Should the emperor ever revoke his father's command, it was entirely plausible for the Jiang family army to turn against him and the fourth prince. He needed an army wholly under his command. Li Huanyu shrieked in protest, "Your Grace, you cannot go. War brings death. How can you consider such a thing?" Jiang Furan admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Having lived in constant fear of her husband's military duties, she found herself sleepless during times of conflict. The thought of her son becoming a general in a harsh and unforgiving land sent shivers down her spine. "Your father guards the northern borders. We need not have another ambitious commander in the family. Let go of this notion." Jiang Furan was unwilling to endure more sleepless nights worrying for her son. Jiang Jingshun knelt, "Please, mother, grant me this wish. I must go to the northern borders." He felt the urgent need to escape the chaos of the capital. More importantly, in the northern frontiers, the emperor and Appo's influence would be limited. Seeing Jiang Jingshun and Appo's determination, a silent standoff ensued between mother and son. Eventually, Jiang Furan relented. "Rise. I permit you to go." Li Huanyu interjected anxiously, "Mother, he cannot go." She had no desire to live as a widow. Yet the thought of accompanying him to such a desolate place filled her with dread. "Silence. This household is not yours to command," Jiang Furan retorted in anger. Her niece seemed to care for nothing beyond matters of the heart. Her son wished to leave. It was clear he felt stifled in the family home. Chapter 70. Nuptial chamber. On the wedding night, Jiang Jingshun returned to the front courtyard. Servants were already packing. Madame Jiang instructed, "Discontinue the contraceptive decoction in Shioli courtyard." Nanny Zhao acknowledged. Fortunately, today's dose had not yet been delivered. After Jiang Jingshun's marriage, he rarely visited Li Huanyu's courtyard, except on the 1st and 15th of each month. Li Huanyu's weeping and tantrums only served to push Jiang Jingshun further away. To appease Li Huanyu, Madame Jiang had all the concubines in the various courtyards drink contraceptive decoctions, promising to discontinue them only after the birth of the eldest son. This somewhat calmed Li Huanyu. However, how could she conceive a child when Jiang Jingshun seldom graced her Wutong courtyard? Seeing that Li Huanyu's belly remained flat, Madame Jiang began to subtly encourage the concubines to conceive. Today's events would reveal whether Song Ruoshi possessed the good fortune to do so. However, with the heir apparent's impending departure for the northern frontier, if she failed to conceive, it was uncertain how many years she would have to wait. Nanny Zhao massaged Madame Jiang and Appo's temples, as the madam had been quite worn out lately. Do you think I was wrong to force Shun and Amp, Oppos, into marriage back then? She asked. Her son had become eccentric, and since then, he had only superficially obeyed his mother. On the day the heir apparent departs, have Cho-chan accompany him. The journey will be arduous, and a woman's care would be beneficial, but the heir apparent will be riding a horse. Would Cho-chan find that inconvenient? Nanny Zhao inquired, adding, Madam is so eager for a grandchild, but this method is hardly appropriate. Alas, the military camp is full of men. Taking a maidservant along is indeed improper. I was simply flustered, Madame Jiang sighed. Before departing for the northern frontier, Jiang Jingshan secretly visited the fourth prince's residence, engaging in a clandestine discussion that lasted the entire night. The nature of their agreement remained unknown. On the day of Jiang Jingshan's departure from the capital, Madame Jiang sat facing the direction of the northern frontier for a long time. Her son's departure filled her with uncertainty. Before his departure, Madame Jiang had already penned a letter to the Duke of Jinghua, imploring him to protect their son and, unless absolutely necessary, to prevent him from going to the front lines. If military were required, fabricating a false achievement, as they had done before, would suffice. Thinking of her son, Madame Jiang felt apprehensive, as he did not possess the same bravery and martial prowess as his father. However, it would be a disgrace if the Duke of Jinghua's heir wed himself in fear on the battlefield. The Duke of Jinghua nearly decapitated his son upon learning of his conduct. In that battle, the Jiang family army achieved a resounding victory, with countless soldiers slaying enemies. Only Jiang Jingshan had wed himself in fear at the start of the battle. The generals of the Jiang family army were greatly disappointed, lamenting that the Duke of Jinghua and Oppos' lineage was without a successor. On the battlefield, military merits were determined by the number of heads claimed. Almost every soldier had severed the head of an enemy, except for Jiang Jingshan, who lay among the dead, feigning death, without having killed a single foe. Such a significant victory, yet the Duke of Jinghua and Amp, Oppos' heir had no spoils of war. This not only disgraced the Duke of Jinghua, but also humiliated their followers. The Duke of Jinghua's confidants quickly devised a plan. The two generals who had slain the most enemies would relinquish their heads, attributing them to Jiang Jingshan. Jiang Jingshan instantly became the one who had slain the most enemy soldiers. News reached the capital, and the emperor was overjoyed, bestowing lavish praise upon Jiang Jingshan and awarding him first-class merit. Upon returning to the capital, the emperor hosted a grand banquet to welcome Jiang Jingshan, and for a time, he was the talk of the town, becoming the youngest general in the capital to have achieved such illustrious military before the age of 20. In recent years, everyone, including the emperor, had showered him with praise, and Jiang Jingshan had forgotten how his military had been obtained. He even fantasized about training an elite army. Madame Jiang, unable to dissuade him, allowed him to proceed, knowing that the Duke of Jinghua was stationed in the northern frontier and would surely protect their son. On the wedding night, Lin Yunzhou was unable to extricate himself from his friends. Everyone was clamoring to create a ruckus in the nuptial chamber. Qin Shaoxian was the most boisterous. A nuptial chamber should be lively. By preventing us from going, are you afraid that the sight of your bride will displease us? Lin Yunzhou pushed Qin Shaoxian out, saying, Go back, go back. The inner courtyard is not a place for you to be. The third and fourth princes also showed no intention of leaving. Fifth brother, are you trying to renege? They asked. Today is a joyous occasion. A few excessive but harmless jokes will be overlooked. He pleaded with his two elder brothers, Please return. Your Highnesses, I will bring my princess consort to pay our respects another day. Seeing how anxious he was to prevent them from causing a commotion, the third and fourth princes lost interest. Fifth brother, get some rest. After the third and fourth princes left, the other princes and aristocratic sons did not further trouble Lin Yunzhou and departed. Lin Yunzhou hurried to the bridal chamber, where Ruolan was sitting upright by the bed. Lin Yunzhou said, You can lie down and rest if you're tired. I've said that there aren't many rules in the royal palace. Ruolan smiled. I'm not tired. Your Highness need not worry. Lin Yunzhou was relieved. A matron brought the nuptial wine, and they drank it together, their hands intertwined. Then, the managing matron brought a white handkerchief. Ruolan's face flushed instantly. Lin Yunzhou was also at a loss. He had not considered this step. A handkerchief to verify the bride and Amp, Appo's virginity on the wedding night, to be sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs for registration the next day. Rest early, Lin Yunzhou said, putting away the handkerchief. You Don and Appo's. You have to worry about this. I and Appo's. LL find a way to handle it. Lin Yunzhou finished, flashing a mischievous smile. Song Ruolan breathed a sigh of relief. That's best. She had spent the entire day in the bridal chamber contemplating how to deal with this. Song Ruolan did not mind consummating the marriage with Lin Yunzhou. They were already husband and wife. Even if they divorced in the future, no one would consider her chaste. She did not need to remain chaste for anyone. However, if they truly consummated the marriage, Song Ruolan would feel awkward. She did not regard him as her true husband. To consummate the marriage would be contrary to their agreement. However, if Prince Ruolan desired it, she would not object. With Prince Ruolan and Appo's dragon-like appearance, she would not be at a disadvantage to engage in marital relations with him. Song Ruolan pondered for a long time as Lin Yunzhou skillfully took out a blanket from the cabinet and spread it on the low couch by the window. Song Ruolan said, "Sleeping there for too long will hurt your back. Come sleep on the bed." Lin Yunzhou looked at Song Ruolan, confirming that she was not speaking against her will. "I can sleep on the inside, and we and Appo's LL keep to our own sides," Song Ruolan added, her face reddening. She cursed herself inwardly for being so pathetic, as she was even looking forward to sharing a bed with him. Lin Yunzhou said nothing and moved the blanket to the bed. They both lay stiffly, unaccustomed to having another person beside them. However, Song Ruolan was too tired that day and soon drifted off to sleep. Only then did Lin Yunzhou dare to stare at her unreservedly. This was the girl he loved, and today she had finally become his bride. He was not worried that she would despise him. However, no matter how much he desired her today, he would restrain himself. He would wait until she willingly chose to be with him. They would have many children, and they would be happy forever. Song Ruolan suddenly smiled. He wondered if she, too, dreamed of growing old with him. Chapter 71. Initiative. Song Ruolan and Appo's smile was as sweet as honey. In her dreams, she had not encountered the insincerity of the past, nor the scene of Jiang Jingshin eagerly pushing her away. Instead, she dreamt of strolling hand in hand with Lin Yunzhou in the palace. Lin Yunzhou gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, caressing her plum blossom birthmark, saying, "At last, I have found you." When Song Ruolan opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of affectionate eyes, mirroring those from her dream. Lin Yunzhou and Appo's hand lingered near her ear. How did she wake up? With a dazed gaze, she still felt the warmth beside her. She reached out and embraced Lin Yunzhou's neck. "Husband." Her voice was filled with tenderness. With a sudden explosion in his mind, Lin Yunzhou broke free momentarily. "Lania, do you know what you were doing?" Came her soft response, as heavenly as a melody, igniting a fire within Lin Yunzhou. In an instant, he flipped over, seizing the initiative. The crimson curtains swayed wildly. The tent was engulfed in a tempest of passion. When Song Ruolan opened her eyes again, Lin Yunzhou was no longer by her side. The blanket beside her had lost its warmth, indicating he had risen some time ago. Hong Xiang entered, her face flushed from the previous night and Appo's ruckus. "Princess, the prince has long since begun his training. He instructed the servants not to disturb you, wishing for you to rest a while longer." Song Ruolan mused. His stamina is impressive. After a night of such activity, he can still train. Is this the diligence of a playboy? Hong Xiang helped Song Ruolan sit up. Her body felt as if it were falling apart. Recalling Lin Yunzhou's initial awkwardness and nervousness last night, she couldn't fathom how he had acquired a reputation for mingling in brothels. "Oh, madam," Yin brought in a bowl of red date and longan porridge. "Princess, please eat while it and Appo's warm." Song Ruolan chuckled. Is it really necessary to replenish blood? Under old Madam Yin and Appo's eager gaze, she obediently finished the porridge. The maids hastened to assist her in getting dressed. The princess still needed to visit the palace to pay respects with tea. They dared not disobey the prince's orders, yet wondered if the queen would be displeased by the princess and Appo's late rising. Lin Yunzhou returned, drenched in sweat from his training, unable to resist touching Song Ruolan and Appo's cheek, marveling at its silky smoothness. Even the usually strict old Madame Yin remained silent. With so many people around, the prince did not shy away from public displays of affection. Song Ruolan observed the reddened face of old Madame Yin and said, "Madam, the porridge you prepared is simply delightful. Would you mind fetching another bowl? That one in amp. Amp, oppose. Do. What if you need to relieve yourself in the palace?" Old Madame Yin collected the bowls and retreated. In her past life, old Madame Yin had not followed Song Ruolan to the Jiang residence, but this time insisted on accompanying her, stating that she must not be bullied after marriage. Song Ruolan acquiesced to her wishes. "Hongxiang, come here." Song Ruolan whispered something in Hongxiang's ear. Hongxiang's face turned pale. "Is that feasible?" Song Ruolan replied, "Do as I say." Later, Hong Yi would accompany her to the palace, while Hongxiang remained behind to prepare medicine. The contraceptive potion must be consumed first, as the decision about children with the prince would depend on how their relationship unfolded. Once Lin Yunju was dressed, he took Song Ruolan to the entrance of the royal residence. Their hands finally parted. Behind them, old Madame Yin finally sighed in relief. Thankful they refrained from holding hands in public to avoid unwarranted gossip. Upon entering the palace, they first visited the Empress in Fengyi Palace, where the Emperor happened to be present. As the new bride presented tea, the Empress, despite any personal feelings, maintained a facade of propriety. With both hands raised, Song Ruolan respectfully offered the tea to the Empress, who accepted it. The Emperor gazed at the fifth prince and oppose, bride, noting her beauty. Today, the fifth prince appeared radiant. The Emperor conferred a jade pendant, while the Empress adorned Song Ruolan with a beautiful bracelet, clearly a fine piece. The Empress truly embodied the role of a nation's matriarch, flawlessly maintaining her composure despite any underlying discontent. After leaving Fengyi Palace, they proceeded towards Yushu Palace. Upon entering, they heard the excited voice of Concubine Yu. "You have finally arrived." Concubine Yu naturally took Song Ruolan and Amp, Oppo's hand. As Song Ruolan and Lin Yunju knelt to present tea, Concubine Yu eagerly accepted it and drank it all in one gulp. "Lan und Appos, Concubine Yu called her affectionately, much like a mother to her daughter, personally helping her up. "Do visit the palace often to accompany your mother. As for that troublesome boy, he has a poor temper, but you should handle him appropriately to keep him in line." "Mother, how can you speak ill of your son before his new wife?" Fine, I shall not say more. I am simply pleased today." Concubine Yu produced a string of Eastern pearls, adorning Song Ruolan with them. Song Ruolan was slightly taken aback. It appeared her mother-in-law was not difficult to please. Upon returning to the royal residence, Lin Yunju accompanied her to Minglan Courtyard. The layout of this courtyard was both comfortable and luxurious, even sharing the same name as the Song residence. Lin Yunju had no intention of leaving. He wished to savor their newlywed days. With nothing urgent to attend to, they remained at home. The servants of Minglan Courtyard kept their distance, at least 10 paces away, fearful of disturbing the newlyweds. However, things did not unfold as desired. Lin Yunju wished to relax, yet reports from his subordinates arrived. Hearing their news, Lin Yunju scoffed. Jiang Jingshan had actually ventured to the northern frontier. Wasn't the last embarrassment enough? Did he really think he could train an army? He ought to first learn how to avoid disgrace. The Duke of the State had committed unsavory acts in the northern frontier, believing they had concealed them from everyone. Yet, there are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. Lin Yunju's fellow disciples were scattered throughout various military ranks, and he was well aware of countless scandals. "Keep a close watch on Jiang Jingshan's movements," Lin Yunju commanded, his demeanor starkly contrasting the facade he presented to outsiders. This was his true self, unmasked in private. Song Ruolan indulged in another nap. Hongxiang brought the contraceptive potion, which Song Ruolan gulped down in one go. Before things spiraled out of control, she wished to avoid the burden of children. Having a child would create ties that would complicate her ability to extricate herself in the future. Hongxiang was perplexed as to why the princess desired to drink the contraceptive potion. She had heard many others were eager to bear children to secure their positions. Yet the princess seemed indifferent, as if she had all the time in the world. Indeed, Song Ruolan held such a mindset. However, the royal residence was truly conducive to nurturing one's well-being. There were no in-laws imposing strict morning and evening rituals. She could rise whenever she pleased. This existence was a stark contrast to her previous life. Perhaps it was not merely her imagination. Song Ruolan felt an unparalleled sense of ease and comfort, even surpassing that of the Song residents. Chapter 72. Two faces. Lin Yunzhou appeared to be endlessly occupied with various tasks. Song Ruolan, feeling a sense of ennui, wandered into the study. Chu San stood solemnly at the door, his demeanor mirroring that of his master. One face in public and another within the confines of the royal residence. Chu San respectfully bowed to the princess. "Is the prince in the study?" Song Ruolan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. What could a dandy possibly be doing in the study? Indeed, Song Ruolan strode directly inside. Chu San hesitated, torn between whether to impede her or not. The prince had decreed that no one was permitted entry into his study without permission. Yet, the princess was not just anyone. Ultimately, Chu San concluded that he could not obstruct her. Otherwise, he would incur the prince and Apos as wrath and face punishment. As Song Ruolan surveyed the study, she noted the neatly categorized scrolls and documents. Lin Yunzhou was engrossed in perusing the files. Could a dandy truly have so many matters to attend to? Song Ruolan leaned closer, observing Lin Yunzhou for quite some time. How could one individual possess such starkly contrasting personas? Her curiosity about his duplicity deepened. "Have you finished looking?" Lin Yunzhou smiled. "Does the prince know of my arrival?" Song Ruolan asked. Lin Yunzhou remained noncommittal. A martial artist's hearing was far superior to that of common folk. He had sensed her approach long before she stepped out of Minglan courtyard, yet pretended to be unaware of her presence. "What are you reading? Come here." With a swift pull, Lin Yunzhou drew Song Ruolan into his embrace. Even after living two lives, such audacity made her blush. "What Chu San outside? He can't hear us." Lin Yunzhou lied without flinching. Meanwhile, Chu San stood rigidly at the door, internally lamenting, "I wish I could be deaf to this. Your Highness, do not be so reckless." Song Ruolan struggled, but could not break free. She found herself seated upon Lin Yunzhou and Apos' lap. He brushed aside her hair, inquiring, "Is this plum blossom birthmark something you're born with?" Indeed, recalling the dream from the previous night, she wondered, had the prince known about her birthmark all along? Lin Yunzhou paused, quickly denying it. "I only discovered it yesterday." He pondered whether she would think he married her out of gratitude for saving him as a child. No, he married her out of love. At birth, the red plum blossom birthmark behind her ear had delighted her mother, who claimed her daughter was destined to be unique. "Yes, you are one of a kind." Song Ruolan and Apos' ears flushed crimson. Who could resist such sweet words? Lin Yunzhou felt fortunate that this mark had finally led him to Song Ruolan. Previously, he believed he was merely seeking her out to repay a debt of gratitude. However, on that fateful day by the lake, as they struggled in the water, he feared she was seeking to end her own life. In a state of panic, he thought only of rescuing her, contemplating even using force to ensure she married Jiang Jingshin. Once on dry land, he realized Song Ruolan genuinely wished to sever ties with Jiang Jingshin. At that moment, elation surged within him. As they emerged from the lake, he blurted out that he would take responsibility for her. In that instant, Lin Yunzhou comprehended that his feelings for Song Ruolan were indeed love. He had fallen for her during their first encounter, captivated by her composure and ethereal beauty. It was this birthmark that confirmed she was the girl he had sought for over a decade, now transformed into his bride. Lin Yunzhou held her tightly. "It hurts. I might be choked." He quickly released her. "Forgive me. Let me down. What would the servants think? Come sit." Lin Yunzhou shifted to make space. They sat side by side, and Song Ruolan glanced at the open scroll on the desk, which turned out to be a military defense map of the Qi. Noticing her confusion, Lin Yunzhou fixed his gaze upon her. "What I am about to say today, you must listen closely." Song Ruolan straightened. "Speak. I am listening." Lin Yunzhou declared, "I will strive for that position." After speaking, he gazed intently at her. Song Ruolan and Apos' thoughts drifted to her previous life, where Lin Yunzhou had not participated in the struggle for the throne. Following the ascension of the fourth prince, he was the only one among the 9 princes who survived. In this lifetime, many things had changed. Noticing Song Ruolan and Apos' Silence. Lin Yunzhou assumed she was taken aback. He grasped her hand. Fear not, I shall succeed. Song Ruolan regained her composure. I'm not afraid. The events of the past are behind us. If I can be reborn, why can't you participate in the struggle for the throne? Your Highness, I support you. Lin Yunzhou was astonished. The princess remained unfazed, aware that failure could lead to ruin. I do not regret it. Song Ruolan affirmed resolutely. Lin Yunzhou, born into royalty, understood that vying for power could result in death. While remaining passive might render him a pawn, it was better to take the initiative than to passively endure. Before yesterday, Lin Yunzhou had resolved that, as a pretend couple, he need not disclose everything to her. If successful, should she choose to remain, the position would be hers. If she preferred to leave, he would release her and sever ties, allowing her to pursue her desired life. Should he fail, he would ensure her early departure, even allowing her to reveal his secrets in exchange for her safety. However, after last night, he reminded himself that only success was permissible. They were truly a married couple now, and he wished to grant her the most esteemed status. Your Highness, I am not kept in the dark. I am very pleased, and I shall be your steadfast support. Song Ruolan expressed her gratitude for his transparency. Married couples should work together, their combined efforts yielding greater results. Having been deceived enough, Song Ruolan did not wish for Lin Yunzhou to conceal anything from her. Your Highness, where do you plan to begin? My connections are already spread across various military camps, many in significant positions. I intend to turn these influences to my advantage. An astute plan, but have you considered what you must change first? Please, enlighten me on where I should start. First, you must alter your image in the Emperor's eyes. As a dandy's son, how could the Emperor ever consider you as a potential heir? Only by gaining the Emperor and Oppo's approval will he entrust you with responsibilities. You must demonstrate to the ministers that your capabilities are on par with, if not superior to, those of other princes. Only then will your abilities be recognized, and the Emperor will contemplate you as a candidate for succession. If the Emperor is willing to issue a decree designating a successor, who would dare to oppose? That makes sense. Lin Yunzhou was taken aback by how swiftly the princess discerned the crux of the matter. A prince recognized by the Emperor indeed had a significantly greater chance of success. Chapter 73. Returning to the door on the third day, the princess returned home. Song Ruolan welcomed her sister back to the Song residence. The stewardess, Granny Hua, had prepared a lavish array of gifts for the occasion, including a share for Granny Xie from the Furong courtyard. Song Ruolan was aware that this was at Lin Yunzhou and Oppo's behest. Although the Song household was not lacking in wealth, this gesture indicated Lin Yunzhou's regard for the princess. His kindness towards her extended to her family, as he genuinely wished to reassure his mother-in-law that her daughter was in good hands. Granny Xie waited anxiously at the entrance, feeling as though these 3 days had stretched on for an eternity. She fretted over whether her daughter had settled comfortably in the royal residence and worried that the ladies of the court had caused her any distress. Her anxiety had robbed her of restful sleep. Upon seeing Song Ruolan, she scrutinized her from head to toe, noting her daughter appeared more vibrant, embodying the grace of a young woman, her eyes sparkling with joy. Only then did Granny Xie feel at ease. In Granny Xie's heart, she harbored doubts about her daughter's elevated marriage. She herself was a cautionary tale. However, she conceded that her daughter possessed a strong will, and a high marriage could indeed prove beneficial, provided she stood firm against adversity. After observing her daughter and son-in-law, Granny Xie was relieved to ascertain that her daughter had not suffered any indignity. Song Deguang was enjoying a respite at home. In recent days, he had been the center of attention among his peers, who congratulated him on the birth of a fine daughter, suggesting that a promotion was imminent. He held his head high in pride. When the carriage arrived, Song Deguang proactively approached to pay his respects to the Duke Rue, who, however, gracefully sidestepped the gesture. As the princess's father, he could not accept such a formality. Song Ruolan felt a twinge of helplessness at her father and Oppo's sycophantic demeanor, but fortunately, he had refrained from causing trouble lately, opting instead to remain at home with his newly acquired concubine. Aware of his daughter's disdain for him, Song Guang refrained from encroaching upon her space. Lin Yunzhou and Song Ruolan visited Shuer Tang to pay respects to her grandmother. The old matriarch beamed with warmth, affectionately remarking on how her granddaughter had blossomed. After the departure of concubine Du, she had returned to a life of leisure and abundance, reinstating the household authority back to Granny Xie, who this time accepted without protest. Granny Xie was unbothered by the financial support for the Marquis' household, as long as it did not involve nurturing a brood of ingrates. However, Song Guang was no longer permitted to access her private treasury, nor would the family shop extend credit to him henceforth. The allowances for the concubines were now strictly regulated, and Song Guang willingly surrendered his salary to Granny Xie for management. Granny Xie's heart was a tumult of emotions as she held his salary for the first time, reflecting on how previously not a single coin had been willingly shared. Now, he presented it eagerly, and she accepted without hesitation. Though the amount was modest, it was rightfully hers. This household was not solely her responsibility. As a man, Song Guang bore the obligation to provide for his family. In the past, the family had relied on Granny Xie's support, yet she had been taken for granted, with everyone assuming her wealth was theirs to squander. Now, they would understand whose bread they were eating. The old matriarch was pleased to return to a life of comfort and abundance, praising Granny Xie and Appo's gentle and virtuous nature. Consequently, she frequently admonished her son to treat Granny Xie with greater respect. Song Guang had begun to spend occasional nights in the Furong courtyard, and Granny Xie no longer felt the need to dismiss him, understanding that the two women had matters to discuss. Lin Yunzhou and Song Guang conversed in the front courtyard. Song Ruolan held great admiration for her brother-in-law, the Duke, as he was her sister's savior, and thus, by extension, her own. Recognizing the princess's regard for this young man, Lin Yunzhou tested Song Ruolan with several questions, pleasantly surprised by the child's unique insights. After assessing her martial skills, he was even more astonished. She was destined for greatness. Elated by her brother-in-law's approval, Song Ruolan aspired to become a worthy official, dedicated to the welfare of the people of Deqi. As the sun began to set, Song Ruolan realized it was time to depart, and reluctantly, Granny Xie bid farewell to her daughter. Both women felt reassured about each other's well-being. Song Ruolan was taken aback by her mother's newfound decisiveness. It seemed that this time around, Granny Xie would not tread the same path as before. The concubines of her father treated her with utmost respect, fearing to cause any trouble, while her father had also transformed, refraining from any criticism of her. Granny Xie had made it clear that if her husband did not comply, she would seek a divorce, holding him firmly in check. Upon returning to the royal residence, Granny Hua had already arranged the meal, encouraging the princess and Duke to rest and prepare for the arrival of a little heir. Granny Hua, who had once been the matriarch of the royal courtyard before the princess and Appo's arrival, had seemingly faded into the background in recent days. However, her influence remained palpable. The Duke's morning attire, although delivered by Hong Xiang, was adorned with accessories crafted by Granny Hua. Upon seeing the gifts for the return, Song Ruolan recognized the thoughtfulness behind them. Everyone in the Song household was delighted by their presence, and the old matriarch was particularly enamored with the pair of jade Buddhas. The following morning, Song Ruolan instructed Lu Yu to summon Granny Hua. Lu Yu complied swiftly, bringing the elder to her. Granny Hua bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." "No need for excessive formality, Granny Hua. Please take a seat." Lu Yu provided a stool, but Granny Hua insisted, "I can answer while standing. Please sit. I have matters to discuss," Song Ruolan pressed. Only then did Granny Hua take a side seat. As a seasoned servant, she had labored tirelessly for the household. With her heart in her throat, Granny Hua wondered what the princess intended. She remained silent, awaiting further words. "I will require your assistance moving forward. The royal residence is bustling, and should you need help, do not hesitate to summon the servants from Minglan Courtyard." Granny Hua could scarcely believe her ears. Did this imply she would continue managing the household? "Your Highness, do you mean to say I am to oversee the royal affairs?" "Indeed, you have managed the household impeccably, and I will require your diligence in the future," Song Ruolan confirmed with a nod. Granny Hua knelt. I shall not betray your trust, your highness. I will ensure the household is well managed. Lu Yu quickly helped her to her feet. Having felt anxious about being replaced, Granny Hua now realized that the Duke was genuinely devoted to the princess. Before her arrival, he had expressly stated that she would be in charge of the household, with all servants under her authority, even their contracts bound to her. In recent days, the servants had been consumed by anxiety, fearing they might offend the princess and be dismissed. Granny Hua had not anticipated being allowed to continue her management role, especially given that the princess had brought many new maids and servants. Henceforth, Granny Hua would remain responsible for the household's affairs, while the tasks of Minglan Courtyard would be entrusted to Aunt Yan. As for all her dowry, it would be solely dedicated to Minglan Courtyard, leaving Granny Hua to continue overseeing the Duke's daily needs. Upon finishing her statement, Granny Hua knelt again. Thank you for your trust, your highness. I will work tirelessly to ensure the Duke's comfort. Having raised Lin Yunzhou, Granny Hua could not imagine being separated from him. The princess and Appo's kindness in allowing her to stay filled her with gratitude. Soon, word spread throughout the royal residence of the princess and Appo's benevolence and consideration for her servants, bringing newfound peace to their hearts. Chapter 74. Confession life flows leisurely and pleasantly as spring blossoms once more. Song Ruolan gradually cultivates a sense of complacency, contemplating whether to simply spend her days in this manner. Just as this thought crosses her mind, Hongi arrives with news that the prince is returning today. She realizes that her desire for such a life hinges on the willingness of certain individuals within the palace. This year, Lin Yunzhou has undergone a remarkable transformation. Within the borders of Deqi, bandits tremble at the sound of his name. Even the emperor is baffled as to where this son of his has found 3,000 valiant soldiers, each one a formidable warrior. Could it truly be due to the financial support from the CF family, where generous rewards attract courageous men? Yet, mere bravery without strategy cannot quell these bandits. The winds of the court have shifted. Once dismissed as a frivolous prince, Lin Yunzhou now garners immense respect for his military achievements, overshadowing even the third and fourth princes. Upon his return, he makes his way to the Minglan courtyard of the royal residence. Song Ruolan, seated on a swing with a book in hand, basks in the sunlight that graces her face, exuding an aura of tranquility. Lin Yunzhou slows his pace, approaching her quietly. The servants discreetly withdraw. "Oh," she exclaims, nearly dropping her book as she turns to see Lin Yunzhou clad in armor, gently pushing the swing. "Laner, shall we have a child?" His eagerness is palpable, sparking a thought in her mind. Does he know her intentions? Observing his composed demeanor, she breathes a sigh of relief. Throughout this year, she has wavered, pondering whether to cease her use of contraceptive measures. Despite the absence of any sign of change, Yu Guifei consistently sends nourishing supplements to the royal residence, while the imperial physician frequently visits to check her pulse, all indicating an urgent desire for her to conceive a son. After several gentle nudges from Granny Yan, Song Ruolan gradually relaxes her stance, becoming less resolute against the idea of children. Yet, is this truly the right time to have a child? Unbeknownst to her, she is now contemplating suitability rather than outright rejection. If she had not discerned Lin Yunzhou and Appo's heart over the past year, then she truly has lived in vain across 2 lifetimes. Does the prince desire a daughter or a son? She inquires, seeking an open dialogue, unwilling to perpetually deny him the joys of fatherhood. Lin Yunzhou's face lights up with uncontainable delight. I would cherish either, as long as it is our child. Is the princess truly willing? Since the day she began taking contraceptive measures, Lin Yunzhou has sensed her lack of trust in him. Yet, he is gratified that their agreed facade of a marital relationship was not upheld on their wedding night, and he hopes she will eventually desire to bear their child. However, he knows that contraceptives are detrimental to her health, and he cannot voice this concern openly. Regardless, he must continue his campaign against the bandits. And their time together is indeed scarce. Then let us conceive, Song Ruolan declares. Lin Yunzhou and Appo's diligent efforts have led others to question his virility, and without an heir, how could the emperor be inclined to pass the throne to one incapable of ensuring a lineage? Lin Yunzhou scoops Song Ruolan into his arms. Then the contraceptives. Shall we cease them? Wait, you knew? She gasps, astonished. I realize from a moment you consumed the first dose of the contraceptive, he replies, carefully observing her expression. Seeing her unperturbed countenance, he finally exhales in relief. Song Ruolan chuckles, pondering why it is Lin Yunzhou who should be the upset one. Indeed, within the royal residence. If he remains ignorant of such matters, perhaps he should relinquish his claim to the position altogether. Are you not angry? You should be. If you choose not to bear children, it suffices that we remain together. Lin Yunzhou confesses sincerely. Why, then, is she suddenly contemplating motherhood? Because I believe you would now be willing to have a child with me. Lin Yunzhou candidly responds. This year, his actions have assured the princess of his love for her. He genuinely desires a child that belongs solely to them. You can take concubines to bear you children. Song Ruolan retorts, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Yet, this is a reflection of her true feelings. As a prince, she does not impose the expectation of chastity upon him. There is no need. It is a luxury she cannot afford. In her past life, Jiang Jingshun professed that she was his only love, yet he used her wealth to support a mistress outside. She died, believing she was the sole recipient of his affections, only to discover that he had a child, cunningly ensuring the child bore his name. Had Jiang Jingshun openly taken a concubine, Song Ruolan would have opposed it not, nor would she have mistreated them. However, they only sought her dowry, eagerly seeking to remove her, the legitimate wife. By regulation, Lin Yunzhou could have 2 secondary wives and 4 concubines without limit. Lin Yunzhou gazes at Song Ruolan. Are you truly unconcerned? A flicker of disappointment stirs within him. She still does not fully regard his feelings. Do you truly not wish to take a concubine? Song Ruolan counters. Not at all. Your presence is sufficient for me. Lin Yunzhou asserts, appearing sincere. I do care, Song Ruolan admits. She had thought she would be indifferent, yet the moment she broached the subject of concubinage, a sharp pang pricked her heart, leaving her unsettled. Thus, she candidly expresses her feelings, wishing to eliminate the need for guessing between them. Lin Yunzhou lifts Song Ruolan high into his arms, startling her. Put me down. The servants are watching. Looking around, Lin Yunzhou notices the servants averting their gazes, struggling to suppress their laughter, shoulders shaking. He carries Song Ruolan directly into the room. Hong Xiang gently closes the door. The sun still hangs high in the sky. Once the door shuts, the sunlight is lost. You are truly impatient. I am eager to meet our son or daughter. At Taiha Hall, the emperor inquires. Has the 5th prince not yet entered the palace? Not yet, replies eunuch Duan. I will summon him to the palace. He departs swiftly. Wait, forget it. The young couple has been apart for some time. Let them arrive a little later. Eunuch Duan, the prince has arrived. Allow him to enter. Lin Yunzhou, now clad in regular attire, kneels before the emperor. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Rise. The emperor approaches his son. You have grown darker and stronger. Ha ha ha. Emperor Wensong, upon seeing this son, finds him increasingly pleasing to the eye. The bandits of Junshan have all been eradicated, and I shall reward you handsomely. The bandits have been rampant, even daring to encroach upon the capital recently. Several noble families have been completely robbed, with many lives lost, creating panic among the capital's populace. Little did anyone expect that with Lin Yunzhou and Appo's decisive action, even their stronghold was dismantled. When the emperor received the news, he repeatedly praised Lin Yunzhou in the court. Those ministers who had previously dismissed him as merely lucky were left speechless. Once could be attributed to chance, twice to fortune. But if one fails to recognize strength after 3, 4, 5, or 6 victories, then that would be sheer foolishness. Chapter 75, The Expedition Old Fifth. What reward do you desire? The emperor had already asked his son this question innumerable times, from the youngest to the eldest. He had dispatched troops to quell bandits on countless occasions. Eliminating bandits is a duty I am meant to fulfill. A son should not seek rewards, Lin Yunzhou replied. The emperor clicked his tongue, knowing that every time Old Fifth claimed he needed no reward, he returned with a cartload of spoils. Do not feign modesty. Take what you wish for yourself. Between father and son, who did not know the other in Amp. Amp, Oppose. S nature? Father, I truly do not desire reward. Lin Yunzhou insisted, his tone serious. The emperor regarded his son, uncertain of his ulterior motives. Lin Yunzhou continued, if father truly wishes to offer a reward, it is not out of the question. Speak plainly, what do you want? The emperor urged, his patience wearing thin. Your Majesty, I wish to go to the southern frontier. This was the primary reason he returned directly to the palace after his campaign against the bandits. He sought the support of the princess consort. Their fates were intertwined. Their successes and failures were mutual. To venture to the southern frontier meant exposing their ambitious designs. Securing the southern frontier would grant Lin Yunzhou a foothold in the court. Victory would undoubtedly win him numerous allies among the ministers. However, the task at hand was not merely about subduing bandits. The southern kingdom had been eyeing Deqi with malicious intent, having raided several villages along the border this year. A blatant provocation. Currently, Deqi had few capable generals. The Duke of the North remained stationed there due to the lack of successors, unable to take the offensive. The Eastern Front was defended by General Hua Tingyu, while the Western Front was secured by the Pei family, the Queen's maternal clan. Only the southern frontier was consistently manned by transient soldiers, who occasionally expelled the southern forces before returning to the court. The plight of the southern frontier's populace was dire. The emperor looked at his son, noting his unwavering posture as he awaited the imperial decree. Deep down, the emperor was reluctant for his son to journey to such a perilous place. He did not wish for any of his sons to command a formidable army. Yet, there was no one else to send to the southern frontier. Granting Lin Yunzhou a command of 100,000 troops would disrupt the balance among the princes. With such an army at his command, even the emperor would be compelled to weigh the pros and cons. History had shown that royal sons often turned against their fathers. Giving old Fifth an army of this size could provoke thoughts of treachery. Father, if I go to the southern frontier, I will ensure the southern kingdom is expelled from Deqi, making them think twice for the next decade, Lin Yunzhou assured. The emperor was swayed by the prospect of 10 years of stability for the southern frontier's inhabitants. The temptation was undeniably great. The princess consort cannot accompany you to endure hardships in the southern frontier, the emperor reminded him. This was tantamount to using Song Ruolan as a pawn. Lin Yunzhou remained unfazed. The royal family was heartless. The facade of familial affection was merely superficial. The emperor could see that his son held the princess consort in high regard. Without hesitation, the emperor chose to use Song Ruolan to keep Lin Yunzhou in check. The remoteness of the southern frontier could not compare to the comfort of the capital. His mother and the princess consort were accustomed to luxury, and he could not bear for them to suffer alongside him. One princess consort is not enough. You can also bring your mother along, and you will feel more at ease. The emperor's words left no room for dissent. With the conversation reaching this point, any further disagreement would be foolish. The emperor laughed heartily. Good. You are indeed my son. I eagerly await your triumphant return. Upon receiving the military command, Lin Yunzhou expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Song Ruolan busied herself with preparations for their departure. Everything that transpired today was part of a carefully orchestrated plan between the couple. Lin Yunzhou lacked a prominent family like the Yu clan, and concubine Yu had no familial support. He had to rely solely on himself. If the southern kingdom remained unconquered, Deqi would face difficulties, even if not for his own sake, for the sake of Deqi's citizens. Lin Yunzhou had to engage in this battle. After getting his belongings in order, Lin Yunzhou mobilized his troops for departure. Song Ruolan summoned Shuer and Shuer, instructing them to accompany the prince. Their eyes lit up at the prospect, but upon meeting Lin Yunzhou's expressionless gaze, they lowered their heads. I am not at ease with you remaining in the capital. Shuer and Shuer will continue to protect you and Ruolan, Lin Yunzhou insisted, rejecting their return to the palace. Song Ruolan countered, Your Highness, it is excessive to have Shuer and Shuer protect us. Their martial prowess would be far more useful in the southern frontier. No, after I leave, they will be responsible for the safety of the palace. The safety of the princess consort is paramount. We cannot predict the actions of the third and fourth brothers. Lin Yunzhou remained firm. The palace guards are sufficient. Shuer and Shuer could face 100 foes on the battlefield, thus increasing your chances of victory. with ready-s skills already commendable. Lin Yunzhou was aware of her continuous training throughout the year, ensuring her capability for self-protection. Shuer and Shuer are men. A true man aspires to the world. You cannot obstruct their path to merit. They were martial experts, and being confined within the palace would deny them any opportunities for distinction. The mere thought of their unfulfilled potential was disheartening. Shuer and Shuer gazed at the princess consort with gratitude. They were not unwilling to protect her. Rather, they could not find peace until the southern barbarians were vanquished. Lin Yunzhou relented. Unexpected visitors arrived at the palace. Song Ku and Xie Yanqing. Song Ku had a close relationship with Lin Yunzhou, and without much persuasion, Lin Yunzhou agreed to let him accompany the expedition. However, Xie Yanqing posed a dilemma. Are you not participating in the martial examination? This journey may hinder your chances. Xie Yanqing had prepared diligently for the examination. If necessary, I can always come back next year, he replied nonchalantly, determined to go to the southern frontier and drive the barbarians from the Qi. Lin Yunzhou ceased further argument. As a citizen of the Qi, it was his duty to contribute his blood when the nation called. That day, he gathered the soldiers and set forth towards the southern frontier. Song Ruolan, not idle herself, instructed manager Xie to notify the granaries along the way to provide supplies to the army as they marched. The state treasury was not abundant, and their rations were not overly generous. As the army departed, provisions had already been dispatched ahead. However, the duration of the battle was uncertain, and being prepared was always prudent. Within the residence of the Xiang prince, the lights burned throughout the night. Prince Lin Yunxue and his aides were in urgent discussion. Lin Yunxue and Appo's furrowed brow could crush a fly. Old Fifth must not return this time, he declared darkly. Over the years, he had grown careless. Old Fifth had played the role of a wastrel so convincingly that he had deceived everyone. The Xiang prince's men had investigated, discovering that Lin Yunzhou's martial skills were not inferior to his own. The prince had trained since childhood, his exceptional martial prowess a source of pride. The last envoy he sent to confront Lin Yunzhou had been defeated in less than 3 moves. His subordinate, a skilled warrior, was on par with the prince. Yet Lin Yunzhou, a seemingly idle scion, had subdued him in mere moments. What had he concealed? The bandits in Wangchuan Valley and Junshan had also been targeted by the Xiang prince, yet he returned empty-handed. Lin Yunzhou possessed extraordinary abilities, but it was nevertheless implausible that he could wipe out their stronghold. Yet, Lin Yunzhou had accomplished just that. The prince was baffled, unable to believe that no one had assisted him, despite numerous investigations yielding no results. There is no need to investigate further, he declared, making a slashing motion across his throat. The Duke must die. Chapter 76. The Banquet. Dear Princess, has someone from the palace arrived? Green Jade reported in haste. Song Ruolan rose slowly, inquiring, who has come? Lady Qian. Even the maids recognized the people from the Empress's court. The Empress frequently summoned her for trivial reasons, which was quite bothersome. One might think that the Duke of Ruolan was her own flesh and blood. Even her biological mother-in-law, the noble consort Yu, did not trouble her as much. Today, with Lady Qian personally visiting, one could only wonder what pressing matter had brought her here. Most likely, she sought information regarding Lin Yunzhou. Seeing that the Duchess of Ruolan had arrived promptly, Lady Qian felt satisfied. She appreciated the Duchess and Appo's decorum. With a courteous bow, Lady Qian greeted her. There is no need for such formalities, Lady Qian, Song Ruolan replied, prompting Lady Qian to straighten herself immediately. May I inquire what instructions the Empress has for me today? Song Ruolan asked, extending her politeness to Lady Qian, aware that beneath the surface, Lady Qian harbored an air of arrogance after serving the Empress for so long, regarding few others with any respect. Lady Qian presented an invitation. The Empress invites you to attend the birthday banquet of Princess Minghui tomorrow. Hong Xiang received the invitation and handed it to the Duchess. Upon glancing at it, Song Ruolan instructed, please inform Her Majesty that I shall certainly attend. The ladies of the palace have been confined for far too long. Whenever a prince or a princess celebrated a birthday, a grand banquet was inevitable. It served as a means for them to maintain connections with the outside world. With Lady Qian personally delivering the invitation, Song Ruolan found no excuse to feign illness. To decline would be to disregard the empress. Since the duke had departed, this marked yet another instance of the duchess being summoned to the palace. Hong Xiang felt a pang of sympathy for her. Since marrying into the royal household, the duchess had become far more diligent than in her maiden days. Rising early each day, she practiced swordplay with Hong Yi for 2 hours. Only after breaking a sweat did she partake in breakfast, spending nearly the entire day immersed in the study of medicinal herbs. The duchess was utterly engrossed in the art of poison and antidotes. After being summoned by the empress, the duchess aimed to make up for lost time, often working late into the night. Now, she had nearly mastered the properties and toxicities of various herbs. Hong Yi, too, had unexpectedly come in her own under the guidance of Chu Yi, transforming her raw strength into commendable martial prowess. Given more time, even Chu San would fall to her. A strong commander never lacks capable subordinates. Thus, Song Ruolan and Appo's skills had significantly advanced as well. Under Chu Yi and Appo's tutelage, Green Lotus and Appo's agility had seen remarkable improvement, and even Hong Xiang and Green Jade had learned a few self-defense techniques. However, this knowledge remained confined to those within Minglan courtyard. The Duchess and Appo's daily endeavors revolved around concocting poisons and mastering combat, and any gossip arising from it would surely be unwelcome. Princess Minghui, the youngest daughter of the emperor, was born to a talented concubine who tragically perished from hemorrhage shortly after childbirth. Consequently, Princess Minghui was raised under the empress's care. The empress had neglected the crown prince in order to pave the way for her own 8th son, but Princess Minghui posed no obstacle to her son's ambitions. Hence, the empress harbored some genuine affection for the princess, hoping to select a suitable husband to bolster her 8th son's position, thus justifying the empress's investment in her upbringing. In Qi, there was no regulation preventing a prince from participating in politics merely due to a lack of a formal wife. On the contrary, a princess could even enhance her husband's prospects. Thus, the noble ladies of the realm, eager to see their sons vie for the princess's hand, would go to great lengths to curry favor with the empress and Princess Minghui. Song Ruolan selected a jade-inlaid gold hairpin as a birthday gift for Princess Minghui. Neither ostentatious nor meager, it was perfectly suited for the princess. As soon as Song Ruolan alighted from her carriage, she encountered the lady of the Duke of Jinghua. What a twisted fate it was, always running into someone so distasteful upon venturing outside. Lady Zhang's eyes seemed ready to emit flames. The Duke of Zhenggua's household was currently in disarray. With Jiang Jingshen deployed to the military, Lady Jiang attributed her grievances to Song Ruolan, believing that her marriage to the Duke of Ruolan had tarnished Jiang Jingshen's reputation. Only by leaving the capital could he avoid ridicule. If Song Ruolan were to learn of Lady Jiang's thoughts, she might well question the latter's sanity. Such delusions could only stem from a grave illness. Upon spotting Jiang Jingshen beside Lady Jiang, Song Ruolan smirked. Just like in her previous life, Lady Jiang always brought along her biological daughter whenever she had a chance to be in the spotlight, leaving the daughter-in-law to stand aside. After all, Jiang Jingshen did not emerge from her womb. In her previous life, Song Ruolan had never attended any palace banquets after marrying into the Duke of Zhenghua and Appo's household. Even at the gatherings of noble families, Lady Jiang had never allowed her to attend, always taking her own daughter instead. Consequently, rumors circulated that the Duchess of the Duke of Zhenghua was too frail to be seen in public. When she passed away at a young age, no one suspected foul play. Yet, in this life, how could Li Huanyu avoid attending palace banquets? Was Lady Jiang truly plotting to poison her own niece? Jiang Jingshen glared venomously at Song Ruolan, envious of the latter's unassuming yet noble appearance, particularly her skin, akin to exquisite jade, which made her appear striking against any adornments. What a married woman, so ostentatiously dressed. Who is she trying to impress? Jiang Jingshen thought, wishing she could tear off Song Ruolan and Appo's face and wear it herself. Song Ruolan walked past them without a glance, as though they were invisible. Lady Jiang attempted to assert her seniority, but faced with the higher-ranking duchess, she was left powerless, seething with resentment. Such a lack of upbringing. The banquet was set in the imperial garden. Today, the noble ladies adorned themselves splendidly. For several of the emperor and Appo's sons were still without formal consorts. Upon her arrival, the Empress immediately summoned Song Ruolan over, warmly taking her hand. The Empress's display of camaraderie seemed more for show than sincerity. Was she trying to signal to everyone that the Duke of Ruolan belonged to her faction? Or was she aiming to humiliate the Duke of Zhangguo's household? At that moment, Lady Chao approached, respectfully bowing to the Empress before asking, "Your Majesty, may I have a word with the Duchess of Ruolan in private?" Lady Chao was nothing short of an angel. The Empress, observing the two, found it inappropriate to insist that Song Ruolan remain by her side. "Go ahead and bring Princess Minghui along," she replied. The two were perplexed, wondering why they should take the birthday girl with them. What did it mean to bring the birthday star away? Was this a way of preventing their departure? Perhaps Lady Chao inherited her father's unyielding nature. "Your Majesty, is Princess Minghui waiting for the ladies to present their gifts?" Upon hearing this, Minghui realized that if she were not present, any valuable gifts would be seized by her mother. Thus, she was reluctant to leave. The Empress sighed, pondering how foolish the child was. It was merely a ruse to keep the ladies occupied. This child truly lacks perception, she thought. Given the current circumstances, if they lingered any longer, they might truly be suspected of harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 77. Deservedly, the Emperor has arrived. The crowd fell to their knees in a cacophony. It appears that the Emperor still holds the Princess Minghui in high regard. Rumors circulate that the princess is shunned by the Emperor due to her mother being a former concubine who ascended to the dragon bed. Although she was later elevated to a rank of talent after becoming pregnant, she never captured the Emperor's affection. Following the tragic demise of her mother, the Empress, in need of a virtuous reputation, took the princess under her wing. Yet, the Emperor remained indifferent to this daughter of his. It seems these are merely rumors. The celebration of Princess Minghui's 12th birthday is grand. The Empress presides over the event, and amidst his busy schedule, the Emperor personally attends to offer his congratulations. The wives of those with eligible sons secretly rejoice, for should their sons become the Emperor's sons-in-law, they would surely avoid numerous pitfalls. The Emperor bestows a generous amount of gold and silver jewelry upon the princess, causing her to beam with delight. However, the Empress is too frugal to keep any of it for herself. While other princesses and their mothers have long been preparing dowries, the Empress has repeatedly insisted that there is no hurry. Even the occasional rewards received by Princess Minghui seem to vanish after a short while. Now, Princess Minghui understands that although the Emperor and Appo's daughter need not worry about marriage, it is universally acknowledged that the more wealth one possesses, the easier life becomes. The Empress's stinginess appears to be a calculated move to pave the way for the 8th prince's claim to the throne. The Empress and Appo's heart harbors only affection for her biological son. With great fanfare, the Emperor offers gifts, and the heads of various palaces, along with the princes, prepare their own birthday offerings. Even the reclusive third prince has made an appearance. In his youth, the third prince, in a fit of bravado, went hunting and inadvertently tumbled down a cliff, losing sight in one eye due to a branch. He is a full-blooded brother of the Emperor, and after this misfortune, he became disconnected from the throne. Following the Emperor's ascension, he was granted a residence to live in. The third prince possesses an eccentric temperament, having taken 4 princesses as wives, all of whom met untimely deaths shortly after their marriages. Any woman the third prince desires, he is determined to possess. Song Ruolan and Chao Lingyi sensed a heavy gaze directed at them. Suddenly, Song Ruolan turned and locked eyes with the third prince, sending chills down her spine. Alongside the third prince and Appo's penetrating gaze, another ominous stare fell upon them. As Song Ruolan turned, Jiang Jingxin quickly averted her eyes. She forced a smile. Song Ruolan's charms seemed to have caught the third prince's attention. If the Princess Ruolan were to be seen in a compromising situation with the third prince, surely the Ruolan Wang would be incensed enough to divorce her. The Emperor would be humiliated and might even bestow upon Song Ruolan a white silk as punishment. At this thought, Jiang Jingxin chuckled coldly. "Today is your demise, Song Ruolan." She uttered a few commands to her maid, who turned pale with fear. Jiang Jingxin scolded, "Hurry!" The maid shook her head, realizing the gravity of the situation. The third prince is known for his cruelty. Anyone who crosses his path does so at their peril. Jiang Jingxin shot a fierce glare at her maid, who hurried away. The maid sought out the palace's young sixth son, a servant of the Duke of State. He quickly secured the task of serving tea. Discreetly, he dropped a pill into the third princess' tea. All that remained was to find an opportunity to spill the tea onto the Princess Ruolan. After preparing the tea, he watched as she drank it down. Seizing the moment to refill her cup, he successfully splashed tea onto the Ruolan princess, with Chao Lingyi blocking the rest, resulting in her being drenched. The young sixth son knelt. "I am at fault. Please forgive me, your highness." He added, "Let us find a room to change our clothes." Concealing a smirk, he led them away. Song Ruolan and Chao Lingyi exchanged glances. They had witnessed the sixth son's actions. Song Ruolan planned to turn the tables, willing to take risks alone. However, Chao Lingyi, concerned, intentionally obstructed the tea, allowing them both to change clothes under the guise of necessity. Their maids went to fetch garments from the carriage. The sixth son guided them into a side hall, muttering to himself how fortunate the third prince was to enjoy the company of two exquisite young ladies. "You may change here. No one will disturb you," he stated respectfully, bowing his head as he retreated, closing the door behind him. Chao Lingyi surveyed the cramped room, which contained only a bed. The bedding appeared freshly changed. "Do you think Jiang Miss will truly come?" she asked. "She will. I know Jiang Jingxin well enough. She relishes her spoils," Song Ruolan replied confidently. "She must be lurking nearby." At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Song Ruolan motioned for silence, while Chao Lingyi nervously rubbed her hands together. Song Ruolan stealthily approached the door and yanked it open, causing Jiang Jingxin to stumble in. "You." The sixth son had spiked the tea with an aphrodisiac, and they were meant to be in a state of disgrace. Yet here they were, seemingly unperturbed. Song Ruolan produced a pill, pinching Jiang Jingxin's mouth open to force it down her throat. "What did you give me?" Jiang Jingxin's face blanched with fear. She had considered resisting, but Song Ruolan and Oppo's grip was like a vice. "Just a taste of your own medicine." Song Ruolan dusted off her hands, disdainful. Jiang Jingxin hastily began to claw at her clothes, but soon succumbed to an overwhelming heat, tearing off her garments uncontrollably. Song Ruolan took Chao Lingyi and Oppo's hand, exiting and quietly shutting the door, leaving Jiang Jingxin and Oppo's low moans behind them. Seated upon a tree outside the door, Chao Lingyi quickly covered her mouth in shock. When did Song Ruolan acquire such dexterity? Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps approached, and the blushing third prince was ushered into the room by a young eunuch. Moments later, the air was filled with sounds that were anything but dignified. Chao Lingyi covered her ears in embarrassment. More footsteps followed, many footsteps. "I hear the peonies bloom splendidly here all year round," came the voice of Madame Jiang. It seemed she had gathered the ladies under the pretense of admiring the flowers in order to catch them in the act. "What is that noise?" one lady inquired, and upon closer inspection, there were gasps of astonishment. "Who has the audacity to engage in such disgraceful acts in the palace during daylight?" Madame Jiang exclaimed, feigning outrage. "Which shameless woman has lured a man to this secluded place?" One lady boldly pushed the door open, only to exclaim in shock as she beheld two figures entwined within. "What are you doing?" Madame Jiang bellowed. The man turned, his brow furrowed at the sight of the crowd. He glanced at the woman in his embrace and shoved her onto the bed. Despite their pretense of ignorance, the ladies quickly recognized the one-eyed figure as the third prince. Seeing the woman beneath him and the furious expression on Madame Jiang's face, it was all too clear. This was no other than her own daughter. The third prince leisurely donned his garments, while the ladies averted their gazes. Having unwittingly witnessed such a scene, it was evident that Madame Jiang's attempt to catch others had resulted in her own daughter's downfall. "I will uncover who orchestrated this scheme against me, and I shall ensure they meet a dreadful fate." Chapter 78. A life ruined. The third prince departed with a darkened expression, like a gust of wind. Jiang Jingxin remained dazed, exuding an air of allure. A maid rushed in, flustered, and hastily covered the young lady in Oppo's face with a quilt. Alas, it was too late. Jiang Jingxin's visage had already been fully revealed to onlookers. Some sighed in sympathy, while others reveled in her misfortune. Lady Jiang struck the maid, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Incompetent fool! Where have you been?" The maid knelt in terror, trembling and too frightened to plead for mercy. Jiang Jingxin was indeed too impatient. Her affection for the third prince had led her to enlist the Duke of the State to propose marriage. Yet her methods were beneath contempt, rendering her appearance utterly disgraceful. When Madame Xiao spoke, it was clear to all that Jiang Jingxin had lost all sense of propriety. The Ping and Wangfu would seize any opportunity to trample upon the Duke's house. It was evident she had been ensnared in a plot, but who would care? A young lady from a respectable household, so eager to climb into bed in the heart of the imperial palace, had indeed lost her senses. Judging by the third prince and Appo's demeanor, he seemed reluctant to take responsibility, regarding her with disdain. A spectacle was at hand. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Lady Jiang had offended many, and there were plenty who wished to witness the Jiang family's humiliation. They deliberately lingered, eager for a chance to embarrass the Duke's household. Someone exclaimed, "The Empress has arrived." The ladies quickly knelt in reverence. Each harbored their own thoughts, wondering how the Empress would handle the situation. The Empress surveyed the room, her brow furrowed. Jiang Jingxin gradually regained her senses, crying out, "I will kill her, that wretched woman." "Who do you intend to kill?" The Empress scolded. "Are you so reckless as to shout for bloodshed within the palace?" Jiang Jingxin, startled, became fully aware of her surroundings, quickly wrapping the quilt tightly around herself, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Song Ruolan, this is all you're doing. I will not let you escape." Yet she seemed to forget that it was she who wished to harm Song Ruolan. If successful, it would ultimately be Song Ruolan who would find herself in this predicament. Such an indecent affair occurring at the birthday feast of Princess Minghui would surely incite the Empress into Appo's wrath. If the Emperor were to cast blame, not only would the Duke and Appo's household suffer, but the Empress would also face charges of negligence. Lady Jiang knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, forgive my daughter. Please advocate on her behalf." Her face was ashen. The daughter she cherished would be forever tarnished. "Everyone disperse. Let today's events remain buried in my heart," the Empress declared, still considering the Duke's reputation. "Yes," the crowd echoed in unison. However, the Empress's decree of confidentiality would not prevent nearly all the noble ladies present from privately laughing at the debacle. If all went as expected, Jiang Jingxin faced only two paths: to marry the third prince as his fifth consort, though it remained uncertain if she could break the curse of his consorts dying every few years, or to sever her hair and become a nun. While the spectators reveled in the drama, Song Ruolan and Chao Lingyi had silently descended from the tree. Chao Lingyi, trembling with fear, remarked, "Ruolan, had you sipped that tea, it would have been you in disgrace." Song Ruolan scoffed. Jiang Jingxin's attempts to harm others have led only to her own downfall. Her foolishness is unparalleled. She was indeed blissfully ignorant. As a princess, if she had truly fallen for Jiang Jingxin and Appo's trap, the entire Duke's household would be buried alongside her. Now, she was no longer the timid eldest daughter of the Chongning Marquis, oppressed by the Duke's household. How could you discern the tea was tainted with just a sniff? Gaoling di Matvai, Little Six, lurking behind the third prince, had brewed the tea, and Song Ruolan was certain it was compromised. To her astonishment, Little Six had carelessly returned to her side, without even changing the person. He had infused the tea with an aphrodisiac, deliberately wetting her attire. Yet, since her rebirth, she had become well acquainted with various poisons, effortlessly identifying the aphrodisiac. As Jiang Jingxin sought to harm others, she would reap the bitter fruits of her actions. Chao Lingyi gazed at Song Ruolan with admiration. "You are becoming increasingly formidable." Song Ruolan smiled quietly, remaining silent. This was self-preservation. She had no desire to meet the same fate as in her previous life, poisoned to death at a young age. Lady Jiang, along with Jiang Jingxin, quietly retreated while the crowd resumed their enjoyment of flowers and conversation, as if nothing had transpired. The Empress returned, engaging in casual conversation with the noblewomen, appearing nonchalant. "Mother, on this splendid day, shall we not have some music and dance to enliven the atmosphere?" The voice belonged to the Crown Prince. Indeed, he seemed quite idle. The princes had made brief appearances and departed. The crown prince had no pressing duties assigned to him. Today, his gathering consisted of noble ladies from the capital, and the selection of a side consort for him remained unfilled. The fifth prince had recently gained the emperor's favor, while the third and fourth princes sought opportunities to curry favor. The crown prince wished to join in the merriment, but the emperor had assigned him no responsibilities. Confined within the palace, he found himself increasingly bored. With so many noble ladies present, perhaps one would take an interest in him. Throughout history, there have been many mediocre emperors, and one more would hardly be missed. The crown prince was not concerned. Once the emperor had passed, he would ascend the throne and delegate responsibilities to his ministers, enjoying a leisurely life. Of course, he would require the company of beautiful women. The empress observed his foolish demeanor, secretly mocking him. He was still lost in dreams of imperial grandeur. Perfect. Today, let everyone witness the crown prince's ineptitude. Those ladies would return home and whisper in the ears of their husbands, hastening the crown prince's downfall. Moreover, this would show the Pei family that they could only support the eighth prince. Backing the crown prince would lead to their own ruin. The birthday celebration of the princess indeed warranted music and dance, a detail the empress had overlooked. Crown prince, what performance would you like to see? The empress inquired. Might the Ruolan Wang Fei play a tune? The crown prince fixed his gaze upon Song Ruolan. For reasons unknown, she appeared to harbor many secrets. The empress's heart leaped with joy. The crown prince, disregarding familial bonds, publicly requested Song Ruolan to perform for him. Should the Ruolan Wang discover this, would he not make the crown prince pay dearly? The Ruolan Wang and Amp, Oppo's volatile temper would be a trial for the crown prince. The empress's expression did not escape Song Ruolan's keen observation. No wonder Emperor Wensong had never diverted his affections from the late empress to the current one. The empress's pettiness was evident. The way she guarded Princess Minghui's birthday gifts indicated she had not been remiss in claiming the princess's rewards. There were rules governing the marriages of princes and the betrothals of princesses. Princess Minghui would not be married off in squalor. Yet who could say they were not slightly selfish? The empress was stingy with the princess while exhibiting cruelty towards the crown prince, whom she had raised. As the rightful mother, the empress should have intervened to prevent the crown prince from acting foolishly, yet she desired to witness his embarrassment. Deliberately inquiring about whom the crown prince wished to see perform was an affront to the noble ladies, treating them like mere spectacles for the crown prince and Oppo's amusement. Chapter 79. The Rescue, Your Majesty. Today marks the princess's birthday. How about I engage in a friendly competition of musical skills with the esteemed Lady Ruolan? The crown prince may be befuddled, yet the crown princess is undeniably astute. With a single remark, she deftly transformed the crown prince's jest at Lady Ruolan into a celebration of the princess's birth by both the crown princess and Lady Ruolan. Although the crown prince was displeased by the crown princess's autonomy, after all, her musical talents were meant for private performances in the Eastern Palace. He contemplated intervening. The empress, aware of her earlier lapse in decorum, recognized the keen intellect of those present, who could easily discern her thoughts. She hastily sought to amend the situation. Why not invite all the young ladies to showcase their talents? The winner shall receive a reward from this palace. The atmosphere grew lively as noble women eagerly seized the opportunity to elevate their renown. Previously, Song Ruolan had garnered the emperor's admiration with a mere painting. Before the crown princess could take the stage, someone preempted her. Who else but the birthday girl herself? Your Majesty, allow me to showcase my humble skills first. The empress nodded in approval. Fetch the pipa from Fengyi Palace. Princess Minghui excelled at playing the pipa and wished to demonstrate her prowess, proving to the ladies that she was no mere empty-headed princess. As the melodious notes of the pipa filled the air, they transported listeners to a realm of serenity. The crown princess, not to be outdone, performed Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. Upon concluding her piece, a mist of emotion clouded her eyes, lost in a reverie. It was now Song Ruolan and Oppo's turn, and Chao Lingi, alongside another lady, declared, "Allow me to perform." The two exchanged surprised glances, and Song Ruolan smiled knowingly, realizing that Miss Fong was coming to her aid. Yet, both had misunderstood. worrying she might falter. However, that was far from the truth. The former Song Ruolan may have lacked skills, but now she feared no one could surpass her. Chao Lingyi urged, "Miss Fong, you may go first." Fong Qingcheng inclined her head slightly. "I shall not be modest then." With that, she stepped onto the stage where a guqin had already been set. The ethereal melodies enveloped the audience, leading them through majestic mountains and vast seas, sometimes gazing at the moon beneath a tranquil sky, and at other times, enjoying the cool mountain breeze. The music captivated all, and, as the final note lingered, applause erupted like thunder. The eighth prince, previously entranced by the music, gazed dazedly at Fong Qingcheng. Was she a celestial being? Noting her son and Appo's infatuation, the empress coughed lightly. "Miss Fong's musical talent is exceptional. This palace shall reward you." Fong knelt gratefully to express her thanks. The eighth prince remained transfixed, awaiting Miss Fong's descent from the stage. Song Ruolan observed the pair with amusement. How intriguing. Noble women clamored to perform. The empress kept her word, deeming both dancing and music commendable, and thus, everyone was to score the performances, with the top 3 receiving rewards. As the banquet concluded and guests exited the palace, it was no surprise to find Fong Qingcheng waiting outside. Fong Qingcheng greeted Song Ruolan. "Greetings, Crown Princess." Song Ruolan hurried forward. "Thank you, Sister Fong, for today." This sentiment was duly noted by Song Ruolan. Fong Qingcheng had managed to set aside her long-held affection for Prince Rue and maintained a respectful demeanor towards the Crown Princess. How many women ensnared by love could achieve such clarity? Fong Qingcheng was perceptive, and Song Ruolan intended to lend her a hand. Observing the eighth prince and Appo's expression, it was evident he had fallen for Fong Qingcheng at first sight. There was potential here. The empress had schemed for years to find a powerful ally. The military influence of General Huaihua held an irresistible allure for her. Yet, Fong Qingcheng appeared oblivious to the eighth prince's heartfelt gaze. Transitioning swiftly into a new romance would be challenging for her. Harboring feelings for Prince Rue for so long made it difficult to simply let go. Fong Qingcheng approached, warmly linking arms with Song Ruolan. "Sister, we're like old friends. I cannot bear to see anyone mistreat you." Chao Lingyi rolled her eyes from the back. The Crown Princess was hardly one to bully others. However, Miss Fong's musical talent was indeed remarkable. It had taken courage for her to perform. "Your Highness, my sister has entirely recovered. Suitors have already begun to express interest." "Really? How splendid." The Fong sisters were fortunate to have parents who cherished them wholeheartedly. Had the second Miss Fong encountered unreliable guardians after her frightening experience with bandits, she might have been sent away as a concubine. Upon her return, the second Miss Fong had remained silent, her way of safeguarding herself. "Will you marriage? Are there no suitable candidates?" Song Ruolan inquired. Loving someone deemed inappropriate undoubtedly required time for healing. However, only by entering a new relationship could one move on more swiftly. Song Ruolan wished to assist her. "Today, the eighth prince's gaze upon you was unlike any other." Fong Qingcheng blushed. "I have no intention of marrying. That simply cannot be. I still look forward to your wedding sweets." Chao Lingyi interjected. "I never expected the crown princess to enjoy matchmaking. Who have you taken a fancy to?" "I shall assist you as well." Song Ruolan laughed. "When I have someone in mind, you should be the first I approach." The 3 shared hearty laughter. "In my opinion, the eighth prince is most likely smitten with you," Song Ruolan remarked. "Prepare yourself. If you are not interested, it is wise to make plans early. Once the imperial decree arrives, it will be too late." Fong Qingcheng and Appo's complexion paled. "I am not ready." Emerging from her secret affection for Prince Rue had drained her. And how could she consider marriage so soon? Then discuss with your parents how to refuse this match. Surely, the emperor would inquire about the young lady's sentiments? Royalty often held themselves in high esteem, believing it a privilege for others to be chosen by them. With General Huaihua and Appo's military power, a few well-placed words before the emperor could prove beneficial. Fong Qingcheng had successfully concealed Lin Yunzhou in her heart for so many years, illustrating her resilience. Song Ruolan wished for her to marry a worthy partner. If you genuinely have no interest, let your father express your reluctance to wed. The emperor would not insist. They view marriage to royalty as a coveted opportunity, unaware that some cherish their freedom. I shall speak with my father, Fong Qingsheng resolved. Upon reaching the Fong residence, Song Ruolan chose not to alight, directing the carriage back toward the Wangfu. Chao Lingyi inquired, "Do you think the 8th prince and Miss Fong will come together?" "It depends on fate," Song Ruolan replied. "In this world, those who unite do so through destiny." The empress had orchestrated plans for the 8th prince. Yet he was inherently kind-hearted. In a past life, he had been ensnared in the struggle for succession, unable to harm his brothers, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the 4th prince. In this life, should he marry Fong Qingsheng with the support of General Huaihua, surely he would not face a similarly grim fate. Yet, should their fates intertwine, Song Ruolan found herself on opposing sides. Such is the whim of destiny. Shaking her head, she resolved to let fate take its course. Chapter 80. The contest. Chao Lingyi chattered incessantly, and the dynamics of their relationship had shifted. Previously, it was always Song Ruolan speaking while Chao Lingyi listened. Now, the roles had reversed. "Have you arrived at your residence?" Song Ruolan inquired. Chao Lingyi lifted the curtain of the carriage and confirmed the arrival. "But what if I do not wish to disembark?" She pondered, eager to share more thoughts. "With the Duke of Ruolan away, you could stay at the Duke's residence for a while." "Really? That was precisely my intention," Chao Lingyi responded without reservation. Song Ruolan looked at her. "You truly won't get out?" "I will inform my mother that I am heading to the Duke's residence." Chao Lingyi disregarded her concerns. With the Duke away, it was a rare opportunity to revel in a few days of frivolity with Song Ruolan. "Come, let us go," she urged. With no other choice, Song Ruolan instructed the coachman to proceed. "You, a young lady, are allowed to dwell outside, and your mother permits this? Is the Duke's residence considered outside?" "Gao Ling di brinquet innocenti." "My mother dotes on me immensely. Then I shall visit my mother on the way." "Gao Ling di et glim joyfully." It has been quite a while since I last saw Aunt. The carriage made its way to the Song residence. Upon hearing that her sister had returned, Song Ruolan hurried out to greet them, followed by a beaming Madame Xie. A maid had informed the old lady Song, who also greeted her granddaughter with a radiant smile. Song Ruolan paid her respects, to which the old lady responded, "No need for formalities. My granddaughter is a princess. I dare not presume." The old lady engaged her granddaughter in conversation for quite some time, treating Chao Lingyi with warmth as well. Chao Lingyi whispered, "Grandmothers become much kinder." In the past, when she visited Song Ruolan, the old lady's demeanor was often stern, harboring disdain for her granddaughter and her friends alike. "Do you know why? Is it not because you're now a princess?" "That is one reason, but I have changed as well. I used to seek my grandmother and Amp oppose, as favor, yet she remained indifferent. Now, I harbor no expectations. I do not flatter her intentionally. By fulfilling my duties, she feels she cannot manipulate me, thus altering her attitude towards me. Maintaining a certain distance from others can be quite beneficial." Chao Lingyi remarked, "In truth, the primary reason is that you have grown more capable. To grandmother, your value has increased, and thus she adapts to the circumstances." Song Ruolan smiled, acknowledging the truth in her words. Even within families, those who contribute to the clan are seldom cast aside. This held true for both Song Ruolan and Song Ruoshi. Song Ruoshi had become a concubine in the Duke of Zhen's household, and to the Song family, she seemed to have vanished. The Zhang family did not recognize the maternal lineage of a concubine as kin. Regardless of how fond the old lady had once been of Song Ruoshi, she was now deemed a sacrificed piece on the chessboard. Chao Lingyi sighed. People must strive to become stronger, lest they live at the mercy of others. Song Ruolan readily agreed. That makes sense. The two of them laughed heartily together. Indeed, now, Song Ruolan lived freely, laughing when she wished, shouting without fear of reproach. Life is fleeting. Living according to one's desires is the most fulfilling way to exist. Before long, they reached their mother and Appo's residence, the Furong courtyard. To their surprise, their father was also at home. Song Ruolan glanced at her mother, who appeared unperturbed, and immediately pulled her daughter down to sit. Song Deguang awkwardly took a seat without uttering a word. Her mother said, "You should visit your aunt's courtyard." I have some private matters to discuss with Lanner. Song de Guang suggested. Have Lanner stay a few days longer to accompany you. With that, he truly exited the room. Song Ruolan was taken aback. When had her father begun to consider her mother as feelings? In her previous life, whenever she returned to her family home, her father would explode with anger upon learning of her visit. He would exclaim that a married daughter was like spilled water, questioning the reasoning behind frequent returns to her maternal home. Once her father left, her mother scrutinized Song Ruolan, observing how much lighter her daughter seemed. Song Ruolan had long been waiting in their mother's courtyard and pulled her sister aside. Come, let us see who is stronger. He had heard from his second day of the month that his sister's martial skills were now on par with his own. Today was finally the opportunity to test their abilities. Their mother tried to intervene, concerned about the reputation of the princess engaging in swordplay. Song Ruolan stood up. Do not worry, mother. I shall also check on my brother's training. Chao Lingyi was intrigued, realizing that Song Ruolan was not only adept at flying, but also skilled in martial arts. She seemed to possess a multitude of hidden talents. The siblings made their way to the back garden, which had been adorned with numerous spears and swords. Song Ruolan swiftly selected a suitable spear. Sister, choose one for yourself. I shall take a sword, Song Ruolan declared. She adeptly tied her hair up and tucked her skirt into her trousers. Chao Lingyi was left speechless. Was this truly Song Ruolan? Had she become too bold? The siblings exchanged no further words. Song Ruolan launched an attack, and Song Ruolan deftly evaded it. Their speed left Chao Lingyi in awe, and she cheered excitedly. Both exerted their full strength. Despite his youth, Song Ruolan struck with remarkable swiftness. Excellent swordsmanship, a voice suddenly called out. Chao Lingyi looked over to see a young man, distinguished and tall, with sparkling eyes and a proud smile adorning his face. After several rounds, Song Ruolan began to tire. All right, I concede, sister. Song Ruolan and Amp. Appo's cheeks flushed with pride as he declared, Sister must practice diligently. I shall defend our home and nation in the future. How could you possibly defeat me? Song Ruolan replied, I eagerly await the day you fulfill your dream of becoming a general. Do not worry with your cousin's talents. That day will surely come, they both remarked in unison. Older cousin, Xie Yinshe clasped his fists. Greetings, princess. Song Ruolan responded, There is no need for such formalities between us. Chao Lingyi's starry eyes shifted from Song Ruolan to Xie Yinshe, a sight not missed by Song Ruolan. This is my second cousin, Xie Yinshe, Song Ruolan introduced. She then added, Chao Lingyi, my close friend. Xie Yinshe turned to Chao Lingyi, his gaze filled with admiration. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Chao. Chao Lingyi and Appo's face flushed like a boiled shrimp. Noticing Chao Lingyi and Appo's sudden shyness, Song Ruolan mused internally. Could it be that Chao Lingyi has developed a crush on her second cousin? In her previous life, Chao Lingyi married a minor official of the 6th rank who treated her exceedingly well, never taking a concubine, devoted solely to her. Though some might consider her a step down, she lived a life filled with happiness, devoid of the strife often found in grand households. Far more content than many a young mistress in a prestigious family. Observing Chao Lingyi's expression, Song Ruolan could not ascertain whether her friend harbored feelings for her cousin. It was the first time she had witnessed such youthful infatuation in her. Song Ruolan wished not to alter Chao Lingyi's original path in life. She deserved to embrace a life filled with happiness. Chapter 81. Burning the provisions young as he was, Song Ruolan and Amp, Appo's, and reveled in his triumph over his sister. Observing his sweat-soaked state, the nanny playfully scolded him as she led him back to his courtyard. So pleased to have bested your sister? Song Ruolan and Amp, Appo's, encountered. My joy stems not from defeating my sister, but from the advancement of my martial skills. Song Ruolan and Amp, Appo's, and was consumed by an unprecedented passion for martial arts. In the past, his visits to the Imperial College were marred by bullying. As the son of the Marquis of Chongning, his presence among the imperial offspring was deemed an insult. However, Prince Rui and Amp, Appo's declaration of him as his brother-in-law, virtually royalty, silenced all dissent, even from the instructors, who diligently filled the gaps in his knowledge. Yet, in the course of this remedial education, the instructors discovered his prodigious memory. Consequently, Song Ruolan's academic performance improved markedly, and his peers sought his company. Formerly, Pei Yuliang, the eldest grandson of the Pei family, notorious for exploiting the Empress and Appo's influence, tormented many. Now, Pei Yuliang became Song Ruolan and Appo's Appo's devoted follower because Song Ruolan and Appo's and had once rescued him. Pei Yuliang had accrued numerous enemies. On one occasion, taking advantage of his vulnerability, they ambushed him on his way to school, subjecting him to a brutal beating. Song Ruolan intervened, single-handedly dispersing the mob. His motivation was not familial allegiance to the Pei family, but a sense of justice against the unfairness of ganging up on someone. Pei Yuliang, battered and bruised, received Song Ruolan's care, including medicine and notification of his family. Subsequently, Pei Yuliang underwent a transformation, deferring to Song Ruolan in all matters and abandoning his penchant for troublemaking. This incident further fueled Song Ruolan's dedication to martial practice, empowering him to both strengthen himself and aid others. After changing his attire, Song Ruolan eagerly hastened to the Minglan Pavilion, wondering if his sister would stay. He brought an assortment of her favorite treats. Song Ruolan was gladdened by her brother's vivacity, relieved that he was leading a life divergent from their previous existence. Filled with joy, Song Ruolan wondered why Xie Yanqi had appeared at the Chongning Marquis Manor. He had never been one to visit without cause. As she pondered this, Xie Yanqi arrived. Second cousin, does the princess have any news of the prince? Song Ruolan inquired knowingly. Her elder cousin had embarked on a campaign with Lin Yunzhou 3 months prior, and no word had been received. It was natural for her to be anxious. The prince has not even sent back a message. Rest assured, second cousin, the prince will return unharmed. No news is the best news. Southern border battlefield Lin Yunzhou lay prone, his gaze fixed intently on the terrain ahead. The Southern nation and Appo's, as soldiers were cunning, engaging in a protracted dance of skirmishes and retreats for 3 months. The Southern were resolute in their ambition to seize the southern border, coveting its fertile lands and abundant livestock. The Southern Yin's own land was infertile, making the southern border a tempting prize. But this hinged on Lin Yunzhou's acquiescence. The southern border belonged to Great Qi. The conflict could not persist indefinitely. While the Xie family and Appo's, as provisions could sustain them through the winter, the impending harsh weather would be unbearable for the Qi soldiers, unlike the Southern Yin, who were accustomed to it. Has Shuer returned? Yes, Your Highness. What is the estimated troop strength? At least 300,000 soldiers. 300,000 against Qi and Appo's, mere 100,000. Achieving a swift victory with such disparity seemed impossible. Bypass the southern line and enter the southern hinterland tomorrow. Your Highness, Xie Yanqi exclaimed in alarm. With such an imbalance in forces, victory will be difficult. Tomorrow, select 5,000 elite soldiers to strike directly at the southern bandits and Appo's main camp with me. Yes. Despite their unease, Lin Yunzhou and Appo's decision inspired confidence. Overwhelming the southern border with a 10-to-1 disadvantage seemed improbable. Depart tonight, circumventing the southern forces. By severing their supply lines, the southern will inevitably collapse. Xie Yanqi went to assemble the troops. Lin Yunzhou commanded, rest in place, await orders. Just past midnight, under the cloak of darkness, Lin Yunzhou led 5,000 cavalrymen to stealthily approach the southern stronghold. As they skirted the enemy's rear, a sudden tempest arose. The southern troops, weary of the capricious weather, retreated to their tents. Suddenly, flames erupted, illuminating the night sky. Fire! Fire! Southern soldiers rushed towards the granaries in disarray. Hundreds of warehouses were engulfed. The firefighters and arsonists clashed. Don and Appo's, let them escape. The southern soldiers finally realized what was happening. Qi soldiers were setting fires everywhere under the cover of night, destroying their provisions. Without food, they could not fight. They had never imagined that their enemy would be so audacious as to bypass their lines. The southern general roared in fury, lamenting the impossibility of continuing the war. The southern army was in chaos. Fueled by the wind, the conflagration intensified, defying all attempts to extinguish it. The southern Een and Amp, Oppos, desire to invade Great Qi stemmed from their need for fertile land. Their own land yielded meager harvests, leaving their people perpetually hungry. By seizing Great Qi and annexing a few cities, they hoped to satiate their population. This campaign had depleted the southern Yin's granaries. The fire consumed not only food, but also the soldiers and Oppos' morale. Soldiers who had known hunger since childhood were gripped by fear. Lin Yunzhou had incinerated their provisions without shedding a drop of blood. By maintaining a defensive posture, he anticipated their disarray. The Qi soldiers' morale soared. It became clear that the prince had been planning this all along. His inclusion of a director of astronomy was now understood. This strategy was brilliant. For other nations, the loss of provisions could be remedied by replenishment. But the Southern were different. Their soldiers harbored a deep-seated fear of hunger. As expected, the enemy fell silent the next day, and the Southern army began a stealthy retreat. Lin Yunzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Southern could not afford to continue the war, and neither could Great Qi. Without the support of the Xie family's granaries, the 10,000 Qi soldiers would have starved. Their daily vociferous taunts were simply a release of pent-up energy fueled by ample food. The Southern sent emissaries to sue for peace. Some feared treachery. Lin Yunzhou declared, they dare not refuse to surrender. The Southern nation's 300,000 soldiers represent their limit. Their treasury is depleted, leaving them without the means to wage war. They have no choice but to seek peace. Without Great Qi and Amp, Oppos, as protection, neighboring countries could exploit the chaos and annex the Southern. Why not seize the opportunity to annex them ourselves? It would only take a word. Lin Yunzhou remained silent. While exploiting a weakened enemy was tempting, the long-term consequences were undesirable. The southern border would become a troublesome burden. Chapter 82. Celebration Banquet returned to the capital, commanded Lin Yunzhou, accompanied by 3,000 private soldiers. He made his way back to the imperial city, leaving 100,000 troops stationed to assist the populace in resuming their livelihoods. The southern border had suffered years of warfare, leaving its people displaced, fields barren, and shops shuttered. The suffering of the populace was unbearable. Now, with the southern territories having surrendered, the citizens could finally anticipate a peaceful existence. The vast lands of the south awaited cultivation, allowing the soldiers to grow crops and achieve self-sufficiency. When the surrender document from the southern governor reached the capital, the emperor was overjoyed. His fifth son had indeed displayed both courage and wisdom, successfully conquering this formidable region. This victory promised a decade of peace for the southern territories. Tales of the war god Prince Ruolan spread throughout the capital, recounting how he had triumphed against an army thrice his size after 3 months of resistance. Who but a deity could accomplish such feats? The legend surrounding Prince Ruolan grew increasingly extravagant, claiming he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of facing 10 foes single-handedly. Others spoke of his immense strength, asserting that wherever he appeared, the enemy would suffer devastating losses. Upon hearing such tales, Green Jade mimicked the narratives with fervor. Prince Ruolan is truly a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. With him into Qi, who would dare to invade? Song Ruolan chuckled. A war god, you say? Is that truly how the people speak of him? Indeed, Green Jade replied. The citizens have gathered at the city gates to welcome their war god. Let's go and witness this. Lin Yunzhou intended to report to the palace first, likely returning to the prince and Oppos' residence by evening. After 3 months apart, Song Ruolan was particularly eager to see his formidable presence. Upon reaching the city gates, Lin Yunzhou was momentarily taken aback by the throngs of people. The war god returns. The war god returns. The crowd erupted in cheers. Clad in resplendent armor, Prince Ruolan and Amp, Oppos' chiseled features and piercing eyes radiated determination. His skin had darkened, and an aura of authority emanated from him. The emperor stood on the city wall, waving at Lin Yunzhou, his imposing son garnering the emperor's favor. A guard approached. Your Highness, please ascend to the city wall to meet His Majesty. Dismounting, Lin Yunzhou strode confidently, his armored form and glimmering sword at his side. Who could have imagined that this was the same Lin Yunzhou once regarded as a frivolous young lord? The trials of war had matured him considerably. The emperor was immensely pleased, exclaiming, "Come here, my fifth son." Hearing the citizens' praises for Prince Ruolan only heightened the emperor's joy. This son of his was no longer perceived as the wayward youth of yore. His fifth prince had finally grown up. "Your son pays his respects to his majesty." Lin Yunzhou knelt in reverence. The emperor stepped forward to assist him. No need for such formalities. "Rise quickly." Lin Yunzhou exchanged greetings with the third and fourth princes, who seethed with resentment at being summoned merely to bolster Lin Yunzhou and Appo's reputation. In stark contrast to their sibling, only Prince Ruolan had achieved military success, particularly after being dismissed as a mere dandy. This victory had dealt a harsh blow to the pride of the other princes. The emperor waved to the citizens below, and Lin Yunzhou, though appearing somewhat darker and leaner, exuded an undeniable masculinity. Song Ruolan stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing him. His sharply defined features and deep, dark eyes captivated her attention. This was her husband, the victorious war god, receiving the adoration of the people. It felt like a dream. Upon spotting Song Ruolan amidst the throng, Lin Yunzhou's gaze met hers, and they shared a knowing smile. The longing in his heart was finally fulfilled, a weight lifted. She was his wife, the one he wished to spend his life with. All his endeavors were for their shared future. A subtle shift occurred within Song Ruolan's heart, as if she could envision a lifetime spent alongside this man. As the emperor returned to the palace, the crowd gradually dispersed. A grand celebration banquet awaited within the palace. Ministers hurried to congratulate Prince Ruolan on his victorious return. Observant individuals noted a shift in the court's atmosphere. The emperor warmly welcomed Prince Ruolan, presenting him before the ministers and citizens, ensuring Lin Yunzhou's prestige would soar. Prince Ruolan had become renowned overnight. The ministers, adept at gauging the winds of favor, flocked to toast him. The third prince, Lin Yunzhi, though inwardly displeased, feigned warmth as he raised his glass. "Fifth brother is a model for us all. I drink to you." He downed his drink in one go. Lin Yunzhou responded, "Third brother, you have a fine capacity for wine. I shall match you." Prince Xiang, Lin Yunzhou, raised his cup as well. "Fifth brother, valiant and skilled in battle. I drink to you." Lin Yunzhou reciprocated, fearing he might be carried back if this continued. "Father, I toast you, grateful for the opportunity to achieve merit." He finished his drink in one gulp. The emperor laughed heartily. "Excellent. This is the spirit of a true son of the Qi. I have not misjudged you." The emperor raised his cup in response. Lin Yunzhou continued, "I thank all the ministers for their kindness. I shall drink first in salute." He downed another cup, prompting the ministers to follow suit. "Father, I must take my leave. Please forgive me," Lin Yunzhou announced. The emperor replied, "Is this not your celebration banquet? What remains to celebrate if the protagonist departs?" "Father, after such a long separation from the princess, I must attend to her," Lin Yunzhou said, winking knowingly at the emperor. The emperor regarded Lin Yunzhou, realizing this was the true essence of his fifth son. Having returned victorious, he almost forgot Lin Yunzhou and Appo's original nature. Yet, this was a prime opportunity to win over the ministers. "You are more thoughtful than I expected. Go on." The emperor permitted. Lin Yunzhou expressed his gratitude and took his leave. With the emperor losing interest, he departed early as well. Once the emperor was gone, the ministers reveled even more, while the third and fourth princes seized the chance to curry favor, drinking to excess. At the Ruolan residence, Song Ruolan glanced at the sky. "Green lotus. Prepare some hangover soup." The celebration banquet surely led to overindulgence. Lin Yunzhou is likely to return inebriated. "Princess, he has returned. The prince is back," Green Jade exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Already?" Song Ruolan hurried out to greet him. During the quiet nights of the past 3 months, she often worried about whether Lin Yunzhou was well-fed and uninjured. If he were hurt, would he not silently endure it? Without any news from the south, she understood that no news was often the best news. In her previous life, the Southern Territory too had surrendered to the Qi, so she was not concerned about a potential defeat. Yet, Lin Yunzhou's absence left her feeling incomplete. Chapter 83. Prince Ming. As soon as he arrived at Minglan courtyard, Lin Yunzhou strode forward and pulled the princess into his embrace. "You have finally returned." The weight in his heart had finally lifted. Over 3 months, more than 100 days and nights, Lin Yunjua had spent every moment in yearning. So this is what longing feels like. It was truly unbearable. Pain. Song Ruolan felt as though she could hardly breathe. Lin Yunjua held her as if he might draw her into his very being. Am I squeezing you too tightly? He loosened his grip slightly, unable to bear hurting the one he cherished most. Song Ruolan tilted her head to touch his face. You've lost weight. Indeed. You must help me replenish my strength. Lin Yunjua replied with a mischievous smile. I had the kitchen prepare some soup, she said. Suddenly, Lin Yunjua swept her off her feet. No need for food. Having you is enough. Song Ruolan gasped, clinging tightly to his neck. You should wash up first. She had heard that what should have been a 10-day journey had been cut in half, resulting in the death of 3 horses. You can help me wash. Lin Yunjua pouted. How shameless. Song Ruolan whispered. Fine. He relented, and she felt a surge of joy at his return. Lin Yunjua immediately commanded, bring water. The bathing room had already been prepared with hot water and clean clothing. Lin Yunjua smirked, so this is how it is. A blush crept on his Song Ruolan's face as she helped him remove his outer garments, leaving him in only his undergarments. He grasped her hand. You should wash with me. People outside will hear. She protested. And if they do, we are husband and wife, he countered boldly. Song Ruolan sighed. You truly have no shame. Suddenly, Lin Yunjua pulled her into the bathtub. He leaned down to kiss her lips. I desire you. Song Ruolan felt a rush of heat as she wrapped her arms around his neck. God of War, get up. Have dinner before you sleep. Song Ruolan tugged at Lin Yunjua. Let me sleep for just a moment. He had returned from the southern frontier without pause, eager to see the princess. Looking at Lin Yunjua, who appeared thoroughly content, Song Ruolan dressed and followed him. Hong Xiang set the table, and Song Ruolan said, Clear it away. I will dine with the prince. Seeing Lin Yunjua asleep, she felt a pang of sympathy. The hardships he must have endured during those 100 days and nights in the south were undoubtedly many. Gently, she traced the scars on his body, surprised at his resilience. In the East Palace, Princess Pei Huilan tried in vain to persuade the crown prince, who was lost in his own world, while she internally lamented. The crown prince was truly foolish. The emperor had gone to welcome Prince Ruolan at the city tower, and although the 3rd and 4th princes were reluctant, they too had gone. And where was the crown prince? When Lin Yunjua returned in triumph, the crown prince was in the East Palace flirting with his concubines. Your Highness, the return of Prince Ruolan is of great importance. You should accompany the emperor to welcome him. What does the return of my 5th brother have to do with me? Father is biased. Why send him and not someone else? He may have burned the supplies of the southern general to win, but I could have done that too. The crown princess, maintaining her composure, replied, Prince Ruolan fought for 3 months, facing the southern general many times. The emperor is well aware of this. If it were merely luck, would the emperor be so generous? With the 6th prince deceased, among the remaining 8 sons, only Prince Ruolan was a capable warrior, hence his favored status with the emperor. Your Highness has lost face before the emperor today, the crown princess lamented. Regret gnawed at her. Why had she married such a foolish crown prince? The emperor's feelings for the late empress. How many times could the crown prince squander that goodwill? I have asked, mother. If I say I do not wish to go, then I shall not. The crown prince was obedient to the empress's words. The crown princess could not agree. If the empress truly cared for the crown prince, how could she raise him to be so oblivious? If the crown prince continued to be so foolish, the emperor would not treat the Lin family's throne lightly. He would choose another heir. The emperor and Appo's ostentatious behavior today was to establish Prince Ruolan and Appo's authority. The crown prince, growing impatient with the crown princess's nagging, retorted, You need not say more. I will handle this. With a sigh, the crown princess withdrew, feeling the weight of their shared fate. She questioned her father and Appo's judgment in choosing to support the crown prince. Did the crown prince and Appo's foolishness stem from an injury at birth? In Fengyi Palace, the 8th prince sulked. Why was I not informed of 5th brother's return? I heard he returned in great style. I too want to be a formidable general. The eldest prince did not go either. You were studying at the Imperial Academy. Your father would not blame you for not attending, the empress replied. Why didn't Appo's Brother Crown Prince go. Does he dislike fifth brother? The Empress scolded, do not speak foolishly. The Crown Prince has his own considerations. The eighth prince fell silent, pondering why the Crown Prince would act in a manner that displeased the Emperor. After leaving Fengyi Palace, he returned to his own manor. With Prince Ruolan in the forefront, the Emperor had sent all the 13-year-old princes to their own residences. The eighth prince was granted the title of Prince Ming. The next morning, Prince Ming visited Prince Ruolan's residence. Ruolan contemplated, why has the eighth prince come? The Empress disapproves of the mingling between Prince Ming and Prince Ruolan. His uninvited visit must have a purpose. Lin Yunjua was unfamiliar with his younger brother, having had little interaction with him. The Empress was protective of Prince Ming, wary of Lin Yunjua leading him astray. Your Highness, greetings. The eighth prince bowed, his demeanor innocent and unguarded, leaving Ruolan puzzled. The Empress had raised the crown prince to be foolish. Why was the eighth prince so naive as well? After the maidservants served tea, Lin Yunjua finally arrived. The eighth prince, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, I have seen fifth brother. Lin Yunjua asked, what brings you here so early, eighth brother? He truly could not fathom the urgency behind a visit. Nothing, I merely wish to see fifth brother. The eighth prince replied cheerfully. Lin Yunjua observed his brother, unsure if his apparent simplicity was genuine. After all, the Empress, though outwardly harmless, could hide complexities beneath her facade. Chapter 84. A meal invitation. Lin Yunxian surveyed his surroundings. His mother had remarked that his fifth elder brother was rather eccentric, noting that in the past, opportunities for Ming Wang to converse with Ruolan Wang were scarce. However, it seemed that his mother oppose, as words might not hold true. If Ruolan Wang could even conquer Nanyin, what reason was there for them not to establish a rapport? Today, Ming Wang was determined to witness Ruolan Wang and oppose demeanor for himself. With this thought in mind, he approached without concern for the propriety of the hour or whether his intrusion was abrupt. A brother visiting another brother could hardly be deemed inappropriate. Ming Wang had already devised an explanation for his unannounced visit. Yesterday, their father hosted a banquet to welcome the fifth brother, and since he had been occupied with studies at the Imperial Academy, he regrettably missed witnessing the grandeur of his fifth brother's presence. He did not address him as Your Highness, but rather as an ordinary brother. Hence, what was the issue? Lin Yunzhou fixed his gaze on Ming Wang. Ming Wang smiled, stating, I have come today specifically to admire my fifth brother and oppose demeanor, and indeed, he exudes an impressive aura. Lin Yunzhou, Ruolan observed Ming Wang, noting how his carefree demeanor mirrored that of Lin Yunzhou, a true testament to their fraternal bond. Both bore an air of indifference, yet each was discreetly appraising the other. Though they were brothers of the royal bloodline, they seemed like strangers, each wary of the other, fearful of revealing their vulnerabilities. Royal descendants enjoy a life of abundance far surpassing that of common folk, yet they navigate it with utmost caution. Lin Yunzhou observed that Ming Wang did not appear to be lying. Have you had your breakfast, eighth brother? Ming Wang responded with delight. Not yet. I can share the meal with my fifth brother. How unreserved. Ruolan instructed, Green Jade, please bring an extra set of chopsticks and a bowl. Ming Wang, unable to contain his joy, settled down with unrestrained enthusiasm, his gaze fixated on the breakfast spread before him. Ruolan could even hear the sound of him swallowing. Ruolan, was there truly nothing to eat at Ming Wang's residence? Lin Yunzhou smirked. However, Ming Wang had successfully piqued Ruolan's appetite. After an early morning of training with her maidens, she was still recovering from the exertion. Royal sister-in-law, Arin and oppose. Do you go and eat? Ming Wang inquired, noticing her stillness. Please, eat as you wish. Do not mind me, Ruolan replied nonchalantly. Ming Wang then seized a meat bun, taking a hearty bite, savoring it with unabashed delight. Ruolan thought, one might easily mistake this for Ming Wang and oppose's own residence. He was far too comfortable. Royal sister-in-law, might I borrow the chef from Ruolan Wang's residence for a few days? Just look at how delectable these meat buns are. Each bite is bursting with flavor. Ming Wang's mouth was stuffed, yet he continued to chatter incessantly. Ruolan replied, these were specially made for me by my wet nurse. Ming Wang paused, staring at the bun he had nearly devoured, then awkwardly chuckled. Then this one is for you, royal sister-in-law. He reached to place the bun into her bowl with his jade chopsticks. Lin Yunzhou acted promptly, snatching it away. Such disregard for decorum, using chopsticks that had already been in his mouth. Come, Lan'er, if you do not eat now, there will be none left. Lin Yunzhou placed the bun into Song Ruolan and Appo's bowl. Song Ruolan preferred to serve herself, thus there were no attendants at Ruolan and Appo's residence to serve the dishes. Aside from Green Jade refilling tea, the other maidens had busied themselves with other tasks. This arrangement suited Ming Wang perfectly, allowing him to hastily take whatever he desired without the constraints of formalities. Ming Wang quickly redirected his hand, grabbing a piece of chicken. This chicken with winter bamboo shoots is exquisite. I did not realize you enjoyed this dish, fifth brother. He had observed Lin Yunzhou consuming several pieces of chicken earlier. Is there no decorum instilled in you regarding dining etiquette? Lin Yunzhou retorted, his tone noticeably less tense, indicating he was not averse to his eighth brother. Ming Wang, ever the critic of his meal, continued to comment on each dish as he relished every bite. Royal sister-in-law, may I come to share meals frequently? Ming Wang had discerned that his royal sister-in-law was more amiable than his fifth brother. He firmly believed that shared meals would deepen their bond. Is there truly no food at your residence, Ming Wang? Lin Yunzhou inquired. Visiting daily would surely vex the princess. Ming Wang replied, there is nothing as delightful as what is served here. His gaze lingered on Song Ruolan. As long as royal sister-in-law consents. My fifth brother would have no objections, for the matriarch of Ruolan and Appo's residence holds the authority. Song Ruolan felt her heart soften. If you wish to come, then come. Ruolan's residence can certainly accommodate you. Observing his enthusiasm for food, she was reminded of her own brother, who was also at an age of growth. Ming Wang made a playful face at Lin Yunzhou. Lin Yunzhou replied, are we so familiar? Ming Wang felt quite at ease. Having finished his meal, he naturally inquired about Lin Yunzhou's plans for the day. Fifth brother, what are your arrangements today? Are you attending to official matters or personal affairs? Lin Yunzhou regarded him as if he were a fool. Among princes, each operated within their own sphere. He could never bring his eighth brother along, regardless of whether it was business or pleasure. After sharing a meal, they had yet to reach a level of mutual trust. Ming Wang, undeterred by Lin Yunzhou and Appo's expression, pressed on. May I accompany you today? Lin Yunzhou smirked. What do you wish to do? Regardless of whether the eighth brother was genuinely innocent or merely feigning, there was no reason to reject his overtures. Then come along with me today. Thank you, fifth brother. Ming Wang beamed with genuine happiness, clearly eager to forge a closer bond with Lin Yunzhou. As Song Ruolan observed the two brothers, she pondered that if Ming Wang were merely pretending today, there would surely come a time when they would clash, and this facade of fraternal harmony could not endure. When Qin Shaoxian noticed Ming Wang trailing behind Lin Yunzhou, his eyes nearly popped out. It was a well-known fact that Ruolan rarely mingled with the other princes, and today it seemed he had lost his senses. Treating Ming Wang with unexpected courtesy, Lin Yunzhou pinched his chin, urging him to pay attention. Qin Shaoxian quickly bowed. I pay my respects to His Highness, Ming Wang. Ming Wang swiftly approached Qin Shaoxian. No need for such formality. Let us include my younger brother in our activities from now on. Qin Shaoxian looked bewildered. Is this really Qin Gu, suddenly acquiring a younger brother? Ming Wang, however, was scheming, recognizing Qin Shaoxian as the second son of the Qin family, known for his frivolous demeanor. Establishing a rapport with him would surely encourage Lin Yunzhou to include him in their circle. As the three rode through the streets, they drew considerable attention. The previous day, citizens had witnessed Ruolan's formidable presence at the city gates. Today, he and Qin Shaoxian donned matching white brocade garments. Ming Wang, trailing behind, felt utterly baffled. Was this intentional? He had deliberately chosen a dark brocade outfit to avoid appearing out of place beside a war hero. Yet, his fifth brother had clearly sought to attract attention, adopting an ostentatious demeanor. Yet who would believe such a facade? As Lin Yunzhou passed, the citizens knelt in reverence, exclaiming, Ruolan is mighty. Chapter 85. brotherhood among friends unbeknownst to the three. A group of individuals lurked ominously around the corner, observing their every move. The Prince of Xiang simmered with anger. Why was the 8th prince associating with these two? Had the Ruolan prince and the Ming prince formed an alliance? Your Highness, I have investigated. The Ming prince has had no prior dealings with the Ruolan prince, an aide reported. The Xiang prince shot him a glare. Am I not aware of this? Lin Yunxiao furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the 8th prince's actions. Was he openly declaring his allegiance? Lin Yunxiao recognized that. Much like his mother, the 8th prince appeared harmless, but harbored a profound depth of thought. Send a message to young Master Jiang. He must act swiftly, he commanded. Yes. The aide replied as the Xiang prince turned to leave. Lin Yunxiao mused. Let him bask in his fleeting triumph. His demise is imminent. It was common knowledge that the emperor had contemplated the succession. The Ruolan prince, once seen as a mere debauchee, had now emerged as a formidable contender for the throne. Previously, the emperor had no intention of entrusting the empire to a libertine. Recent actions suggested that the emperor favored the 5th prince, who had garnered significant military achievements, aligning with the emperor's desires. What confounded the Xiang prince was the Ruolan prince's audacity to engage directly on the battlefield where death lurked. The Ruolan prince had gained considerable esteem among the populace, evident from the throngs of kneeling citizens. Lin Yunxiao dismounted his horse, urging the people to rise and not impede commercial activities. The citizens regarded him with profound respect. Such a benevolent prince was indeed a blessing to the people. Qin Shaoxian, exasperated, remarked, It seems we shall no longer enjoy leisurely pursuits. You've returned with but a single victory. How have you garnered such adoration from masses? He lamented, feeling the weight of unrelenting responsibilities. Although the capital was distant from the southern front, the ongoing conflicts had displaced many, leading to an influx of refugees and unrest. The common folk yearned for a tranquil existence, free from the horrors of war, so they could thrive without the threat of conscription looming over their heads. Thus, the military leaders of the Qi were held in high esteem, for their sacrifices ensured the safety and prosperity of the people. The Ming prince was taken aback by the scene. The 5th prince was viewed as a hero by the masses. He waved his hand in acknowledgement as he walked, clearly pleased. Hurry up, Ming prince, Qin Shaoxian urged. If you dawdle, you'll find yourself sleeping on streets. Wherever the 5th prince resides, I shall too. The Ming prince replied, casting a flattering glance at Lin Yunxiao. The crowd thickened, eager for another glimpse of their hero. Lin Yunxiao had not anticipated such attention. He had merely intended to stroll with Qin Shaoxian and explore the shops. It now seemed that returning to the manor was the wisest choice. In Fengyi Palace, Empress Xiaopei was astonished. The Ming prince sought out the Ruolan prince. Indeed, your majesty. A trusted informant reported that the prince visited the Ruolan prince and Appo's residence early this morning and shared breakfast with him, came the reply. What business does he have there? Empress Xiaopei pondered. The 8th prince is not without cunning. What could he possibly want from the Ruolan prince? After breakfast, they ventured into the streets, where citizens kneeled in droves, seemingly intent on returning to the Ruolan prince's residence. Yet, as more people gathered, movement became increasingly difficult. Why are the citizens kneeling? The empress wondered, perplexed. It was merely a royal procession. The populace expressed gratitude for the Ruolan prince's victory, and support for him resonated throughout the streets. Hearing her confidant and Appo's report, the empress grew anxious. Is the Ruolan prince and Appo's reputation truly so stellar? Have the people forgotten his past indulgences? In the Taya Hall, the emperor listened intently as his shadowy informants recounted the happenings in the streets, nodding with a satisfied smile. The 5th prince remains composed amidst the chaos. I must admit, I am impressed. At the tender age of 17 or 18, the Ruolan prince had not succumbed to arrogance despite the accolades. This pleased Emperor Wenzong greatly. He had ascended the throne over the bodies of his brothers, and now the Ming prince was also allied with the Ruolan prince. The informants continued their report, and eunuch Duan observed the emperor's expression, relieved as he noted the absence of suspicion regarding any collusion between the Ming and Ruolan princes. The eighth prince was not one to easily befriend, indicating a genuine bond with the fifth prince. Emperor Wenzong appeared delighted that the brothers had formed a connection. Eunuch Duan promptly praised. The harmonious relationship between the Ruolan and Ming princes is a testament to your majesty's guidance. You insolent servant! Their camaraderie is of no concern to me. The emperor laughed heartily, though he was secretly pleased by the compliment. Who said the royal family lacked affection? This was a true embodiment of brotherly harmony. The eighth prince is pure-hearted. I shall encourage the fifth prince to mentor him and impart some of his skills. The emperor mused, his spirits lifted. Eunuch Duan added, Your Majesty, it is indeed beneficial for brothers to interact freely. The emperor paused, contemplating, this old fellow is quite cunning. Very well, I shall heed your advice. The emperor refrained from meddling in his son's interactions, as it would only cause discomfort. He viewed Lin Yunxiao with newfound respect. He was unafraid of the emperor's suspicions and genuinely accepted the eighth prince into his circle. This set a precedent for his sons. Having never experienced the warmth of familial love, the emperor was stained with the blood of his brothers in the quest for power. Yet he wished for his sons to avoid such fratricidal strife. Thus, he had long designated the eldest son as the crown prince. Establishing the eldest son as heir would quench certain ambitions. Yet, to his dismay, the crown prince proved to be inept, a fool who was unaware of the machinations of his own aunt. Such a dim-witted heir caused Emperor Wenzong to hesitate in entrusting the empire to him. In his view, the eighth prince was far more reliable than the crown prince. However, should the crown prince also hail from the Pei family, it would inevitably nurture the Pei family's ambitions. The emperor's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a habitual gesture when he found himself in a quandary. In the Minglan courtyard, Leviu reported on the events unfolding outside. Princess, the area surrounding the manor is filled with various delicacies, all offerings for our prince. Accept them. Prepare some small change. If more sent, compensate them at market value. The common folk had kept their distance from the manor, placing their food and vegetables several hundred meters away. Song Ruolan wished to honor the citizens' goodwill. Lin Yunxiao and Qin Shaoxian urged the people to rise, encouraging them to return to their daily lives. Protecting the citizens of the Qi is my duty. This is what I meant to do. Please return to your homes. Your peace and prosperity are what the emperor desires as well. I thank you for your heartfelt gestures, Lin Yunxiao declared, and gradually the crowd dispersed. The Ruolan prince was right. The citizens should focus on living well. Chapter 86. Ambushed Lin Yunzhou was preparing to return home, but Lin Yunxian was unwilling. Eldest brother, we have only just ventured out today. Why not take the opportunity to broaden my horizons? What do you mean by broaden your horizons? Qin Shaoxian scoffed. Of course, I mean to visit the places you often frequent. Lin Yunxian said, glancing at Lin Yunzhou. You're still so young and naive. You wish to visit the brothels? Lin Yunzhou remarked, lightly tapping his brother's head. Lin Yunzhou realized that his younger brother had been too sheltered within the palace. Now that he had come out, he was eager to experience life. That hurt, eldest brother, Lin Yunxian exclaimed, rubbing his head. Qin Shaoxian chuckled. Why not let him see the world? Lin Yunzhou shot him a glance. If you and Oppos re not afraid of the Empress sending someone to hunt you down, then by all means take him. Lin Yunxian and Oppos. S face fell. I thought there would be something fun to do. Qin Shaoxian found it amusing and wrapped an arm around Lin Yunxian and Oppos. S shoulder, come on. Brother will take you to enjoy some delicious food. Who is your brother? Lin Yunxian retorted, quickly darting to Lin Yunzhou's side and mimicking Qin Shaoxian's gesture. Eldest brother. Then let us go to the tavern. With no entertainment, they certainly could not miss out on good food. Lin Yunzhou regarded his younger brother, unsure if he was genuinely innocent or merely pretending. Walk properly. What kind of behavior is this? Let an amp, Oppos, go. Qin Shaoxian urged his horse forward, and Lin Yunxian excitedly followed. In the palace, Lin Yunxian had no other princes to befriend. He envied his eldest brother for having left the palace early. Finally, he had awaited the day when the emperor would bestow titles upon his sons, almost thwarted by the empress. It was only after agreeing to her terms, surrounded by her people, that he gained the opportunity to leave the palace. He had long envisioned a future where he could mix with his eldest brother. The three strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation. Suddenly, a group of men in black rushed towards them. "Watch out!" Lin Yunzhou shouted, swiftly drawing his sword as he charged forward. Qin Shaoxian quickly followed suit. His demeanor drastically changed from a carefree youth to a serious warrior. The common folk scattered in panic as swords clashed, and chaos ensued. Having been sheltered in the palace, Lin Yunxian had never witnessed such a scene. "Fight back! Give them a taste of their own medicine," he shouted excitedly to the guards. At that moment, a shadow lunged towards him. "Duck!" Lin Yunzhou commanded. Lin Yunxian trembled and quickly covered his head, rolling aside. The black-clad figure missed him, and Lin Yunzhou's sword descended, forcing the attacker to grab Lin Yunxian and charge towards the sword. Lin Yunzhou retracted his blade just in time, but the assailant leaped onto a horse, clutching Lin Yunxian tightly. "Go!" they shouted, galloping swiftly towards the city outskirts. Seeing they had successfully captured a hostage, the black-clad men hastily fled. Qin Shaoxian muttered, "This was premeditated." He quickly mounted his horse to pursue. Uncertain of the assailants' motives, Lin Yunzhou relentlessly chased after them. Zhongyu and Chu San guarded Lin Yunzhou closely. "Do not worry about me. Ensure the safety of the crown prince," he instructed. The attackers were clearly targeting him. Lin Yunxian was merely unfortunate to be caught in the fray. Qin Shaoxian yelled, "What kind of enemies have you made, brother, that they are risking everything for your life?" "Enough chatter. Saving the hostage is our priority," Lin Yunzhou replied as they galloped forward. Lin Yunxian, no longer excited, felt his insides churning with fear. "Hero, please slow down. If I die, there will be no one left to threaten the crown prince. One more word, and I'll end you," a cold voice threatened. Lin Yunxian promptly fell silent. The sensation of being thrown onto the horse was unbearable, and he prayed fervently that his brother could defeat the black-clad man. Otherwise, he would perish before experiencing life to the fullest. The guard assigned by the Empress were utterly useless. None could catch up as he was taken. Lin Yunxian cursed inwardly. Suddenly, he was thrown to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts! My bones feel like they're breaking," he cried out. At that moment, a cold blade pressed against his throat. "Crown Prince, if you want to save this boy and Appo's life, you must offer your own in exchange," one of the black-clad men coldly declared. Lin Yunzhou surveyed his surroundings, noting that more black-clad figures were closing in, forming layers of encirclement. It was evident this was their ambush site. Qin Shaoxian inwardly lamented the overwhelming odds. Today would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. "Release him, and then we shall negotiate," Lin Yunzhou stated coldly. "Lay down your weapons and surrender," the assailant replied. "Don't, eldest brother," Lin Yunxian cried out in panic. "If they capture you, they will kill you." "Eldest brother?" The black-clad man burst into laughter. "So, we have captured another prince. If we cannot kill Lin Yunzhou, killing another prince will suffice." Lin Yunxian's attire concealed his identity, leading the assailants to believe they had merely captured a noble scion. After all, they had received word that the crown prince never engaged in conspiracies and had no dealings with the other princes. Lin Yunzhou threw his sword to the ground. "Release him." He stepped towards the black-clad men. "Your Highness." Chu Sen rushed forward. If anything were to happen to him, even 100 lives would not suffice to remedy the situation. "Step back." The black-clad man barked. Lin Yunzhou raised his hands in surrender. "Let him go, and I will exchange myself for him." The assailants exchanged glances, yet the sword remained at Lin Yunxian's throat. Suddenly, with a crack, the black-clad man's sword shattered. In a flash, Lin Yunzhou lunged forward, seizing Lin Yunxian and feeling warmth splatter across his face. Lin Yunxian touched his face, realizing his hands were drenched in blood. Turning to look, he saw the black-clad man's head severed from his body. The remaining black-clad figures were taken aback. Lin Yunzhou and Zhongyu moved in perfect unison. The captor had met his demise before he could react. Zhongyu withdrew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yunzhou. With the leader neutralized, the remaining black-clad men surged forward. "Today, it is either you or me who will perish," Lin Yunzhou declared, pushing Lin Yunxian back. "Protect him and return." These men sought his life. Lin Yunxian would only be a hindrance. Qin Shaoxian cast a worried glance at Lin Yunzhou before urging Lin Yunxian to mount his horse. "I won't leave," Lin Yunxian protested, unwilling to abandon his brother. Staying here will only endanger eldest brother. Do you understand? Without hesitation, he hoisted Lin Yunxian onto the horse. As Lin Yunxian attempted to flee, the black-clad men pursued, brandishing their weapons. Qin Shaoxian swiftly retaliated, striking one down. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yunxian ceased his protests. His brother needed to concentrate. The number of black-clad men multiplied, and Lin Yunzhou fought fiercely, his blade cutting through with a fervor born of desperation. Wave after wave of attackers pressed forward, seeking death. Lin Yunzhou roared in anger. Chapter 87. The Imperial Guards liberated from the constraints of the Ming Wang. Lin Yunzhou unleashed his fury upon his adversaries. Jin Yue and Chu San guarded him closely as he commanded. I shall handle this area. You two go resolve the situation over there. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming. A swift resolution was imperative for any chance of victory. The two swiftly dispersed, and the dark guards joined the fray. With each passing moment, Lin Yunzhou grew bolder, felling a multitude of the black-clad assailants. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind. Reinforcements had arrived. Lin Yunzhou as private soldiers were here. Yet, instead of retreating, the black-clad men surged forward, intent on eliminating Lin Yunzhou. They believed that if they killed him today, their families would be spared from retribution. However, the Jinnan army was no mere prey. They had vanquished countless foes on the battlefield. The audacity of these black-clad men was truly unfounded. As the enemy numbers swelled, Lin Yunzhou shouted, "Spare the living." Realizing their fate was sealed, the black-clad men resorted to biting down on the poison hidden in their collars. These were men determined to die. Lin Yunzhou shattered the teeth of the last one attempting to ingest the poison. The assailants turned to extract more poison from their garments. But Lin Yunzhou struck down with his sword, severing their hands. The cries of the wounded echoed around him. "Take them away," he commanded, mounting his horse. The audacity of these men to brazenly kill in the capital was intolerable. The mastermind behind this scheme must be uncovered. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Ming Wang and Qin Shaoxian awaited news. When Lin Yunzhou appeared, Song Ruolan sighed in relief. His white brocade robe was stained with blood, a shocking sight. "Have you been injured?" she inquired, inspecting him closely. "No, it is the blood of my enemies," Lin Yunzhou reassured her, noting her worried expression. "I am unharmed," he added. "The Wangfei is concerned for me." A warmth surged within him. He understood that during their marriage, Song Ruolan intended for them to feign a relationship to mislead others. Although he was unsure why she had changed her mind on their wedding night, he was not naive enough to believe she had developed genuine feelings for him. Yet, he was confident that one day, she would come to love him. The anxious expression on her face today seemed genuine, warming his heart. Lin Yunxian, oblivious to the tension, interjected between them. "Fifth brother, are you truly unhurt?" He began to inspect him from above. "Step aside." Lin Yunzhou swatted his hand away. Lin Yunxian was taken aback. He genuinely worried for his brother. "Fifth brother, it's my fault for being useless. I shouldn't have followed you, nearly getting you killed by those black-clad men." Tears welled in Lin Yunxuan's eyes. "I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying?" Lin Yunzhou retorted sharply. "A prince with a retinue of ineffectual guards. Didn't Amp, Oppos, Father grant you 800 imperial guards? Are they merely for show?" Lin Yunxian protested, feeling wronged. "The guard are selected by mother," he added, pouting. "Your guards are nothing but decoration, utterly useless," Qin Shaoxian chimed in. Had it not been for Lin Yunzhou and Jin Yue's seamless cooperation today, Ming Wang would have perished. Lin Yunxian was nearly slain by a sword thrust from a black-clad man. Lin Yunzhou feigned surrender, concealing a hidden weapon within his grasp. While conversing to divert the enemy's attention, he seized the opportunity to launch his concealed weapon, shattering the assailant's sword in two. Jin Yue then leaped forward, dispatching the foe in a single stroke. Their flawless teamwork saved Lin Yunxian and Oppo's life. "Have father select some from the Imperial Forest Army," Lin Yunzhou suggested, initially reluctant to meddle. However, Lin Yunxian's earnest concern for him swayed his decision. He did not wish for his brother to be defenseless in the future. "Chu San, Escort the Ming Wang back to the manor. Yes, Ming Wang, please. Chusen bowed. Lin Yunxian opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. Their first outing had descended into chaos. He feared fifth brother would never invite him again. Who dares commit such audacity in broad daylight? Lin Yunzhou pondered. Go wash up and change. We must confer further. Song Ruolan urged, the sight of blood causing her distress. Qin Shaoxian retreated to the study, intent on devising a strategy to uncover the mastermind behind the attack. Lin Yunzhou soon composed himself. The remaining black-clad men must be imprisoned at the Dali Temple, correct? Qin Shaoxian speculated, uncertain if any others remained. Indeed, it is regrettable that only one was captured. Their reckless desperation is alarming, Lin Yunzhou mused. They must have compelling motives for such a reckless endeavor. Who do you suspect is behind this plot against your life? Qin Shaoxian asked, his tone laced with concern. Those men were clearly after me. Currently, I cannot ascertain who, but it must involve either the third or fourth princes. Aside from them, who else would seek my demise? The crown prince lacks the influence to command such loyalty from so many. When news of the incident reached the palace, the emperor was furious. How dare they attempt to assassinate a prince in public? Who possesses such audacity? I shall have them torn to shreds. Just as he spoke, a report came from outside. Ming Wang has arrived. Let him in. Father, I nearly did not return to see you. Ming Wang's voice filled with feigned grievance. Tug at the heartstrings. I bow before you, father. Lin Yunxian knelt. Rise. Speak of today's events. The emperor commanded, relieved to see Ming Wang unharmed. Father, the enemy nearly took my life. Lin Yunzhou lamented, bursting into tears. Enough. Cease your weeping. Such behavior is unbecoming. State your desires. The emperor, well acquainted with his son's temperament, recognized that he would feign vulnerability to gain favor. Ming Wang promptly articulated, I require a change of guards. Was it their negligence that endangered you today? The emperor inquired. Indeed, I wish to replace all the guards. They were chosen by mother and act as if they are still under her watchful eye. Today presented a prime opportunity. The emperor could replace them without fear of retribution from the empress. Lin Yunxian contemplated a plan to replace all the servants in the household, realizing that they shadowed him like a tail, thus diminishing his chances of accompanying fifth brother in the future. The emperor warned, do not wander recklessly. Had it not been for your fifth brother today, you would not be alive. Lin Yunxian replied earnestly, then I shall spend more time with fifth brother. As long as he is by my side, no one will dare to bully me. Though their time together had been brief, Lin Yunxian sensed that the Ruolan genuinely regarded him as a brother. He resolved to cling tightly to this supportive figure. Chapter 88. Collusion after the Ming Wang left the palace. Emperor Wenzong summoned the commander of the Qinji camp. You shall personally select individuals and send them to the Ming Wang's residence. Should such an incident occur again, do not expect to return. The commander replied, yes. Fury surged within Emperor Wenzong upon learning that such an event transpired under his very gaze. He was determined to unearth the mastermind behind it. Lin Yunzhou, too, was unwilling to let those audacious individuals escape unscathed. Let us visit the Dali Temple, he declared, accompanied by Zheng Yue and Chu San. He was resolute in his belief that he could extract some information. Upon arriving, the minister of Dali Temple, Lord Chao, immediately informed him. We interrogated the men in black throughout the night, but yielded no useful leads. Lin Yunzhou was taken aback. Lord Chao's methods were not easily withstood. Let us see for ourselves, he insisted, eager to discover what kind of stalwart could endure the tortures of the Dali Temple. Due to the severity of their crimes, the men in black were confined in the innermost cells. The stench wafting from the prison did not cause Lin Yunzhou to flinch. Lord Chao was astonished. Witnessing the indifference of Lin Yunzhou towards the disfigured prisoners revealed a man accustomed to the harrowing realities of life and death. As the ruckus outside stirred the men in black, one managed to lift his eyelids with great effort. Bound hand and foot, he was affixed to a pillar in a star-like position. Recognizing Lin Yunzhou, who had survived the previous day and oppose, as confrontation, his eyelids drooped once more. The man in black was barely recognizable, his garments stiff with dried blood. The wounds he bore were ghastly, Several gaping lacerations exposed gruesome flesh. Whether it was due to numbed pain or remarkable fortitude, the man wore an expression of indifference. "Inflict the torture," Lord Chow commanded, and the jailers pressed a searing iron onto the man's chest. He let out a pained hiss, biting down on his lip as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet remained silent. The air was thick with the smell of charred flesh. "Speak. Who orchestrated this? Who are your accomplices?" Lord Chow demanded, secretly astonished. Few prisoners exhibited such resilience. As the jailers prepared to brand his face, Lin Yunzhou interjected, "Enough. Just kill him." He turned to leave. The man in black, willing to endure such suffering for his master, was indeed a man of mettle. Given his grievous injuries and the lack of any useful information despite the torment endured, repeating the process would be futile. Lin Yunzhou respected his tenacity. Regardless of whether he was coerced by his master or motivated by loyalty, such a man was rare. Recalling the valiant men in black who had willingly faced death the prior day, Lin Yunzhou knit his brows. The cunning of the mastermind behind this plot was evident, having tightly bound these individuals to his will, rendering them unwaveringly loyal. "In your opinion, Lord Chow, can you ascertain the identity of the puppet master behind the men in black?" The prisoners remained mute. Yet the minister of Dali Temple can deduce the key elements of the case from various clues. These men hail from the northern regions, not from the Qi dynasty. Lord Chow asserted confidently. "How do you arrive at this conclusion?" Lin Yunzhou queried, for he had not detected any indication that the men were not of Qi descent during his encounter. This man never uttered a word. "I suspect he cannot comprehend our language," Lord Chow posited. "The leader among them threatened me and spoke in a manner indistinguishable from the Qi's dialect," Lin Yunzhou countered. "I believe the leader has likely been hiding into Qi for many years, thus mastering our tongue." Lord Chow maintained his stance. Lord Chow presented the coroner's findings. "Your Highness, observe, each man in black bears a skull insignia on his back. This is a custom of the northern regions. Upon birth, boys are marked with this symbol to ward off evil. Nearly every male from the north possesses it." Lin Yunzhou had heard of this custom before. "If what you say is true, why would the northern men seek to assassinate me?" The actions of those men were clearly directed at him. It was merely unfortunate that the Ming Wang had crossed paths with them. "Is it possible that with your conquest over Nanning, the northern regions preemptively sought to eliminate you to avoid a similar fate?" Lord Chow and Amp Oppo's hypothesis had merit. However, Lin Yunzhou remained skeptical. Others would inevitably rise against the northern regions even in his absence. Can the North truly launch an assault? Furthermore, the northern frontier is secured by the Duke of the State. If they intended to kill, they would target him rather than venture to the Qi for my life. Such reasoning is far-fetched, unless there is a collusion with the northern regions aimed at eliminating me. Lord Chow exchanged a glance with Lin Yunzhou. Removing Lin Yunzhou would eliminate a rival for the throne. In this light, the assassination attempt on the royal family cannot be overlooked. The mastermind behind this is deserving of death. Colluding with the northern regions is tantamount to treason. This individual is audacious beyond measure. Continue the investigation. With this command, Lin Yunzhou strode forth. Once the motives of the adversary were clear, the list of suspects dwindled. Now that the sword was at his throat, war was inevitable. There was no longer a need for mercy. In the Minglan courtyard, the Wang Ye has returned. Ruolan greeted him. The anger that had marred Lin Yunzhou's face dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile. He pulled her close and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Act appropriately," Ruolan retorted, brushing him off. "How am I not behaving? You are my Wang Fei. What harm is there in a kiss?" Lin Yunzhou resumed his playful demeanor. "Here we go again. When will you learn to be discreet before the servants?" Hong Xiang and Lai were unperturbed. It was not a bad thing for the Wang Ye to be affectionate with his Wang Fei. "Have you uncovered any leads?" Ruolan inquired. "The ones who seek my life must not be spared. They hail from the northern regions," Lin Yunzhou replied casually. Ruolan was taken aback. In her previous life, even during her 10 years as a ghost, the northern regions had never dared to confront the Qi. What prompted their eagerness to kill Lin Yunzhou now? "What shall we dine on today?" Lin Yunzhou shifted the topic, wishing to shield his Wang Fei from the intricacies of court struggles. Having wed her, he was determined to provide her with a tranquil life. He could only emerge victorious. Defeat was not an option. Steamed perch. Do you wish to partake? I shall eat whatever you eat. As long as you are by my side, anything is delectable. Lin Yunzhou spoke earnestly. When alone, he rarely dined in the Wangfu, often indulging in frivolities with Qin Shaoxian or dining at the Yushu Palace. Since marrying Song Ruolan, he longed to share every meal with her in the Minglan courtyard. Her presence was all he desired in life. Hong Xiang and Lai soon prepare the meal. Leave now. The Wang Ye and I shall dine alone. As soon as Song Ruolan sat down, a sudden wave of nausea hit her stomach. Hong Xiang hurriedly retrieved a spittoon. Lin Yunzhou immediately rose, summoned the royal physician. He quickly supported his Wang Fei. Have you caught a chill these past few days? Chapter 89. The gift observing the palpable tension among the crowd. Song Ruolan reassured, there is nothing to worry about. Perhaps it is merely a case of indigestion. However, Aunt Yin held a different view. Your Highness, when was the last time you received your monthly letter? Song Ruolan was taken aback. She had completely overlooked that detail. Her monthly letters were often unreliable, and thus she had not paid much attention to them. It dawned on her that since Lin Yunzhou had departed for Nanning, it seemed as though no letters had arrived. Could it be? Anxiety stirred within her. Surely it could not be so, for that would be outrageous. The night before the Prince and Appo's expedition, she had ceased taking the contraceptive tonic. Could it truly be just this once? When her gaze met Lin Yunzhou and Appo's, she noticed a glimmer of hope sparkling in his eyes, mirrored by the eager expressions of the servants surrounding them. Was the royal household about to welcome a new heir? At that moment, the imperial physician hurried in. Dr. Zhou, please check the pulse of the princess. Lin Yunzhou's heart raced with anticipation. The thought of Song Ruolan possibly carrying their child filled him with uncontainable excitement. As Song Ruolan reclined on the couch, Dr. Zhou placed his hand gently on her wrist, while the onlookers held their breath in anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Zhou withdrew his hand. Well? Lin Yunzhou inquired eagerly. With a respectful bow, Dr. Zhou proclaimed, Congratulations. Your Highness, the princess is with child. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunzhou's heart surged with joy. Is this true? Dr. Zhou affirmed, Absolutely. The princess has been pregnant for over 3 months. Indeed, Ruolan, we are going to have a child. Lin Yunzhou carefully assisted Song Ruolan to sit up. The servants in Minglan courtyard knelt in unison, exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Princess. Rewards for everyone, double the monthly allowance. Lin Yunzhou could hardly contain his exhilaration. Thank you, Your Highness. The servants chorused, their voices ringing even louder. Ruolan is carrying my child. Ruolan, thank you. Lin Yunzhou exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in glee. Song Ruolan gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. She too had longed for a child of her own. In the past, she had refrained from seeking motherhood, fearing betrayal and entanglement, as had befallen her in her previous life. Yet, upon learning of her pregnancy, her heart raced with joy, rivaling Lin Yunzhou's anticipation. In her former life, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Song Ruoshi's son, only to be met with treachery from those she loved. Now, she would finally have a child of her own. Lin Yunzhou tenderly caressed Song Ruolan's belly. Ruolan, we're having our own child. Thank you. You have already expressed your gratitude, she teased. You are to be a father now. Perhaps you should speak more coherently. Song Ruolan allowed Lin Yunzhou to fondle her belly. This was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. Minglan courtyard rang with laughter and joy akin to a festive occasion. Your Highness, we must send word to the palace to share this joyous news. Aunt Yin reminded. It has been over 3 months. The pregnancy is stable, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs should be informed. I shall speak to Mother myself, Lin Yunzhou declared, eager to share this wonderful news with all of the Qi. He was to become a father. On second thought, I will send someone to announce the news. I wish to remain here with you. I will accompany you. Song Ruolan insisted, wishing to inform her mother of her grandchild. This also presented an opportunity to gain favor with concubine Yu Gui. That will not do. You must rest and not overexert yourself, Lin Yunzhou urged, tucking the blankets around her. I practiced martial arts today. Song Ruolan protested, feeling uncomfortable lying down during the day. Lin Yunzhou's concern deepened. As long as all is well, Do not practice again. I shall refrain, Song Ruolan conceded. Remarkably, the child appeared considerate, showing no signs of distress or morning sickness thus far. The following day, Lin Yunju and Song Ruolan visited Yushio Palace to share their joyous tidings. Upon seeing them, concubine Yuge quickly helped Song Ruolan to her feet. Ruolan, you need not have come personally. You must rest and avoid undue fatigue. Thank you for your concern, mother. I am well, merely pregnant, not unwell. I wish to personally convey this news to you. Having studied many medical texts, Song Ruolan felt confident in her understanding of such matters. Concubine Yuge nodded approvingly. You are a good child. Do take care in the future. Song Ruolan's cheeks flushed at this praise. Indeed, how could you be so careless? It was astonishing that she had not realized she was with child for over 3 months. Fortunately, she had not been engaged in concocting poisons during that time, and she felt relieved. Upon learning of the pregnancy of the princess of Ruolan, the emperor generously bestowed numerous treasures of gold and jewels. The news of the Ruolan Wang's impending heir spread like wildfire throughout the palace. A married prince without an heir would face criticism from officials, complicating his aspirations for power, as the royal lineage must endure. Now that the Ruolan Wang was to be a father, even the emperor found joy in this news, presenting gifts of exquisite jewelry. Upon their return to the royal residence, the empress and Appo's gifts soon followed suit, along with congratulatory presents from various concubines. Among the gifts, the most striking was a set of jade headpieces from concubine Jiang. In her previous life, a similar set had been gifted to Song Ruolan, only to be later appropriated by Song Ruoshi. This new set was undeniably valuable, standing out among the other offerings. Concubine Jiang was not known for her generosity. This time, Song Ruolan had not sent a large sum of silver to Yushi Palace, and thus she had no reason to lavish such attention on her. Was she attempting to curry favor with the Ruolan Wang? Yet that seemed illogical. The fourth prince and the Ruolan Wang were destined to clash. Concubine Jiang had schemed for years, determined to secure the throne. Aligning with the Ruolan Wang served no purpose. In Yushi Palace, Nurse Jiang lamented the headpiece. Your Highness, that is your most precious set, meant for the princess. To give it away like this,